Chapter 1. The Unrivaled Return. In times of turmoil, remain composed and first post on social media. Who among the Taoists is transcending tribulation here? On the first day of the May Day holiday in Qingzhou, China, as a renowned tourist city, the streets were teeming with visitors, noticeably more crowded than usual. In front of the memorial hall, an increasing number of tour guides, brandishing red flags, led groups of eager tourists. As noon approached, the sun blazed intensely. Suddenly, the once clear sky was pierced by a resounding thunderclap. A colossal black thunderbolt, unlike anything ever witnessed, streaked across the horizon, leaving all in awe. What is happening? How could the sky change so abruptly? Some individuals hastily pulled out their phones to capture the extraordinary spectacle above and quickly shared it online. Boom! The thunder grew increasingly violent. Eventually, even the buildings began to tremble, as if a terrifying force were poised to overturn the very heavens and earth. My goodness, could this be the apocalypse? It's so frightening, we must hide. What had earlier sparked curiosity now instilled a deep-seated fear in the hearts of the onlookers, prompting them to abandon their photographs and flee in panic. What a terrifying celestial phenomenon. At that very moment, across the entire Jiangnan region, several elderly men, seated in meditation, simultaneously opened their eyes, revealing expressions of astonishment. While ordinary people beheld a celestial spectacle, they sensed an incredibly ominous energy. Merely perceiving a wisp of that aura from afar felt like falling into an icy abyss, akin to ants facing divine wrath. What is going on? Such terrifying fluctuations in energy. Could it be that a treasure has emerged? Figures emerged from their secluded retreats, gazing toward Qingzhou with grave expressions. The descriptions align with the legends of treasures manifesting. This is a rare opportunity. We must see it for ourselves, regardless of the circumstances. Such a colossal celestial phenomenon, especially that dread-inducing energy, suggested that if it were indeed a fortuitous event, it could yield unimaginable transformations. Ascending to the heavens was not beyond the realm of possibility. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the mortals below, within the tempestuous thunderclouds above, a figure floated serenely. His long black hair danced in the storm, bathed in the brilliance of the lightning, as though he were a deity incarnate. In the next instant, that figure's eyes flew open, radiating two beams of divine light. With a single step, he traversed an infinite distance, his form suspended above the city. At the same moment, the celestial phenomenon vanished without a trace. The sun once again illuminated the earth, as if the preceding events had merely been a fleeting illusion. The faces of those who had fled now bore expressions of bewilderment. Li Chun have truly succeeded. Moreover, in this otherworldly realm, a mere decade has passed on Earth. On the rooftop, the figure's face glowed with exhilaration. He inhaled the air around him, both strange and familiar, while the surging energy within him was kept in check. If he were to unleash the power within, the entire planet would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. Li Chun had attained the pinnacle of cultivation in the realm of immortality. He was the sole immortal emperor of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He established the immortal court, governing both the celestial and demonic paths, standing as the mightiest of deities. His very presence instilled trembling fear in countless ancient gods. Little did anyone know, Li Chun, who relentlessly cultivated from a mere mortal to become the formidable supreme immortal emperor feared by countless souls, did not strive for invincibility. Rather, his singular desire was to return to his homeland. Originally the heir of the esteemed Li family of Qingzhou, a prominent lineage, Li Chun was born with a proverbial silver spoon in his mouth. At the age of 23, he encountered his lifelong beloved, Su Qingxue. With both parents by his side and his cherished one accompanying him, his life seemed almost idyllic. Yet, on the eve of his engagement to Su Qingxue, fate dealt a cruel hand. While driving home, he was struck by an oncoming truck, which sent both him and his vehicle hurtling through the air. Li Chun fell into unconsciousness, and upon awakening, he found himself in a world of cultivation. At that moment, he felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. To transcend the boundaries of time and space and return to Earth, he rose from his mortal origins within the cultivation realm, leaving a trail of countless corpses in his wake, ultimately ascending to become the most formidable immortal emperor. After attaining this exalted status, he endeavored countless times to traverse time and space. Finally, after the 100 millionth and second attempt, he succeeded. Mother, father, Qing Xue, I have returned. You must be overjoyed to see me. Just as Li Chan was about to suppress his exhilaration and head home, he suddenly sensed several presences rapidly approaching his location. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. I did not anticipate that there would be cultivators on Earth. However, the cultivation levels of these individuals appeared rather feeble, seemingly lacking even the foundational stage. In the realm of cultivation, such a level would be akin to that of a mere servant disciple. Moments later, four figures finally soared into view. Upon seeing Li Chun standing in the sky, astonishment filled their eyes. To be airborne, one must possess at least a 7th-level Qi refinement stage, a rarity throughout all of Huaxia. Yet, these individuals had never encountered the man before them. The four elders, each adorned in distinctive attire, exuded an air of authority. One of them could not help but exclaim, I did not expect a fellow cultivator to be faster than us. Now that the celestial phenomenon has dissipated, what caused it must have been acquired by you, right? Upon hearing this, the other three gazed intently at Li Chun. There is nothing to acquire. The phenomenon was instigated by me. Having sensed the presence of cultivators on Earth, Li Chun lingered momentarily in surprise. Now, seeing the cultivation level of the four, he discerned the state of cultivation on Earth and, eager to return home, had no time for idle banter. To his astonishment, upon hearing his words, the elder suddenly sneered. Do you take us for fools? Such a celestial phenomenon could only have been wrought by a nascent soul expert undergoing tribulation. Do you mean to claim you are of the nascent soul stage? I advise you to present the treasure. Such opportunities are meant for all who witness them. If you wish to monopolize it, I fear we cannot acquiesce. With that, the elder's palm began to coalesce with his sword aura. It was evident that should Li Chun refuse to produce the so-called treasure, he would resort to violence. Chapter 2. What kind of demon god is this? What will you do if you do not comply? A hint of disdain flickered across Li Chen's face. How absurd it was for a dignified immortal emperor to be threatened by a mere insect in the Qi refining stage. Not comply? Let us see just how capable you truly are. The old man barked a cold command, and immediately, an exceedingly terrifying sword intent erupted from his being. The sword energy slicing through the air with unparalleled ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The piercing sword intent coalesced like a towering mountain, enveloping the surroundings. Just as this intent reached its zenith, Li Chun casually pointed, and that mountainous sword intent, along with the old man, exploded into a cloud of blood mist. An eerie silence descended. Such a scene utterly petrified the three individuals nearby, leaving them questioning their own senses. A formidable being of the 7th layer of Qi refining, a top-tier expert on Earth, had been effortlessly obliterated. What terrifying cultivation was this? In an instant, the three fell to their knees before Li Chun in unison. Senior, spare us. They were now unequivocally convinced that the fearsome energy they had just witnessed was indeed conjured by the person before them. Could he be the legendary nascent soul master? Li Chun paid them no mind, stepping forward and disappearing into the air. The three knelt there, too terrified to lift their heads, trembling uncontrollably. After what felt like an eternity without a response from Li Chun, they mustered the courage to look up, only to find that he had long vanished. It seems we have escaped a calamity, murmured an elderly man in white, still shaken. The other two quickly wiped the cold sweat from their brows. Having witnessed the swift demise of a peer, they had felt the chilling presence of death itself. They had not anticipated the existence of such a powerful being. In the eyes of such a master, they were undoubtedly insignificant. To follow in his wake, a mere word of guidance from him could equate to years of arduous cultivation for them. Once the life and death crisis had passed, the minds of the three began to stir again. Emerging from the void, Li Chun found himself before the grand estate of the Li family. However, the moment he materialized, he stood rooted in shock. The once splendid Li family residence was now overrun with weeds, a sight of utter desolation. What has happened? How could the Li family have fallen to such a state? Li Chun had envisioned the moment he stood at his family's doorstep, imagining the overwhelming excitement on his parents' faces upon seeing him. He even felt a twinge of homesickness. Yet, he had never anticipated the scene that lay before him. At that moment, a boisterous voice rang out from behind. Who are you? Who permitted your presence here? Get out now. A burly man with a brutish countenance glared menacingly at Li Chun. "This is my home. Who are you?" Li Chun turned to face the intruder, frowning as he regarded the man. He had noticed the man's presence the instant he arrived, but the sight before him left him no time to engage. "My home? Ha ha ha. The Li family has long since perished. How could there still be members of the Li family? What did you say?" In an instant, a fierce aura surged within Li Chin's eyes. The burly man felt as though his very blood had congealed. The next moment, his entire being was drawn into Li Chin's grasp. "Speak. What on earth is happening?" The burly man, rigid with fear, felt as if he were a mere chick, paralyzed by terror. What kind of malevolent spirit is this? Is he a devil from hell? 8 years prior, the Li family was annihilated in a single night. And since then, this place has been reduced to ruins. Now, this land has been acquired and developed by the Dongheng Group. And I am merely the head of security for Dongheng Group. What? Upon hearing this, Li Chun felt as though struck by lightning. He cast the burly man to the ground, and in that moment, his consciousness enveloped the entire planet. Yet, he found no trace of his parents. At that moment, even the esteemed immortal emperor, Li Chun experienced a tremendous blow to his composure, his breath becoming unstable. Crack, crack, crack. The ground beneath him fractured, fissures spreading wide. The dissipating dark clouds in the sky began to coalesce once more. In an instant, the entire Qingzhou was shrouded in ominous clouds. The burly man, collapsed on the ground, wore an expression of sheer terror, trembling uncontrollably. Bloodline tracing. Li Chin's finger pointed into the void, and a rune took shape. In the blink of an eye, the rune transformed into an image. Within the image, dozens of tombstones stood solemnly, arranged in eerie order, striking in their starkness. The tomb of Li Chang'e, the tomb of Li Cheng'ang, the tomb of Li Chafeng, the tomb of Yin Mingwei, father, mother, second uncle, third uncle. And even collateral branches of the Li family were not spared, all laid to rest here. The inscriptions on the tombstones bore a single name, Su Qingxue. Li Chun felt as though the sky had collapsed. He gazed at the trembling burly man on the ground, raised his hand, and the man floated into the air like a marionette. Simultaneously, streams of light burst forth from the man's head, transforming into frames of images. Throughout the process, the burly man lay motionless, akin to a lifeless swine. 2 years after I departed from Earth, the Li family encountered calamity, and my fiancée, Su Qingxue, vanished without a trace following the family's downfall, never to reappear in the public eye, as if she had evaporated from existence. Not long ago, Dongheng Development Company acquired ownership of this surrounding land, including the Li family estate, planning to create a high-end community of exclusive villas. What truly transpired 8 years ago? How did ownership of the Li family estate come to rest in the hands of Dongheng Development Company? Furthermore, my earlier scan of the entire planet revealed no trace of Su Qingxue. Chapter 3: The deceased who yet lives in the western suburb cemetery. Li Chun gazed at the gravestone standing before him, clenching his fists tightly. Eternity awaited, yet in a moment, all hopes shattered. His heart bled with sorrow. These stones, erected by Su Qingxue, implied that she was still alive. Yet why could he not sense her presence? He was, after all, a dignified immortal emperor, unless she had transcended this realm. But how could an ordinary mortal possibly leave the earth? Li Chun closed his eyes, and after a long pause, he slowly opened them again. "Mother, father, fear not. Whoever is responsible for your demise, I shall annihilate their entire lineage to avenge you." With that proclamation, Li Chun lifted his gaze towards the direction of Qingzhou. The 3 insignificant beings from earlier had not yet departed. "Come before me," Li Chun suddenly declared. On the terrace above, the 3 were lamenting their inability to be near the nascent soul expert when a voice, as thunderous as a storm, boomed in their ears, "Come before me." Instantly, their bodies trembled, and delight illuminated their faces. In the next moment, they soared towards the western suburb without hesitation. However, as they ascended into the air, an invisible force, akin to a colossal hand, yanked them into the void. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the cemetery. Was this the power to manipulate the void? The 3 were utterly astonished. Such abilities were not typically associated with even the legendary nascent soul experts. Could it be a transformation god? "We pay our respects, esteemed elder. What are your commands?" Yang Daoran, the most astute among them, quickly realized that this elder might require their assistance, and a sense of anticipation arose within him. Serving an elder could pave the way to becoming their follower, after all. At that moment, Li Chun had no time for idle chatter. Investigate the massacre of the Li family 8 years ago. Whoever uncovers the murderer shall be rewarded with great fortune. The trio felt a chill run through them. Sharing a sudden realization, the elder sought to investigate the Li family's case. Could it be that he hailed from the Li family himself? Li Chen, uninterested in further discourse, waved his hand dismissively. Off you go. Once the three departed, Li Chen found himself beneath a towering building, Dongheng Group. This was the very construction company that, according to the guards, possessed ownership of the Li family estate. The Li family had been annihilated, yet this entity held the rights to their property. Perhaps they were the perpetrators of the massacre. The Dongheng Group building, a grand structure with 17 stories, loomed impressively. Just as Li Chun was about to step inside, he was halted by a security guard. Who are you? Do you have an appointment? One guard scrutinized Li Chun with a watchful eye, as if he were a thief. The company had invested heavily in hiring them to prevent any unwelcome intruders. Li Chun, in a foul mood, had little patience for their banter. Who is the owner of your company? I demand to see him. Upon hearing this, the guard was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Where did this naive fool come from? You want to meet our boss? Who do you think you are? Get lost. I have no time for your nonsense. This guard had a notorious reputation as a troublemaker before joining Dongheng Group. Originally, the visitor would not have resorted to rudeness. Yet the youth before him was clad in peculiar attire, presenting an appearance far from that of a typical individual. Moreover, to audaciously demand an audience with the owner of Dongheng Group was nothing short of madness. Such a person warranted no civility. As he spoke, a security guard approached, attempting to shove Li Chen aside. However, before his hand could make contact, he was met with an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the steps, crying out in pain. The commotion drew the attention of several guards stationed at a distance, leaving them momentarily stunned. They could hardly comprehend what had transpired, as their comrade had inexplicably been flung away. Not to mention, this guard, who had trained for a few days, possessed a robust physique weighing over 200 pounds, yet he was propelled 8 meters away. What kind of strength was required for such an act? What do you intend to do? This is Dongheng Company. Do not act recklessly. One guard stammered. Li Chen paid them no mind and strode confidently toward the building. The guards, too intimidated to intervene, hastily cleared a path for him. At that moment, drawn by the disturbance, a dozen security personnel armed with electric batons surged out of the building. How dare you cause a ruckus at Dongheng Group? Beat him, commanded the head of security, impeccably dressed in a suit and standing at the rear. Each guard, well compensated by Dongheng Group, seized the opportunity to demonstrate their prowess and charged at Li Chun, baton swinging. Yet, Li Chen's momentum was unyielding. As they reached him, they collided with an invisible barrier, one after another, being sent sprawling across the ground. The once confident head of security wore a frozen expression, as if he had seen a ghost. What do you want? He stammered, retreating in fear as Li Chen approached. Just then, his throat was grasped firmly by Li Chen's hand. Which floor is your boss on? Before the head of security could respond, a crisp voice interrupted. Who dares to create chaos in Dongheng Group? Release Supervisor Liu at once. Upon hearing this voice, Li Chen abruptly turned to see a striking woman in a tailored suit descending from the elevator. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. Su Yanning, brother-in-law. The woman was none other than Su Qingshan's younger sister, Su Yanning. 10 years prior, when Li Chun was in a romantic relationship with Su Qingshan, Su Yanning had merely been a naive high school girl. Now, she exuded an aura of sophistication and elegance. Though her appearance had evolved, Li Chun recognized her instantly. Like her sister, she had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Su Yanning, equally astonished, remained rooted in place. In the decade of Li Chen's absence, so much had transpired. Following the annihilation of the Li family, many had presumed that Li Chun had met a similar fate. Yet, against all odds, here he stood, alive and well, before her once more. Brother-in-law, is it truly you? Su Yanning hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Li Chen's arm, her eyes brimming with disbelief as she scrutinized him repeatedly. Upon confirming that the person before her was indeed Li Chun, her eyes instantly welled with tears. If her sister were to know that Li Chun was still alive, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Chapter 4. Now you must believe I am the Celestial Emperor upon witnessing the living embodiment of Li Chun standing before her. Su Yanning was utterly astonished. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Brother-in-law, you are alive. Where have you been all these years? Let us find a more suitable place to converse, Li Chen suggested. After entering Su Yanning's office and settling onto the sofa, Li Chen learned of the events that had transpired during his absence. 2 years after his disappearance, the Li family was tragically annihilated overnight. Su Qingxue, as the daughter-in-law of the Li family, interred all its members and thereafter vowed to uncover the perpetrator and avenge her family. Subsequently, she vanished from public view, leaving even the Su family oblivious to her whereabouts, though she had once left a message indicating she was still alive. Following her graduation, Su Yaning established the Donghin Group. She acquired the land once owned by the Li family, intending to restore the charred ancestral home, publicly claiming it as a villa development project. Upon hearing this, Li Chun felt a tumult of emotions within him. He understood Su Qingshue's nature all too well. Having vowed to avenge her family, she would surely not relent. Yet, he was unable to sense her presence, which perplexed him. Additionally, Su Yaning's desire to restore the old residence touched him deeply. "Yaning, you have truly endured much," he said. With a gentle smile, Su Yaning replied, "In truth, the funds for my company were provided by my sister, although you had not formally married her at that time. In my heart, you have always been my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law, where have you been all these years? What truly happened?" Li Chen sighed. "I ventured into another realm, cultivating my powers until I became a celestial emperor, only to return and discover my family in ruins." Su Yaning regarded him with a peculiar expression. "Brother-in-law, if you do not wish to share, there is no obligation. I am not a child. Do you truly think I would believe you?" Before Li Chen could elaborate, Su Yaning continued, "By the way, your attire is quite peculiar. Allow me to take you shopping for some new clothes." "No need. I can manage on my own." Li Chen declined. "Why be so formal? During my studies, you would often secretly slip me money every time we met," she chided, pulling him towards the exit. As they reached the lobby on the first floor, Su Yaning suddenly stiffened. "Miss Su, where are you headed? Who is this young man dressed in ancient garb?" A mocking voice rang out. A brazen-looking man stood at the entrance, flanked by 7 or 8 subordinates, all observing Su Yaning with amusement. Upon seeing these individuals, the security personnel braced themselves for confrontation. The head of security stepped forward, declaring, "Viper, what are you up to? If you cause trouble in broad daylight, we shall call the authorities." "Haha, what trouble am I causing? I am but a law-abiding citizen. Is it a crime to seek a cup of tea?" Viper retorted with a grin. Su Yaning leaned in to explain quietly to Li Chun that plot of land, aside from Donghin Group, has attracted interest from another construction company. After we secured ownership, they have repeatedly sent Viper's men to create disturbances, attempting to coerce us into relinquishing the property. Rest assured, my brother-in-law, to deal with these individuals, I have specifically hired numerous security personnel trained in martial arts. Upon hearing this, Li Chun understood the intimidating demeanor of the guards. The construction industry resembles a small underworld. Without a few capable subordinates, one cannot maintain control. "Oh, you call me brother-in-law so effortlessly. Isn't your sister already deceased?" It appears that President Su enjoys the notion of a brother-in-law with a younger sister. "I could also assume the role of your brother-in-law." The Viper had long coveted Su Yaning's beauty. Seeking death, Li Chen's gaze turned frigid, his eyes casting a cold glance at the Viper. A sudden tremor gripped the Viper's heart, and then, with a resounding explosion, his entire body disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. The people nearby were instantly struck with terror, standing frozen like statues. The 8 subordinates brought by the Viper felt a chilling fear surge through them. And as they regained their senses, they turned to flee. Yet, they hadn't taken more than a step. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, they exploded, dissipating into nothingness. "Ah!" Su Yaning let out a shrill scream upon witnessing the scene, her complexion instantly paling. She quickly retreated several steps, her gaze towards Li Chun filled with dread. As if looking upon a demon, Li Chun sighed inwardly. He had acted without much thought, swiftly eradicating a few insignificant pests, forgetting that such methods were too shocking for ordinary individuals. After all, his younger sister-in-law was just an average person, and she had been thoroughly frightened. He sighed again, placing his hand on Su Yaning's forehead, a flash of light enveloping them. The fear that had previously consumed her vanished in an instant. "I told you I am the Celestial Emperor. You didn't believe me, did you? Were you startled?" Li Chen remarked. After a considerable pause, Su Yaning returned to her senses, her gaze towards Li Chen brimming with curiosity. The notion of a Celestial Emperor, typically found in mindless novels, had materialized right before her eyes. Meanwhile, many of the security personnel had collapsed in terror, with some even so frightened that they wet themselves. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere in the air, Li Chun felt somewhat helpless. He raised his hand once more, emitting a radiant light that wiped their memories clean. Instantly, a look of bewilderment appeared in the eyes of the guards. Li Chun turned to Su Yaning. Shall we go? Weren't you going to take me shopping? Why yes, Su Yaning replied, rubbing her temples as she followed Li Chun towards the parking lot. By the way, what is the name of the construction company you mentioned is competing with you? Li Chun inquired. The company is called Tianbao Group, led by a man named Feng Sanbao. He thrives in the gray area, employing underhanded tactics such as intimidation, vandalism, and coercion, turning the entire construction industry into chaos. The key is that he is backing. However, now that my brother-in-law has returned, we need not fear him. Being young, Su Yaning quickly adapted to Li Chin's identity as the Celestial Emperor. With such a formidable ally, she naturally dismissed any fear of Feng Sanbao. Li Chin nodded. Rest assured, leave it to your brother-in-law. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Li Chin purchased a new outfit and transformed his long hair into a short style, emerging with a completely refreshed appearance. Brother-in-law, 10 years have passed, and your appearance remains unchanged. How marvelous. Is this the effect of cultivating immortality? Could you perhaps teach me as well? With a piercing gaze, Su Yaning looked at Li Chun, pondering which woman could resist the allure of eternal youth. Previously, during Li Chin's romantic involvement with Su Qingxue, Su Yaning enjoyed engaging in playful banter with him. After spending an hour together, the sense of unfamiliarity dissipated, gradually restoring their previous rapport. Of course, no problem, Li Chin nodded in agreement. In truth, even if Su Yaning had not suggested it, he would have taken that course of action. At that moment, Su Yaning's phone rang. Upon answering, she said, Brother-in-law, I need to attend to some matters at the company. Here are the keys to the villa where my sister used to stay. You can reside there. Also, this phone comes with a new SIM card that I've arranged. After speaking, Su Yaning hurriedly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Li Chin reflected on how that once naive little girl had now matured into a formidable woman capable of standing on her own. Glancing at the phone and keys in his hand, he realized that despite being a celestial emperor, one must possess wealth to thrive in modern society. After all, he couldn't rely on his sister-in-law to support him indefinitely. Nevertheless, for a dignified celestial emperor like himself, acquiring money was a rather straightforward endeavor. Closing his eyes, Li Chin extended his consciousness outward. Shortly thereafter, he opened his eyes and took a step forward, instantly vanishing from his location. In a desolate building located far from the city, two factions stood in a tense standoff. Su Lui, we agreed on a cash-on-delivery arrangement. Where is your payment? One demanded. You first deliver the goods, and I will, of course, provide the funds. The man known as Su Lui replied coldly. You wouldn't dare to pull a fast one on me, would you? Do you think I'm Yuan Haidong? Just as the two sides remained locked in their stalemate, a calm voice interjected. Since you both lack trust in one another, allow me to act as the intermediary. A fee of 1 million for my services will suffice. Chapter 5. Divine or demonic? The instant Li Chin's voice resonated, both parties in confrontation were startled. They then noticed a young man had appeared in their midst, seemingly out of nowhere. Astonishingly, amidst their numbers, none had detected his arrival. Who are you? In an instant, everyone regarded Li Chun with heightened vigilance, their icy gun barrels now trained upon him. The sheer number of weapons revealed that neither faction was composed of ordinary individuals. Yet, despite being targeted by so many firearms, Li Chin's expression remained utterly unperturbed. Who I am is of little consequence. What is significant is that since neither of you trusts the other, I shall serve as the intermediary. 1 million should not be an excessive sum for you, I presume. Li Chin's gaze swept across the boxes held by both parties. One was filled entirely with bundles of cash, amounting to 5 or 6 million yuan, while the other contained an arsenal of firearms, varied in make and model. Clearly not the sort easily procured from the black market. Li Chin had the capability to eliminate them all and seize the cash for himself. However, to him, such a fortune held little value. It sufficed merely for his daily expenses. Moreover, he bore no animosity towards either side. Thus there was no need for him to resort to violence. You there, it matters not who you are, but since you have appeared here, you cannot be allowed to leave. Su Liuye spoke harshly. Yuan Haidong, from the opposing side, clearly shared Su's sentiments. The presence of an outsider at their transaction was alarming. Possibly a spy. Regardless of his identity, their dealings could not proceed, and any witnesses must be silenced. Otherwise, they risked becoming irrevocable liabilities. Engage. Almost simultaneously, both factions pulled the triggers aimed at Li Chin's position. Bang, bang, bang. The muzzles flared as bullets rained down upon him. Typically, under such a barrage, Even the most formidable individuals would be reduced to mere riddled carcasses. In the minds of the onlookers, the next scene would surely be that of Li Qin collapsing lifelessly to the ground. However, in the following moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. The bullets, upon nearing Li Qin's form, appeared to collide with an invisible force field, suspending themselves mid-air in a continual spin, yet unable to advance another inch. At that instant, whether it was Su Liuya or Yuan Haidong, each felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions mirroring those who had encountered the supernatural. A phenomenon one would expect only in cinematic tales was unfolding before their very eyes. "You all have gone too far, firing upon me," Li Qin scoffed, as the bullets clattered harmlessly to the ground. In that moment, fear seeped into the hearts of all present. None were innocents. Each was a veteran of violence. Yet they had never witnessed a spectacle such as this. They finally comprehended why this young man dared to appear amidst their transaction. With such abilities, even if they wielded rocket launchers, they would be of no consequence. "I shall grant you one final opportunity, 1 million as a facilitation fee. Do you agree?" Li Qin's gaze, cold and indifferent, swept across the assembly. Witnessing Li Qin's formidable tactics, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I am willing," Yuan Haidong hastily exclaimed, pushing forward 6 boxes containing a total of 6 million in cash, "all for you." Li Qin shook his head, stating firmly, "I requested 1 million. Which is precisely what I demand, 50,000 for each individual, not a cent more." As he spoke, he raised his hand, causing one box to open automatically, revealing stacks of money that soared into the air, 50 stacks, each amounting to 10,000. Yuan Haidong nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Master Su quickly interjected, "I did not bring cash, but here is a card containing exactly 50,000. I hope you will accept it." "You are perceptive," Li Qin acknowledged, taking the card into his possession. "Now, please continue your transaction. I am a man of my word." Both men wiped the cold sweat from their brows, and after obediently exchanging weapons and money, Li Qin finally nodded in satisfaction. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt as though their worldviews had been shattered. It was not until Li Qin had long departed that they collectively exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, as if they had narrowly escaped a calamity. They were uncertain whether they had encountered a deity or a specter. But regardless of what it was, surviving such an encounter was indeed a blessing. Meanwhile, with an unexpected windfall of 1 million, Li Qin returned to the villa where Su Qingxue once resided. He had visited this villa numerous times before. Upon re-entering the room, a wave of nostalgia flooded over him. Each piece of furniture remained unchanged, and on the table, a photograph captured a moment of sunlight, Li Qin with his arm around Su Qingxue, her face radiant with a bright smile. "Qingxue, where are you?" Li Qin murmured, pacing the room. His attention was drawn to a safe in the bedroom. Recalling Su Qingxue's words that if she left anything for him, it would be placed within. With this thought, Li Qin attempted to input the password, which was a combination of their birthdays. The safe clicked open, revealing a letter and a wooden box inside. "This must be what Qingxue left for me." He extracted the letter, and the familiar handwriting came into view. "Li Qin, as I write this letter, I do not know if you are still among the living. They all say you have perished, but I refuse to believe it. Regardless of your fate, I will uncover the truth of the past, including the massacre of the Li family. No matter who the perpetrator is, I will ensure they pay the price." The beads in the wooden box were given to me by Aunt Yin a month before the tragedy struck. She urged me to keep them safe. In the places I go, it is unsafe to carry these beads. If you are alive, please safeguard them properly. After reading the letter, Li Qin felt an unbearable pang in his heart. He carefully stored the letter and then opened the wooden box, revealing a milky white jade bead. This was a treasure left for Qingxue by her mother, of which he had previously been unaware. Upon contemplating this, Li Qin scrutinized the bead in his hand, and in the next moment, he emitted a sound of astonishment. Within this bead, there lay concealed a realm. Infusing a trace of his vital energy into the bead, he beheld a radiant white light manifesting upon its surface. Almost instantaneously, he found himself transported into an unfamiliar space. It was the interior of an ancient grand hall, deep within which stood an array of golden thrones, numbering as many as 99. Amongst these 99 thrones, one in particular began to shimmer, and the very fabric of the air distorted. In an instant, an ancient figure coalesced into existence. With a gaze that looked down upon Li Qin from a lofty height, he intoned, To gain entry into the Hall of Reincarnation is to be a person of destiny. I am the Lord of the Tsangyue, and you shall kneel. As his words echoed, a profound pressure began to envelop Li Chun. Chapter 6. Unassailable, the Lord of the Pale Moon spoke. And a terrifying pressure surged towards Li Chun like a tumultuous wave. In an instant, the space surrounding Li Chun trembled violently. If the 4-Chi refinement stage cultivators he had previously encountered were subjected to such pressure, they would likely have kneeled immediately. However, Li Chun stood there motionless, impervious to the oppressive force that could not shake him in the slightest. How is this possible? This individual can withstand the pressure. The Lord of the Pale Moon furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with astonishment. A mere remnant of a soul dares to display power before me. Li Chun let out a cold snort. Without any visible movement, the descending pressure was instantaneously shattered. Simultaneously, the Lord of the Pale Moon's form quivered violently, disintegrating into a fragmented shadow of light. Minutes later, it reformed, appearing almost translucent. The expression on the Lord's face was one of sheer terror. His gaze fixated on Li Chun with fear. That was merely a slight reprimand. Should you harbor even a hint of hostility towards me again, I assure you, your remnant soul will be utterly obliterated. Li Chun spoke with an icy demeanor. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, an overwhelming dread surged within the Lord of the Pale Moon. The instinct honed over countless ages told him that Li Chun spoke the truth. Even the Hall of Reincarnation could not protect him. What? Do you doubt my words? Li Chun narrowed his eyes. My friend has misunderstood, the Lord of the Pale Moon hastily replied. The temperament of this individual appeared quite volatile. A mere moment of hesitation on his part suggested an imminent attack. Li Chun's expression remained indifferent as he fixed his gaze upon the Lord of the Pale Moon. Speak. Then, what is the nature of this Hall of Reincarnation? This orb contains such a space, and although the Lord of the Pale Moon was merely a remnant soul, his power was not insignificant. In his prime, he could be considered a formidable figure even within the realm of cultivation. Such an existence, though seemingly inconsequential before Li Chun, appeared extraordinary on Earth, which was limited to Qi refinement stage cultivators. Li Chun even suspected that the annihilation of the Li family might very well be connected to this orb. The Lord of the Pale Moon dared not conceal the truth. I hail from the Celestial Ancient Domains Taoist faction. After a great war between the Celestial, Divine, Demon, Spirit, and Ghost factions, our Taoist faction suffered the loss of 99 formidable beings. After our fall, we constructed the Hall of Reincarnation within the Reincarnation Orb, concealing our remnant souls within, and utilized secret methods to traverse space, arriving in this starry realm where the path of cultivation has withered. We sought to select a fated individual within this domain to aid us in reconstructing our bodies and returning to the Celestial Ancient Domain. Should anyone manage to enter the Reincarnation Orb, one among us 99 shall awaken and take them as a disciple. Thus, my friend, I harbor no ill intentions. Upon finishing, the Lord of the Pale Moon cautiously observed Li Chun. Within the Hall of Reincarnation, they were theoretically in their domain, akin to the sovereign of this world, capable of wielding immense power. Yet, Li Chun exuded an aura that suggested even the Hall of Reincarnation could not safeguard him, a notion that was profoundly terrifying. For unless one were a powerful being of their caliber, such a feat was utterly unattainable. How did the Reincarnation Pearl fall into the hands of the Li family? Li Chun inquired. The Lord of the Tsangyue shook his head. I am unaware of this matter as well. Once we entered the Reincarnation Pearl, we fell into a deep slumber, and we paid no heed to whom the pearl would ultimately belong. Upon hearing this, Li Chun furrowed his brow. Since his mother had entrusted the pearl to Su Qingxue with such solemnity, it was evident that she had discerned its extraordinary nature. However, whether the annihilation of the Li family was indeed related to the pearl remained ambiguous. Given your cooperation, I shall spare you this time. Remain obedient within the pearl. And when I summon you, you must appear at once. Otherwise, do not think that even with 99 lingering souls present, I cannot turn you all to ashes with a mere gesture. With that said, Li Chun vanished from the Grand Hall. Once Li Chun had completely departed, the Lord of the Tsangyue finally exhaled deeply, his expression shifting like the weather. Even within the Hall of Reincarnation, he could not discern Li Chun's level of cultivation. Yet his instincts warned him that Li Chun was a being not to be trifled with. Although he felt that Li Chun's claim of reducing even 900 million lingering souls to dust with a single finger was somewhat dismissive, the recent encounter still left him feeling unsettled. The Lord of the Tsangyue glanced toward a nearby throne, raised his hand to cast a beam of light, and called out, "Friend Xuanji, please reveal yourself." As the words faded, the throne shimmered with brilliance, and an elder clad in a Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal presence, materialized. He frowned and inquired, "Lord of the Tsangyue, what is the meaning of this? Our souls require slumber to rejuvenate, and you were supposed to keep watch during this period. Why have you awakened me?" The Lord of the Tsangyue explained, "A fated individual entered just now, but his power is rather terrifying. I nearly lost my soul to him. I wish to ask you, Brother Xuanji, to deduce the origins of this person." "What? This is quite the matter." The Lord of Xuanji's eyes widened in astonishment. Upon hearing Li Chen's final remarks, he expressed his discontent, stating, "How arrogant. We, the 99 souls, are merely in a state of lingering essence, and he dares to underestimate us. I shall see what qualifications he possesses to utter such grandiose claims." With that, the Lord of Xuanji began to chant incantations, and suddenly, a Bawa diagram began to spin rapidly. Upon departing from the reincarnation pearl, Li Chen found himself in a villa. If the reincarnation pearl were to fall into another's possession, it would undoubtedly present a tremendous opportunity, potentially leading them down a path of extraordinary power. However, for Li Chen in his current state, it felt rather superfluous. After all, even the so-called mighty beings appeared to him, an emperor of immortals, as nothing more than slightly larger ants. Nevertheless, the mention of that ancient celestial domain piqued his interest, suggesting it might originate from an extraterrestrial realm. The universe is boundless, and at Li Chen's present level, without specific coordinates, he would be unable to traverse it. It was akin to returning from the realm of cultivation to Earth. Li Chen, being native to Earth, could still grasp a semblance of trajectory in the cosmos, albeit hindered by the disparity in the flow of time, which left him perplexed. If there exists a path beyond the realm of the Celestial Emperor, perhaps it would grant access to the enigmatic forces of reincarnation, thereby enabling the resurrection of once beloved parents and kin. As Li Chen pondered this profound thought, he suddenly sensed an unseen power lurking in the void, probing his essence. This was the fabled technique of causality, utilizing the residual energy he had just emitted for its calculations, likely originating from the reincarnation pearl. Li Chen could not suppress a cold snort. Within the reincarnation pearl, the Master of Mysteries bore an expression of exhilaration. Causality and reincarnation, all things have their source, he murmured to himself. The intricate octagonal diagram before him began to whirl with increasing velocity, gradually revealing a silhouette clad in white. Suddenly, the entire hall of reincarnation commenced a violent tremor, and a chilling snort echoed through the space, directly striking the Master of Mysteries. With a resounding crash, the Master of Mysteries let out a wretched scream as his form was instantly obliterated, evaporating into nothingness. The Lord of Tsangyue, witnessing this, gasped in horror, a chill coursing through his veins. He felt an overwhelming dread. The Master of Mysteries was a figure of comparable strength, a formidable being within the ancient celestial domain. And due to having sustained lighter injuries in the past, his remaining power surpassed even that of the Lord of Tsangyue. Yet now, while attempting to ascertain the identity of the assailant, a mere cold snort had utterly annihilated the Master of Mysteries. Such an invincible entity, with such formidable prowess, could very well be an immortal. The gravity of the situation was not exaggerated. The ability to transcend vast expanses and erase a once mighty being with but a thought was incomprehensible. This individual was beyond confrontation. Chapter 7. Are you seeking your own demise? Li Chen felt little disturbance in his heart upon eliminating a formidable being. A dignified immortal emperor should never be subjected to casual scrutiny. The audacity of the adversary's actions signified a blatant disregard for his presence. Thus, a path to demise had been forged. Li Chen stowed away the reincarnation pearl and settled onto the sofa, casually grasping the television remote. After a millennium, he had almost forgotten the existence of such contraptions. The channel currently broadcasting was the Qingzhou News Network, featuring a well-dressed and attractive host reporting the events surrounding Li Chen's descent, complete with flashes of lightning illuminating the heavens, likely captured by tourists on their mobile devices, accompanied by shrieks of astonishment. According to relevant authorities, this phenomenon was deemed a natural occurrence, albeit rare, rather than the imagined tribulations of an immortal emperor. The host, with a light chuckle, encouraged the audience to trust in science. After this news segment, as Li Chen prepared to change the channel, the next report caught his attention, focusing on financial figures. The Qingzhou Wind and Cloud Decennial Banquet would be grandly held tonight at the Golden Summit building, attended by numerous esteemed entrepreneurs from the city. Among the list of attendees was Mr. Zhang Xinyu, vice president of Lee Sin Group, and Mr. Yu Shihong of Baohua International. Initially indifferent to the news, Li Qin's demeanor sharpened at the mention of Zhang Xinyu. The young master of the Zhang family in Qingzhou was a principal rival of the Li family in years past, and their enmity was deeply rooted. The Zhang family had employed despicable tactics and maintained connections with unsavory elements. Years ago, an unsuccessful kidnapping attempt against Li Chun was suspected to have been orchestrated by the Zhang family. However, a lack of concrete evidence left the matter unresolved. Indeed, virtuous individuals often meet untimely ends, while malefactors endure. It was unexpected that the Zhang father and son were still thriving. Li Chun noted the time of the news report. The banquet commenced at 7 o'clock. Since he had returned, it was only fitting to settle some past grievances. At 7 o'clock, on the 17th floor of the Golden Summit building, Li Chun appeared at the entrance of the banquet in casual attire. The security personnel tasked with verifying invitations, upon seeing him, were about to inquire when Li Chun swiftly stepped forward, gliding between them like a gentle breeze. The two guards gaped in astonishment at the figure that had abruptly vanished before their eyes, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning their own senses. "Did you see anything just now?" one guard asked, glancing at his companion. The other, swallowing hard, nodded. In an instant, fear flickered in their eyes. Could it be that they had encountered a ghost? Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere buzzed with lively chatter and movement. Amidst the crowd, Li Chun immediately spotted his sister-in-law, Su Yaning. To his surprise, she too had come to this gathering. Young and beautiful, Su Yaning was surrounded by several men who were raising toasts in her honor. She greeted each with a smile, but merely sampled the drinks without indulging excessively. Evidently, the 28-year-old woman had already mastered the intricacies of social interactions. After Li Chun entered, he did not seek out Su Yaning, but instead settled in a corner. He observed that a woman, who shared a close bond with Su Yaning, was seated beside her, her beauty only slightly eclipsed by Su Yaning's. As for Zhang Xinyu, the individual Li Chun was looking for, he had yet to make an appearance. Before long, the banquet commenced in earnest. With the host's eloquent speech and performances by several invited stars, the atmosphere gradually crescendoed. Not far away, a figure clad in a suit, holding a glass of red wine, approached Su Yaning's position. Despite the passage of years, Li Chun recognized him immediately, Zhang Xinyu. Zhang Xinyu, slightly older than Li Chun, had experienced little change in his appearance over the years. "Su, it's been a while," Zhang Xinyu said, raising his wine glass, a sly smile gracing his lips. Upon seeing him, Su Yaning's expression turned to one of disdain. Known for his unscrupulous conduct, he had a notorious reputation in their circles, and Su Yaning had never held him in high regard. "It would be best if we never crossed paths again," Su Yaning retorted coldly, turning her head away. Remarkably, Zhang Xinyu seemed unperturbed, advancing closer and leering at Su Yaning with unabashed aggression, his gaze lingering between her chest and thighs. "Retract your gaze, or I shall have your eyes gouged out," a chilling voice interjected. Zhang Xinyu turned in astonishment to find Li Qin's indifferent stare fixed upon him. "Brother-in-law, what a surprise to see you here." Su Yaning's face brightened at the sight of Li Qin, relieved by his presence amidst Zhang Xinyu's unwelcome advances. She felt a sense of comfort. Conversely, Zhang Xinyu's countenance darkened entirely. As the eldest son of the Zhang family, he was accustomed to arrogance and had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Kid, you have quite a bit of audacity," he sneered. But before he could finish, Li Chun had already struck him, sending him flying several meters away, where he landed motionless. "Quick, call an ambulance." Chaos erupted among the crowd. Chapter 8. Is this all they have? The banquet hall was engulfed in chaos. Soon, someone carried the unconscious Zhang Xinyu away on a stretcher. In that moment, every gaze in the hall turned towards Li Chun with an expression of incredulity. After all, Zhang Xinyu was the son of Zhang Ruyu. And how many present would dare to lay a finger on him? Not even a word of protest could escape their lips. Yet here was someone who had rendered him unconscious, an unexpected boldness indeed. Beside him, Su Yaning gazed at Li Chun with adoration, inquiring, "Brother-in-law, what brings you here? Were you sent to be my guardian angel?" Upon hearing her words, Li Chun, possessing enough emotional intelligence not to deny it, nodded and affectionately ruffled Su Yaning's hair. "You are the only intangible cultural heritage left to me by your sister. How could I allow you to suffer?" "What intangible cultural heritage? Brother-in-law, you are a distinguished celestial emperor, Yet you still jest, Su Yaning teased playfully. By the way, brother-in-law, I heard that the Zhang family had grievances with the Li family in the past. Could it be that the accident you experienced was orchestrated by them? Li Chun pondered for a moment before replying. I share those suspicions, but the truth will soon reveal itself. Once the banquet concludes, I shall pay a visit to that old fox, Zhang Ruoyu. If Zhang Xinyu were merely a spoiled mad dog, then Zhang Ruoyu was a master of schemes, his cunning far surpassing that of his son. Previously, even if Li Chun had truly taken control of the Li family, he would have found it challenging to outmaneuver that old fox. However, now, before Li Chun, Zhang Ruoyu was but an ant, easily crushed beneath a finger. You are the greatest brother-in-law, Su Yaning exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. At that moment, Su Yaning's close friend, Su Qinghuan, could no longer hold her tongue. How can you two still find the time to jest? Do you not realize the uproar that will ensue once Zhang Xinyu's father, Zhang Ruoyu, learns of this incident? In response, Su Yaning chuckled lightly. Qinghuan, there is no need for concern. My brother-in-law will handle it. Li Chun casually picked up a piece of cake from the side, savoring it briefly before nodding in approval. Quite delicious, Yaning. You should try a piece. Although Li Chun had tasted delicacies from realms far and wide, this was the first time in 3 millennia that he had savored food from his homeland, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. I can't indulge. Sweet foods lead to weight gain, and I'm currently on a diet, Su Yaning replied, patting her abdomen. She had finally achieved a semblance of a toned physique and was determined not to let it slip away. Su Qinghuan was left speechless. Had they completely disregarded her words? She truly could not fathom the carefree mindset of these two. Su Yaning, I have no idea who your brother-in-law truly is, but I can assure you that Zhang Ruoyu is not to be trifled with. Moreover, I have heard that the Zhang family has recently allied with a significant figure, a presence capable of shaking the very foundations of Qingcheng with a mere stamp of their foot. Even if your brother-in-law possesses some degree of confidence, should he offend the forces behind the Zhang family, it could spell doom not only for himself but also for your entire clan. Dingling. At that moment, Su Qinghuan's phone rang and she answered it. Upon hearing the news, her expression changed dramatically. She quickly turned to Su Yaning and Li Chun, urging, you two must flee at once. I have just received word that Zhang Ruoyu has learned about his son's assault and is en route to the hospital. Concurrently, he has dispatched his men to Jinding building. If you do not leave now, it will be too late. Yet, to her astonishment, neither Su Yaning nor Li Chun exhibited any sign of concern. Su Yaning, with an air of ease, reassured her, Qinghuan, there is no need to worry. My brother-in-law can handle anything. Did everything I just said fall on deaf ears? Su Qinghuan was at her wit's end. How could someone as astute as Su Yaning be so oblivious this time? No matter how capable her brother-in-law might be, could he truly contend with Zhang Ruoyu? Yet, the indifference displayed by them left her feeling powerless. At that moment, the grand hall's doors were forcefully swung open, and a dozen burly men stormed in with an intimidating presence. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a long scar etched into his left eyebrow, which he had tattooed to resemble a centipede, adding to his menacing appearance. As they burst in, they shouted for the sound engineer to cease the music. Which fool dared to harm our young master? Step forward at once. To strike our young master is to court death. Do you not recognize the gravity of your actions? With crude shouts, many instinctively recoiled. Su Qinghuan, standing beside Li Chun and Su Yaning, turned pale. The fierce aura radiating from those men left her apprehensive about what might transpire next. As the crowd withdrew, the three of them fell into the line of sight of the scar-faced man. So it is you, huh? Quite bold, aren't you? He sneered coldly. These two girls are rather charming. We shall take them back with us. I hear the young master was beaten for this young lady. Bringing her back could unlock a myriad of pleasures. Perhaps the young master might even share some of the spoils with us. Instantly, the group began to utter lewd remarks. Prior to their arrival, Zhang Ruoyu had made it clear that not only would those who assaulted Zhang Xinyu be dealt with, but Su Yaning, who had instigated the incident, would not be spared either. Upon seeing Su Yaning's beauty, several of the men entertained unsavory fantasies, their gazes brazenly roving over her and Su Qinghuan. At that moment, Su Qinghuan spoke up. I am the eldest daughter of the Su family. Even if Mr. Zhang himself were here, he would have to treat me with respect. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on me or my friends. Su Qinghuan was resolved to use her status to protect Li Chun and Su Yaning. While the Su family held significantly more sway than the Su family, her stance would inevitably offend the Zhang family. As expected, upon hearing Su Qinghuan proclaim her identity, The scar-faced man tempered his arrogance slightly, yet replied, "Miss Su, this matter does not concern you. Step aside immediately. Out of respect for your father, I will refrain from harming you. But as for them, no one shall escape today." As Su Qinghuan was about to say something, Su Yanning interjected, "Qinghuan, you need not involve yourself in this matter. Rest assured, my brother-in-law will handle everything." Su Qinghuan cast a glance at Li Chun, perplexed by Su Yanning's enigmatic confidence in him. At that moment, Li Chun finally spoke. "I initially expected Zhang Ruyu to send some formidable experts, but to my dismay, it appears I am confronted by mere trifles. It seems the Zhang family has made little progress over the years. Who are you calling trifles? You're courting death." The scar-faced man seethed with rage, shouting, "Third and fourth, show this brat what he's up against." As the words left his lips, two burly men behind him unsheathed their knives and advanced towards Li Chin, their eyes glinting with malice. Su Qinghuan's face drained of color, instinctively taking a step back. "Kid, you're quite arrogant. Just wait until I cut out your tongue, then let's see how you boast." The two burly men stood before Li Chun, brandishing their knives as if he were inconsequential. However, in the next instant, Li Chun suddenly stepped forward, extending his hands. With a swift motion, he grasped both of their necks, lifting them effortlessly as if they were mere chicks. Then, with a powerful thrust, he slammed their heads together. Crack! Their skulls shattered, blood erupting forth. Li Chun released his grip, and they crumpled to the ground, lifeless corpses. Chapter 9. A brutal encounter. The scene before them left many in utter shock. The seemingly unassuming Li Chun managed to lift two burly men, whose combined weight approached 400 pounds, and with a single, brutal motion, crushed their skulls. It was a sight both terrifying and surreal. The scar-faced man and his dozen or so henchmen felt a shiver run down their spines, their throats tightening in fear. It was no wonder that their adversary exuded such audacity. He was indeed a master of his craft. However, the scar-faced man, having navigated the tumultuous waters of the underworld for years, was not easily intimidated. Regaining his composure, he inhaled deeply, producing a handgun from his pocket without hesitation. He disengaged the safety and aimed it steadily at Li Chin. With a frigid demeanor, he proclaimed, "You fancy yourself quite the martial artist, don't you? Let us see whether your speed surpasses that of a bullet." The crowd instinctively retreated, their fear palpable. They were taken aback by the revelation that this scar-faced man was armed. For the average person, a handgun represented an unimaginable threat, no matter how skilled one might be. Evading a bullet was a feat beyond reach. Nearby, Su Qinghuan's eyes betrayed her trepidation. Bullets were indiscriminate. Should he miss, she could become collateral damage. Instinctively, she distanced herself from Li Chin. Only Su Yanning remained unfazed. After all, her brother-in-law was a celestial emperor. What threat could a mere bullet pose? Little did she know, even a nuclear bomb would scarcely touch Li Chin. "Ah, so the bravado has faded. Keck out your tongue?" The scar-faced man taunted, his face alight with arrogance as he advanced. He halted 3 meters away from Li Chin, confident that this distance was sufficient to ensure his aim was true, and that Li Chun would have no opportunity for retaliation. He pointed the gun at the ground and coldly commanded, "Kneel before me. Do you hear me?" In response, Li Chun merely smiled. "Do you truly believe that brandishing a firearm renders you invincible?" Furious, the scar-faced man retorted, "You little punk. It seems you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly lost sight of Li Chin. In an instant, a sickening crack echoed as his arm twisted grotesquely, contorted into an unnatural shape, and the gun slipped from his grasp, now firmly held by Li Chun. A scream escaped the scar-faced man's lips, but it was swiftly silenced as the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Chun pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 7 shots rang out, obliterating the scar-faced man's head in a gruesome display. A cacophony of screams erupted throughout the hall. Even Su Qinghuan trembled with fear. The henchmen of the scar-faced man were paralyzed with terror, their bladders betraying them. They had failed to comprehend how swiftly Li Chin had acted, and now their leader lay lifeless, his head shattered. Before they could collect themselves from the horror, Li Chin's gun was once again directed at them. "Spare me! Spare me!" The sound of gunfire echoed as a dozen burly men knelt on the ground, hands raised in surrender. Yet, their pleas were met with the relentless crack of bullets. One by one, they fell into pools of blood. After the carnage, Li Chin casually discarded his handgun onto the ground. Turning, he noticed the pallor of Su Yanning's face and let out a silent sigh, recognizing his lack of foresight. As an esteemed celestial emperor, he acted on impulse. Viewing the slaughter of mere ants as trivial, yet he had failed to consider the impact on his sister-in-law. He waved his hand, emitting a radiant light to alleviate Su Yinning's fear. In consideration of Su Qinghuan's previous actions, he also suppressed her terror. As for the fate of the others, it was of no concern to him. Yinning, return to the villa on your own. I will handle matters here, Li Chen instructed Su Yinning. With his capabilities, he could easily erase the corpses and obliterate the memories of those present. However, he still needed to settle accounts with Zhang Ruoyu and did not wish to erase Su Yinning's memories. At that moment, Su Yinning found her fear completely dissipated. As a woman, she gazed upon the lifeless bodies without a trace of dread. This was a technique Li Chun had mastered to influence emotions. It did not mean Su Yinning would become braver, but the events of that day would leave no lasting impression on her. Meanwhile, Su Qinghuan, though her fear had also been alleviated, was deeply shaken by the scene. Li Chen's prowess was akin to that of legendary martial arts masters. No wonder Su Yinning remained unafraid. Yet, after such bloodshed, did he not fear repercussions from the authorities? Surely he would have to go on the run. Such impulsiveness, relying on his abilities while disregarding the rule of law, a grave oversight. With lives lost, the banquet could not continue, and chaos soon ensued. Li Chen personally escorted Su Yinning and Su Qinghuan away. After casting a protective spell on Su Yinning, he vanished from sight. The banquet hall was promptly sealed off. Several officials in black uniforms were investigating the scene. All the victims had succumbed to the fire of a .45 caliber handgun, the assailant exhibiting extreme ruthlessness and remarkable precision. We've reviewed the surveillance footage from over 30 meters away. He discharged multiple rounds with uncanny accuracy, undoubtedly an expert marksman, reported a poised woman to her captain. He nodded in agreement, instructing, secure all relevant evidence, and immediately issue a warrant for the suspect's capture. Initiate a city-wide manhunt. As the orders were given, the team sprang into action. No need for a manhunt. I am here. At that moment, Li Chen strolled in with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of calm. Upon seeing him, the woman tensed and shouted, "He is the murderer." At her words, the officials drew their weapons, aiming squarely at Li Chen. Even the captain swiftly disengaged the safety on his pistol. His gaze fixed intently on Li Chen as he inquired, "Having taken a life and returned, do you intend to turn yourself in?" Typically, certain murderers, aware of their inescapable fate, choose to confess after committing their crimes. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility of encountering utterly deranged criminals who spare no one, not even the law. As the captain spoke, he subtly gestured to his subordinates, who immediately began to encircle Li Chen, creating a complete perimeter around him, which brought a collective sigh of relief from the group. After all, the presence of such a perilous individual provoked a palpable tension among them. The captain then removed a pair of handcuffs from his belt and tossed them at Li Chen's feet, stating, "Put these on yourself." The handcuffs clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. However, Li Chen shook his head and replied, "Who said I am here to confess?" At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the room grew charged once more. Nevertheless, the captain remained unfazed, chuckling, "Not confessing? Under the scrutiny of so many firearms, what do you believe you can accomplish?" Chapter 10. Let the supernatural team handle it. Upon hearing the captain's words, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. To him, the multitude of firearms posed no greater threat than mere sticks. The reason for his return was to convey that this matter was beyond the purview of ordinary individuals like them. This assertion struck everyone as somewhat absurd. Was this man deranged? How else could he utter such claims? The captain pressed further, "We are ordinary people. What are you?" As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the nearby officers, and the remaining members began to stealthily close in on Li Chen, preparing to subdue him as they approached. Given Li Chen's reputed marksmanship, it was evident that his physical prowess was formidable as well. However, even the strongest fists could not contend against overwhelming numbers. With so many officers present, and armed with an abundance of guns, how could Li Chen possibly turn the tables? I have already stated that this matter is beyond your capabilities. Why is it so difficult for you to believe? Li Chen sighed, then suddenly raised his hand. In an instant, the air within his palm began to swirl. "What are you doing?" a young officer shouted, aiming his pistol at Li Chen's head. Yet, in the next moment, whoosh, 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 all the firearms, including the captain's, flew from their hands, drawn inexplicably towards Li Chen, where they hovered in midair. The captain and several other officers stood frozen in disbelief, their eyes wide with horror. The ability to draw their firearms from a distance was a clear indication that this individual was far from ordinary. With a swift motion, Li Chun retracted his hand, causing all the firearms to clatter to the ground. He then took a step forward toward the captain. "Stop! What do you intend to do?" One officer, regaining his senses, rushed forward to intervene. However, before he could reach Li Chun, he was flung aside with a resounding thud, crashing to the ground. The captain watched as Li Chun approached, his demeanor visibly tense. Despite his extensive experience and having weathered many storms, a flicker of fear crept into his heart. Yet, Li Chun halted his advance, standing 3 meters away, gazing coolly at the captain. "Now, do you believe my words?" The captain swallowed hard and nodded. "This matter is beyond your grasp as ordinary individuals. Inform the organization that specializes in supernatural affairs and have them come speak with me." Li Chun understood that if practitioners existed on Earth, there must be official organizations to regulate them. Otherwise, chaos would have long since ensued. While it was possible that this captain was unaware of such organizations, any report made would undoubtedly stir up significant interest. "Very well." The captain acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Li Chun regarded him with a keen interest, sensing that the captain indeed possessed some knowledge, though it was of little consequence now. He turned and walked towards the exit. It was only after Li Chun had departed for a considerable time that the officers collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Some hurried to check on the officer who had been thrown aside by Li Chun, relieved to find that he had only sustained superficial injuries from the fall, which were not serious. At that moment, the beautiful female officer could not help but speak up. "Captain, I did not expect him to be a supernatural ability user. No wonder his marksmanship is so exceptional. However, even a user of such abilities cannot act recklessly. This young man is audacious, relying on his prowess. We must call upon the supernatural task force." The captain sighed upon hearing this. "I have interacted with members of the task force, and given his recent display of skill, it is likely that no one from the Qingzhou unit can subdue him. If the Qingzhou task force cannot handle him, then let my brother return." Upon hearing the woman's words, the captain's eyes brightened with intrigue. "Xiao Qiqi, are you referring to your brother, Xiao Qinglong, who serves in the capital's supernatural general unit?" Xiao Qiqi nodded. "He is my only brother." "Wonderful. If Captain Xiao could come back, this young man would indeed be no match. To regulate extraordinary powers, supernatural task forces were established in various cities, yet the most formidable remained in the capital, as it was the imperial city. Xiao Qiqi's brother, Xiao Qinglong, had emerged from Qingzhou, selected for the capital's supernatural general unit due to his remarkably prodigious achievements, marking a point of pride for Qingzhou. It is noteworthy that since the establishment of the nation, in nearly a century, only this one individual from Qingzhou has been chosen for the capital's supernatural general unit, demonstrating the high value and difficulty of such an accomplishment. After leaving the Jinding building, Li Chun sensed immediately that Zhang Xinyu was no longer in the hospital but had been taken home. The reason he had not eliminated his opponent directly in the banquet hall was that he had a few questions to pose to the Zhang father and son. Stepping forward, Li Chun's form vanished from the spot, reappearing above the Zhang family villa. Inside the villa, Zhang Ruoyu gazed at his son lying in bed. A look of deep concern etched on his face. Beside him, a private doctor in a white coat removed his stethoscope and said, "Mr. Zhang, young master has suffered internal injuries. He may need to remain bedridden for half a year to recover." Zhang Ruoyu nodded, filled with sorrow. He cherished this only son dearly. How could someone dare to inflict such harm upon him? Lying in bed, Zhang Xinyu gritted his teeth and shouted, "Dad, you must avenge me and dismember that bastard." Zhang Ryu nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, I have already dispatched Scarface. Soon, that young man and that wretched woman from the Su family will be brought to the villa, and then you may dispose of them as you wish." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xinyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I want to break every bone in that young man's body. As for the woman from the Su family, it will surely be quite thrilling." Hearing this, Zhang Ruyu sighed. His son had been reduced to such a state yet still clung to such thoughts. Desire can be a double-edged sword. However, seeing his son in this condition, he could not bear to reprimand him further and merely nodded. "Very well, I shall grant your wishes, but do not take her life. It would complicate matters." Hearing this, Zhang Xinyu nodded, an even more sinister glint in his eyes. "I can hardly wait. Dad, please call Scarface and inquire about the progress." Just as his words fell, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from the doorway. "It seems that you father and son are truly cursed." "Who?" Zhang Ruoyu abruptly turned his head. only to behold Li Chun standing at the doorway with his hands in his pockets. "Dad, it's him. He's the one who hurt me," Zhang Xinyu on the bed exclaimed. Zhang Ruiyu, the cunning old fox, immediately grasped the situation. However, remembering the heavily paid bodyguards stationed outside, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he sneered. "You dare to come here after injuring my son? You possess quite the audacity, young man. Do you believe that with a mere shout, I can summon forces to ensure you do not leave this villa alive? Is that so? Your confidence stems from those bodyguards outside, does it? Why not call for them and see if they respond?" Li Chen replied with a slight smile. Yet, this very smile caused Zhang Ruiyu's heart to skip a beat, and his complexion paled slightly. In truth, even without Li Chen's words, he had discerned the abnormality. How could a heavily guarded villa allow an outsider like Li Chen to enter so easily? The critical point was that when Li Chen appeared, he had already discreetly pressed the alarm button, and yet, 3 minutes had elapsed without any response. In that moment, a sense of panic finally began to creep in. Chapter 11. I am not a warrior. I am the immortal emperor at this moment. Even with Zhang Ruiyu's composure, he could no longer maintain his calm. He fixed his gaze on Li Chen, demanding, "What exactly do you intend to do? Are you aware of my background? If you dare to harm me, even with your extraordinary abilities, you cannot escape death." "Oh," Li Chen replied with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. He had heard from Su Qinghuan that the Zhang family had secured a formidable ally, and it appeared to be true. "Why not enlighten me about this ally of yours?" Li Chen was in no rush to take action. He was intrigued to hear who this formidable figure was. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Zhang Ruiyu mistakenly believed that Li Chen was beginning to feel apprehensive, and he managed to regain some composure. "To speak frankly, my family has allied with a master of martial arts. The fact that you were able to injure my son indicates that you too are a practitioner of martial arts. As such, you must comprehend the weight of the term master. In the realm of martial arts, a master reigns supreme. A single master can withstand bullets with their physical form. Perhaps my family may seem insignificant in the eyes of this master, but since we have allied with him, should you dare to kill my father and me, it would be a provocation against him. Can you bear the wrath of a master? A martial arts master? How impressive," Li Chen chuckled softly. Although he had yet to encounter this so-called master, he surmised that such a being would likely be of extraordinary prowess, a pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, whose physical form had reached its zenith yet had not transitioned to innate mastery. Such an achievement seemed trivial compared to the 4 insignificant beings he had confronted upon his return, and it was laughable that they would attempt to threaten him. Believing Li Chen to be frightened, Zhang Ruiyu exhaled in relief. "How about this? I can let the matter of you injuring my son go, if you withdraw now and treat this incident as if it never occurred. What do you say?" Unexpectedly, Li Chen shook his head. "There is no what do you say, today? You and your son must perish. The reason I have yet to act is simply that there are still matters I need to clarify." Zhang Ruiyu was taken aback. Despite knowing of the master behind him, Li Chen did not intend to spare him. In an instant, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He abruptly stepped back, swiftly retrieving a handgun from beneath the nearby table, and fired a shot at Li Chen's position. The movement was executed seamlessly, indicating it had been rehearsed countless times. While conversing with Li Chen, he had feigned fear to draw closer to the table. However, after firing, he found Li Chen had vanished from sight. The next moment, with a sharp crack, Zhang Ruiyu felt Li Chen's hand clasp around his neck, lifting him off the ground. "Old thief, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. But alas, they are of no use against me," Li Chen remarked coldly, his voice imbued with an icy chill. Zhang Ruiyu's face turned pale as he sensed the power emanating from Li Chen's grip. He realized that today was indeed his end. "Let go of my dad," Zhang Xinyu, lying on the bed, shouted upon witnessing the scene. "If you dare to touch my father, I will kill your entire family." Before he could finish his threat, Li Chen casually pointed, and an invisible force sliced through the air, piercing through Zhang Xinyu's forehead. Blood gushed forth, and Zhang Xinyu's eyes widened in shock as an eerie silence enveloped him. "Are you also a master?" Zhang Ruiyu, witnessing this scene, exhibited a look of astonishment. He understood that his demise was inevitable today, yet he felt little sorrow for his son's death, instead exhaling a long sigh. "I never imagined my son would provoke a master over a mere Suyaning. How lamentable it is. After a lifetime of struggle, I find myself in such a predicament." Upon hearing this, Li Chen chuckled softly. "In truth, even without your son's involvement today, both of you would have met your end." "Why? What enmity lies between us?" Zhang Ruiyu queried, perplexed. 13 years ago, the kidnapping case involving the young master of the Li family must have been orchestrated by you, correct? At these words, Zhang Ruiyu's body trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief, and he blurted out, "It's you are Li Chun?" As the greatest rival of the Zhang family, Zhang Ruiyu had employed countless nefarious means against the Li family. Even after the Li family was annihilated 8 years ago, the memories of their downfall still haunted him. After the Li family collapsed, he had devoured countless resources, which led to the Zhang family's current standing. However, he never anticipated that a survivor from the Li family existed. The one who had mysteriously vanished in a car accident a decade ago had returned, and now possessed strength rivaling that of a master. Despite being somewhat prepared, Zhang Ruiyu's heart was still profoundly shaken. He had believed that once the Li family was destroyed, his misdeeds would remain forever concealed, yet it seemed that retribution had arrived. Indeed, it appears that the kidnapping was indeed your doing. What about the car accident? Li Chun inquired, gazing intently at Zhang Ruiyu. This time, Zhang Ruiyu simply shook his head. A man on the brink of death should not lie, yet I must delve into your memories. With that, Li Chun raised his hand and placed it upon Zhang Ruiyu's forehead. Instantly, a ghostly blue light tore forth. It truly was not you. However, for the vile acts you committed against the Li family, killing you and your son 100 times would be insufficient. By the way, before you meet your end, allow me to reveal a secret. I am not a mere master. I am an immortal emperor. The powerful master you envision is, in my eyes, akin to an ant. Such soul-searching techniques, no master, no matter how long they train, could ever accomplish. With a swift motion, Li Chun tightened his grip and abruptly snapped Zhang Ruiyu's neck. An hour after Li Chun's departure, the bodyguards sprawled around the villa began to regain consciousness one by one. What happened? Why did I fall asleep? One questioned. I too fell asleep, another bodyguard replied. Not good. They simultaneously grasped the gravity of the situation and rushed towards the villa. Upon pushing open the door, they were met with the gruesome sight of the deceased father and son of the Zhang family. The Zhang family held a prominent position in Qingzhou, recognized as notable entrepreneurs. The news of their horrific demise spread throughout Qingzhou before dawn. The next morning, Su Qinghuan awoke, stretching languidly. The nanny had already prepared breakfast. She descended the stairs while yawning, only to find her father, Su Zhongyan, engaged in conversation with her mother. Upon noticing Su Qinghuan's arrival, Su Zhongyan inquired, "My daughter, I heard that at the banquet you attended yesterday, Zhang Xinyu was assaulted. Given your close relationship with Su Yaning, do you happen to know the assailant?" At this, Su Qinghuan felt a shiver run down her spine, the drowsiness instantly vanishing as she anxiously asked, "Is it possible that Zhang Ruiyu sought revenge against Su Yaning and her brother-in-law?" Su Zhongyan furrowed his brow, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. Brother-in-law? Could it be him? No, it couldn't be. He muttered under his breath, then glanced at his seemingly startled daughter and shook his head. Do not worry. It is not as you imagine. Are you aware that last night, both Zhang Ruiyu and his son, Zhang Xinyu, were murdered, found dead in his villa? What? Su Qinghuan gasped, her eyes widening in shock, her first instinct being that this incident was undeniably linked to Su Yaning's brother-in-law. Chapter 12. Turmoil. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family villa, Xiao Qiqi dialed a video call. As soon as the connection was established, a sharply dressed young man appeared on the screen. His tall and imposing figure emanated a formidable presence, akin to that of a dragon or tiger, even through the confines of the digital medium. It was none other than Xiao Qiqi's brother, Xiao Qinglong, the current captain of the 6th team of the capital's supernatural forces. "Brother, you've become even more handsome," exclaimed Xiao Qiqi, eyes sparkling with admiration upon seeing her sibling. "Qiqi, what brings you to video call me so early in the morning?" Xiao Qinglong asked gently, for she was his only sister and a treasure in his heart. Recalling the matter at hand, Xiao Qiqi replied, "Brother, you mentioned you would return to Qingzhou soon for a family visit. Could you come back a few days earlier? Why is that?" Xiao Qinglong inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Well, there's a supernatural being in Qingzhou who has been rather arrogant. Just yesterday, he killed someone and appeared right before us, effortlessly drawing all the guns from our hands with a mere gesture. The captain said the Qingzhou supernatural team cannot handle him, and I thought, since you're coming back for a visit, perhaps you could help us resolve this issue. That way, I will also have some pride in front of my colleagues." Upon hearing his sister's account, Xiao Qinglong fell into contemplation. The ability to draw guns towards oneself was indeed not characteristic of an ordinary supernatural being. However, over the years, He had encountered a myriad of supernatural entities, some capable of breathing fire, others manipulating weapons with their minds, yet these were merely singular offensive techniques. In terms of danger, they paled compared to martial artists who had truly honed their skills. He chuckled. Very well, since my sister has requested it. I shall return early and apprehend that audacious fellow. Let him understand that in my homeland of Shaoqing Long, especially in the presence of my sister, he shall have no room for arrogance. Really? That is wonderful, Xiao Qiqi exclaimed, her face glowing with excitement. I knew you would do the best for me. After returning to the villa yesterday, Li Chen enjoyed a comfortable sleep. At his level of cultivation, even a lifetime without sleep would pose no issue. Yet, back in his homeland, he yearned to experience the life of an ordinary person once more. After all, he was merely 24 when he was struck by a car, and he had not yet fully savored the essence of a commonplace existence. In the morning, just as Li Chen finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, the doorbell rang. Brother-in-law, you killed the Zhang father and son, didn't you? As soon as the door swung open, Su Yaning shot her question. The murder of the Zhang father and son had stirred a commotion, and early in the morning, Su Yaning received a flurry of calls, all subtly probing into Li Chun's identity. Everyone was astute enough to connect the dots regarding the banquet incident and surmised Li Chen's involvement. Li Chen nodded. They deserved it. Was that car accident from years ago orchestrated by them? Su Yaning pressed further. This time, Li Chen shook his head. It was not them. There were others involved. The extermination of the Li family is not closely tied to their actions, but rest assured, I will uncover the truth in due time. As they spoke, Su Yaning opened her bag and placed a folder on the coffee table, saying, Brother-in-law, take a look at this. Li Chen opened the document to find a set of printed 3D blueprints. Upon seeing the contents, his expression momentarily shifted in surprise. This is the rendering of the Li family estate that I have constructed based on field measurements and various images. Brother-in-law, please take another look and let me know if any modifications are necessary. Once you confirm, I will have the work commenced. Li Chen nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude. After all, Su Yaning was merely his sister-in-law, and her connection to the Li family was not particularly profound. Her efforts in reaching this point were already commendable. Half an hour later, Li Chen handed the newly annotated blueprints to Su Yaning. By the way, Yaning, I must be the one to fund the reconstruction of the Li family estate. Brother-in-law, you need not be so formal with me. Su Yaning attempted to decline. Li Chen shook his head. This is something you must heed, dear sister-in-law. Very well, brother-in-law. Last night, I noticed how much you relished the cake. It seems you've not indulged in hometown delicacies for quite some time. How about today, I take you to savor the authentic flavors of Qizhou? Sounds wonderful. Just as Li Chen nodded in agreement, he suddenly sensed something amiss. With the Zhang family's murder coupled with his attendance at the banquet with Su Yaning the previous night, it was bound to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. When he departed yesterday, he had deliberately left a trace of his consciousness to see if he could draw out individuals connected to the Li family massacre. Up until now, only bodyguards and officials had appeared, but finally, others were emerging. Brother-in-law, what are you daydreaming about? Su Yaning, noticing Li Chen's sudden silence, waved her fingers before his eyes. How many fingers am I holding up? Li Chen chuckled as he brushed her hand aside. There are still 4 hours until noon. Please send me the location, and I shall arrive punctually. I have some matters to attend to now. With that, Li Chen vanished from sight. Even though she was aware of Li Chen's identity as an immortal emperor, Su Yaning was still taken aback by the spectacle. She reached out to where Li Chen had just been seated. Is this what an immortal emperor is like? How incredibly cool. Sister, where are you now? If you knew that brother-in-law possessed such abilities, wouldn't you no longer need to hide? Meanwhile, in the Zhang family's villa, 2 men stood in the room where the Zhang father and son had been murdered the previous day. After the officials conducted their investigation, the entire villa had been sealed. Yet they had entered through the window. One of them took out a camera and snapped several photos. Analyzing, there are no signs of a struggle at the scene. However, the bullet holes in the wall indicate that Zhang Ryu had fired back, albeit without hitting his target. To evade Zhang Ruoyu's attack at such close range, this individual must be a martial artist, certainly one at the pinnacle of the Mingjing realm or above. His companion nodded in agreement, coldly stating, knowing full well that Zhang Ruoyu was a man of the master, yet daring to strike, this person is quite audacious. Why investigate further? Let us simply send someone to find that young man from the banquet and eliminate him. The master insists on conducting matters with propriety. Let us return and report back to see what he has to say. As the two conversed, A trace of disappointment flickered in Li Chen's eyes above the villa. From their dialogue, it became apparent that the esteemed Master Zhang, who stood behind Zhang Ruiyu, was not connected to the massacre of the Li family. According to Zhang Ruiyu's recollections, this master was known as Zhang Fengsong, a distant relative of his. It was through this familial bond that Zhang Ruiyu was able to forge this connection. Chapter 13. The Birth and Extinction of a Thought. Half an hour later. In a Su-style courtyard located on the outskirts. The courtyard, adorned with a timeless charm, exudes the essence of the Republic era. In the center of the yard, a middle-aged man clad in a white long gown is practicing martial arts. His movements, though deliberate and slow, possess an exquisite grace, despite the languorous pace. Each action emanates an undeniable sense of power upon completion. This individual is none other than Zhang Fengsong. At that moment, two men who had gone to investigate swiftly entered. Zhang Fengsong delivered a punch, causing the air to ripple with a soft sound. In the next instant, he raised his hands and gradually pressed them down. Exhaling a long breath, he accepted a towel handed to him by an attendant and wiped his palms. Turning around, he inquired, "What findings did you uncover?" Zhang Fengsong settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard. His subordinate had already prepared tea, which was presented with utmost respect. The two men who entered stood dutifully before Zhang Fengsong. "Sir, through our on-site observations, we discovered bullet holes. The assailant appears capable of evading bullets, indicating that he has likely reached the pinnacle of Mingjin. However, we cannot ascertain the specifics of his cultivation. Currently, there is only one suspect, the young man who injured Zhang Xinyu at the banquet. Shall I lead a team to apprehend him? The pinnacle of Mingjin?" A hint of disdain flickered across Zhang Fengsong's lips. At that moment, another man spoke up. "Master." The opponent knew full well that the Zhang family is under your protection, yet dared to strike. Might there be an influential background behind him? Perhaps a formidable lineage, or even a master within their sect. At these words, Zhang Fengsong's expression soured. "Yang Xian, your intellect is commendable, and your methods are meticulous. Your acuity is remarkable. Yet, it is precisely your cleverness that dulls your edge. Acting with timidity may hinder your advancement, which is undesirable. Even if there is a master backing the opponent, what of it? As a master myself, should I fear anyone? The Zhang father and son may be sycophants. But since they are under my protection, none have the right to touch them. To do so would be courting death, regardless of who it may be." Zhang Fengsong's voice was cold, devoid of anger, yet exuding an imposing aura. His disciple, Yang Xian, bowed his head, acknowledging, "Your teachings are wise, master. I am grateful for your instruction." The others remained silent, as they dared not interject during the master's reprimand of his disciple. What a bold pursuit of progress. Yet, considering that the Zhang family has committed countless misdeeds, does supporting them not amount to aiding the wicked? Just then, a chilling voice resonated from above. A figure had appeared atop the courtyard wall, seemingly materializing from thin air. The newcomer stood with arms crossed, coldly observing Zhang Fengsong below. The individuals in the courtyard were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Li Chun. One of them pointed at Li Chun and exclaimed loudly, "Who are you? Daring to cause a ruckus before Mr. Zhang?" Li Chun replied with a faint smile, "I am the one who killed the Zhang father and son. Are you not here to defend them?" Zhang Fengsong, seated, responded with a dismissive smile. He was engrossed in reprimanding his disciple, oblivious to the commotion around him, unaware that another had approached within 50 meters. However, he paid little heed to this intrusion. A master of his caliber could sense impending danger long before it manifested, much like a cicada foreseeing the autumn breeze. The emergence of Li Chun bore no foreboding in his mind, indicating that he posed no significant threat. He exchanged a knowing glance with another disciple, who immediately understood and stepped forward, charging towards Li Chun atop the wall. "Stop pretending in front of my master. Come down." As he reached Li Chun, he lunged forward, but his arm was effortlessly swatted away by Li Chun, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact shattered the blue bricks beneath him, and blood poured from his mouth, clearly indicating that he was beyond saving. This spectacle caused those who had previously contemplated showcasing their prowess before Zhang Fengsong to instinctively retreat a step. The newcomer was formidable. Zhang Fengsong's disciples were adept in the dark energy realm, renowned figures wherever they went, yet one had been dispatched with a single strike. Zhang Fengsong suddenly rose, his gaze sharp and fixated on Li Chun atop the wall. "You possess some strength. No wonder you dared to come here. However, for killing my disciple, you shall pay with your life." With that, he propelled himself off the ground like a swift swallow, soaring through the air towards Li Chun, raising his hand to strike. A master's might is unyielding, and this blow could rival that of a tank. Yet, Li Chun remained unfazed, raising his hand to meet the attack. Zhang Fengsong's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. In that instant, as Li Chun lifted his palm, an indescribable wave of immense fear enveloped him. Before he could react, his body erupted into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing into thin air. Master! Yang Xian gasped in shock. How could this be? He obliterated a master with a single strike. Below, the two men who had gone to investigate were left in disbelief, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Others stood dumbfounded, awestruck. Is this what a master is like? Just as I imagined, the pinnacle of postnatal strength. When Li Qin had struck earlier, he had also gauged the intensity of his opponent's power and comprehended the situation. As he surveyed the scene again, he noted that the remaining figures had all knelt on the ground, each gazing at him as if he were a demon, evidently terrified. Initially, Li Qin had intended to eradicate them all, but now he found it rather tedious, a mere swarm of ants. He pointed at Yang Xian and commanded, "Come here." Yes. Yang Xian, his legs trembling, approached Li Chun, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. "Are there many masters like your master on earth?" Li Chun inquired. The young man quickly shook his head. "Not many. Masters are as rare as dragons. In all of Huaxia, there are no more than 100. And what of those stronger than a master?" Li Chun continued. "The Grand Master stands at the pinnacle, and I have never heard of anyone stronger." Upon hearing this, Li Chun felt a twinge of disappointment. Upon his return, he had indeed encountered practitioners of the Qi refinement stage, transcending the innate abilities of ordinary martial artists. Yet the other party insisted there were none. This clearly illustrated that martial arts and cultivation existed in separate realms. The lower-tier martial practitioners were utterly oblivious to the domain of cultivators. "Master, I have one more matter to report to you. The reason my master came to Qingzhou is related to the annihilation of the Li family 8 years ago." The Li family? At these words, Li Qin's heart stirred, causing the aura within him to become chaotic and begin to leak out. With a series of explosive sounds, the air rippled, and a dozen figures in the courtyard were instantly reduced to ashes. Even Yang Xian found himself in dire straits, blood streaming from his orifices, his body on the brink of collapse. It was only when Li Chun regained his composure that he quickly sent a surge of light into Yang Xian's body. Miraculously, the body that was about to fracture began to mend itself, and a formidable energy coursed through his skin. Yang Xian was utterly terrified. What just happened? He felt as though his very soul was about to separate from his body. The sight of the others having evaporated completely left him in a state of panic. Clarify the situation regarding the Li family, Li Chun commanded once more. Yang Xian swallowed hard before stammering. "My master received a mission from the Eternal Life Society to locate a certain orb, which is said to be in the possession of the exterminated Li family." "What is the Eternal Life Society?" Li Chun furrowed his brow. "It is a global intelligence organization that posts various missions on its official website. Completing these tasks allows one to receive rewards." Trembling, Yang Xian fished out his phone from his pocket, only to discover it had shattered into a pile of debris. Although Li Chun had stabilized his soul, he had not repaired the phone, leaving him to describe the information from memory. "It's a web page featuring various tasks, but it is not accessible to just anyone. One must possess an invitation to enter. I do not know where my master obtained his invitation." Upon hearing this, Li Qin's expression darkened. Had he known earlier, he would not have been so hasty in eliminating Zhang Fengsong. However, from Yang Xian's words, it was evident that the Li family's massacre was likely connected to the reincarnation orb. The Eternal Life Society might very well know the identity of the perpetrator, or perhaps they themselves were the culprits. "I offer you a chance at life. Assist me in uncovering how Zhang Fengsong obtained the invitation to the Eternal Life Society. Once you ascertain the truth, not only will you survive, but I shall also grant you a fortuitous opportunity. Should you dare to be perfunctory, I assure you, no matter where you flee, I will ensure your soul is scattered." Upon hearing the promise of survival, Yang Xian eagerly nodded. "Thank you, master. I will do my utmost to uncover everything. However, how shall I contact you?" Yang Xian cautiously inquired. "I have left a trace of my aura on you. As long as you speak my name, I shall appear by your side." With that, Li Chun turned and stepped into the void, vanishing from the courtyard in an instant. Simply uttering his name would summon him forth. Yang Xian was utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of such divine prowess. Only after ensuring that Li Chun had departed did he gradually rise to his feet. As he stood, he exerted a mere fraction of his strength, and the cobblestones beneath him were reduced to powder. Was this power bequeathed by the immortal master? A look of unrestrained joy illuminated Yang Xian's eyes. The residual force left behind had transformed him completely, granting him strength surpassing that of his own master. What then, one might ponder, could be the true terror of the creation the immortal master spoke of? Chapter 14. A heavy burden at noon, Li Chen arrived in front of a restaurant named Dongshengju. Guided by the location on his phone, the establishment bore an air of antiquity, yet the lively voices within heralded a bustling atmosphere. In this moment, Li Chen found himself engulfed in nostalgia. A decade ago, when Su Yaning was still a high school student, he would often accompany Su Qingxue to visit her, bringing her to this very place for lunch. He recalled that the cuisine here was the finest and most authentic on the street. The decor, adorned with the markings of time, suggested that this old restaurant had been in operation for a lifetime. A decade had passed, yet the ambience remained unchanged. It was evident that Su Yaning had chosen this spot for a reason steeped in sentiment. "Brother-in-law, over here." Su Yaning waved at Li Chen through the glass window. He approached and took a seat, prompting her to instruct the waiter to bring the dishes. "Brother-in-law, how do you find it? I never expected this place would still be here. I've frequently dined here over the years, and each visit reminds me of the times you and my sister came to see me." As she spoke, her voice faltered momentarily. Li Chen looked up and noticed a shadow of melancholy crossing Su Yaning's face. At that moment, the waiter arrived with a plate of braised carp. Su Yaning introduced. "This carp is sourced from the Yellow River. Its flavor is distinctly different from elsewhere. It's a new addition to their menu. You must try it, brother-in-law." Li Chen picked up his chopsticks and sampled a piece, remarking, "Indeed, it is quite delicious." As the dishes continued to arrive, Su Yaning deliberately engaged Li Chen in cheerful conversation. However, he interjected, "Yaning, rest assured, it won't be long before I bring your sister back. By the way, apart from the letter, do you have any other leads?" Upon hearing this, Su Yaning sipped her lemonade before leaving. "My sister specifically instructed me not to search for her or inquire about any information. I feared disrupting her plans, so I refrained from taking any action. The forces behind the annihilation of the Li family must be exceedingly perilous." Li Chen nodded in agreement. Su Yaning's caution was indeed prudent. "My sister had a college roommate, her confidant. You should be aware, they shared everything. Perhaps she might possess some knowledge." "Are you referring to Qinglin?" Li Chen inquired. Su Yaning nodded. "That's her. She is currently modeling at a car exhibition. I even stumbled upon her on Douyin recently." As she spoke, she opened her phone to reveal a video. In it, a charming young woman stood beside a sports car, clad in revealing attire, surrounded by admirers snapping photos, all while she maintained a radiant smile. Her Douyin account boasted 3 million followers, marking her as an internet sensation. She came from a modest background, but her beauty and figure have certainly transformed her fate. Su Yaning commented. Although not from a wealthy family, she had never had to worry about finances. It is difficult to empathize with Cheng Lin's behavior of attracting traffic through dubious means, yet one cannot help but understand. After dinner, Li Chen returned to the villa. He opened his computer, attempting to access the Chengxinghui website, only to be met with a black page featuring a prompt to enter an invitation code. Li Chen felt a tinge of frustration. Although he was a celestial emperor, he was not particularly adept with computers, let alone capable of hacking a web page's password. Thus, he had no choice but to exit. Simultaneously, he logged onto his long-dormant QQ account from which he had been absent for a decade. However, upon logging in, he was greeted by a plethora of gray avatars. The QQ account, once a primary means of communication, had now become a relic of the past. Among the avatars, a few were flashing, including former groups and private chats with old friends. The messages in the group chat dated back 10 years. Most of the private messages were inquiries about his whereabouts and what he had been doing after such a prolonged silence. Naturally, the majority of them were simple two-word phrases. "Are you there?" Li Chen did not respond, leaving the conversation stagnant. There was also a scam message claiming that he had been selected as a lucky audience member by a television program and had won a grand prize, prompting him to fill out relevant information. Amidst these avatars, Li Chen noticed a familiar name, Huafeng. Huafeng, his university roommate and close brother. After graduating, the two had co-founded a cosmetics company together. This endeavor was facilitated by the fact that the Li family possessed a factory producing cosmetics, and Huafeng had persistently urged Li Chen to partner with him, thus taking advantage of the proximity. As the eldest son of the Li family, Li Chen was certainly not lacking in funds and was eager to assist his brother. He wondered how Huafeng was faring now. Li Qin searched for Huafeng's personal information online, and a plethora of news articles related to him immediately surfaced. The information revealed that Huafeng's personal assets had reached several billion, indicating that the company had thrived over the years. Truly, my brother was deserving of admiration. Li Qin nodded in satisfaction. However, upon encountering the latest news article, his smile faded. The article detailed a press conference that had occurred a month prior, during which Huafeng publicly apologized, stating that one of the company's products had been accused of false advertising and was utterly ineffective. Yet, the crux of the matter was that the article also mentioned Li Qin's name. As he read through the report, Li Qin's expression darkened. At the press conference, Huafeng recounted how the cosmetics company had been co-founded by him and Li Qin. After Li Qin's disappearance in a car accident 10 years ago, Huafeng had chosen to retain the production line in memory of his friend, even if that product was not profitable. However, he had not anticipated issues with the formula. The overarching message from Huafeng's narrative was clear. He was attempting to shift the blame onto his long-missing co-founder. Li Qin was at a loss for words. After being absent for a decade, to have his name dragged into such a predicament was utterly absurd. How could one be so shameless? How had he failed to notice this before? Chapter 15. Who still cares about Yuli Dushao's cosmetics company is merely a small enterprise, with a market value in the billions that barely registers in Qingzhou. The product failures and issues surrounding the recent press conference would have gone unnoticed had it not been for Li Qin's deliberate search. Nevertheless, there exists a certain faction of devoted fans among the public. Following the press conference, these fans directed their discontent towards Li Qin, particularly on the company's official website, where a multitude of posts condemned him. Accusations of being heartless and an unscrupulous businessman flooded in, painting Li Qin as a villain who betrayed Huafeng. While Huafeng was portrayed as an innocent figure, some even lamented that Li Qin deserved his fate for profiting from such unethical means. A closer inspection reveals orchestrated efforts by hired commentators to sway public opinion, clearly indicating that Huafeng and his team were behind the manipulation. Even with Li Qin's demeanor, his expression darkened. In his memory, Huafeng was a man of great generosity and loyalty, always ready to support his brothers. Now, it seems his acting skills were far too convincing. Closing the official website, Li Qin opened the app to Huafeng's profile. In the year following Huafeng's disappearance, he had frequently reached out, expressing concern and sorrow. However, after a year, when it became apparent that Li Qin would not return, he fell silent, no longer bothering to pretend. With a sigh, Li Qin realized that true character reveals itself over time. Huafeng thought he could act recklessly, believing Li Qin was gone for good. But now that he has returned, he is eager to witness Huafeng's reaction upon seeing him again. Rising from his seat, Li Qin proceeded directly to the headquarters of Baozhuang Cosmetics, following the address found online. Over the span of a decade, as the company expanded, it had upgraded from a modest establishment to an entire office building. Upon entering the lobby, he was greeted by a smiling receptionist. "Sir, whom are you looking for?" "I am looking for your president, Huafeng." "Which floor is he on?" "Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist maintained her cheerful demeanor. "No. Before Li Qin could finish, her expression soured, revealing a hint of disdain. "Our president is a person of significant standing. Not just anyone can meet him. If you have no appointment, please leave." The speed at which her demeanor shifted was astonishing. Previously, Li Qin had despised such arrogance and had established company policies mandating a warm and welcoming attitude. It appears that in his absence over the past decade, the company culture had deteriorated under Huafeng's influence. Li Qin's expression hardened as he coldly asserted, "You should take a good look. I am the co-founder of this company. Do you dare deny me entry? Do you believe I would not have you dismissed?" At this, the receptionist burst into laughter, her mirth shaking her frame. "Co-founder? You should take a look in the mirror. Security, we have a troublemaker," she called out, and almost immediately, several security personnel approached Li Qin. "Wait." At that moment, a voice interrupted. A graceful young woman approached, her figure exuding a mature allure, with golden curls cascading down her shoulders. Upon seeing the woman, the receptionist instantly changed her demeanor, greeting her with, "Hello, Ms. He." However, the woman disregarded the receptionist's greeting and fixed her gaze on Li Qin, inquiring, "What did you just say? Who are you?" Li Qin replied succinctly, "Li Qin." The woman's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized him for a considerable time before she spoke again. "Could we find a different place to converse?" Recognizing that she had indeed identified him, Li Qin nodded in agreement. Soon, They found themselves seated in a CAF adjacent to the company, where the woman introduced herself. My name is He Ying, one of the executive directors of the company. Mr. Li, I have seen your photograph. I did not expect you to still be alive. Since you have returned and did not contact Huafeng immediately, but instead came directly to the company, I presume you are aware of Huafeng's actions over the years. At this point, a glimmer of animosity emerged in He Ying's gaze. Oh, please elaborate, Li Chen said, intrigued. After Mr. Li went missing, Huafeng began soliciting investments. At that time, I was managing a cosmetics company and was persuaded by him to merge with his firm. He promised me a position as the second in command. Yet over the years, under his constant oppression and division tactics, my shares have been gradually diluted. Now, he even intends to expel me from the company. Initially, I was swayed by his sweet words and failed to see through this scoundrel's true nature. You are, after all, a company owner. Making such a mistake suggests he has deceived you not only out of your money but also of your affections, Li Chun remarked, pinpointing the crux of the matter. He Ying's expression flickered with a moment of internal conflict before she candidly acknowledged, had it not been for that, I would not have been so bewitched as to accept merely 15 of the shares, and even your stake, Mr. Li, has been diluted from 51 to 12. Do you wish to collaborate with me? Li Chen inquired. He Ying nodded. As one of the founders, you possess a veto power. If we join forces, we can certainly oust Huafeng from the company. With that, her eyes burned with intensity, clearly revealing her profound hatred for Huafeng. Certainly, Li Chen replied, initially intending to confront Huafeng directly, but now reconsidering his approach. He believed that gradually stripping Huafeng of his most cherished wealth and power would ultimately instill in him a sense of despair and regret. After they reached a mutual agreement, He Ying revealed her plan, which was rather straightforward, to rally support from the other board members and expel Huafeng from the company. However, this gathering of support would not be an easy task, as Huafeng had monopolized power within the company for years, surrounding himself with loyal allies, which explained why He Ying had been marginalized. Nonetheless, Li Chen showed little concern for these matters, assuring her to proceed with confidence, and offered his assistance if necessary. Although Li Chen's connections had dwindled since his return, save for Su Yaning, and the relationships he once held had long since evaporated after the fall of the Li family, his capabilities would still allow him to attract a few followers with ease. If they were to deal with Huafeng, they must ensure he experiences the bitter taste of plummeting from grace, restoring him to his true form. Meanwhile, at Baozhuan Company, the secretary was in the midst of reporting work to Huafeng. Mr. Hua, just now at the front desk, a person was vociferously claiming to be the co-founder of the company, but was subsequently taken away by Mr. He. Upon hearing this, Huafeng's brow furrowed immediately. A co-founder? Just after I concluded the press conference, someone dares to use this title to provoke me. Yet, why did Ying take him away? With a cold smile, he continued. Let us not forget that Li Chen has long since passed away. Even if he were to return, what difference would it make? Who nowadays still cares for the esteemed young master of the Li family? Without the Li family's backing, Li Chen is nothing. Chapter 16. Provocation. Meanwhile, at the site of Zhang Fengsang's demise, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit made his appearance. His slick-back hair and dark sunglasses framed a sharply defined visage, emanating an aura of formidable presence. He pushed open the courtyard gate and surveyed the area for a considerable time before stepping out to retrieve his phone and dial a number. Mr. San. There are no signs of a struggle at the scene. However, I detected the scent of blood. The number 9 tasker is likely deceased. Upon hearing this, silence enveloped the other end of the line. Each tasker is equipped with a locator provided by our Eternal Life Society. Yesterday, the locator on him was damaged, which led me to suspect foul play. Please investigate the identity of the assailant and ascertain whether any secrets of our society have been compromised. If so, eliminate the threat immediately. The man nodded in response, assuring, rest assured, Mr. San. With that, he ended the call. After listening to He Ying's plan, Li Chen encouraged her to proceed unfettered. He had no intention of visiting the cosmetics company any longer. To Li Chen, a figure like Huafeng was merely an insignificant insect. Having been deceived by such a contemptible individual, Li Chen was determined to ensure he paid the price. Ding ding ding. The ringtone of his phone pierced the air. It was a call from Su Yaning. Brother-in-law, are you busy right now? My friend Su Qinghuan wishes to meet you. She is here with me. Certainly. Send me the location. Li Chen replied succinctly. After hanging up, he stood and addressed He Ying. I have matters to attend to. Here is my number. Feel free to contact me if anything arises. With that, Li Chun turned and departed. As he exited the CAF, his gaze drifted to the right, catching a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Surveillance? A smirk played upon Li Chun's lips. Rather than leaving directly, he casually strolled down the street with his hands in his pockets, eventually meandering into a nearby alley without drawing attention. A minute after Li Chun entered the alley, a woman hurriedly followed suit. Upon discovering the empty passage, a look of shock crossed her face. Where is he? Did I lose him? The woman, clad in sports attire, possessed an elegant figure, her chest notably ample. At that moment, frustration flickered across her features. Who are you searching for? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The woman turned in surprise, only to find a man, arms crossed and a bemused expression on his face. It was Li Chun. Oh no, I've been spotted. Without a moment's hesitation, the woman sprang into action, propelling herself off the ground like a nimble cat, aiming for the wall. Trying to escape? Li Chun raised a hand, swiftly grasping her shoulder and pulling her down. The woman looked startled, but as she landed, her form seemed to shrink, allowing her to slip out of her clothing. She then quickly ascended to the rooftop, leaping a few times to create distance between them. Li Chun gazed at the empty garments in his grasp, a playful glint in his eyes. How intriguing. At this moment, the woman, having sprinted several dozen meters away, turned back to cast a provocative glance at Li Chun, as if daring him to pursue her. Come and chase me, she taunted before dashing off into the distance once more. Li Chun couldn't help but chuckle. The esteemed immortal emperor was being derided by an adversary. With a single step, he vanished from his spot. Meanwhile, the woman was racing ahead, her form leaving behind a blur in the air. 10 minutes later, she finally halted on a secluded street, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. The team leader had labeled the individual as an A-rank threat, yet she found him rather unimpressive, easily evading him. Just as she prepared to depart, a voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Are you certain you've shaken me off? At the sound, the woman jolted, her expression turning rigid. In the next instant, she pushed off the ground, ready to flee once more. However, before she could take a single step, an unseen force bore down upon her, pinning her to the ground. Thud. Her body crashed onto the earth, limbs sprawled in a star-like position. This is bad, she lamented, confusion clouding her eyes. Wasn't it said that his ability was to drain others of their weapons? Could he possibly be a dual ability wielder? At that moment, Li Chun approached her leisurely, crouching down to observe the woman whose face was pressed against the ground, contorted in shape. Let us begin with introductions. Who are you? Why have you been tracking me? And how does it feel to be sprawled on the ground in such a manner? Upon hearing Li Chun's words, the woman gritted her teeth. The first two questions were tolerable, but the last was clearly mocking her. Yet, she had no time for anger, according to her intelligence. He was a ruthless killer who wouldn't hesitate to eliminate her at the slightest misstep. The thought of him having some twisted preference, perhaps to toy with her before ending her life, was even more terrifying. With her beauty and figure, it would be all too easy for him to entertain such thoughts. In an instant, Zhao Guoguo was engulfed by fear. I told you, you mustn't violate me. Li Chun, the dignified immortal emperor, who had encountered countless beauties, would be swayed by her. In the realm of cultivation, numerous fairies had vied for his warmth, yet he remained steadfastly loyal to Su Qingxiu, never yielding to the advances of those seductive temptresses. What audacity she possessed! Such delusion! Li Chun scoffed. Zhao Guoguo's eyes ignited with fury. She felt insulted. What is your name? What is your origin? Li Chun's voice grew colder. I am Zhao Guoguo, from the Qingzhou ability group. I was tasked by the leader to monitor you, as we must not allow you to escape before Xiao Qinglong arrives. After listening to Zhao Guoguo's account, Li Chun grasped the situation's intricacies. It turned out that the Qingzhou ability group deemed themselves incapable of handling him alone, thus seeking external assistance. Nevertheless, this provided him an opportunity to converse directly with someone from the ability headquarters, preventing any future official interruptions. I have told you everything. I implore you, do not take my life. Zhao Guoguo gazed pitifully at Li Chun. In her preconceived notions, Li Chun undoubtedly resembled a devil in her eyes. Especially moments ago, he seemed to dismiss even a beauty like herself, perhaps indicating he was a deviant devoid of interest in women. Such individuals would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Li Chun chose to disregard Zhao Guoguo, lifting the oppressive aura that had weighed upon her. Return and inform the leaders of the Qingzhou supernatural group that I shall await the arrival of that Xiao Qinglong. Furthermore, do not send any more useless individuals to monitor me, or you shall bear the consequences. With that, he turned and departed. Zhao Guoguo? It seemed she had just been chastised. Chapter 17. A delicate balance at this moment. In a CAF not far from the Dongling group, Su Qinghuan sat across from Su Yaning, her expression still one of bewilderment. The events she had learned about that morning felt surreal, as if she were trapped in a dream. Just yesterday, she had been apprehensive about the Zhang family's potential retribution against Su Yaning and Li Chun. Yet, overnight, the Zhang father and son had met a tragic fate, and in a heavily guarded villa no less. According to her father, Su Zhongnan, the Zhang's residence was staffed with dozens of bodyguards, all hired at great expense. Over the years, the Zhang family had committed numerous misdeeds, inciting a multitude of enemies eager to claim their lives. However, none had ever managed to approach them without being subdued by the guards. Yet, in this seemingly impregnable fortress, the Zhangs had still been murdered. Earlier, Su Qinghuan had subtly probed Su Yaning, and judging by her demeanor, it was highly likely that her brother-in-law was responsible. Her father had mentioned that Su Yaning's brother-in-law was very likely the Li Qin who had vanished in a car accident 10 years prior. Just moments ago, she had received confirmation from Su Yaning that her brother-in-law's name was indeed Li Chun. A decade had passed, and the scion of the Li family had returned. Her father suggested that this return was likely driven by a desire for vengeance, shrouding Li Chun in an enigmatic aura. The reason Su Qinghuan sought an audience with Li Chun was a task assigned by her father, Su Zhongnan, who wished to meet Li Chun under the pretext of potential collaboration. While she was not well versed in family matters, she understood that Li Chun's displayed prowess had begun to attract attention. Her mind raced with thoughts, and the words exchanged with Su Yaning flitted in one ear and out the other. However, a glance out the window revealed a familiar, imposing figure. He had arrived. Su Qinghuan instinctively straightened her posture, an unusual tension enveloping her due to the events surrounding the Zhang family. "Brother-in-law, what would you like to drink?" Su Yaning asked sweetly as Li Chun approached. This renowned aloof CEO of Qingzhou only revealed such a charming demeanor in Li Chun's presence. "I've just had something to drink," he replied, taking a seat and directing his gaze at Su Qinghuan. "I hear you wish to see me. What is it that you need?" Su Qinghuan's body tensed at his words. She instinctively took a sip of coffee to mask her unease, yet her hand trembled slightly around the cup. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she stammered, "Are you the Li family heir who went missing 10 years ago?" Li Chun furrowed his brow, perplexed by her inquiry. However, out of respect for Su Yaning, he nodded in affirmation. "The Zhang family," she began, but before she could finish, Li Chun nodded again. Su Qinghuan inhaled sharply. It was indeed him. A decade ago, when the Li family was at its zenith, they were on par with the Zhangs. After the tragic demise of the entire Li family, the Zhangs had swiftly absorbed many of their resources, allowing for rapid development. However, upon his return, Li Chun swiftly eliminated the Zhang father and son. What could have transpired in the decade of his absence? Furrowing his brow, Li Chun found the other party's hesitance intolerable. He despised beating around the bush. "Speak plainly. I have matters to attend to." "All right." Su Qinghuan suppressed her anxiety. "My father wishes to meet you and discuss something. He will be waiting for you at the Su residence tomorrow morning." "Did he specify the nature of the discussion?" Li Chun inquired. "Well, my father mentioned that a significant figure is quite interested in you and has entrusted me to convey a message. He also said that this individual could assist you in resolving matters, provided you agree to undertake some minor tasks for him." At this juncture, Li Chun comprehended the implications. The Su family's current standing undoubtedly stemmed from a formidable backing. Rumors had circulated in the upper echelons of Qingzhou a decade ago, suggesting that the Su family enjoyed the patronage of a prominent official. It appeared that this influential figure had recognized Li Chun's prowess following the demise of the Zhang family, and now sought to recruit him as a discreet operative for tasks deemed unsuitable for such a high-ranking individual. If Li Chun had indeed spent 10 years among various factions, aiming to restore the Li family's former glory, this would be a remarkable opportunity. Yet, as an esteemed immortal emperor, he found little need for collaboration with others. Should the other party uncover certain secrets surrounding the Li family's downfall, perhaps Li Chun might be swayed. Otherwise, the proposition seemed rather ludicrous. "I have no time," Li Chun unequivocally declined. His gaze shifted to Su Yaning, and with a mere glance, he discerned her constitution. Su Yaning possessed a naturally mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements, rendering her unsuitable for cultivation. However, with Li Chun's capabilities, he could undoubtedly transform her into a paragon of 5 elemental spiritual roots. Yet, such exceptional roots require exponentially more resources than singular ones. It appeared prudent for him to begin preparing the necessary cultivation resources for her future endeavors. With this thought, Li Chun rose and departed, leaving Su Qinghuan sitting there, staring blankly at his receding figure. She had never anticipated such a decisive refusal from him. The influential figure behind the Su family wielded immense power, capable of stirring the winds and rains in Qingzhou. It was precisely this individual who rendered even the Zhang family hesitant to provoke the Su family. At the banquet, the scarred-faced man had refrained from confronting Su Qinghuan upon learning her identity, further illustrating the weight of this connection. That such a person had taken an interest in Li Chun and had prompted Su Zhongyan to invite him was enough to excite any notable figure in Qingzhou. Yet, Li Chun had rejected the offer without hesitation, even displaying a hint of disdain. Su Qinghuan felt both astonished and somewhat irate. While possessing considerable strength and the ability to vanquish the Zhang family, such arrogance seemed unwarranted. Did Li Chun truly fail to grasp the magnitude of the influence behind the Su family? Within the Su family's villa, Su Zhongyan reclined on the sofa, perusing documents on his tablet. His wife thoughtfully brought him a cup of tea. "Dear, do you think Li Chun will truly agree?" Su Zhongyan smiled faintly, acknowledging the necessity of acquiescence. Recently, the Zhang father and son had ingratiated themselves with a formidable master, securing a powerful ally. With Li Chun having eliminated them, it was inconceivable that their associates would allow him to escape unscathed. At this moment, Li Chun was likely consumed by trepidation. Only that illustrious figure could guarantee his safety in Qizhou. I had instructed Qinghuan to convey this information to him if he desired to preserve his life. He had no alternative. Thus it is, his wife remarked with a gentle smile. Just then, the door of the villa swung open, and Su Qinghuan entered. Upon crossing the threshold, her gaze immediately fell upon her father. "Father, Li Chun has declined." "What?" Su Zhongyan's hand trembled, nearly spilling the tea he had just lifted. The warmth of his previously cheerful demeanor dissipated in an instant, replaced by an icy countenance. Su Zhongyan prided himself on his unparalleled intellect and keen understanding of human nature. He had approached Li Chun with unwavering confidence, bolstered by the assurance of that eminent figure. Yet, he had not anticipated such a miscalculation. Did Li Chun truly fear no reprisal from the master behind the Zhang family? In that moment, even the astute Su Zhongyan furrowed his brow, perplexed and at a loss. Chapter 18. Stirring trouble after leaving the CAF, Li Chun arrived at a sizable apothecary known as the Medicine King's Hall. He needed to procure aged medicinal herbs to concoct elixirs for Su Yanning. Although collecting these herbs would have been a relatively straightforward task for someone of Li Chun's abilities, he preferred to delegate the effort to expedite the process. The Medicine King's Hall was the largest of the 6 apothecaries in Qingzhou. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by an ancient structure that retained its traditional architectural elegance. The sign emblazoned with the 3 robust characters of Medicine King's Hall clearly bore the mark of a skilled calligrapher. As he ventured inside, he observed a physician attending to patients, many of whom were queued for consultations. The physician, a man in his 30s, was notably young for someone with expertise in traditional Chinese medicine. However, after a few cursory glances, Li Chun furrowed his brow. A woman who had just been seen appeared to suffer merely from a deficiency of vitality, yet the prescriptions he had witnessed contained many unnecessary herbs. This revelation took Li Chun by surprise. In contemporary hospitals, even a simple cold and cough warranted an exhaustive array of tests, resulting in a waste of money. It seemed that traditional medicine was not immune to chaos. In a commercial society, the benevolence of healers had become a mere jest. "Sir, may I inquire if you seek medical attention or wish to purchase medicine?" A man, having scrutinized Li Chun for a while, approached him with a question. "I wish to purchase medicine, but I need to speak with your proprietor," Li Chun replied, knowing that his request involved more than just ordinary pharmaceuticals. Upon hearing this, the man appraised Li Chun once more, then shook his head. "If you have not made an appointment, our boss does not meet with clients. However, I can arrange for you to speak with our manager." It was clear that the man deemed Li Chun's status insufficient. Indeed, if he had any notable standing, he could have simply called the owner directly rather than visiting the apothecary. It was no wonder that the man looked down upon him. Li Chun nodded. Speaking with the manager would suffice as long as he could acquire the necessary herbs. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man in a suit approached him. "I hear you were looking for me?" The manager inquired. "I wish to purchase some herbs." Li Chun wasted no time and promptly handed over the prepared prescription. Upon reviewing it, the manager's eyes brightened. The herbs listed were quite precious, and Li Chun had specified that they must be purely wild. Such wild herbs were rare, and naturally, their prices were steep. The total cost of the herbs on the list approached 500,000, a significant transaction indeed. The manager's demeanor shifted instantly to one of enthusiasm. When do you need these? Now, Li Chen replied succinctly. Without hesitation, the manager nodded. No problem, but you will need to pay in advance. Li Chen was indifferent to this requirement. After a quick calculation, the manager stated the sum as 490,000. Li Chen produced his bank card and, after processing the payment, instructed the staff to prepare the herbs. Approximately an hour later, 30 packages of herbs were brought to him. Wait, I need to verify this, Li Chen suddenly interjected. The manager's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of unease. However, upon contemplating Li Chen's age, one realizes that even seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners may overlook certain subtleties. He signaled to his subordinates, who promptly began to unwrap the meticulously packaged items. Upon viewing the medicinal herbs, Li Chen's eyes narrowed. This cannot be right. I specifically requested purely wild herbs. Yet at least 60% of what you have provided is not wild. What? Impossible. The manager vehemently denied this assertion. These are all entirely wild, Mr. Li. Do not slander the esteemed reputation of our apothecary. Li Chen furrowed his brow. If you refuse to acknowledge this, I shall procure my herbs elsewhere. Kindly refund my money. Upon hearing this, the manager smirked coldly. Our store has a strict no-refund policy once a sale is made. However, the goods you sold do not meet my requirements. Li Chen insisted. You claim they do not meet your standards? What evidence do you possess? Please present a professional inspection report. Without it, you are merely defaming our apothecary. And be wary of the consequences of your words. The manager, having discarded pretense, adopted a brazen demeanor. Nearby, a server chimed in. Indeed. Our apothecary has stood for a century, consistently offering only wild herbs. If you wish to tarnish our reputation, ensure you are prepared to face the repercussions. Is this an attempt at coercion? How utterly tyrannical. Li Chen chuckled, astonished that a mere purchase of herbs had led him into such a predicament. The apothecary's conduct was reminiscent of bandits, and their threats against him were akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Truly, they had lost their senses. If I do not receive my money back today, I foresee an end to your apothecary. Li Chen's voice turned icy. Ha! The manager erupted in laughter. What audacity this insolent youth possesses, daring to utter such grandiose threats about closing our apothecary. He gestured to the server beside him. Soon, a cacophony erupted from outside. I wonder who dares to wreak havoc on my territory. Approximately 30 burly men, wielding clubs, stormed in with an intimidating presence. Leading them was a corpulent man, his face a mask of hostility. Upon entering, he approached Li Chen, pointing a finger at him with menace. You, boy, are you the troublemaker here? The portly man exuded an aura of aggression, but before he could utter another word, Li Chen struck him, sending him crashing to the ground, motionless. Dead. Chapter 19. A clear understanding of your demise, the sudden unfolding of events sent shivers down the spines of all present. Each person instinctively took a step back, their pupils constricting in shock. No one anticipated that Li Chen would strike so unexpectedly, and with a single slap, he had taken the life of the portly guard. You've committed murder. The manager stammered, pointing at Li Chen. In the next moment, Li Chen's grip tightened around the manager's throat, lifting him as if he were a mere chick. I have not only killed him, but I shall also eliminate you, Li Chen declared, his hand gradually constricting. He harbored a profound hatred for this manager. Help me. The manager gasped, his voice strained. At that moment, silence enveloped the room. Who would dare intervene? Anyone capable of killing a man with a mere slap would undoubtedly dispatch a crowd of onlookers with ease. They were merely thugs, and upon encountering someone willing to kill, they would cower in fear, especially in the presence of a man so ruthless that he treated murder as casually as one would swat a fly. Please, don't kill me. I am affiliated with young Master Gu of the Qinglong Hall, the manager pleaded, hoping that invoking the name of his powerful associate would spare his life. Yet, in truth, he was grasping at straws. Someone as merciless as Li Chen would hardly be deterred by his connections. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Chen released his grip. Thud! The manager collapsed to the ground, gasping for fresh air, convinced he was on the brink of death. The young master you mentioned must be the owner of the Medicine King Hall, correct? Call him and have him come here, Li Chen said in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, the manager wasted no time, hastily retrieving his phone and dialing a series of numbers. On the other end, a voice, impatient and youthful, replied. What is it? I'm busy. It was evident from his tone that he was a typical young dandy. Ordinarily, the manager would have immediately ingratiated himself. But with his life hanging in the balance, he could not afford such niceties. Young Master Gu, you must come to the Medicine King Hall immediately. There is chaos here. And even Da Hu has been killed. Initially, the voice showed little concern, but upon hearing that Da Hu was dead, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. He coldly replied, "Tell that troublemaker to wait. I'll be there right away." The urgency in his voice was palpable. After hanging up, the manager cautiously observed Li Qin. As long as Li Chun refrained from killing him before young Master Gu's arrival, he believed he would be safe. Meanwhile, Li Chun nonchalantly seated himself in a chair. Those who had come to seek medical treatment had long since fled in terror, leaving behind a room filled with silence, where not a single soul dared to utter a word. "You, pour me a cup of tea," Li Qin casually instructed a nearby thug. The thug, terrified of incurring Li Qin's wrath, complied without question, despite knowing their boss was on his way. He feared that provoking this demon could lead to his own demise before assistance arrived. Li Qin sat comfortably in his chair, sipping tea. After approximately 20 minutes, a red sports car screeched to a halt in front of the Medicine King Hall, akin to a rocket making a landing. A young man, clad in a checkered shirt and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, descended from the vehicle. Following the halt of the crimson sports car, a procession of over a dozen off-road vehicles trailed closely behind. More than 30 individuals emerged, brandishing steel pipes and machetes, creating a foreboding atmosphere as they cleared the street outside the apothecary of the King of Medicine. The young man ignited a cigarette, adjusted his belt, and swaggered toward the establishment with an air of arrogance. Upon sighting the youth, the initially apprehensive manager and his associates suddenly regained their composure, their fear dissipating. Their employer, Guoming, though youthful, had already carved out a notorious reputation in the underworld. With such a formidable entourage at his back, even the formidable Li Chun would likely face dire consequences. Moreover, Guoming was armed. The manager, who had just moments ago trembled in fear, now brimmed with renewed vigor, mocking Li Chun with a cold smile. "Kid, young Master Gua has arrived. Your good days are over," he taunted. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a resounding slap echoed as he received a fierce backhand, leaving half of his face marred and eliciting a piercing scream. Guoming, who had just crossed the threshold, was immediately incensed by the sight. With a cigar pinched between his fingers, he pointed at Li Chun, bellowing, "How dare you strike someone in my presence? Take him down." No sooner had he spoken than a figure lunged toward Li Qin. This was a bodyguard, hired at great expense by young Master Gua, a formidable fighter. The man moved with lightning speed, reaching Li Chun before Guoming's words had fully dissipated. His ferocious fist was aimed squarely at Li Qin. Yet, in the face of such an aggressive assault, Li Qin showed no inclination to evade. He merely emitted a disdainful snort. In an instant, the bodyguard felt an overwhelming force crash upon him, as if he were being struck by a colossal wave. Bang! Before he could react, he was sent flying, crashing to the ground, lifeless. The scene rendered Guoming's expression grave. In the next moment, he reached for the gun at his waist. However, before he could draw it, he was propelled backward, rolling out the door and landing outside the apothecary. As his body hit the ground, Li Chun followed closely behind, placing his foot upon Guoming's cheek. This humiliating spectacle prompted Guoming to roar in fury. "You're finished, kid. Release my young master." Witnessing Guoming being struck, his subordinates surged toward Li Qin. Yet, before they could even approach him, Li Qin swept his sleeve, and all 30 men collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, utterly devoid of combat capability. It was astonishingly swift, almost too swift for Guoming, who lay beneath Li Qin's foot, to comprehend what had transpired. How could this be? Guoming found the situation incredulous. Disregarding his disbelief, he struggled to rise, but scarcely had he ascended halfway when, crack, Li Qin's foot pressed down again, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from his mouth. The young man, bloodied, retained his defiant demeanor. "I am the son of the leader of the Qinglong Hall. They will not let you go unpunished," Guoming declared. Despite his injuries, the Qinglong Hall is a notorious gang in Qingzhou, and merely uttering its name instills fear in others. However, upon hearing Guoming's words, Li Chun merely scoffed, placing his foot upon Guoming's right arm. With a resounding crack, Guoming's arm was crushed. A piercing scream escaped his lips. Li Chun, with an icy demeanor, stated, "Since you are so unwilling to accept your fate, I shall grant you an opportunity. Call out to your comrades. Summon anyone from the Qinglong Hall. I shall ensure you meet your end with clarity. Chapter 20. Is there more? How arrogant. Guo Ming clenched his fists tightly, never having endured such humiliation in his life. Yet, his opponent indeed possessed the audacity to be so brazen, having brought along over 30 subordinates, all of whom were effortlessly dispatched. Surely, this must be the legendary martial artist. But what of it? Having navigated the Jianghu of Qishou for so long, he had never feared anyone. Therefore, he laboriously retrieved his phone with his uninjured left arm and dialed a number. If he was to summon aid, he would call upon the full might of the Qinglong Hall to see what this young man had left to be arrogant about. In the Yaowang Hall, the manager, his face bruised and battered, was assisted out alongside others. Witnessing the scene before them, they were both astonished by Li Qin's prowess and unable to suppress a sneer. They acknowledged that Li Qin's strength was indeed formidable, yet to think he could sweep through the Qinglong Hall was rather foolish. After all, Li Qin could have easily departed after his altercation, but once the Qinglong Hall's members arrived, he would likely find himself unable to leave, perhaps even losing his life in the process. Especially with Master Zhua, a legendary figure beside the leader of the Qinglong Hall. Guo Ming made 7 or 8 calls, and only after he was finished did Li Qin, with a smile, inquire, "Is there anyone else you wish to call?" Guo Ming instinctively shook his head. Bang! Guo Ming found himself pinned beneath Li Qin's foot, as Li Qin casually pulled up a chair and sat down. Guo Ming struggled to rise, but it felt as though a great mountain weighed upon him, rendering his efforts futile. Anger, humiliation, and hatred flickered across his face. In that moment, he yearned to see Li Qin torn to shreds. Li Qin remained seated, his foot pressing down on Guo Ming's back, as he nonchalantly scrolled through short videos on his phone. After approximately 20 minutes, the roar of engines echoed like the growl of a beast. Over 30 vehicles surged in like a tidal wave. The doors swung open, revealing over 100 burly men clad in black suits, wielding machetes and iron rods, each exuding a fierce aura. Upon disembarking, they immediately spotted Li Qin standing over Guo Ming. "Get him!" bellowed the leader, a tattooed giant, charging forth while brandishing his steel pipe. His followers erupted in a chorus of shouts, rushing behind him. Li Qin remained seated, showing no intention of moving. As the leading brute approached, Li Qin lifted his foot and delivered a swift kick. Bang! The man instantly curled up like a shrimp, his steel pipe flying from his grasp. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground over 10 meters away. The followers behind him were knocked down like dominoes. After a brief moment of chaos, several subordinates rushed to help the fallen giant, while the remaining ones charged at Li Qin once more, brandishing their weapons. They deliberately avoided Guo Ming beneath Li Qin's foot. Li Qin continued to sit in his chair, only one leg extending like a whip. Bang! 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 Dozens of individuals attempted to confront Li Qin, yet they found themselves effortlessly cast aside, sprawled on the ground in abject despair. In this round, over 60 fell. The remaining 30 halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear, none daring to advance further. Guo Ming was taken aback, astonished by Li Qin's formidable prowess. These were the elite of the Qinglong Hall, and the muscular tattooed man was renowned for his fighting skills within the organization. Yet, before Li Qin, they were utterly powerless. A sense of panic began to settle in Guo Ming. The manager and others nearby felt their hearts race. Could it be that this young man would dismantle the Qinglong Hall? Surely not. At that moment, a dozen vehicles sped into view. As the occupants disembarked and beheld their fallen comrades, they were momentarily stunned, but in the next instant, they surged forward. Their young master remained beneath the adversary's foot. Such a moment called for courage, not retreat. Moreover, given the number of opponents previously defeated, surely the adversary's strength must have waned. In the blink of an eye, over 30 charged forth. However, the outcome was eerily similar. They too, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, soon found themselves lying on the ground, echoing the lamentations of their predecessors. The street resonated with cries, transforming it into a veritable hellscape. Vehicles continued to arrive in relentless waves, each bringing forth more individuals who met the same fate. 200, 300, 500. Throughout this entire ordeal, Li Qin remained seated, unmoved in the slightest. Over 1,000 lay sprawled before him. Was there more? Observing the heap of fallen figures, some even piled atop one another, Li Qin felt no flicker of compassion as he coldly declared, "If there are no survivors, you may as well perish. Wait, you have compelled me." Guo Ming's eyes glinted with malice as he retrieved his phone, dialing once more, "Dad, come save me." On the other end was Guo Qijiang, the leader of the Qinglong Hall, the very architect of its foundation. In recent years, he had entrusted the management of the organization entirely to his son, seldom making an appearance. It was only under duress that Guoming resorted to calling his father for assistance. 20 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce entered the street. A portly man emerged from the vehicle, accompanied solely by a bald figure adorned with a blood-red lotus tattoo, exuding an air of flamboyance. The presence of only these two individuals, without any additional subordinates, spoke volumes of their confidence and resolve. Chapter 21. The unintentional master. The moment Guo Qijiang made his entrance, a wave of joy swept through the crowd. Guoming exclaimed loudly, "Father, come and save me." Guo Qijiang was undoubtedly a legendary figure in Qizhou. He had risen from a mere ruffian to a formidable overlord, commanding respect and fear in the underworld. He established the Qinglong Hall and was recognized as one of the three titans alongside Su Liuye and Yuan Haidong. His minions were numerous, making him a veritable emperor of the earth. Particularly notable was the bald man beside him, known as Zui Yuyan, affectionately dubbed Zui Qinghao. It was said that he had reached the pinnacle of the dark energy realm, which explained why Guo Qijiang had chosen to bring only him along. A practitioner of dark energy, Li Chen discerns Zui Yuyan's strength almost immediately. To the average person, a dark energy warrior was an imposing presence. Yet, Li Chen regarded even masters as mere ants, and thus felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, what formidable prowess could one expect from a mere street gang? "You are quite bold, young man," Guo Qijiang remarked, his jowls quivering like waves as he spoke. His gaze fell upon the Qinglong Hall henchman sprawled on the ground, revealing a hint of astonishment. The entirety of Qinglong Hall had nearly succumbed to Li Chen's prowess. Li Chen merely smiled disdainfully. "It seems that your companion is the strongest fighter of your Qinglong Hall. With such limited capability, do you dare to swindle my medicinal materials?" Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Guo Qijiang could not help but chuckle. "From your tone, it appears that you look down upon the entire Qinglong Hall." He continued, "I concede that you possess some strength, but with just yourself, you are hardly a match to topple my Qinglong Hall." With that, he gestured towards Zui Yuyan, who instantly grasped his leader's intent. "Rest assured, boss. It will be a piece of cake," Zui Yuan replied, stretching his limbs and stepping forward, his eyes alight with combat fervor. To be candid, with his prowess, Zui Yuyan was nearly invincible in Qingzhou, aside from the external master Zhang Fengsong. It had been quite some time since he had enjoyed a truly exhilarating fight. The fact that Li Chun had dispatched so many of the Qinglong Hall members, albeit in waves, warranted Zui Yuan's engagement. Zui Yuan fixed his gaze on Li Chen, beckoning him with a flick of his finger. "Come, let me gauge your strength." Li Chen let out a bored sigh, slowly rising to his feet. "This is rather uninteresting. I would rather not waste time on a bunch of ants." As his words lingered in the air, he winked at Zui Yuan. Boom. In an instant, Zui Yuan exploded into a mist of blood. Gasped. The entire street froze in shock, cloaked in an eerie silence. Guo Qijiang, who had just moments ago exuded confidence, stood transfixed, his mouth agape, eyes wide with terror. Did a person just vanish into thin air? Was this some sort of demon? The other members of Qinglong Hall were similarly paralyzed, their minds blank as they recalled how they had previously charged towards Li Chen, intent on attacking him. At that moment, being struck and sent flying by Li Chen, it became apparent that his opponent possessed exceptional martial prowess. It seemed he had merely been toying with a child. Meanwhile, the manager at the entrance was in such distress that beads of sweat began to form in his trousers. What kind of formidable being have we provoked? Guoming chastised himself soundly, doubting his own senses. Li Chen gazed at Guo Qijiang and the manager, declaring, in the realm of martial arts, engaging in dubious enterprises is somewhat understandable. However, deceiving others in the sale of medicine surpasses the bounds of decency. Particularly you two, as the principal culprits, deserve the harshest of fates. As Li Chen spoke, he pointed toward Guo Qijiang and Guoming. Guo Qijiang felt a chill run through him, ready to kneel and plead for mercy. In an instant, the father and son duo had vanished without a trace. And you, manager, you who abuse your power and harbor malicious intentions, who can say how many wrongs you have committed? Upon finishing his words, the manager erupted into a mist of blood. And you, the server, who once followed the manager in intimidation, your demise is equally warranted. One by one, as Li Chun pointed at each individual, they were erased from existence. Within a matter of minutes, aside from the Guo father and son, 8 others had also dissipated into blood mist. At this juncture, Li Chun regarded the remaining members of the Qinglong Hall, who were trembling on the ground, lost in contemplation. The lives of these individuals rested solely in his hands. However, he had no intention of wiping them all out. Upon returning, he realized that even as an immortal emperor, he was but one man, and certain tasks, such as gathering medicinal herbs, proved cumbersome. The people of Qinglong Hall were conveniently positioned to serve as his subordinates. "Come here." Li Chun beckoned to a man with a buzz cut. This man had brought over 300 individuals and clearly held a significant position within Qinglong Hall. Upon hearing his name called, the buzz-cut man was instantly gripped by fear, beads of sweat trickling down his brow as he approached Li Chun with utmost respect, stammering, "Why yes. What is your command? What is your name?" Li Chun inquired. "My name is Chen Weidong. From this moment forth, you shall be appointed as the leader of Qinglong Hall. Are you capable of fulfilling this role?" Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Chen Weidong's eyes widened with astonishment. He could hardly believe his fortune in being chosen by such a figure. In the next breath, he assured, "Yes, I am capable. Should I become the leader of Qinglong Hall, I will devote myself entirely to serving you." "Very well, then it is settled." With that, Li Chen turned to the others, stating, "From now on, Chen Weidong shall be the leader of Qinglong Hall, representing my will. Do you all understand?" "Understood," the others responded in unison. Having witnessed Li Chen's terrifying power, they dared not contest his appointed choice. Furthermore, Chen Weidong had originally been a senior member of the group, with aspirations of claiming the leadership position. Now, with Li Chun as his backing, no one would dare challenge him. "I perceive you must have trained in something akin to Western boxing. By martial arts standards, you can barely be considered a Mingjin warrior. The Guo father and son relied on the dark strength of Zhuo Yu to dominate the region, so as my subordinate, you must not be lacking." Having spoken, Li Chen pointed his hand, and a radiant beam of light surged directly into Chen Weidong's body. This force was sufficient to grant one the physique of a master. Yet the mastery of techniques would require your own diligent practice. I shall grant you 3 days. Once you have reorganized the Qinglong Hall, seek me at this location. Li Chun provided an address. Chen Weidong promptly nodded in acknowledgement. After issuing his instructions, Li Chun departed. Although he had not acquired the desired medicinal materials this time, the subjugation of the Qinglong Hall would alleviate his concerns regarding resources. Once Li Chun had left, Chen Weidong straightened his posture, intending to turn around, when he suddenly heard a series of crackling sounds emanating from his body. A surge of formidable power coursed through him. Instinctively, Chen Weidong raised his hand and threw a punch into the air. Boom! The air before him was split apart, producing a thunderous sound. This power. I truly possess the physique of a master. A look of ecstatic joy illuminated Chen Weidong's eyes. Chapter 22, A New Era. Chen Weidong, originally an elder of the Qinglong Hall, had secured his position with the backing of Li Chen and his own masterful prowess. In a mere span of 3 days, he completely reorganized the Qinglong Hall and officially assumed leadership. The transition of power within one of the 3 major factions of Qizhou was undoubtedly a momentous event, stirring considerable intrigue, particularly following the demise of the former leader, Guo Qijiang, which sparked rampant speculation. The prevailing narrative suggested that both Guo Qijiang and Zhuo Yuyan had fallen at the hands of Chen Weidong. Thus, Chen Weidong emerged as the new figure of prominence in Qingzhou's underworld, basking in the limelight. Simultaneously, Chen Weidong announced a succession ceremony to be held 10 days hence. Cognizant that while he had ascended to the apex of the Qinglong Hall, the external forces still held Guo Qijiang in high regard and might not yet recognize him as a formidable contender. Therefore, he resolved to utilize the ceremony as a platform to unequivocally demonstrate his power and solidify his position. Having arranged these matters, Chen Weidong rode in a Rolls-Royce, formerly belonging to Guo Qijiang, to the villa of Li Chun. This opulent vehicle had now become his personal conveyance. Despite his subordinates urging him to switch to a different car, he insisted on retaining it, wishing to convey to all that everything belonging to Guo Qijiang, including his women, was now his. Indeed, who would have imagined that within just 3 days, the canary Guo Qijiang had kept in the villa had now become Chen Weidong's confidant? All of this was bestowed upon him by Li Chun. As Chen Weidong's vehicle approached within 500 meters of Li Chen's villa, he instructed the driver to halt and proceeded on foot, as a gesture of respect towards Li Chun. "The affairs of the Qinglong Hall have been settled, and I have procured some of the medicinal herbs you requested. In no more than 7 days, I shall have the complete collection," he stated. Placing a box before Li Chen, he had carried it himself, eschewing assistance from his subordinates. "Excellent," Li Chen replied, nodding with satisfaction, convinced that winning over Chen Weidong was an astute decision. After a brief visit, Chen Weidong took his leave. Once he departed, Li Chun unveiled the herbs, placing his palm over them and employing his celestial power to commence the alchemical process. Within mere minutes, he had successfully refined over 30 golden pills, each adorned with 3 golden lines, commonly referred to as. 1 line indicated a medium grade, 2 lines denoted a superior grade, and 3 lines signified an exceptional grade. However, the herbs native to Earth were merely ordinary, typically yielding only inferior products. It was through Li Chen's exceptional cultivation that he was able to exponentially enhance their potency, transforming them into superior elixirs. For Su Yaning, these were more than sufficient for the time being. Li Chen retrieved his phone and called Su Yaning. Yaning, where are you? Your brother-in-law has a gift for you. A gift? Su Yaning exclaimed, surprised. I'm dining at a Western restaurant in the Blue Ocean building. Would you like to join me? Certainly. 10 minutes later, Li Chen entered the Western restaurant. From a distance, Su Yaning waved at him. Opposite Su Yaning sat a woman in her 30s, her makeup exquisite, exuding a certain mature charm. I hope I am not interrupting, Li Chen inquired. Not at all, brother-in-law. Allow me to introduce you. This is General Qin. We have been partners for many years and happen to be shopping together today, stopping here for a meal, Su Yaning introduced, while Qin Jia's gaze scrutinized Li Chen. Brother-in-law? She mused, recalling that Su Yaning indeed had an elder sister, though they had never met, and Su Yaning seldom mentioned her. Encountering Su Yaning's brother-in-law piqued her curiosity. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Li Chun took a seat. Brother-in-law, you mentioned a gift for me. What is it? Li Chun retrieved a meticulously crafted elixir. This is specifically concocted for you. Take 1 daily. I will teach you the breathing techniques upon our return. Really? Thank you, brother-in-law. Su Yaning's eyes sparkled with delight. Having learned that Li Qin was an immortal emperor, she had long been yearning for the art of cultivation. However, as he had not mentioned it in recent days, she felt hesitant to inquire. Now, seeing the elixir he prepared for her, her joy was boundless. Meanwhile, Qin Jia listened in a state of confusion. Elixir? Breathing techniques? I didn't realize General Su believed in such things, she chuckled softly. To her, these were mere superstitions. Furthermore, many emperors of old had perished from elixir toxicity, attributed to mercury and lead. She contemplated warning Su Yaning but refrained, considering Li Chen's presence. Instead, she harbored a sense of disdain for Li Chen, thinking him lacking in intelligence for believing in such matters and concocting elixirs. Li Chen, however, was indifferent to Qin Jia's opinion, picking up his knife and fork to savor the culinary delights. He was utterly disinterested in the conversation between Qin Jia and Su Yaning, initially intending to leave after finishing his meal. Just then, a voice rang out. Li Chen, you really are back. Startled, the three at the table looked up simultaneously. A well-dressed man in a suit with slicked back hair, embodying the image of a successful individual, stood not far away. Upon seeing him, Qin Jia exclaimed in surprise. It's Huafeng, the president of Baozhuang Company. Li Chen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering Huafeng here. Li Chen, I heard from the front desk that you came to the company yesterday. I was somewhat skeptical, but here you are. Huafeng approached with enthusiasm, arms outstretched for an embrace. However, Li Chen remained seated, unmoved, his gaze icy. I heard that my shares in the company have been diluted to a mere 12. And your press conference certainly cast a long shadow, Li Chen stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Huafeng's smile faltered, becoming noticeably strained. In recent years, Huafeng has navigated the business world with remarkable ease, greeting everyone with a smile, even his adversaries. Thus, despite his reluctance to see Li Chen's return, he put on a facade of cordiality. He assumed that no matter what Li Chen thought internally, he would not dare to tear the mask off their faces. However, to his utter astonishment, Li Chen disregarded such decorum and struck at his vulnerabilities directly. At that moment, Huafeng found himself at a loss for words. Li Chen, I will explain the company matters to you, he began. No need for explanations, Li Chen interjected, shaking his head. I was blind to the truth before, but I am not now. Moreover, having seen you for who you truly are, I will reclaim Baozhuang Company. Upon hearing this, Huafeng's expression darkened completely, revealing his true self at last. Li Chen, he said, now that we are speaking frankly, do you think Baozhuang Company is still the same as it was 10 years ago? I have heard that you are in contact with that shameless woman, Ying, but let me assure you, it is futile. The company is under my command now. If you harbor any intentions regarding the company, you will regret it. You are no longer the esteemed young master of the Li family. You possess no power to be arrogant in my presence. The consequences of offending me are far beyond your capacity to bear. If you are wise, you may retain your 12 shares and enjoy a few more days of comfort. Should you choose not to heed my warning, not a penny of the company's wealth will be yours. Huofeng regarded Li Chun with palpable disdain. Nearby, Su Yaning was infuriated, rising from her seat in indignation. She knew well that Huofeng's current success was entirely due to Li Chin's assistance, and she was appalled to discover his true nature. Meanwhile, Qin Jia sat with her arms crossed, observing the confrontation with an air of amusement. Although she was unaware of the history between Li Chun and Huofeng, it was clear to her that Huofeng was far from a decent individual. However, from Huofeng's words, it seemed that Li Chun was a once privileged heir now fallen from grace, failing to grasp the reality of his situation. Times had changed, and Huofeng had indeed ascended into the upper echelons of Qingzhou society. If Li Chun was as Huofeng claimed, he lacked the qualifications to contend against him. Chapter 23. Li Chun was unexpectedly ruthless. Huofeng, without my brother-in-law, where would you be today? How dare you utter such words? Su Yaning exclaimed, her anger directed at such a shameless individual. However, Huofeng remained unfazed, instead sneering, when the company was established. It was indeed reliant on Li Chun's family factory and funding, but its growth to this day is solely attributable to my personal capabilities. I, Huofeng, have become the illustrious general manager Hua, while Li Chun is merely a stray dog. What does he have to compare with me? I offered him a smile, and he rejected it, truly believing himself to still be the young master of the Li family. The kind of person I despise the most is one devoid of self-awareness. Huofeng derided without restraint. In the past, he had lacked funds and had to ingratiate himself to Li Chun, a memory he regarded with shame and as a scar. To trample Li Chun underfoot had always been his fervent desire. Your shamelessness truly exceeds my imagination, Li Chun replied coldly. For some unknown reason, Huofeng felt a sudden unease under Li Chun's gaze. However, he quickly regained his composure. What was Li Chun, after all? Presently, Li Chun lacked the qualifications to contend with him. So I am shameless. Come on, bite me, Huofeng exclaimed, his demeanor indicative of a petty man reveling in his success. Upon hearing this, Li Chun took a nearby tissue to wipe his palms and slowly rose to his feet. Huofeng had more to say, but before he could utter a word, bang! Li Chun suddenly seized Huofeng by the neck and forcefully yanked him down, driving his knee into Huofeng's abdomen. Huofeng clutched his belly as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Qin Jia, startled, took 2 steps back, staring at Li Chun in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Li Chun, who appeared so refined, would suddenly resort to violence. I was not in a hurry to find you, but since you insisted on seeking discomfort, I shall first reclaim some interest, Li Chun declared, gripping Huofeng's collar and delivering several sharp slaps to his face, transforming it into a swollen mess. Only then did Li Chun release his grip, fixing his gaze upon Huofeng, coldly stating, Huofeng, listen well. Within half a month, I will reclaim the company. I will make you understand that 10 years ago, I could elevate you from an ordinary college student to the company's president, and 10 years later, I can just as easily bring you to ruin. With that, Li Chun turned and departed. Once Li Chun had left, Huofeng dared to rise from the ground, his expression one of venomous resentment as he glared at the direction Li Chun had gone. Gritting his teeth, Li Chun, I will remember this grievance. You better watch out. After speaking, he noticed the peculiar gazes surrounding him and, feeling embarrassed, left in a huff. I never expected your brother-in-law to be so volatile, Qin Jia remarked, curious as she looked towards Su Yaning. Earlier, Li Chun had boldly declared his intention to reclaim the company within half a month, and she was intrigued by the confidence that prompted such a statement. It's not that my brother-in-law is volatile, it is that Huofeng is utterly detestable. Even I feel inclined to strike him. Su Yaning exclaimed in frustration, as far as I know, that Huofeng has connections with all sorts of people. If you confront him, you must warn your brother-in-law to be cautious. Qin Jia, not having obtained the answer she sought, continued to probe further. Upon hearing this, Su Yaning scoffed dismissively. What do the various factions matter? If they dare to provoke my brother-in-law, even the king of hell himself would be of no consequence. A hint of contemplation flickered in Qin Jia's eyes. Observing Su Yaning's demeanor, she noted the absence of any concern. It seemed this Li Chun had quite a formidable backing. Yet, the exact nature of his influence remained unclear, making further inquiries inadvisable. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the confrontation, a woman in the corner bore witness to the entire scene, her brow furrowed in concentration. Earlier, Dong Qing had overheard snippets of the conversation and felt a peculiar familiarity with the name Li Chun, though she could not immediately recall why. Just then, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID displaying Wu Ping's name, a flash of recognition struck her mind. Dong Qing suddenly remembered where she had heard that name before. Li Chun, the scion of the Li family who had gone missing after being struck by a car 10 years ago, was indeed the same individual. A decade prior, Dong Qing was merely a common university student, far removed from the circles of the Li family. However, she became acquainted with Li Chun through her wealthy patron, Wu Peng. After graduating from university and struggling to find employment, she resorted to becoming an online streamer, where Wu Peng noticed her and lavished money on her as his top supporter. Following a few one-on-one encounters, she naturally fell into a relationship with him. Her awareness of Li Chun stemmed from a drunken boast by Wu Peng, who had claimed to have killed someone. 10 years ago, he had driven a cement truck that fatally struck the young master of the Li family. Wu Peng was known for his exaggerations, and Dong Qing had paid little heed to his words. However, recalling the earlier conversation involving Li Chun, she began to realize that Wu Peng's claims might indeed hold a kernel of truth. The phone continued to ring, and taking a deep breath, Dong Qing pressed the answer button. "What are you doing? Why did it take you so long to answer?" Wu Peng's voice on the other end was laced with irritation. "Wu Xiao, please let me explain. I just saw someone at the restaurant who claimed his name was Li Chun." "What did you say?" A clattering sound echoed through the phone, as if a cup had slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. After a brief silence, Wu Peng's tone turned grave. "Do not speak of this to anyone. Return to the villa immediately to find me." After leaving the Western restaurant, Li Chun stood on the bustling street, a shadow of melancholy in his gaze. It had been 5 days since his return, yet there was still no lead on the enemies of the Li family. With the anniversary of his parents' death approaching, it seemed he would be unable to honor their spirits with the heads of his foes on that day. Lost in thought, Li Chun was about to depart when a sudden intensity flickered in his eyes. Someone was secretly watching him. Without hesitation, he turned and strode into a nearby alley, swiftly disappearing from sight. Moments later, a young man clad in a hoodie emerged from the alley, a look of surprise etched upon his face. "Where is everyone? Who are you looking for?" he inquired. Just then, a voice laced with mischief echoed through the air. The man's expression shifted to alarm as he swiftly turned around. Yet, before he could discern the identity of the figure behind him, Li Chun had already seized him by the throat and abruptly lifted him off the ground. With a resounding crash, he was violently slammed against the wall, leaving the man feeling as though his spine might shatter, his countenance a portrait of terror. Chapter 24. Warning. The man in the hoodie felt as though his body was on the verge of disintegration. Li Chun's grip was firmly locked around his neck, rendering him utterly helpless in his struggle. Under the immense pressure, his face began to flush, blood vessels appearing in his eyes, and his vision started to blur. If this continued, he would surely suffocate. Just as fear enveloped him, Li Chun abruptly released his hold. The man crumpled to the ground, clutching his throat, gasping for fresh air, a profound sense of survival flooding his heart. "Speak. Who sent you to follow me?" Li Chun's gaze was cold as he regarded the man on the ground. The individual was merely a lackey, only slightly stronger than an average person. It was precisely this ordinariness that rendered him unnoticed by Li Chun until now. After a dozen labored breaths, the man regained his composure. His eyes filled with trepidation as he looked at Li Chun. The young man had struck with such swiftness that he had genuinely felt he was on the brink of death. He hurriedly spoke. "It was Feng Sanbao. I was ordered by him. I'm merely a minion. I truly know nothing else." Clearly, the man had been terrified into submission. Upon hearing the name Feng Sanbao, Li Chun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped that someone related to the murderer of his family had come seeking him, allowing him to unravel the entire web of deceit. Instead, it was merely this insignificant figure, Feng Sanbao. Previously, Feng Sanbao had dispatched a venomous snake to create chaos at Su Yanning's company, only to be eradicated by Li Chun. It seemed that the disappearance of those individuals had raised Feng Sanbao's suspicions, prompting him to send someone to monitor Li Chun. "Did Feng Sanbao instruct you to do anything else aside from surveilling me?" Li Chun inquired. "No, Feng Sanbao only commanded me to watch Su Yanning. I merely followed you after seeing you dining with her, hoping to glean some information," he replied. Li Chun nodded, understanding the situation. In truth, he held little regard for someone as insignificant as Feng Sanbao, which was why he had taken no action after their last encounter. However, it appeared that matters needed addressing now. Return and inform Feng Sanbao to cease his provocations. If there is a next time, I will ensure he vanishes as the snake did. Isn't Feng Sanbao investigating the snake's death? Li Chen sought to make it abundantly clear that meddling with him would lead to dire consequences. Surely, if Feng Sanbao possessed any intelligence, he would comprehend the implications. With that, Li Chen turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. The man in the hoodie trembled as he struggled to rise from the ground. His encounter with Li Chen had felt akin to facing death itself. The intangible pressure had been utterly terrifying. In the office of the general manager at Tianbao Group, Feng Sanbao lounged in a suit, a cigar clenched between his teeth, his legs casually draped over the desk. Once just a petty thug, he had leveraged his silver tongue to attach himself to a wealthy heiress, rising to prominence as a phoenix man. Subsequently, he cunningly seized control of his father-in-law's company, casting his wife aside and emerging as the helm of Sanbao Group. Recently, he had set his sights on a parcel of land in the southern city, only to discover that it had been acquired by Su Yaning. Though merely a piece of land, it posed no significant threat to Sanbao Group. However, Feng Sanbao was not one to accept losses lightly. Thus, he resolved to employ unscrupulous means to compel Su Yaning to relinquish the land. Who could have anticipated that he would dispatch the notorious leader of the Poison Snake Gang, only for the man to seemingly vanish without a trace? In his quest for answers, he investigated and uncovered the presence of a man claiming to be Su Yaning's brother-in-law. Feng Sanbao began to suspect that the disappearance of the poison snake might be linked to this brother-in-law. Unable to locate Li Chen, he resorted to monitoring Su Yaning to unravel the unfolding mystery. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, Feng Sanbao growled, "I have navigated these treacherous paths for decades. I refuse to believe that a mere girl can thwart me. Whoever stands in my way shall meet their demise." At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. The man clad in a hoodie he had sent out entered. "Why are you back? Is there any progress?" Feng Sanbao inquired, uncrossing his legs. "Boss Wang, I was discovered. Su Yaning's brother-in-law possesses formidable strength. He instructed me to convey a message. Should you provoke him again, he will ensure you vanish as the poison snake has." Upon hearing this, Feng Sanbao's body trembled slightly. Did this imply that the poison snake was dead? Yet, a cold smirk quickly graced his face. It seemed he had encountered a worthy adversary, one who could strike ruthlessly, but Feng Sanbao was not one to be intimidated. The hooded man cautiously urged, "I feel it would be prudent not to provoke him." Before he could finish, Feng Sanbao seized the ashtray and hurled it at the man's forehead. Blood instantly streaming down. "Damn it! What do you mean you feel? What have you ever felt? I have faced far worse storms. Let us see what he is truly capable of." With that, he grabbed the phone lying on the table. "Hello, fourth brother. I need to discuss something with you. Help me deal with someone." At the Li family estate, when Li Chen arrived, he observed numerous workers donning hard hats diligently laboring. Trucks were hauling away debris, and a middle-aged man was gesticulating with a blueprint in hand. Su Yaning was swift. It had barely been a few days since he had finalized the plans with her, and she had already set the wheels in motion. Gazing at the dilapidated Li family estate, Li Chen found himself eager to witness its restoration. The workers noticed Li Chen's presence but paid him little heed, assuming he was merely a passerby drawn by curiosity. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as 3 off-road vehicles barreled toward them. The silver Hummer at the forefront sped forward, screeching to a halt just inches away. A worker pushing a cart nearly got struck, collapsing in fright, his face ashen. The vehicle came to a halt, and 7 robust men descended from the off-road vehicle. Among them, a man with a face marked by thick flesh bellowed fiercely, "Stop right there. No one is permitted to proceed without my consent." Chapter 25. A confrontation. The workers, who had previously been engrossed in their tasks, abruptly halted their activities. The engineer, adorned with a white hard hat, handed his blueprints to his assistant and, furrowing his brow, approached the burly man with a face full of flesh. "Who are you?" "This is the construction site of Dongheng Company. Do we need your permission to proceed with our work?" The portly man smirked derisively. "I am the engineering department manager of Tianbao Group." "What of Dongheng Company?" "This land is coveted by Tianbao Group, and without the approval of our general manager Feng. You dare to commence work? I suggest you reconsider, lest you find yourself in dire straits." As he spoke, he shoved the engineer aside, infuriated by such brazen insolence. The engineer retorted, "The project belongs to Dongheng Group. To suggest that we require your general manager's consent is utterly ludicrous. Cease this disturbance, or I shall have no choice but to call the authorities." "Call the authorities?" The corpulent man scoffed, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "How dare you threaten me?" With that, He struck the engineer across the face. The refined engineer, unaccustomed to such brutality, stumbled back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The burly man then pointed menacingly at the workers, bellowing, "All of you, stop at once, or I will smash your heads." As he finished speaking, 6 imposing figures emerged from vehicles, brandishing clubs and steel pipes, their demeanor aggressive. The workers, taken aback by the intimidating display, stood frozen in fear. The portly man advanced once more, seizing the engineer by the collar and threatening him with malicious intent. "Return and inform your general manager Sue that without our Feng's approval, no one shall work here. You are to leave immediately." The engineer's expression was one of distress, yet faced with such ferocity, he dared not utter another word. Seeing the engineer submit, the burly man released his grip and addressed his companions, "Let us leave for now. If they dare to proceed tomorrow, it will not be as simple as today." As he turned toward his Hummer, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Wait a moment, who said you could leave?" Startled, the burly man turned to see a young man observing him with a cold demeanor. At that instant, all eyes were drawn to the unfolding scene. "Who are you?" the burly man inquired, his brow furrowing in annoyance. "I am the brother-in-law of Su Yanning. This residence was constructed for me by Su Yanning," the young man replied. "Constructed for you?" The burly man sized up Li Chun with disdain. "Brother-in-law to my sister-in-law. You certainly have an intriguing arrangement. That wretched Su Yanning has long been on my mind. It seems you have had your turn first. But tell me, you, a mere pretty boy, what gives you the audacity to confront me?" Before he could finish his taunt, Li Chun had already made his move, crossing the distance of several meters in an instant to stand before the burly man. With a resounding thud, the corpulent man had scarcely a moment to react before Li Chun's hand pressed firmly against his head, propelling him forcefully towards the ground. Thud! A protruding steel rebar pierced directly through the man's temple, traversing his skull. Blood gushed forth, bubbling along the steel rod. The corpulent man lay motionless, lifeless upon the ground. Gasps of horror erupted from the onlookers, their hair standing on end as they witnessed the gruesome spectacle. They had never encountered such a terrifying scene. A murder had just unfolded before their eyes. The 6 henchmen who had accompanied the corpulent man were paralyzed with fear, their legs turning to jelly. Clatter, clatter. Their steel pipes clattered to the ground. Yet, Li Chun's expression remained unperturbed as he turned to the engineer and remarked with a smile, "I have avenged you." At that moment, the engineer's mind was in a haze, utterly bewildered by Li Chun's words, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Li Chun sighed, recognizing the complications that arose from taking a life in front of ordinary individuals. He raised his hand, a flash of light emanating from it, dispelling their terror. He then dialed Chun Weidong, instructing him to manage the aftermath of the incident. Given that the Qinglong Hall operated in a murky underworld, they were likely well versed in handling such matters. As for the remaining 6, Li Chun had no desire to eliminate them. Instead, he intended to utilize them to issue a warning to those who held animosity towards Su Yanning. Chun Weidong arrived 20 minutes later. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene of the corpulent man's demise, even he couldn't help but feel a jolt of unease. Here was Mr. Li, who possessed the power to reduce adversaries to mere blood mist, yet chose to employ such brutal force. What agony must the man have endured as the rebar penetrated his skull? "You will manage this situation," Li Chun instructed. "Moreover, this location will serve as my residence in the future, and henceforth, the security here will be the responsibility of the Qinglong Hall." Chun Weidong nodded in agreement. After issuing his directives, Li Chun prepared to depart. At that moment, a sudden, urgent ringing pierced the air. It was a call from Su Yanning. "Brother-in-law, Feng Sanbao has sent people to the company to cause trouble, and many employees have been injured," she said, her voice laced with indignation. Hearing this, Li Chun's expression turned icy. He had clearly warned Feng Sanbao, yet the latter seemed indifferent, first sending the corpulent man to disrupt the construction site, and now dispatching individuals to create chaos at Dongheng Group. This was an outright declaration of war against him. Chapter 26. A show of strength. Li Chun appeared at the entrance of the Dongheng Group building. The lobby was in disarray, with numerous security personnel sprawled on the floor, emitting cries of anguish. On a sofa in the lobby sat a gaunt man, nonchalantly crossing his legs and smoking, his arms draped over the armrests. Surrounding him were 7 or 8 subordinates wielding clubs. Opposite them, Su Yanning's delicate face was ablaze with fury. Feng Sanbao had gone too far, truly believing that Dongheng Group feared him. Upon hearing her words, the gaunt man let out a chilling chuckle. "Ms. Su, do not let anger consume you. It would be unfortunate for your health." Where is the fool who dared to threaten our Feng? Bring him forth, or I cannot guarantee that I won't resort to violence against women. You. Su Yaning gritted her teeth. Are you looking for me? Li Chun entered with a calm demeanor. The thin man, upon hearing the voice, suddenly sprang to his feet. You are Li Chun? I thought you would hide like a coward. Come with me. Fourth master wishes to see you. With that, he signaled to his underlings. And a burly man with a menacing expression approached Li Chun. However, as he drew near, Li Chun swiftly struck him, sending him flying several meters, lifeless. The gaunt man's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to speak, Li Chun was already before him, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. I am one of Fourth Master's men. The thin man struggled to articulate. But before he could finish, a sickening crack echoed as his neck was snapped, and Li Chun carelessly discarded his body onto the floor. The remaining men were paralyzed with fear. They had never witnessed such brutality. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. But as they took their first steps, they erupted into a crimson mist. Li Chun approached Su Yaning with concern. Are you unharmed? She shook her head. Then let us proceed to meet this Feng Sanbao. All right, Su Yaning nodded. The individual Feng Sanbao had summoned was named Luo Tian, the fourth in his family, hence referred to as Fourth Master Luo. He was well known in the underworld as a formidable martial artist, having trained many disciples. On their way, Su Yaning briefed Li Chun on Luo Tian's background. Given that they were competitors with Tianbao Group, it was imperative for her to thoroughly investigate the forces behind Feng Sanbao. Many of Luo Tian's disciples worked under Feng Sanbao, and it could be said that Luo Tian played a significant role in Feng Sanbao's ability to navigate both the legal and illegal realms over the years. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Feng Sanbao's estate. A businessman in the construction industry, Feng had established this sprawling estate of over 40 acres for himself. It featured pavilions and artificial lakes, and he frequently invited the elite of Qinzhou to socialize, expanding his network. It was rumored that within the estate was a red building employing beautiful university students. Those who wished to linger at night could remain, allowing these young women to perform private shows in their beds. Feng Sanbao had secured countless contracts through the allure of the red building. As Li Chun and Su Yaning made their entrance, the vigilant subordinates responsible for monitoring instantly became aware of their presence. Initially, they presumed these individuals to be of considerable significance, but upon the arrival of the Fourth Master's men, they were compelled to come forth and offer their apologies. One of them promptly rose and instructed a nearby associate to report to General Feng and the Fourth Master, stating that they had arrived. By the artificial lake in the estate, two figures were seated by the shore, engaged in fishing. One subordinate respectfully appeared behind them, announcing, General Feng, Fourth Master. Su Yaning has come. Upon hearing this, Feng Sanbao let out a hearty laugh, remarking that it was indeed the Fourth Master's intervention that had instilled such fear in their adversaries that they likely trembled at the mere mention of his name. The man beside him, however, merely smirked disdainfully, and with a swift motion of his fishing rod, he hooked a silver carp weighing approximately 30 pounds, exclaiming, Aha! We have a catch. It seems that Li Chun, perhaps emboldened by his martial prowess, has grown rather arrogant. Yet, being a martial artist, who would dare to disregard my authority? I have trained over 300 disciples. A single spat from each could easily drown him. Go, inform Xiao Ji to give them a taste of humility. I am in good spirits today and shall indulge them further. Understood. The subordinate nodded and departed. Xiao Ji, the eldest disciple of Luo Tian, had seen his fellow disciples spread across the globe over the years, while he remained steadfastly by his master's side, being the one whom Luo Tian trusted the most and groomed as his successor. When Luo Tian aged and his vigor waned, it would be Jiao Ji who would uphold the banner of their sect. Upon receiving his master's directive, he promptly appeared at the entrance, scrutinizing Li Chun with a piercing gaze. Are you the one who threatened General Feng and killed the leader of the Viper Gang? Li Chun nodded in affirmation. Jiao Ji remarked, I have encountered that Viper. He possessed commendable skills. To have slain him, you must possess some merit. Yet, did you not consider investigating the relationship between General Feng and my master before acting? Today, you might find yourself in dire straits. Thus, if you offer 10 million, I could intercede on your behalf. Perhaps my master, in his good graces, might spare your life. Given the wealth of General Su, I trust 10 million would not be a burden. At this, Li Chun appeared momentarily taken aback. It seemed these individuals had misconstrued the situation, believing he had come to apologize and was attempting to seize an opportunity for profit. With a cold laugh, he replied, Lead the way. I do not possess 10 million to offer you. Zhao Zi's expression darkened instantly, his gaze toward Li Chun turning icily unyielding. He had anticipated that upon hearing of his willingness to assist, the other party would express gratitude. However, he was taken aback by their blatant lack of appreciation. Upon entering Feng Sanbao's estate, they proceeded towards the artificial lake. Feng Sanbao and Luo Tian remained focused on their fishing. Behind them stood a dozen or so imposing subordinates clad in black, exuding an air of authority akin to that of powerful figures in the underworld. Bow down. Zhao Ji suddenly barked, his gaze fixed intensely upon Li Qin and his companion, exuding a formidable presence. He was determined to instill a sense of humility in Li Qin. Chapter 27. Candy Crush. Zhao Ji's demeanor abruptly shifted, his gaze turning icy as he fixed his eyes on Li Chun. You audacious brat. Having slain the envoy sent by Master Feng, you dare to threaten him? Master Feng has summoned my master. You shall kneel and prostrate in apology immediately, or beware of the consequences. As his words echoed, a throng of burly men cast their chilling stares in Li Chen's direction. One among them echoed, when the senior brother commands you to kneel, it would be wise to comply at once, lest you suffer dearly. Meanwhile, Feng Sanbao and Luo Tian, seated by the shore, remained undisturbed, engrossed in their fishing, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Such was the arrogance of the powerful. As renowned figures, they regarded Li Chun with utter disdain. Kneel before you? Who do you think you are? Li Chun scoffed, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. Zhao Ji felt an overwhelming force crashing upon him. His countenance shifted dramatically as he attempted to resist. With a sickening crack, his skull shattered upon impact, and his lifeless body was hurled several meters away, devoid of breath. This scene plunged the gathering into a profound silence, faces paling in shock. No one anticipated Li Chen's audacity to claim the life of even Luo Tian's disciple. And with a single blow, no less. In the next instant, the black-clad bodyguards sprang into action, brandishing their firearms. Luo Tian's remaining disciples tightened their fists. Their unwavering gazes locked onto Li Chun. At this juncture, Feng Sanbao and Luo Tian finally rose. Upon witnessing the lifeless form of his beloved disciple, a murderous intent flickered across Luo Tian's face, while Feng Sanbao's expression darkened. Zhao Ji had been groomed by Luo Tian as a successor. His untimely demise due to this incident left a significant debt of gratitude unfulfilled. You truly seek death, boy? Someone, shoot him down. Feng Sanbao commanded his bodyguards without hesitation. Wait. Luo Tian interjected, halting the impending violence. This is a matter of the martial world. You have slain my disciple. Allow me to handle this. He turned towards his 5 disciples. You 5 shall avenge the senior brother. Understood. The 5 disciples, their spirits ignited, advanced resolutely towards Li Chun. Although Li Chun had dispatched Zhao Ji with ease, they believed he had merely been caught off guard, unable to retaliate. With Zhao Ji isolated, the 5, while slightly less formidable than the senior brother, were all direct disciples of Luo Tian. United, they could challenge even Luo Tian himself. Senior brother, we have come to avenge you, bellowed a robust man, as the 5 launched their simultaneous assault, akin to 5 leaping leopards, hurtling towards Li Chun. Their fists crackled with energy, each of them having reached the later stages of Mingjing, marking them as skilled fighters. Li Chun's expression remained impassive. He slowly raised his palm, fingers splayed wide. In an instant, a tempest arose around him, manifesting with a ferocity that defied explanation. What was happening? Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Tian furrowed his brow. In the next moment, he saw Li Chun suddenly thrust his palm downward. At that instant, the 5 individuals rushing towards him felt as though an immense mountain had descended upon them, an overwhelming sense of insignificance and despair swelling within their hearts. Bang, bang, bang. In unison, the 5 were forced to the ground. Crack, crack, splatter. Almost instantaneously, their bodies were gruesomely crushed, blood and flesh scattering across the ground. A colossal handprint, approximately 5 meters in size, appeared on the surface. In this fleeting moment, Luo Tian, Feng Sanbao, and the dozen bodyguards were all struck with terror, their eyes wide with horror. With a single strike, 5 lives were extinguished. Was this a demon? It transcended the very boundaries of humanity. Li Chen's gaze fell upon Luo Tian. I had no intention of crossing paths with you, yet you chose to wade into this murky water. Do not blame me for the consequences. Spare me, Luo Tian stammered, his legs trembling as he begged for mercy. Bang! In the next second, his body erupted, transforming into a mist of blood. Beside him, Feng Sanbao was paralyzed with fear, pointing at Li Chun and shouting, "Quick, quick, shoot him." The bodyguards, trembling, raised their weapons, yet their fingers lacked the strength to pull the triggers. Li Chun raised his hand, and their guns flew from their grasp, landing before him. With a mere glance from Li Chin, the dozen bodyguards were swiftly obliterated. Feng Sanbao fell to his knees. "Please, spare me." He was so frightened that he wet himself. "Spare you? I have already given you a chance, but you failed to cherish it. Now, begging for mercy is too late." As he spoke, Li Chin lifted his hand and placed it above Feng Sanbao's head, gradually tightening his grip. Bang! In an instant, Feng Sanbao was vaporized, vanishing without a trace. "Quick, protect President Feng." At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Dozens of figures, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. They were all subordinates of Feng Sanbao. With a mere wave of his hand, Li Chun unleashed a wave of energy, evaporating the multitude. Su Yaning watched in disbelief. Although she had previously witnessed Li Chun reduce a person to blood mist, she had never experienced such a direct confrontation before. It evoked a peculiar sensation, akin to playing a video game, where each life transformed into a mere character, vanishing upon defeat. Compared to her initial terror, this time she felt a strange numbness, an absence of emotion. In truth, she began to grasp Li Chen's sentiments. In the eyes of an immortal emperor, ordinary humans were no more than ants. During his ascent to the position of immortal emperor, Li Chun had battled 9 quasi-immortal emperors, shattering numerous star domains, reducing countless lives to dust. Upon reaching such a realm, he inhabited an entirely different echelon of existence, leading to an inherent indifference. "Let us depart." Li Chun spoke to the dazed Su Yaning. "It is fortuitous that I can assist you in reshaping your constitution." Thus, the two exited the manor and returned to Su Yaning's villa. "Yaning, you possess a mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements. However, with my power infused into your body, it will transform into a supreme 5-element spiritual root. Take one of the pills I have prepared for you each day. Additionally, here is a set of cultivation techniques that perfectly align with your constitution." "Thank you, brother-in-law," Su Yaning said, her voice filled with gratitude. At that moment, she felt a lightness in her body, as if she had regained a decade of youth. Familiarize yourself with the techniques first, and should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to call me. Su Yaning nodded. "Understood, brother-in-law. I shall take my leave now." With that, Li Chun turned and departed. The sky was already darkening, and given that it was his sister-in-law's villa, it would be inappropriate for him to linger any longer. Although their actions were honorable and their demeanor proper, it was prudent to avoid any misunderstandings. Chapter 28. Su Qingshue's best friend. Early the next morning, Su Yaning arrived at Li Chin's villa, radiating vitality. Thanks to Li Chin's enhancements to her physique, Su Yaning exuded an invigorating energy. Her skin appeared as flawless as that of an 18-year-old girl, making her even more enchanting. "What brings you here so early?" Li Chin inquired as he opened the door. Clad in his pajamas and preparing to wash his face and brush his teeth, Su Yaning curiously assessed Li Chin. "Brother-in-law, you're already an immortal emperor. Yet you still brush your own teeth? Would you like me to do it for you?" Li Chin rolled his eyes. Such a question reminded him of how some misguided individuals believe that goddesses do not engage in mundane activities. "Brother-in-law, I have some questions regarding cultivation that I wish to discuss with you," Su Yaning said, following closely behind him, voicing her confusions about her practice. Li Chin found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that her mixed spirit roots not only hindered her physical cultivation but also her intellectual understanding. The questions she posed were astonishingly simplistic, so elementary that they felt akin to asking if 1 equals 2. Despite his thoughts, Li Chin patiently addressed each of her inquiries. "During your night of cultivation, did you sense the spiritual energy in the world?" he asked. Su Yaning shook her head, prompting Li Chin's exasperation. "At this rate," he murmured, rubbing his temples, "let me concoct a few pills for you to accelerate your progress into the foundation establishment stage." It's important to note that the cultivation derived from pills ultimately lacks the solidity of self-practice. However, considering even with the physique I have enhanced, it won't be easy for you to reach the later stages of qi refinement, let alone foundation establishment or higher realms. We may have to resort to a bit of forced growth. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by her perceived lack of ability, Su Yaning realized how her struggles were causing her brother-in-law distress. Once Li Chin finished his morning routine, he called Chun Weidong to prepare some medicinal herbs for the creation of the divine origin pill. This advanced potion required rare ingredients. unlike the previous concoction, which had been easier to gather. At that moment, Su Yaning spoke up, "Brother-in-law, yesterday I saw Qinglin Douyin post. She will be a car model at the Zhongmao International Auto Show today." Now that Li Chun possessed formidable strength, Su Yaning felt her sister needed no longer harbor any reservations. She was eager to reunite with her sister, though the years had severed their communication entirely. Qinglin, being Su Qingshui's college roommate and best friend, might possess valuable information. "All right, I understand," Li Chun replied. At 11 in the morning, Li Chun arrived alone at the Zhongmao International Auto Show. The venue was alive with chatter, showcasing vehicles from numerous brands, with countless individuals capturing moments with their cameras. Some individuals are fervent automobile enthusiasts, particularly near the off-road exhibition hall, where several men donned in athletic attire, backpacks slung over their shoulders, excitedly scrutinized the newly unveiled concept vehicles. Their gaze upon the cars is more fervent than that directed at a beautiful woman. Naturally, there are also those who come primarily to admire the models. The average height of the car models exceeds 1.7 meters, their long, slender legs, and exquisite makeup captivating the crowd. A balding man, camera in hand, snaps incessantly at the Model SD cleavage, although she wears a smile. A hint of disdain flickers in her eyes. Li Chun casually surveyed his surroundings, noting the profound transformation in automobiles compared to a decade ago. Leather seats, large LCD screens. Features once exclusive to million-dollar luxury cars are now commonplace in vehicles priced in the tens of thousands. How delightful it is. Even I am tempted to acquire one for myself, Li Chun mused, before continuing deeper into the hall. Upon entering the sedan exhibition area, he spotted a woman in a white short skirt, her legs elegantly slender and straight, posing for photographs. This sight left Li Chun momentarily entranced. It was Qinglin, the close friend of Su Qingxue. He had encountered her several times during his romance with Su Qingxue. Back then, Qinglin's beauty was merely a step below that of Su Qingxue. Now, with her intentional styling, she seemed to have ascended to a higher echelon of attractiveness. Qinglin noticed Li Chun's presence, momentarily taken aback. Upon recognizing his face, astonishment flickered in her eyes, and her smile faltered. To many, Li Chun was already considered a ghost. His sudden reappearance must have been quite shocking. At that moment, Li Chun caught Qinglin's gaze and smiled warmly. Waving his hand, "Long time no see. Li Chun, is it really you?" Qinglin, forsaking her duties, hurried to stand before him. "You're alive, you've returned." "Yes, I'm back," Li Chun replied with a smile. "Qinglin, I wonder if you have some time later. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you." Qinglin nodded. "Wait for me half an hour. I'll finish my work by then." "All right." After they made their arrangements, Qinglin returned to her post by the car, and Li Chun began to wander the exhibition. Half an hour later, as Li Chun was examining a rugged off-road vehicle, a melodious voice called out, "Li Chun, let us go." Qinglin had changed into a simple white shirt and jeans backstage, exuding an air of purity. Indeed, beauty shines through in any attire. "There's a Western restaurant beside the exhibition. It's noon. Let me treat you to lunch," Qinglin said with a smile. "Sounds good," Li Chun nodded. Just then, a few car models, also finished with their shifts, approached in a group. The model who had previously stood beside the off-road vehicle stepped forward with a grin. "Qinglin, no wonder you vanished. It turns out you have a date." She leaned on Qinglin's shoulder, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "So, where did you reel in this wealthy air? He is quite handsome." Qinglin cast a sidelong glance at the other person. "Gigi, do not speak recklessly. This is my best friend's boyfriend." Dong Gigi scrutinized Li Chun from head to toe. Although he was dressed impeccably, lacking only the ostentatious luxury watch or the like, her interest waned considerably. "You two carry on. I shall take my leave," she said, throwing a flirtatious wink at Li Chun. "Goodbye, handsome." A fragrant breeze wafted by as she departed. In response, Li Chun remained utterly unfazed. Even though she had lowered her voice, it was not enough to escape his keen ears. He had long heard that the world of car models was a veritable arena of fame and fortune, rife with chaos. Now it seemed that such rumors were not without merit. He couldn't help but glance at Qinglin once more. It must be quite challenging for a good girl to navigate such a realm. Chapter 29. If you don't want to die. Stay away. Li Chun and Qinglin exited the exhibition hall together. Qinglin retrieved her car keys and pressed a button, causing the lights of a white G-Class SUV to illuminate. This vehicle must cost between 2 to 3 million. It appeared that Qinglin had indeed earned a considerable amount of money. Li Chun mused. "Let us get in," Qinglin smiled. noticing a flicker of dazedness in Li Chen's eyes, which reminded her of his past. Once the distinguished young master of the Li family, she had envied Su Qingxue during their school days, beautiful, with a handsome and affluent boyfriend. However, the news of Li Chen's disappearance after being struck by a car, alongside the annihilation of the Li family, soon followed. Now, Li Chun had returned, but sadly, the Li family no longer existed. The fall from grace must have taken him a long time to emerge from the shadows. What was once merely a mundane expense for Li Chun now felt like a luxury. Cheng Lin's heart softened at the thought. After all, she could have simply taken a taxi, but that would have pricked Li Chen's pride. Li Chen, oblivious to Cheng Lin's inner turmoil, settled into the passenger seat. Before long, they arrived at a Western restaurant, stopping in front of the entrance. As Li Chen stepped out, he noticed two individuals approaching the restaurant as well, familiar faces. Zhao Guoguo, who had previously trailed him and received a warning, and Officer Xiao Qiqi, whom he had encountered at the Jinding building. Both were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Chen, only to hastily turn on their heels and retreat in the opposite direction, exhibiting a behavior akin to mice fleeing from a cat. Do you know them? Cheng Lin asked curiously. Sort of, Li Chen replied with a smile, seemingly unconcerned. Zhao Guoguo and Xiao Qiqi hurriedly walked over 500 meters, ensuring that Li Chen was out of sight before simultaneously exhaling in relief. Ever since receiving that warning from Li Chen, Zhao Guoguo had developed a psychological shadow. Seeing him again had sent her heart racing. I can't believe I ran into that guy again. What bad luck, Zhao Guoguo exclaimed, patting her chest. Xiao Qiqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, a murderer brazenly flirting in public. It infuriates me. If only I were stronger, I would have personally apprehended him. Hearing this, Zhao Guoguo sighed. Don't say that. No one from the Qingzhou Special Abilities team could subdue him. The last time I followed him, I was utterly powerless in his presence. Though Li Chun is detestable, his strength is undeniable. Xiao Qiqi patted Zhao Guoguo on the shoulder. Don't worry, Guoguo. My brother will be back soon. Once he returns, he will certainly deal with Li Chun and avenge you. Zhao Guoguo nodded earnestly. The pride of Qingzhou, Xiao Qinglong, could undoubtedly handle Li Chun with ease. As Li Chun and Cheng Lin entered the Western restaurant, the attendant at the entrance greeted them warmly. The decor was exquisite, clearly indicating that the prices were not modest. Given Cheng Lin's familiarity with the establishment, it was evident that she had frequented it often. On the way, Li Chun listened as Cheng Lin explained that the fee for such car exhibitions was 3,000 yuan for half a day. Although the income is considerable, work does not come every day, and given the local expenses, a single meal could easily consume her entire day's wages. That is all. Li Chun, do you have any dietary restrictions? Cheng Lin closed the menu and turned her gaze towards Li Chun. Li Chun shook her head. Once the waiter departed, Li Chun spoke directly. Cheng Lin, I wish to inquire about Qingxue. You and Qingxue have always been the closest of friends. Do you have any news of her? Li Chun's eyes bore into Cheng Lin's. Should she lie or conceal anything, Li Chun would undoubtedly discern it immediately. I am not certain where Qingxue has gone, but she did seek me out before her departure, and her demeanor was quite peculiar. As she reminisced about Su Qingxue, a hint of sorrow flickered in Cheng Lin's eyes. At that moment, a chorus of laughter and chatter echoed from the staircase. A group of men and women ascended. Zhou Xiao, today we shall enjoy a splendid feast at your expense. One woman clung to a young man's arm, her bosom pressing against him. Cheng Lin's words were interrupted, and Li Chun furrowed her brow. Among the group, she recognized a familiar face, Guan Zhizhi, who had greeted Cheng Lin at the auto show. The other women were also models from the same event. What an unexpected encounter. Cheng Lin, with her back turned to them, turned around upon hearing the commotion. However, upon seeing a young man in a checkered shirt, her smile faltered, and she quickly lowered her head. Yet, in that brief moment, the young man noticed Cheng Lin and approached them directly. Cheng, what a delightful coincidence. I never anticipated running into you at a random Western restaurant, Zhou Jiahang said with a grin. Guan Zhizhi's expression shifted, revealing a trace of concern at this sight. With her identity revealed, Cheng Lin could no longer play the ostrich. She lifted her head and forced a smile. Oh, it's you, Zhou Xiao. Quite the coincidence indeed. Zhou Jiahang, whose family is engaged in real estate, has pursued photography, but not for profit. Rather, he uses it as a guise to pursue beautiful female models for his own gratification. Given his affluent background, many models are drawn to him. Recently, he had taken a fancy to Cheng Lin and had boasted to others about wanting to win her over. As Cheng Lin found herself unable to confront him, She had made a point to avoid him, yet fate had led them here together. Cheng Lin, since we are so fated, shall we share a drink? Shou Jiahang suggested with a smirk. Cheng Lin shook her head, declining. No, perhaps another day. I am currently dining with my friend. Unperturbed by her refusal, Zhou Jiahang leered at Li Chun. Sir, Cheng Lin is dining with me today. You have no objections, I trust? I shall cover the bill. And remember, Cheng Lin is a woman I have set my sights on, so it would be wise for you to keep your distance. As he spoke, he seized Cheng Lin's wrist, attempting to pull her away forcefully. Several men behind him observed the scene with an amused demeanor, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. Guan Zhizhi appeared somewhat anxious, yet her status prevented her from voicing any objections. Given her position, she could not afford to offend this group of affluent heirs. Li Chen's brow furrowed even more deeply. He was already displeased by their interruption of Cheng Lin's narrative, and now their audacity further irked him. Rising abruptly from his seat, Li Chen's actions caught Zhou Jiahang off guard, who initially assumed he was about to leave, eliciting a smirk of derision from him, his face radiating contempt. How could such a spineless individual dare to compete with him for a woman? However, before the smile could fully settle on his lips, Li Chun delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhou Jiahang spinning twice in place. With a cold glare, he warned, if you wish to live, keep your distance. Chapter 30. A shocking encounter. Everyone present was utterly astounded, including several wait staff who could not help but cast curious glances. The models gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Guan Zhizhi wore an expression of sheer surprise, while a few wealthy heirs stood with mouths agape. Who would dare strike Zhou Jiahang? Even Cheng Lin looked taken aback, though she recalled that Li Chun was not one to back down. The previous Li Chun was the scion of the Li family, which had since fallen from grace. Zhou Jiahang, reeling from the unexpected blow, was bewildered. He felt a searing pain on his face, and rage surged within him. What is happening? I was struck. This peasant dares to hit me. Boy, I will make you pay? Zhou Jiahang seethed through clenched teeth. Yet, as soon as he spoke, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending him flying backwards and toppling chairs in his wake. He crashed to the ground, blood oozing from his head, utterly humiliated. Leave now. Can you not comprehend human language? Li Chun stated coldly. The crowd was once again in shock. After all, to knock such a large figure 2 meters away with a single slap was no feat for an ordinary person. It was evident that Li Chun possessed considerable martial prowess. No wonder he had the audacity to strike. However, in this society, mere physical strength is insufficient. One must also wield influence. Zhou Jiahang was not someone to be trifled with. Cheng Lin sighed, her worry palpable. This incident could very well land Li Chen in serious trouble. Indeed. Zhou Jiahang struggled to rise from the floor, his eyes glinting with malice. Throughout his life, he had relied on his family's wealth to bully others, never having been on the receiving end of violence, especially twice in front of friends and models. If word got out, it would be a disgrace beyond measure. You will regret this. He spat before turning and striding down the stairs without a moment's hesitation. The other wealthy heirs and models exchanged knowing glances with Li Chen before following suit, gathering at the entrance. They understood that Zhou Jiahang would not let this go easily and were waiting to witness the unfolding drama. Who is that man beside Cheng Lin? Do you know? One model inquired curiously, glancing at her companion. I've never seen him before. It's my first encounter. Frankly, he is rather handsome, but having angered Zhou, he might be in for trouble, she sighed. Guan Zhizhi did not descend with the others. After a moment's hesitation, she approached Cheng Lin. Although she was not well acquainted with Li Chen, she had a decent relationship with Cheng Lin and felt compelled to offer a warning. Cheng Lin, you must leave with your companions promptly. Zhou Jiahang will undoubtedly call for reinforcements. His family is involved in construction and knows many unsavory characters. Mere skill will not suffice against such numbers. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Hearing this, Cheng Lin glanced at Li Chen with concern. Li Chen, you are right. If it were in the past, you would not have to concern yourself with Zhou Jiahang, but times have changed. I have heard that King Snow's sister, Su Yaning, is the owner of the company. Perhaps you should give her a call, as she undoubtedly possesses some influential connections. Upon hearing this, Li Chen merely shook his head. It's nothing, rest assured. A mere Zhou Jiahang does not faze me. By the way, please continue discussing King Snow. Guan Zhizhi, who had been listening, felt somewhat speechless. In such a grave situation, he still maintained an indifferent demeanor. It appeared he truly did not comprehend the magnitude of the trouble he was in, since the person directly involved did not seem to care. Guan Zhizhi chose not to press further and stormed downstairs in frustration. Cheng Lin sighed. Although still concerned, she felt it was inappropriate to say more. She continued. Before Qingno departed, she came to see me and mentioned that we would not be able to meet for a long time. When I pressed for details, she refused to divulge much, only stating that she had uncovered some clues, indicating that the force behind the destruction of the Li family was no ordinary power. However, she vowed to avenge the Li family. Since that day, she has vanished without a trace, and despite my efforts to locate her over the years, I have been unable to uncover anything. By the way, before she left, she gave me a talisman. As she spoke, she retrieved a red cord from around her neck. Attached to the cord was a triangular charm sewn from red fabric. Although I do not believe in talismans and the like, this was given to me by Qingno, and I have worn it ever since. Cheng Lin handed the talisman to Li Chun. Having just taken it off, it still bore a hint of warmth. As Li Chun accepted it, he was slightly taken aback. He had not noticed before, but now that it was in his hand, he could detect a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy within. When he attempted to infuse it with a trace of his own power, a sudden hidden radiance flashed. A force surged towards his fingertips, yet upon contact with Li Chun's hand, it dissipated with a jolt. Indeed, it is a talisman, Li Chun mused. Although the power was faint, it was undeniably present. If an ordinary person were struck by such a force, they would likely find themselves incapacitated for a time. How could Qingno possess such an object? Could it be that her talk of vengeance meant she has embarked on the path of cultivation? With this thought, Li Chun felt as though all of Su Qingno's actions upon her departure suddenly made sense. Meanwhile, in a secluded realm, a woman clad in white, ethereal as a celestial being, stood by a pond. Countless plump red koi congregated below, seemingly awaiting her nourishment. Yet, the woman merely gazed vacantly at the horizon. It has been 10 years, Li Chun. You have been away from me for a decade. If only you, like me, could obtain an opportunity and embark on the path of cultivation. Then, no matter how formidable the enemy, we could face them together. As these thoughts crossed her mind, silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. Longing never fades with time. It only deepens and becomes more profound. In the restaurant, Li Chun once again infused magical energy into the protective talisman. The talisman, which could initially only withstand ordinary attacks, became impervious to harm under Li Chun's potent influence, rendering it invulnerable even to the strike of artillery. He returned the talisman to Cheng Lin, although Cheng Lin wished to suggest that Li Chun keep the talisman. Since it originally belonged to Su Qingxue, she thought it acceptable for Li Chun to retain it as a token of remembrance. However, since Li Chun had returned it to her, this was undoubtedly for the best. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. Zhou Jiahong approached with an imposing demeanor, flanked by 7 or 8 burly men whose fierce countenances left no doubt about their nefarious intentions. Cheng Lin's complexion paled upon witnessing this scene. Behind these muscular men were Zhou Jiahong's affluent friends and Guan Zhizhi, all eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. They had been anticipating this confrontation ever since Zhou Jiahong had been dismissed earlier, and now, escape seemed impossible for him. Guan Zhizhi sighed inwardly. Nearby, someone could no longer contain their sardonic remarks. I knew that young Master Zhou would not relent, and indeed, he swiftly sought assistance. The Zhou family, known for their construction business, employed a motley crew on their sites, and without a modicum of skill, it would be impossible to maintain order. Did you see that bald man? Nicknamed Fake Monk, he is one of Zhou's father's trusted enforcers, renowned for his fighting prowess, rumored to have spent time at Shaolin Temple. Li Chun may possess martial skills, yet faced with such adversaries, it seemed he was destined for a severe beating today. Leading the charge, Zhou Jiahong, upon seeing Li Chun still seated, exhaled a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Li Chun would slip away, and a malicious grin spread across his face. You were quite arrogant just now, weren't you? Dare to strike me, and I. Yet before he could finish his taunt, a resounding slap echoed through the air, sending Zhou Jiahong flying once more. Chapter 31. More numerous than others? This time, Zhou Jiahong was sent flying over 5 meters, crashing into a table behind him, which shattered into pieces. Blood spewed from his mouth, painting a pitiful picture. Witnessing this scene, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines. No one could have anticipated that Li Chun would exhibit such audacity. Despite Zhou Jiahong arriving with reinforcements, Li Chun still dared to strike. Even Zhou Jiahong himself was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that with his allies present, Li Chun would be terrified and beg for mercy. Instead, he received another slap across the face. Even if he were to reclaim his dignity today, he would likely be the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. Damn it! Kill him! Zhou Jiahong bellowed, his face contorted in rage. The bald man signaled to the henchmen behind him, and immediately, several burly figures lunged at Li Chun. These were hardened individuals from the underworld, and despite Li Chun's seemingly fierce demeanor, they regarded him with disdain. Each one swung their fists at him, while one man brandished a chair, aiming to smash it down upon Li Chun's head. For an ordinary person, such a blow could prove fatal or cause severe injury. Yet, in the face of this onslaught, Li Chun wore a look of contempt. He raised his hands and struck back, sending each attacker flying. Particularly, the one wielding the chair found his face caved in from a single punch, blood gushing forth, rendering his features unrecognizable upon hitting the ground. One model shrieked upon seeing that face, while the others, along with the wealthy heirs, felt a shiver run down their spines. Gazing at Li Chun as if he were a demon, Zhou Jiahong stood in a state of shock. He had never expected Li Chun to be so formidable. "Which path do you walk?" At this moment, the bald man, known as the false monk, spoke, a hint of trepidation etched on his face. He had indeed practiced martial arts, but Li Chun's display had genuinely astonished him. However, Li Chun showed no intention of responding, opting instead to take action. Delivering a kick to the bald man's abdomen, the bald man's body contorted like a folding phone, flying backward and tumbling down the stairs, leaving a trail of crimson stains on the oak floor. Silence enveloped the scene. Guan Zhizhi and the other models widened their eyes in disbelief. This was overwhelmingly powerful. Cheng Lin wore a look of astonishment, never expecting that after a decade apart, Li Chun's skills had improved so dramatically. Bang! At that moment, Li Chun stepped forward and pinned Zhou Jiahong's chest to the ground with his foot. "Cheng Lin is under my protection. If you dare to harass her again, I will twist your head off," Li Chun threatened coldly. Zhou Jiahong's face twisted in fury, a painful humiliation coursing through him. Never had he endured such disgrace. Being held down in front of friends and models, feeling like a complete fool, especially in front of this audience. News of his humiliation would undoubtedly spread throughout the entire circle within hours. His venomous gaze remained locked on Li Chun. "Young man, I concede that you possess remarkable abilities. Yet I remain unconvinced. My father is Zhou Jinlong. Do you dare allow me to call him and engage in a genuine confrontation? Is it merely your martial prowess that you rely upon? With a single call, I could summon hundreds of individuals, each capable of overwhelming you with a mere spittle. Do you dare?" He glared at Li Chun, brimming with disdain. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Li Chun. To be candid, Zhou Jiahong, a mere wastrel, is not formidable in his own right, but the true reason no one dares to provoke him lies in his father, Zhou Jinlong, a man notorious for his ruthlessness. Surely, Li Chun would not genuinely acquiesce to his challenge. That would be quite foolish. It is easy to envision that if Zhou Jiahong were to call for reinforcements, they would undoubtedly far exceed the current force present. To everyone's surprise, upon hearing the challenge, Li Chun merely smiled. "Are you certain you wish to summon assistance?" Zhou Jiahong, with a defiant stance, retorted loudly, "Of course. Do you dare? Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity," Li Chun replied, releasing his foot. "Make the call. Summon your most formidable allies. No matter how many come today, I shall face them all. However, remember, you have but this one chance." With that, Li Chun casually pulled up a chair and seated himself, beckoning to a wealthy second-generation heir nearby. "Come, hand me a cigarette." Trembling, the young man complied, delivering a cigarette and lighting it for Li Chun. He took a deep drag, releasing a series of smoke rings. Although he had not smoked for thousands of years in the realm of cultivation, the sudden urge for a cigarette was undeniable. Beside him, Cheng Lin furrowed her brow, filled with concern. She sensed that Li Chun was becoming somewhat irrational. The ensuing events would likely spiral beyond control. The few models present were already pale with fright from the unfolding scene, yet none were willing to leave upon hearing Zhou Jiahong's declaration to summon reinforcements. It is human nature to revel in the spectacle, akin to the allure of horror films that one watches late at night despite their frightful content. The wealthy second-generation heirs also showed no intention of departing. At that moment, Zhou Jiahong concluded a phone call, which seemed to bolster his courage. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he fixed a chilling gaze upon Li Chun. "Young man, soon you shall be weeping." 15 minutes later, the rumble of engines echoed in the air. Guan Zhizhi curiously peered out of the window, and upon doing so, her body shivered in fright. She beheld a procession of black cars lining the street. As they halted, a throng of 50 to 60 thuggish individuals surged into the restaurant. "They have arrived." Guan Zhizhi warned Li Chun. No sooner had she spoken than hurried footsteps resonated. A man with slicked back hair and adorned with a heavy gold chain charged up the stairs, exuding an intimidating presence. "Let me see who dares to strike the son of Zhou Jinlong." The man's voice was brash, brandishing a cleaver in hand, projecting an aura of menace. Zhou Jinlong, the head of Jinlong Company, rapidly ascended to prominence in the 1980s through various means, including violence and theft, amassing initial capital and becoming a notorious figure in the southern part of the city. His mere presence exuded a palpable aura of menace. How many of them have arrived? At this moment, Li Chun suddenly glanced at Guan Zhizhi. "Approximately 50 or 60 individuals," she stammered. 50 or 60. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Li Chun's mouth. Since they wished to flaunt their numbers, one might wonder how they compare to the ranks of the Qinglong Hall, one of the three great powers of Qingzhou. Contemplating this, Li Chun promptly sent a location to Chen Weidong. "Assemble all your forces and arrive within 20 minutes. Chapter 32. Chen Weidong meets the master within the imposing edifice of the Qinglong Hall. Chen Weidong convened a meeting with all senior officials. Previously, he had merely occupied a high-ranking position, unable to intervene in the decisions made by his superior, Guiqijiang. Despite harboring numerous ideas, he had to stifle them. Now that he had ascended to the leadership, he was determined to implement sweeping reforms. In recent days, dissenting voices had emerged within the Qinglong Hall. Yet Chen Weidong's formidable authority quelled any opposition. The entire organization now stood united as a cohesive force. While Chen Weidong addressed his subordinates, his phone screen abruptly illuminated. A glance revealed a message from Li Chun, causing him to startle. He quickly unlocked his device, and upon reading the contents, his spirit trembled, culminating in a forceful slap on the table that startled those around him. "Boss, what's wrong?" one individual inquired cautiously. Chen Weidong's gaze hardened, and he commanded loudly, "Gather everyone immediately. We're heading to Zhongmao Street, and we must be swift." The distance to Zhongmao Street was not far, under normal circumstances. They could arrive in 10 minutes. Excitement surged among the gathered personnel, as this was the first time Chen Weidong sought to instigate action since taking the helm. His black Rolls-Royce was the first to depart the building, followed closely by over 20 black sedans. As they passed an intersection, another 30 vehicles emerged from either side, joining the procession. Simultaneously, at a Qinglong Hall outpost near Zhongmao Street, a leader was abruptly roused from his midday slumber by the urgent ringing of his phone. Just as he was about to express his irritation, he glanced at the caller ID, and his fatigue vanished. Half a minute later, clad only in his shorts, he burst from his quarters, shouting, "Gather quickly, we're heading to Zhongmao Street. Bring your weapons." Similar events unfolded across various Qinglong Hall outposts. On the second floor of a restaurant, Zhou Jinlong glared at his son, who had been beaten to a pulp, his fury boiling over. He thrust a cleaver onto the table before Li Chun, his expression menacing. "Choose, boy. 1 leg, 1 arm, or 3 cuts." Upon hearing Zhou Jinlong's words, the models and wealthy heirs nearby hastily retreated, eager to distance themselves from the scene, fearing they would be splattered with blood. Zhou Jinlong was indeed a notorious figure known for his ruthlessness. Meanwhile, Guan Zhizhi signaled to Cheng Lin, urging her to escape. The others were less of a concern, as all this turmoil stemmed from Cheng Lin. Now in a state of panic, Cheng Lin realized the staircase was blocked by Zhou Jinlong's men, rendering her unable to flee. What could she do? At that moment, Li Chun, who had remained silent until now, slowly rose from his seat. He regarded the cleaver resting on the table, extending a finger to gently flick it, producing a crisp sound. The surrounding individuals were bewildered by this unexpected gesture. What was happening? Even at such a critical juncture, he maintained his composure? Did he not realize the impending disaster? Even Zhou Jinlong narrowed his eyes and sneered, "You have quite the audacity, young man." In response, Li Chun paid him no mind, instead focusing his gaze on Zhou Jiahong. "Have your men finished speaking? Surely there are no others left?" The absurdity of his words left everyone present in disbelief. What could this mean? Such arrogance. Did he imply that Zhou Jinlong's entourage was insufficient? Even Zhou Jiahong appeared momentarily stunned. Zhou Jinlong furrowed his brow, the glint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. One of his henchmen could no longer contain himself and spat. "You little brat, who do you think you are?" Before he could finish, Li Chun suddenly seized a cleaver from the table and hurled it with precision. With a sickening thud, it embedded itself into the man's shoulder. Blood erupted, and the man stumbled back, collapsing to the ground with a thud. A chorus of screams erupted. as the startling scene left everyone in shock. No one anticipated that Li Chun would possess such audacity. Zhou Jinlong, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and roared, "Damn it, kill him!" Yet, before he could finish, a flustered subordinate rushed in. "Zhou, it's bad. Hundreds of people have arrived outside, seemingly summoned by this kid." "What?" Zhou Jinlong turned his gaze towards the window. The sight that met his eyes sent chills down his spine. The once bustling street was now entirely deserted, lined with hundreds of black cars resembling a dragon. Flanking the vehicles stood rows of muscular men clad in black suits and sunglasses, each armed with clubs and cleavers. There must be thousands of them. Zhou Jinlong couldn't help but gasp in shock. He turned to Li Chun, fear evident in his eyes. "Are those people outside yours?" Before Li Chun could respond, a booming voice resonated from outside. "Chun Weidong of the Qinglong Hall, here on orders, awaiting your command, Mr. Li." The voice rang clearly throughout the restaurant. At the forefront of the throng stood Chun Weidong, impeccably dressed in a suit. Li Chun then turned to Zhou Jiahong with a slight smile. "So, what do you think? Are the people I summoned not more numerous than yours?" With that, he stepped towards the staircase. The henchman Zhou Jinlong had brought dared not impede his passage, hastily parting to create a path. Zhou Jinlong was left in a state of utter confusion, instinctively trailing behind to ascertain the situation. Nearby, a model exclaimed with bright eyes, "I never expected such a turn of events." Chung Lin and the wealthy heirs followed closely behind. As they exited the restaurant, they were met with an astonishing sight. Thousands stood in perfect formation. At the forefront, Chun Weidong exuded the commanding presence of an ancient general. Li Chun glanced at his watch. 13 minutes. Chun Weidong, you are impressively swift. In response to Li Chun's words, Chun Weidong declared loudly, "At your command, Mr. Li, I dare not delay. I have come on orders. Awaiting your instructions. Awaiting Mr. Li's command." The members of the Qinglong gang echoed in unison. A thunderous roar resonated, causing the glass of the restaurant to tremble. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Jinlong felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. It was over. He had landed himself in a grave predicament this time. Chapter 33. The honor of our Azure Dragon Hall. All present were unable to maintain their composure upon witnessing this scene. The atmosphere was palpable, particularly given the identity of the individual involved, the leader of the Azure Dragon Hall, one of the three major powers in Qingzhou. This new chief, it was said, had ascended to power atop the corpse of his predecessor. Now, he was exhibiting such deference in heeding Li Chun's commands. What, one might wonder, was the true identity of Li Chun? Zhou Jinlong was utterly petrified. Who could have imagined that his son had provoked such a formidable entity? Just moments earlier, he had boasted of inflicting grievous harm, but now it appeared he was courting death. Chun Weidong, with his keen insight, immediately discerned that Zhou Jinlong, whose legs trembled slightly, was in a precarious situation. Coldly, he inquired, "Mr. Li, has he offended you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinlong collapsed to his knees, terrified. Although he had some notoriety in the underworld and was known for his ruthlessness, it was all in relation to ordinary individuals. In the presence of the Azure Dragon Hall's leader, he was nothing. His subordinates, too, trembled in fear. Who in Qingzhou did not recognize the terrifying reputation of the Azure Dragon Hall? It is merely that father and son sought to outnumber others, which brought to mind your Azure Dragon Hall, Li Chun remarked. Hearing this, Chun Weidong immediately proclaimed, "It is our honor to serve you, Mr. Li." With that, he approached Zhou Jinlong and struck him across the face with 2 resounding slaps. Now possessing the physique of a master, Chun Weidong showed no mercy. Zhou Jinlong's face was left bruised and swollen. "Zhou Jinlong, you dare to offend Mr. Li? Do you believe I won't stuff you and your son into a sack and toss you into the water to feed the fish? Mr. Chen, I truly did not realize he was one of yours." Zhou Jinlong stammered, but before he could finish, Chun Weidong kicked him to the ground. "To hell with it. What are you to provide support for Mr. Li? I am merely his vanguard." As he spoke, he rained down blows upon Zhou Jinlong, who soon lay gasping for breath. Beside him, Zhou Jiahao trembled in terror. Li Chun, losing interest in the proceedings, turned to Chang Lin and said, "Let us depart." Chang Lin, regaining her senses, hurried to follow in Li Chun's wake. "Mr. Li, how should we deal with these individuals?" Chun Weidong could not resist asking. "Chop off one hand as a small punishment." Li Chun replied. "Understood," Chun Weidong declared loudly. Yet, not long after Li Chun had taken his leave, Zhou Jinlong's anguished screams echoed through the air. Li Chun shook his head. Chun Weidong was indeed hasty, failing to wait until he was far enough away before taking action. Once Li Chun had departed completely, Chun Weidong warned Zhou Jinlong, "It is only due to Mr. Li's magnanimity that you are spared today. Otherwise, given my temperament, I would have ensured your demise without hesitation. Remember, Mr. Li is a distinguished guest of our Azure Dragon Hall. Your son had better keep his eyes wide open when pursuing women. If he crosses Mr. Li again, I shall annihilate your entire family." "Yes, yes," Zhou Jinlong nodded vigorously, with a decisive wave of his hand. Chun Weidong commanded the members of the Qinglong gang to hastily board their vehicles and depart. It was only after their departure that Zhou Jinlong dared to rise, the excruciating pain from his severed hand causing him to break into a cold sweat. He retrieved his severed hand and rushed to the hospital, hoping that contemporary medical technology would still offer a solution. Soon, news of Zhou Jinlong's grievous injury spread rapidly, causing a stir in the underworld. Many speculated how Zhou Jinlong had managed to incur the wrath of the formidable Chun Weidong, especially after the latter ascended to the leadership of the Qinglong Hall, unleashing his fury upon Zhou. Numerous acquaintances, upon hearing the news, flocked to Zhou Jinlong's hospital room to pay their respects. "Is Mr. Zhou in this ward?" A voice, dripping with sycophancy, resonated through the room. A humble-looking man entered, revealing himself to be Huafeng. Huafeng had little prior interaction with Zhou Jinlong, but had come seeking assistance with a matter of personal concern. "Ah, it's you, Mr. Hua," Zhou Jinlong said, seated at the head of his hospital bed. While an aide peeled an apple beside him, his son occupied the adjacent room. He had initially intended for them to share a ward, but Zhou Jinlong had declined. Were it not for that ungrateful son, he would not be enduring this suffering. Zhou Jinlong cast a glance at Huafeng, his expression tinged with indifference. This man, though outwardly brash, possessed a keen intuition in the underworld. He was well aware that gestures of courtesy often concealed ulterior motives. Their connection was tenuous at best. So Huafeng's visit could only hint at a self-serving agenda. Observing Zhou Jinlong in his hospital bed, particularly the injury at his wrist, Huafeng felt a surge of astonishment. He had initially doubted the rumors of Zhou Jinlong's severed hand, for in his memory, Zhou Jinlong had always been a formidable force, adept in both the legal and illicit realms. The truth, however, was now undeniable. "Mr. Zhou, I heard you were hospitalized, so I came to see you," Huafeng said, a smile gracing his face as he placed a fruit basket upon the table. "One does not visit without purpose. Please, feel free to speak candidly." Zhou Jinlong, known for his forthrightness, bypassed any pretense and inquired directly. "What is it?" Huafeng replied, "I have an enemy who has been troubling me, and I wish to enlist your assistance in dealing with him." With that, he produced a bank card. "Upon completion of this task, I am prepared to offer a reward of 1 million. Zhou Jinlong raised his eyebrows in surprise at the mention of such a handsome sum for a mere personal vendetta. Who is this individual you wish to be rid of? In the past, Zhou Jinlong would have readily accepted such an offer without hesitation. However, after recent events, he found himself compelled to exercise caution. "It's just a minor character, a former partner of mine named Li Chun, whose family has long since fallen into ruin and lacks any significant backing." "What did you say? His name is Li Chun?" Zhou Jinlong interrupted, disbelief etched on his face. "Yes, but," before Huafeng could finish, Zhou Jinlong seized the apple his aide had handed him and hurled it at Huafeng's head, shouting, "Get him out of here. If he dares to show his face again, I will not hesitate to break his legs." Chapter 34. The Ant and the Divine Dragon. Huafeng was unceremoniously expelled from the hospital, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? If they were unwilling to assist, why had they suddenly turned hostile? These uncultured ruffians, it seemed, were incapable of reason. Huafeng grumbled to himself. However, his expression soon darkened as he scrutinized the bank card in his hand. He had originally intended to enlist Zhou Jinlong to deal decisively with Li Chun, but that plan was now thwarted. Had he endured that beating in vain? The memory of being struck by Li Chun made Huafeng grit his teeth in anger. "Li Chun, you are nothing but a stray dog. With my current status, I refuse to believe I cannot bring you down. Since Zhou Jinlong was unwilling to lend his support, I shall devise another strategy." Huafeng clenched his fists tightly. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Zhou Jinlong grimaced in pain from his previous exertions, cursing under his breath. "That fool Hua, is he trying to get me killed? To spend money on me to confront Li Chun?" He wondered if his recent misfortunes were a result of neglecting to pay homage to the god of war. Otherwise, how could such calamity have befallen him? Zhou Jinlong's brow furrowed in distress. At that moment, one of his subordinates could no longer contain himself. Zhou. That Li Chun compelled the Qinglong Hall to bow to him, which implies he possesses considerable backing. Since this Hua has enmity with him, should we inform the Qinglong Hall about this matter? Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinlong's eyes brightened. Offending the Qinglong Hall would make his life in Qingzhou exceedingly difficult. Perhaps this was an opportunity to ease tensions. With that thought, he promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Chen Weidong. As the call connected, a sycophantic smile spread across Zhou Jinlong's face. Boss Chun, it's Zhou Jinlong. I have something to report to you. Inside the Qinglong Hall building, Chen Weidong listened intently to the account relayed over the phone, his brow furrowing in concern. Who is this Hua Feng, daring to target Mr. Li? He immediately instructed those around him. Find out who this Hua Feng is. Anyone who opposes Mr. Li will surely face my wrath. On the other side, within the Wu family estate, Wu Peng felt increasingly restless since learning about Li Chun from Dongqing. 10 years ago, he had driven a cement truck with the pedal to the metal, sending Li Chun's vehicle flying. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable that Li Chun could have survived. Yet, after the incident, Li Chun had simply vanished. Over the years, Wu Peng had harbored doubts, but a decade had passed without a trace, and he had nearly forgotten the incident entirely. Now, unexpectedly, news of Li Chun had resurfaced. The inexplicable disappearance and subsequent return seemed all too plausible. Wu Peng muttered to himself. However, even if Li Chun had returned, what of it? The Li family had been annihilated, and now he was merely a stray dog. Whether Li Chun knew who had caused the accident or not was irrelevant. Even with that knowledge, what could he do? The disparity between them was akin to that of an ant gazing up at a divine dragon. In this lifetime, he could only look up to me. With that thought, Wu Peng finally found peace. Just then, a servant entered the room. Young master, the family head has instructed me to inform you that in 7 days, the newly appointed leader of the Qinglong Hall, Chen Weidong, will hold a succession ceremony, and the family head wishes for you to attend and extend your congratulations. Understood. I acknowledge it, Wu Peng nodded. As one of the 3 major powers in Qingzhou, the Wu family cannot afford to offend the Qinglong Hall. Meanwhile, Li Chun remained oblivious to the fact that Hua Feng, in a bid for revenge, had sought out Zhou Jinlong. At this moment, he found himself 1,000 meters above ground, technically not within Qizhou. From the information received from Chang Lin, it appeared that his spiritual sense could not locate Su Qingxue, likely because she was ensconced within a secret realm. Thus, Li Chun once more employed his spiritual awareness to search for the entrance to this hidden world. With a meticulous scan, he promptly identified 7 or 8 secret realms. As he explored each one, he discovered numerous cultivators within, yet none bore the trace of Su Qingxue. Presently, his attention settled upon the final secret realm, which possessed distinct characteristics. As Li Chun's spiritual sense swept across it, he detected the aura of an ancient formation. This protective array was far more formidable than those of the previous 7 realms, seemingly originating from millennia past. However, it appeared that 2 factions had also uncovered this secret realm, leading to a confrontation. Stepping forth, Li Chun materialized at the site of the secret realm. Before him, 2 groups were locked in a standoff. One party consisted of an elderly man accompanied by a young man and woman. Li Chun immediately discerned that the elder had reached the 7th level of qi refinement, while the 2 youths had attained the 1st level of the same realm. Opposing them stood a single individual, exuding a notable aura, and he was a familiar face, Yang Daoran, one of the 4 qi refinement practitioners Li Chun had encountered upon his return. Yang Daoran, this secret realm was discovered by me first. Do you intend to seize it? The elder spoke coldly, pinching a yellow talisman between his fingers as he glared at Yang Daoran. Elder Du, this secret realm is an ancient existence. It belongs to whoever discovers it first. Is it not absurd to claim it solely for yourself? As the 2 exchanged words, Li Chun revealed himself, surveying the formation before him. Upon his return, he had come across Yang Daoran and others, learning that cultivators existed on Earth. Yet he possessed little knowledge of the history of cultivation on the planet. Observing the intensity of the formation, he preliminarily concluded that its creator must have at least reached the god transformation stage. It seemed that true cultivators had once existed on Earth. Li Chun's appearance startled both factions simultaneously. Who are you? The elder questioned warily, eyeing Li Chun with suspicion. Yang Daoran, initially taken aback, quickly recognized Li Chun. Greetings, senior. Yang Daoran spoke with profound respect, fully aware of the formidable cultivation this individual possessed. Witnessing Yang Daoran's demeanor, the elder's wariness intensified. Who could elicit such reverence from Yang Daoran? Was he some ancient relic of a sect? He spoke immediately. I am Du Chong, an elder of the Daojian sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? Li Chun cast a casual glance at him and replied, Qingzhou, Li Chun. Li Chun's gaze surveyed the entrance of the secret realm. It appeared that the aura of the realm had leaked out, leading to their discovery. However, within the secret realm dwells a creature whose strength is nearly at the condensation dance stage, a force beyond your capability to withstand. It would be wise for you to retreat. Despite the barrier, Li Chun had already perceived everything. Condensation Dan? Huh. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Du Chong, having harbored skepticism about Li Chun's sudden appearance, could not help but sneer internally upon hearing his words. He suspected the man might be affiliated with Yang Daoran, deliberately feigning to frighten him away. How could he ascertain what lay within when the array had not even been breached? Even a void return stage cultivator would find it difficult to achieve such insight, to utter such a flimsy lie. Did he truly believe he was a mere novice in the martial world? In an instant, the smile on Du Chong's face faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. Chapter 35. Self-inflicted misery before the mysterious realm. Reactions varied upon hearing Li Chun mention the presence of a condensing Dan realm creature inside. Yang Daoran, naturally, believed him without a doubt. He immediately bowed to Li Chun, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your warning, esteemed senior. Since there is a fierce beast within, I shall not linger here. I will certainly endeavor to fulfill your previous instructions. Li Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Without hesitation, Yang Daoran turned and departed. On the other side, a young woman, witnessing this scene, tugged at her companion's sleeve. Brother, that young fellow has left upon hearing of the fierce beast. Shouldn't we be going as well? However, the young man responded with a cold smirk. Sister, you are still too naive. There is no fierce beast. Even a Foundation establishment expert could not discern what lies within. He is clearly collaborating with that young fellow, attempting to frighten us away to monopolize the treasures inside the mysterious realm. Understanding this, the young woman's gaze towards Li Chun grew hostile. Du Chong overheard the siblings' conversation and turned to regard the young man with admiration. Cheer, you must learn from your brother. Otherwise, you will be easily deceived. He then cast a chilling glance at Li Chun. I shall see just how terrifying this fierce beast truly is. With that, the yellow talisman in his hand suddenly erupted with brilliance, hurtling towards the formation ahead. As the talisman struck, the ground trembled violently. The mysterious realm was already at the point of emergence, and the formation's restrictions began to weaken. With Du Chong's powerful strike, a breach was created. Let us proceed. Du Chong sneered, striding confidently towards the entrance. However, just as he took a step, his brow furrowed. Though the formation had been breached and the force had subsided, the vibrations persisted. What could this mean? In his moment of uncertainty, a fierce wind surged forth from the mysterious realm. At that instant, Du Chong's expression turned grave. Third uncle, that appears to be a dragon, the young woman uttered, her voice trembling. Before them surged a colossal creature, seemingly enraged from being disturbed from its slumber, resembling a dragon in 7 parts. Du Chong shook his head. That is not a dragon, but a flood dragon. Dragons are divine beings. Yet even a flood dragon is beyond our current ability to confront. We must retreat. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flicked towards Li Chun. Realizing the truth of the matter, he hurled several yellow talismans towards the emerging black flood dragon, attempting to temporarily restrain it to buy time for their escape. He had underestimated the creature's strength. The talisman that had previously breached the formation failed to even pierce the dragon's scales and extinguished upon impact. Boom. In the next moment, the black flood dragon charged out, its gaping maw wide open, lunging directly at Du Chong. His face paled as he narrowly evaded the dragon's jaws amidst the thunderous roar of the creature. Yet, before he could catch his breath, the dragon's tail swept towards him. Thud! With a direct strike, Du Chong's body was severed in two. A piercing scream, one that could shatter the heavens and move the spirits, erupted from the woman. Beside her, her brother quickly grasped her hand, seeking to flee. Yet, it was too late. The dragon, having executed a swift arc in the air, lunged once more towards the siblings. Get away, the young man bellowed, feeling the chilling winds of death behind him. Brandishing an iron sword, he swung it at the dragon's head. Clang! But the sword shattered upon impact, splintering into 2 pieces, accompanied by a tragic cry. The young man was seized by the dragon's jaws and lifted into the air, only to be crushed and devoured in an instant. Brother! The woman lost 2 loved ones in the blink of an eye, her fists clenched as her delicate frame trembled with rage. How she loathed this fate. If only she had left with Yang Daoren earlier. But alas, it was too late for regret. Li Chen shook his head at this scene. His well-meaning warning had been met with scorn, and they had brought this upon themselves. As for the woman, Li Chen had no intention of intervening. They were strangers, and the look of disdain she had cast upon him was unmistakable. Unexpectedly, just then, after swallowing the young man, the dragon's deep-set eyes fell upon Li Chen, filled with a fervent gaze. In the next moment, it spoke. I perceive a human-shaped herb. Your flesh and blood must possess exquisite flavor. How audacious! Li Chen felt a surge of anger. To be regarded as mere sustenance was a bold affront. Boom! In the next heartbeat, the dragon opened its massive maw and charged towards Li Chen from the sky, its speed akin to a bolt of lightning. Before it could near him, a terrifying gale descended. Li Chen could distinctly sense the formidable power of the dragon, capable of shattering a small mountain. In the same realm, the ferocity of beasts far surpassed that of humans. It was their inherent advantage. Just as the dragon's tongue dripped with saliva, Li Chen abruptly raised his hand and struck down with a resounding smack. Bang! That colossal dragon, measuring 100 meters in length, was sent flying by the force of his palm, crashing to the ground 100 meters away, uprooting an entire grove of trees. Even as it lay grounded, it struggled in vain. Despite its massive form, it could not take to the skies again. Li Chen approached the dragon's head. Upon seeing him, the dragon's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Its body shimmered with light, attempting to escape, but it was futile. Li Chen's strike had seemingly obliterated its strength. You dare to regard me as food? Your audacity is remarkable, Li Chen scoffed, raising his foot to stamp down. Crack! Thus, this dragon, which had survived in the secret realm for over 10,000 years, met its end beneath his foot. Chapter 36. Are you commanding me? In an instant, silence enveloped the world. The woman stood there, her expression one of disbelief. How could this be? That ferocious dragon had been vanquished by Li Chen as effortlessly as one might crush a mere earthworm. Li Chen, however, paid no heed to the astonished woman. Instead, he conjured a sword from his palm and began to meticulously skin and dissect the dragon. The millennia-old dragon was a treasure trove in itself, in the realm of cultivation. Such a bounty would be of little concern to Li Chen, but on Earth, it was a rarity indeed. These materials could even be fashioned into an exquisite magical artifact. Soon, the dragon's sinews, hide, marrow, elixir, pearls, horns, and scales were all collected by Li Chen. Having completed this task, he strode into the secret realm, where countless treasures might await. Stop! At that moment, the woman suddenly spoke. Li Chen turned to regard her with curiosity. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at him. If you are so powerful, why did you not save my grandfather and brother, allowing them to perish in the dragon's maw? Upon hearing this, Li Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then he chuckled. Why would I save them? I previously warned you. It was your refusal to listen that led to their demise. They brought it upon themselves. What did you say? The woman's eyes widened in indignation, nearly spitting fire as she gritted her teeth. You heartless fiend, I will remember you. One day, I shall take your life. With that, she turned to leave. Wait. Li Chen interjected. What more do you want? The woman turned back, regarding him with cold disdain. You need not explain. I will not listen. Explain? Li Chen laughed. Do you presume that the world revolves around you? Having uttered such words, do you truly believe I would permit your departure? The woman felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively taking a step back, her expression shifting. She regretted her hasty words. She had not anticipated that her comment would provoke such a response from him. Indeed, he was a wretched fiend. Her inexperience in the world had led her to speak out when she should have kept her thoughts to herself. However, as a dignified celestial maiden, she could not bow to such a villain, and thus she declared with pride, If you are a man, grant me 10 years, and after that, I shall. Before she could finish, Li Chen struck her down with a single blow, reducing her to a mist of blood. Fool, if I were to give you 100 years, how many sons would you bear by then? He scoffed, then stepped into the secret realm. Upon entering, he was immediately aware of the dense spiritual energy that permeated the air, far richer than that of the outside world. The secret realm was deemed such for its inherent advantages over the mundane realm. Inside, the trees flourished, though the area was not particularly vast. Li Chen's consciousness swiftly mapped the surroundings with clarity. Regrettably, a formidable dragon resides here, devouring all manner of spiritual entities. Li Chen let out a sigh of disappointment. He stepped deeper into the secret realm, where a chilly pool awaited him, its depths suggesting it was the dragon's lair. Adjacent to it stood an elegant wooden cabin. adorned with bamboo wind chimes that swayed gently upon his arrival. Since he was here, why not enter for a cup of tea? At that moment, a voice emanated from within the cabin. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a figure clad in a Taoist robe. Strangely, beneath the robe was unmistakably a skeleton. Li Chun discerned at a glance that this being must have perished millennia ago, sustained only by a remnant of its soul. Tea was unnecessary. I fear I might be poisoned by the brew of ages past. With that, Li Chun turned to leave. Stop. Suddenly, the skeleton issued a stern command. You reek of blood. You have slain my pet, Little Black. As the words fell, the cabin erupted violently, and a brilliant green sword light surged forth, aimed directly at Li Chun. With a mere flick of his finger, he shattered the sword light, causing the skeleton to disintegrate into a heap of bone fragments. Yet, upon its demise, a fierce wind arose, and a phantom figure coalesced in the air, taking the form of a Taoist. No longer dull, the Taoist's voice pierced through the air with icy resolve. You have slain my beloved beast and desecrated my remains. Though I, Qing Songzi, am left with but a wisp of my soul, I was once a formidable deity. How dare you provoke me? Today, I shall erase you with the last vestiges of my power. With that proclamation, Qing Songzi raised his hand, conjuring a radiant sword light that coalesced into a colossal blade. Descending upon Li Chun, deity realm, even at your zenith, you were but an insect before me, and you dare to attack? Li Chun scoffed, extending his fingers skyward and grasping fiercely. The immense sword light shattered like glass. How is this possible? This power exceeds that of the void-returning realm. A voice of astonishment echoed, and in the next moment, Qing Songzi's remnant soul was utterly obliterated. Li Chun retracted his hand and shook his head. In the millennia past, the deity realm was indeed deemed a pinnacle of strength. Otherwise, this being would not have been so audacious in its attempts to subdue me. It appears that the cultivation civilization on Earth remains woefully weak. Recognizing that there was nothing of significance within the secret realm, Li Chun turned to depart. However, as he stepped out, his brow furrowed instantly. Before him stood a dozen figures at the entrance of the secret realm. At the forefront was a man clad in white, bearing a treasured sword upon his back, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being. Behind him were approximately 17 or 18 others, each possessing an extraordinary demeanor, all at the chi refining stage. Upon witnessing Li Chun emerge from the secret realm, their expressions displayed a moment of astonishment. Have you already explored the secrets within? The man in white could not help but inquire. Indeed, Li Chun nodded. This relic has existed for 10 millennia. However, there is nothing of interest to me within. You may find some fortune upon your entry. Li Chun spoke candidly. There are no spiritual artifacts inside, merely a few magical tools hidden within a wooden cabin. Yet, in Li Chun's eyes, these so-called artifacts resembled mere toys for children. He could effortlessly carve a formation on a piece of wood that would surpass them. Hence he felt no inclination to retrieve them. What Li Chun deemed worthless might very well be treasures to these individuals before him, for their perspectives differ greatly. Some opportunities are beneath your notice. Such audacity. The man in white understood the implications of Li Chun's words and could not help but smirk internally. The arrogance displayed suggested that Li Chun believed himself superior to everyone present, daring to utter such statements. Indeed, the expressions of the 17 or 18 individuals behind him darkened at this presumption. Uncertain of Li Chun's identity, the man in white pondered briefly before stating, "Fellow cultivator, as you were the first to enter this secret realm, you must possess the clearest understanding of its contents. Therefore, please do not rush to depart. Accompany us inside once more." Having arrived before them, it was conceivable that Li Chun had already collected whatever treasures lay within, and they were reluctant to let him leave so easily. Understanding the underlying message, Li Chun's already indifferent expression grew even colder, as if the surrounding air had turned frigid. "Are you issuing me orders?" Li Chun's countenance darkened. Chapter 37. The lesson must not cease. The man in white was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, since Li Chun had entered the secret realm first, he feared that Li Chun might seize the treasures within, which prompted him to utter such words. However, under normal circumstances, with so many people present, even if Li Chun possessed considerable strength, he ought not to reveal his dissatisfaction so overtly. The proper course of action would have been to enter alongside them and devise a means of escape after exploring. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Li Chun turned hostile outright. Behind the man in white, some individuals had long harbored grievances against Li Chun, and upon hearing his words, one of them coldly retorted, "What if you command us?" Do you think you can easily depart without entering with us? The treasures inside may very well be claimed by you. If we let you go, we might return empty-handed. It was unclear which faction this arrogant youth hailed from, but Gu Jianxian had already been sufficiently courteous to him. It was truly a case of biting the hand that feeds. The crowd voiced their discontent, glaring menacingly at Li Chun. Li Chun turned his gaze to the man in white. Do you share their sentiment? The man in white instinctively shook his head. Not at all. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Chun interrupted him. Very well, you may be excluded from this. With a swift gesture, he pointed at the crowd, selecting 8 individuals. You, and you, the 8 of you. What does this mean? The 8 singled out by Li Chun could not help but sneer. What was this brat attempting to convey? Was he trying to intimidate them? Yet, their smiles had barely formed when boom. In the next instant, with a flick of his sleeve, Li Chun eradicated the 8 figures simultaneously, causing them to vanish into thin air. As they witnessed their suddenly missing companions, all present were rendered petrified, including the man in white, whose body turned rigid, eyes wide with disbelief. To annihilate 8 chi refinement stage cultivators with a mere wave of his hand? Even dealing with 8 ants could not be so effortless. What kind of being is this? An ancient demon god. At that moment, every individual felt their legs tremble, consumed by unparalleled fear. The man in white, in particular, experienced a heart-pounding sensation akin to surviving a brush with death. Had he uttered even a single word in defiance when Li Chun questioned him, he would have joined the ranks of the vanished. Thud, thud, thud. The next moment, everyone, including the man in white, fell to their knees, utterly terrified. Li Chun had initially intended to depart directly, but he paused, glancing at the prostrate figures before him. You do not appear to belong to the same faction, do you? Respectfully reporting, Senior, we are all members of the Jiangbei Cultivation Alliance, hailing from prominent families across Jiangbei. I am Gu Jun from the Gu family, spoke the man in white. Others promptly introduced themselves as well. Li Chun raised his hand, and several beams of light transformed into runes, descending into the palms of each individual present. The rune shall bear no influence upon you, since you possess a penchant for exploring the realms of mystery. Should the rune react within the depths of those secret places, utter my name, and I shall be attuned to your call. My name is Li Chun. Even with my profound cultivation, the quest to locate Su Qingxue is akin to searching for a needle in the vast ocean. Though these individuals may wield limited strength, they nonetheless represent a force, potentially yielding unexpected fortunes. I shall heed the Elder-S instructions. Gu Jun was the first to speak, with the others expressing their agreement. Very well. Li Chun nodded in satisfaction before stepping forth, vanishing from sight. The spectacle left Gu Jun and the others in awe, their bodies trembling at such celestial prowess. Following his departure from the hospital, Wafeng felt engulfed by a shroud of misfortune. A significant contract he was about to finalize had inexplicably fallen through. What could have gone awry? Wafeng erupted in fury at the vice president. The vice president, trembling in fear, cautiously replied, I inquired thoroughly, and they claimed they were threatened by the Qinglong Hall, forbidding them from engaging in business with our company. They feared provoking the Qinglong Hall, hence their refusal to sign the contract. What? Wafeng was taken aback. The Qinglong Hall was a dominant force in Qinzhou. The crux of the matter was that he had never crossed paths with anyone from the Qinglong Hall, so why would they target him? As he grappled with confusion, the manager from the business department brought forth more troubling news. Several partners of the Baozhuang company had abruptly announced their termination of collaboration, and inquiries revealed that the Qinglong Hall was behind this disruption. Huafeng massaged his temples, on the verge of madness. What was happening? These partners were crucial to the Baozhuang company. Their sudden withdrawal posed dire consequences for the production lines and the newly hired employees. Most critically, the absence of these partners jeopardized the supply of raw materials. What could be done? Upon returning to his villa, Li Chun received a call from He, her voice tinged with excitement. Mr. Li, we have hope this time. Huafeng has somehow offended the Qinglong Hall, causing several business deals to fall apart. He has invested heavily in these contracts, and now many in the board of directors harbor doubts about him. If I can push a little harder, the possibility of ousting him from the company has significantly increased. The Qinglong Hall. Li Chun was somewhat taken aback. He had not instructed the Qinglong Hall to take action against Huafeng. Could it be that Chen Weidong had uncovered something? It seemed this individual was indeed aligned with his interests. Continue your efforts, and reach out if you require assistance, Li Chun instructed. Understood. He cheerfully ended the call. At that moment, Chen Weidong's call came through. Was he here to seek credit? Li Chun smiled as he answered. Mr. Li, the medicinal herbs you requested last time have all been prepared and are currently at the Yaowang Hall you visited previously. Would you like me to send someone to deliver them to you? No need. I shall go myself. Li Chen inquired, by the way. The matter concerning the Baozhuang company was orchestrated by you, correct? Indeed, Mr. Li. That Huafeng actually sought to target you, so I imparted some lessons to him. Came the reply. If you believe my actions were inappropriate, I shall cease immediately. No, Li Chen chuckled. You handled it splendidly. The lessons should continue. Excellent. On the other end of the line, upon receiving Li Chen's affirmation, Qin Weidong immediately stood taller, his voice brimming with excitement. Chapter 38. Unwelcome upon arriving at the entrance of the apothecary hall, Li Chen was met with a throng of people and a cacophony of voices. As he approached, he discerned a young man clad in sportswear embroiled in a heated dispute with the newly appointed manager of the apothecary hall. You have quite the audacity, apothecary hall. The herbal materials you sold me are nothing but inferior fakes. If I do not receive an explanation today, I shall dismantle your establishment, the young man exclaimed, his demeanor radiating fury. The new manager of the apothecary hall forced a wry smile and replied, My dear sir, I am not well versed in the previous dealings of the apothecary hall. However, I assure you, if your claims hold true, I will certainly provide you with an explanation. The manager felt a sense of helplessness, as the grievances stemmed from the actions of his predecessor, yet he found himself tasked with rectifying the situation. Nevertheless, Qin Weidong had already instructed him that the apothecary hall must cease selling substandard materials. An explanation? What explanation could you possibly offer? You fear the situation escalating and are merely attempting to placate me, the young man retorted. Sir, I assure you, that is not the case. If you return the herbal materials to me, I will refund you the full price you paid at the time of purchase, the manager proposed. Refund? The herbs have already been brewed. How can I return them? The young man bellowed, seizing the manager by his collar. Returning the herbs may be difficult, but I can provide you with a receipt for a direct refund, the manager negotiated. No, I demand the herbs, the young man insisted, his gaze falling upon a box of materials resting beneath the counter of the pharmacy. I noticed the quality of the herbs in that box is commendable. Therefore, I shall take those, and I will not dismantle your apothecary hall today. Upon hearing this, the manager's expression grew even more pained. I must explain. This box of herbs is prepared for someone else by my employer. I cannot give it to you. Cannot give? I must take it, the young man declared, striding towards the box. The manager attempted to intervene, but was flung back several meters. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, gasping in surprise at the young man's unexpected strength, which suggested he had undergone rigorous training. As the young man prepared to leave with the box, the manager, disregarding his own pain, lunged forward once more. Sir, I assure you, those materials are truly meant for someone else. I cannot allow you to take them. To hell with that, the young man shouted, his patience fraying. Get out of my way, or I shall break your legs. Li Chen, unable to stand idly by, pushed through the crowd and approached. My good sir, the manager speaks the truth. Those herbal materials are indeed intended for another, and that individual is me. Please do not make things difficult for him. He is merely an employee, and he has already promised to refund your money. Li Chen's conciliatory words were met with a cold laugh from the young man. I see you are all in cahoots. Get out of my way, or I will take you down as well. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's brow furrowed. There is no need for such anger. I am curious to see how you intend to harm me. The young man's expression shifted to one of icy amusement. Young man, you were the one who said it. In all my years, I have yet to encounter someone who actively seeks confrontation. With that, he cast aside the box and, in a swift motion, charged directly at Li Chen. His palm sliced through the air, aiming straight for Li Chen's shoulder, moving with remarkable speed. Many onlookers gasped at the scene, having already witnessed the youth's prowess, and they felt a pang of anxiety for Li Chen. Young man, prepare to fall. The youth's face radiated confidence, for with his skills, even an average martial artist would pose no challenge. How much less so, then, this frail-looking youth before him. However, his expression soon froze. His grasp met only empty space. Your speed is simply too sluggish. A voice resonated from behind him. The youth's countenance shifted in alarm. Before he could react, a sharp snap echoed as his shoulder was seized. In an instant, he found himself pinned to the ground, feeling as though a great mountain bore down upon him, rendering him immobile. The spectators widened their eyes in astonishment. What remarkable skill! The youth had already displayed considerable ability. Yet Li Chen proved even stronger. Release me. Though easily subdued by Li Chen, the youth barked defiantly. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. With a sudden, forceful grip, Li Chen elicited a cry of anguish from the youth. Ah, my shoulder. It's breaking. How does that feel? Are you humbled now? Li Chen asked coldly. I concede. The youth gasped. Only then did Li Chen relinquish his hold. The youth grimaced as he struggled to rise, massaging his shoulder. Every movement sending waves of pain through his arm. His gaze towards Li Chen now bore a hint of trepidation. I am acquainted with the new owner of the Medicine King Hall. Indeed, he is not the previous proprietor. Your losses will surely be compensated. So do not trouble the manager further, Li Chen remarked, before retrieving the medicine box. Inform Chen Weidong that I have taken the items. The manager nodded eagerly. You are Mr. Li, correct? Boss Chen has already instructed me to express gratitude for your assistance. No trouble at all, Li Chen smiled, turning to leave. Wait. The youth hastened to catch up. I am Yu Bailing. What is your name, brother? That technique you used to subdue me, what is it? It was incredible. I couldn't even react in time. By the way, are you a practitioner of ancient martial arts? My grandfather claims that I am quite formidable among the Mingjin martial artists. Yet you took me down with a single move. You must undoubtedly be a practitioner of the Anjin level. Li Chen, taken aback by the youth's chatter, furrowed his brow and replied coldly, Keep your distance. Brother, there is no need to be so fierce. By the way, do you know the Yi family? We are an ancient martial arts family, and everyone in our clan practices martial arts. My grandfather is highly esteemed in the realm of ancient martial arts. Almost all external martial artists must pay a visit to my grandfather first. Li Chen paused. Turning to Yi Bailing, you mean to say that all external martial artists must first pay a visit to your grandfather? Indeed, Yi Bailing nodded. My grandfather is a master practitioner, a figure of considerable authority in Qingzhou. Anyone wishing to operate here must first pay their respects. Li Chen felt a surge of energy. On that fateful night 8 years ago, when his family was annihilated, they had numerous bodyguards, yet they offered no resistance. The assailants were undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. They were most likely ancient martial artists. Let us go meet your grandfather. By the way, I am Li Chen. All right, Yi Bailing instinctively agreed. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Yi family estate. As Li Chen stepped inside, he perceived several scrutinizing gazes lurking in the shadows. This Yi family was indeed extraordinary. However, he had never heard a whisper about them in the outside world. It seemed that ancient martial families existed in a realm entirely separate from ordinary forces. Grandfather, I have returned, Yi Bailing announced as they entered a courtyard at the back. In the center, an elderly man clad in a white training outfit practiced Tai Chi. His movements were slow, resembling those of an elderly gentleman in a park. Yet, Li Chen noticed that with each rise and fall of his body, a flow of energy swirled around him, indicating a mastery surpassing that of Zhang Feng. Upon hearing their voices, the elder leisurely concluded his practice and turned to face them. Yi Bailing introduced, Grandfather, this is my new acquaintance, Li Chen. His martial prowess is formidable, likely reaching the realm of what you refer to as dark energy. Good day. Elder, Li Chen greeted Yi Moxian. However, as soon as Yi Moxian caught sight of Li Chen, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by a chilling demeanor. Bailing, show him out. My Yu family does not welcome this individual. Chapter 39. What has transpired? Upon hearing Yi Moxian's words, Yu Bailing was momentarily stunned. What was happening? How could grandfather turn against him so abruptly? Meanwhile, Li Chen furrowed his brows, sensing the peculiar demeanor of the other party, who seemed to recognize him. Do you know me? Li Chen inquired. Yi Moxian sneered. I never imagined that the car accident 5 years ago would spare your life. However, I warn you. Keep your distance from my grandson. Do not drag him into your troubles. Moreover, here is a piece of advice. If you wish to survive, depart from Qingzhou post-haste. With that, he turned and strode into the house. Upon hearing Yi Moxian's words, Li Chen's gaze sharpened, and an icy aura surged forth from him. He realized he had indeed come to the right place. Yi Moxian undoubtedly possessed knowledge of certain matters. The truth behind the Li family's annihilation 8 years ago might be within reach. Stop, Li Chen commanded. Yi Moxian halted, turning around. His expression now frigid. He regarded Li Chen coldly. Young man, do you know whom you are addressing? I understand your desire for vengeance concerning your family, but that does not grant you the right to act insolently before me. Leave the Yi family at once. I shall not repeat myself. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Before Yi Moxian could finish his warning, Li Chen had already closed the distance between them, his piercing gaze locking onto Yi Moxian's. What do you know about the Li family? Speak. His final words resonated with thunderous authority. Ma Xuan was incensed. How dare the other threaten him? He was a revered master, a figure of significant stature within the ancient martial arts realm. Just moments prior, even Zhang Songfeng had regarded him as a junior. Yet now, before Li Qian, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. The overwhelming aura emanating from Li Qian felt as though a mere thought from him could reduce Ma Xuan to dust. It was a terrifying pressure, akin to a primal beast, leaving him feeling like an ant before divine wrath. Ma Xuan's eyes remained fixed on Li Qian, his body tense. It dawned on him that this boy from the Li family, who had been missing for a decade, must have undergone extraordinary experiences. What could have transpired to transform an ordinary individual into such a formidable entity, beyond the scope of his comprehension? Reveal everything you know about the Li family. Should you conceal even a fraction of the truth, you shall face utter annihilation. Li Qian's voice was chilling. The matters concerning the Li family were the only catalyst capable of igniting his fury. Under Li Qian's unwavering gaze, Ma Xuan felt as though he were being scrutinized by the abyss itself. Taking a deep breath, I suppressed the tumultuous emotions within me. I indeed possess some knowledge regarding the Li family's affairs. 8 years prior, a prominent figure from the capital arrived in Qingzhou, accompanied by numerous formidable individuals. Although he did not come to visit me, I still received word that on the very night of his arrival, the Li family was annihilated. Upon hearing this news, Li Qian's expression darkened. What is the name of that individual? Ma Xuan sighed deeply. I am unaware of his name. I only know that he hails from an ancient family in the capital. Moreover, when he arrived in Qizhou, he was accompanied by over a dozen masters. Such masters are exceedingly rare across the realm, each possessing their own pride, yet they willingly serve him. Thus, my immediate reaction upon hearing this news was to ensure that the Yi family distanced itself from such a being. Li Qian understood that Ma Xuan spoke the truth. Had he dared to lie, Li Qian's keen perception would have easily discerned it. The ability to command over a dozen masters brought to mind the notion of cultivators. To practitioners, masters are indeed not regarded as significant. An ancient family from the capital must signify a faction of cultivators. Beyond this, do you possess any further information? Li Qian inquired again. Ma Xuan pondered for a moment. While I do not know the identity of that individual, I have investigated following the destruction of the Li family and discovered that he must have begun his machinations long before. There are still his minions in Qizhou. If we can locate them, we shall uncover his identity. Minions? Prior arrangements? Li Qian could not help but reflect. The cement truck that had sent him flying was likely also orchestrated by that person. Yet, with a decade having passed, many details had become elusive. Sensing Li Qian's thoughts, Ma Xuan suggested, you might consider checking with the official departments, particularly the Special Abilities Unit. The incident concerning the Li family caused quite a stir, and the unit was involved in the investigation. Li Qian's eyes brightened. He had not thought of that avenue. Thank you, he expressed to Ma Xuan before turning to depart. Only after Li Qian had left for some time did Ma Xuan exhale a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground as if he had exhausted all his strength. Grandfather, are you all right? Yu Bailing rushed forward to assist him. Ma Xuan shook his head. I am fine. I never imagined that after a decade, this young man from the Li family would rise so remarkably. The memory of facing Li Qian's wrath still lingered in his mind, leaving him somewhat shaken. It was utterly terrifying. Grandfather, what is Li Qian's realm? Yu Bailing could not help but ask, curiosity evident in his voice. Ma Xuan shook his head again. I cannot say for certain, but he is undoubtedly beyond the realm of masters. He must be one of the legendary innate experts. Innate? A glimmer of yearning sparkled in Yu Bailing's eyes. One day, I too shall become an innate expert. In the archives of the Special Abilities Unit, the air suddenly distorted, and then a figure materialized within the room. It was none other than the arriving Li Qian. With a sweep of his consciousness, all the contents of the files materialized before Li Qian's eyes. However, his brow furrowed tightly in perplexity. There was no record whatsoever regarding the major incident involving the Li family from 8 years prior. How could this be? Ma Xuan had clearly stated that the Qingzhou Ability Group had intervened in the case. There was no reason for him to deceive Li Qian. Yet, the absence of any documentation raised questions. Had the files been removed, or did it involve figures so formidable that even the Ability Group dared not investigate or leave any traces? It seemed necessary to inquire with the leaders of the Qizhou Ability Group. With this thought in mind, Li Qian strode out of the archive room and made his way toward the office building of the Ability Group. The edifice appeared to be decades old, its walls marred and weathered. However, upon arriving at the entrance, he was taken aback by the advanced security measures requiring both fingerprint and iris recognition to gain entry. As Li Chen assessed the titanium alloy door, an abrupt and jarring alarm pierced the air. Intruder alert! Intruder alert! The alarm resonated throughout the entire compound. Who would dare to cause a disturbance at the ability group? Soon, figures rushed in from all directions. Li Chen, you have some audacity. Zhao Guogua, clad in a fitted outfit, recognized him at once, her eyes twitching slightly. Indeed, Li Chen was remarkably powerful, and no one in the Qingzhou ability group could match his strength. But was it not a bold move to challenge them here? This was the headquarters of the ability group, equipped with numerous high-tech weapons. Did he truly believe he could confront the entire organization alone? Get down with your hands on your head, came the command, as the members of the ability group, furious, rushed to the scene. To them, it was akin to a thief attempting to rob a police station, an outright provocation. I demand to see your leader, Li Chen declared boldly. Want to see our leader? Once we subdue you, you shall see him. A young man had been lurking nearby, finally unable to contain himself as he lunged at Li Chen. Thud! Yet, before he could reach Li Chen, he was sent flying by a single slap. In the next instant, Li Chen raised his hand and delivered a punch to the titanium alloy door. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the door, designed to withstand bullet impacts, was utterly obliterated by Li Chen's strike. Not only was the titanium door destroyed, but the surrounding steel and concrete framework collapsed in a thunderous crash, sending dust swirling into the air. All members of the ability group stood dumbfounded, their throats dry. Was this a human form of a rampaging dinosaur? Chapter 40. The fusion of technology and artifacts. All members of the ability group were utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before them. A titanium alloy door had been reduced to mere fragments by a single punch. If such force were to be unleashed upon a person, they would surely evaporate into thin air. Zhao Guogua's eyes widened in disbelief. Initially, she had believed that Li Chen's ability was merely the capacity to absorb objects. But upon further investigation, she discovered that his speed was equally terrifying, and he was now displaying an exaggerated strength. In that moment, no one dared to step forward. Bring your group leader out, or I shall dismantle this entire building, Li Chen declared coldly. Had he made such a statement previously, the crowd would have found it laughable. Dismantle a building? Did he think he was operating an excavator? Yet now, there was no one who could muster a laugh. He was far more fearsome than any machine. He was capable of such destruction. Since the establishment of the ability group, this was the first time they had been confronted in such a manner. You truly possess audacity. At that moment, a voice filled with indifference rang out. A middle-aged man strode forth with a commanding presence. He was Zhao Qingzhong, the leader of the ability group. Originally, he had been in his office receiving 3 colleagues from Jiangnan when he heard the alarm, only to emerge and find that the building's entrance had been obliterated. Although Zhao Qingzhong was taken aback, he could not conceal his fury. The ability organization had maintained an air of superiority since its inception, with every ability wielder and martial artist bowing before him, akin to a modern-day imperial guard. Now, with the entrance destroyed, especially in front of outsiders, their reputation risked becoming a source of ridicule. As a thunderous sound reverberated, a throng of ability group members surged forth behind Zhao Qingzhong, clad in specially designed armor. They wielded weapons that resembled firearms yet appeared remarkably advanced, surrounding Li Chen completely. Simultaneously, 3 figures emerged closely behind Zhao Qingzhou. Is Qingzhou in such disarray that even the ability group has been besieged? Among the trio, 2 were men and 1 was a woman. One of the men spoke with a tone laced with mockery. It seems Qingzhou is indeed a remote locale, teeming with all manner of strange entities. In my true state, not only would such open provocation be unthinkable, but even a mere cough from the ability group would send both ability wielders and martial artists trembling in fear. The woman chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. Zhao group leader, do you require our assistance in subduing him? The man standing between them remained silent, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Li Chen. These 3 were vice captains from the Chu State ability group. Though merely vice captains, their rank was superior to that of the Qingzhou ability group, thus placing them on an equal footing with Zhao Qingzhou. The ability to shatter a titanium alloy door with a single punch was indicative of a disaster-level ability wielder, in martial arts terms. It was akin to achieving the indestructible master level. The central figure finally spoke, assessing the situation. Yet, even in the face of Li Chen's formidable prowess, his tone remained remarkably casual, as if he were looking down from a great height. What of a master? Aren't we all masters in our own right? The woman among the 3 let out a light, mocking laugh. This concerns my abilities in Qi Shou, and I shall manage it myself without troubling the three of you," Zhao Qingzhong declared. "Today has already been humiliating enough. If I were to rely on others to quell this matter, I would surely feel beneath the gaze of the Chu State Ability Group in the future." Turning his head, Zhao Qingzhong's gaze towards Li Chun grew icy. "Seize this man." The armed members of the Ability Group promptly pulled their triggers. Instead of bullets, beams of green light erupted from the barrels. The beams wove rapidly together, forming a vast net in the sky that descended upon Li Chen. Intriguingly, this net seemed capable of restraining one's true energy, proving effective even against innate martial artists. Li Chen was somewhat taken aback. This seemed to be a fusion of technology and magical artifacts. In the next moment, Li Chen raised his hand and gently grasped. A cacophony of crackling sounds ensued as the green net exploded instantaneously. Even the firing members of the Ability Group were impacted, stumbling backward one after another. Zhao Qingzhong's pupils constricted. The net, potent enough to restrain a martial arts master, had been torn apart with ease. It was highly likely that Li Chun had reached the pinnacle of mastery, the realm of invincibility. "Leader Zhao, we offered to assist you in subduing this individual. Yet you insisted on showcasing your strength. It appears we must intervene after all," a woman chuckled lightly, stepping forward. In an instant, her figure transformed into a fleeting shadow as she charged at Li Chen, wielding a curved dagger that she aimed to slash down upon him with incredible speed. However, just as she drew near, Li Chen effortlessly sent her flying with a single palm strike. She fell like a rag doll, blood spewing forth as she landed motionless several meters away. The two companions, who had been merely spectators, were now horrified, staring at Li Chun in disbelief. The woman's strength had been on par with theirs, yet she was dispatched so easily. "Let us strike together." The two exchanged glances and charged simultaneously. Boom. This time, Li Chun stepped forward, a gust of wind swirling around him. Bang. They collided with an invisible wall of air, hurtling backward at an even greater speed. In an instant, the three martial masters had been grievously injured without even touching the hem of Li Chun's garment. Zhao Qingzhong and the other members of the Qingzhou Ability Group felt a chilling dread rise within them. "He is too powerful." Li Chun surveyed the others and proclaimed, "Who else wishes to make a move? Feel free to come forth. But I assure you, I shall not hold back henceforth." His voice was commanding, imbued with a terrifying aura. The members of the Ability Group turned their gazes towards their leader, Zhao Qingzhong. Despite Li Chen's might, should Zhao Qingzhong issue a command, they would fight to the death. Zhao Qingzhong's expression darkened profoundly. After living for so many years, it was the first time he felt utterly overpowered. The crux of the matter was Li Chen's terrifying display of strength. If he were to unleash a massacre, the entire Qingzhou Ability Group would likely be drenched in blood. "What is your intent?" Zhao Qingzhong took a deep breath and inquired loudly, sensing a profound sense of helplessness. 8 years ago, the tragic massacre of the Li family occurred. "I demand to see all the files and the detailed circumstances from that time," Li Chen stated coldly. Chapter 41. Green Plum What? You infiltrated the Ability Group merely to peruse files? Zhao Qingzhong gazed at Li Chun in disbelief. Was it truly worth it for a mere document? "I did not find any records pertaining to the Li family in the archives. Pray tell, where have those files vanished?" Li Chen inquired. A faint smile of resignation flickered across Zhao Qingzhong's face. "In truth, those records are in my office. Following recent investigations, the Ability Group has come to realize Li Chen's true identity. Hence, I took the liberty of relocating the Li family files to my office." Unexpectedly, this action led to Li Chen's misunderstanding. Moments later, Li Chen scrutinized the detailed accounts of the Li family's case. The documents contained numerous photographs of the crime scene, charred remains of bodies, each one a dear relative of Li Chen. In an instant, his eyes welled with tears as an overwhelming tide of fury surged within him. "I too have conducted research. The two most likely suspects connected to the tragic events surrounding the Li family in Qingzhou are none other than Zhang Ruiyu, who has already met his demise at your hands, and Nian Lichuan," Zhao Qingzhong revealed. The mere mention of Nian Lichuan stirred a tremor in Li Chen's eyes. Nian Lichuan was a close friend of his father's and a classmate from primary school, their bond deep-rooted. Initially from a humble background, it was Li Chen's father who aided him in business, introducing him to valuable connections, allowing his factory to flourish. Nian Lichuan frequently visited the Li household, where Li Chun affectionately referred to him as uncle. However, the documentation revealed that after the Li family was annihilated, aside from the Zhang father and son, Nian Lichuan emerged as the most significant beneficiary. At that time, His fortune was merely in the tens of millions, but having absorbed the Li family's resources, he now boasted a wealth in the billions. Could he truly be involved? To be candid, reflecting on the elder who frequently gifted him toys during his childhood, Li Chen found it difficult to accept. With a cold demeanor, he closed the file. The truth would reveal itself upon encountering Nian Lichuan. 10 minutes later, Li Chun exited the ability group, while Zhao Qingzhong, feeling utterly drained, slumped into his chair. The scourge had finally departed. While Li Chun was perusing the files, it felt as though a great weight bore down upon him, stifling his breath. With his departure, a profound sense of relief washed over him. In the East District, Jiangnan Jiadi Manor. Constructed a decade ago, the entire estate spans over 60 acres, embodying a traditional Chinese architectural style with gray bricks and green tiles. Surrounded by towering edifices, this manor stands as a tranquil oasis amidst the clamor of the bustling metropolis. Only the elite of Qingzhou can afford to indulge in the luxuries offered by this estate. Li Chen had visited this place several times with his father. At the entrance, luxury vehicles flowed continuously, with each patron clad in tailored suits, accompanied by drivers, secretaries, and bodyguards, exuding an air of grandeur. As Li Chen approached the entrance, he was halted by a security guard. "Excuse me, do you possess a membership?" "Indeed," Li Chen replied, promptly providing his name. He and his father had once been regular patrons here. However, the security staff had changed numerous times, making it unlikely they would recognize him. "Please hold on a moment." After the security check, the guard displayed a hint of hesitation on his face. "What is the matter?" Li Chen inquired. "Your membership has expired." Li Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Please wait a moment. I shall seek clarification. You were once a distinguished guest here. Although your membership has lapsed, you are still permitted entry," the guard courteously remarked. Those who frequent such establishments generally hold significant status. To deny entry solely due to an expired membership could inadvertently offend influential figures. Truly upscale venues boast personnel of exceptional quality. "Very well," Li Chen nodded. Passers-by cast curious glances in his direction, not with disdain, but rather with intrigue. At that moment, the crowd's attention shifted. A top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce came to a halt before the estate. A bodyguard jogged over to open the car door. Subsequently, two figures emerged, a man and a woman. The man, clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuded an air of distinction, his chiseled features reminiscent of a sculptor's finest work. Every article he wore was of the highest brand, radiating the aura of a successful individual. The woman donned a flowing white gown, her delicate face framed by elegant features, resembling a proud swan. She linked her arm with the man's, her expression tinged with an icy reserve. It was her. Li Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. The woman in white was none other than Nian Ruobing, the daughter of Nian Lichuan. In the past, Nian Lichuan frequently invited Li Chen's family for dinner, and he and Nian Ruobing had grown up together, referring to each other as siblings. After many years, Nian Ruobing had not lost her charm to the passage of time. Rather, she had gained an added allure. The sight of an old acquaintance stirred ripples in Li Chen's heart. As Nian Ruobing alighted from the vehicle, her gaze immediately fell upon Li Chen at the entrance. A moment of disbelief crossed her face, but she quickly regained her composure. "What is the matter?" The man beside her noticed her unusual reaction and inquired softly. "It's nothing. Let us proceed inside," she replied, linking her arm with his and making her way into the estate. As they passed by Li Chen, she did not spare him another glance, treating him as if he were merely a passerby. Nian Ruobing was indeed strikingly beautiful. The man accompanying her was likely her fiancé, Song Yuheng, the scion of the esteemed Song family of Jiangnan. The Song family was a true aristocratic lineage, and Song Yuheng was the legitimate heir destined to lead the family. As the couple moved away, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. Hearing their comments, Li Chen felt a stir of contemplation. The Jiangnan Song family was indeed a prominent clan, one even he had heard of. Reflecting on Nian Ruobing's earlier demeanor, Li Chen pondered deeply. Was it truly the case? Had her regard for him stemmed from his status as the young master of the Li family? Without that distinction, was he rendered insignificant? Chapter 42. Granting you face? The manager of the estate soon appeared at the entrance, personally greeting Li Chen with a handshake. "Young Master Li, our security was unaware of your identity and may have shown you a lack of courtesy. Please, do come in. You are indeed a distinguished guest at our estate." The manager's words were melodious, and despite not knowing Li Chen, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect upon learning that Li Chen had once been a member here, making one feel as if embraced by the gentle warmth of spring. To ascend to the position of manager in such a prestigious locale as Jiangnan's elite quarters is no small feat, young Master Li. There are various courtyards within Jiangnan's elite quarters. May I inquire whether you wish to host friends here or perhaps stay for a while? I would be delighted to assist you. Is the Shiyu courtyard available? Li Chun inquired, recalling that it was a favored retreat for his family, preserved almost exclusively for their use. I shall arrange for someone to escort you there immediately, the manager responded. Li Chun nodded, initially intending to seek out Nian Lichuan, but then altering his plan to first visit the Shiyu courtyard for a moment of respite. Before long, he arrived at an elegant little courtyard. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of blooming begonia flowers, their fragrance wafting through the gentle breeze, momentarily transporting Li Chun back to a decade ago. The courtyard's arrangement remained unchanged from his fond memories. If you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact the customer service department. I shall take my leave now, the courteous attendant said. Very well, Li Chun acknowledged. Once the attendant departed, he stepped inside, caressing the jade chessboard meant for their games, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Half an hour later, Li Chun emerged from the courtyard. Many affluent residents inhabited Jiangnan's elite quarters, and as he walked, he observed numerous families strolling together. He did not pause, heading straight towards a grand banquet hall ahead. A small gathering was underway, attended by numerous wealthy individuals from Qingzhou's upper echelons, with rumors of many celebrities in attendance. Nian Lichuan and his daughter were there for this very occasion. Upon entering the banquet hall, Li Chun was not subjected to any scrutiny. Being able to access Jiangnan's elite quarters was, in itself, a testament to one's status. Within the hall, he immediately spotted Nian Lichuan, surrounded like the moon amidst a constellation of stars. Mr. Nian, allow me to raise a toast to you. My heartfelt congratulations. It is truly an honor to unite with the Song family of Jiangnan. I look forward to your continued support, several executives complimented. Indeed, Mr. Nian, not only are you exceptionally capable, but you also have a wonderful daughter. One cannot help but feel envious, they added, showering him with flattery. Nian Lichuan's face radiated with joy. Haha, their affection for each other is mutual. As a father, I shall not interfere in my children's affairs. Rising from humble beginnings, Nian Lichuan had amassed a fortune of billions, now drawing the attention and deference of those whom he once looked up to. In that moment, he felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. I am no longer the cautious, smiling youth I once was. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed Nian Lichuan's eyes. His daughter had just informed him that she spotted Li Chun at the entrance. He had not anticipated that Li Chun was still alive. Originally, even with Li Chun's return, the impact on him was negligible. His journey to this point was largely supported by the Li family. However, now that Li Chun had resurfaced, it seemed to unearth his painful past, stirring a sense of agitation within him. Yet, times had changed. It was said that Li Chun had been thwarted from entering the Jiangnan mansion due to an expired membership. Not only was Li Chun merely a junior, but even if Li Changfeng were to return, he would still have to address him as Director Nian. Uncle Nian, it has been a long time. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Nian Lichuan turned abruptly to see a young man in casual attire gazing at him with a hint of indifference. It was Li Chun. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the sight of Li Chun still made Nian Lichuan's heart skip a beat. Meanwhile, Nian Ruobing, who was conversing with several young ladies nearby, furrowed her brow. She had assumed that the incident at the entrance would deter Li Chun, yet he had pursued her relentlessly. Li Chun walked directly toward Nian Lichuan, whose expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. A decade had passed, and his status was no longer comparable. In contrast, Li Chun's family had fallen from grace, leaving him merely an ordinary person cast aside. Moreover, the factories belonging to the Li family were acquired through his own efforts. Thus, Nian Lichuan immediately adorned his face with a smile, saying, "Ah, it's little Chun. I never expected you to still be alive. 10 years ago, when you suddenly vanished, your uncle mobilized all resources to search for you. It is truly wonderful that you have returned." Alas, if Changfeng knew his son was still alive, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. With this, Nian Lichuan feigned a sorrowful sigh. Yet, Li Chun merely regarded him with a cold stare, observing his performance. A decade prior, Nian Lichuan had followed closely behind his father, referring to him as Brother Li. Now he was addressing him by his full name, Li Changfeng. Once Nian Lichuan's theatrics had subsided, Li Chun finally spoke. "I have come today to inquire about something, Director Nian. Does the massacre of the Li family bear any connection to you?" Upon hearing Li Chun address him as Director Nian instead of Uncle Nian, Nian Lichuan felt a surge of pride rather than displeasure. He thought to himself, has this young man finally recognized the chasm between us? However, he quickly shook his head, saying, Uncle is also deeply pained by the affairs of the Li family. Li Chun, how could you pose such a question? Li Chun observed the shifting expressions on Nian Lichuan's face and sighed inwardly. Indeed, it had nothing to do with him, and Nian Lichuan was not lying. After hearing about the Li family's predicament, half of our family's factories fell into your hands. Nian Lichuan nodded. Yes, Li Chun. You must understand that I had no choice at that time. With so many mouths at the Li group depending on sustenance, and the factories facing crisis, I had to bravely take over the operations. Those factories were operating at a loss, and you cannot imagine the effort Uncle exerted to revitalize them. At Nian Lichuan's words, Li Chun felt a cold sneer rising within. How could he be unaware of the conditions of the Li family's factories back then? Nian Lichuan spoke as if he had suffered a loss, utterly shameless. Li Chun, your uncle acquired those factories through legitimate means and even assisted the Li family in repaying considerable debts. However, since you have returned, your uncle feels compelled to show his regard. With that, Nian Lichuan produced a bank card from his pocket. This card contains 100,000 yuan, offered as a token of your uncle's goodwill. As for the assistance in repaying the debts of the Li family, consider it settled. Your uncle will not pursue it further. Li Chun could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. To offer a sum of 100,000 yuan, how contemptuous of oneself. Did he truly see himself as a beggar? In a cold tone, Li Chun replied, there is no need for such a sum. I will investigate the matters concerning my family's factories. Should you have taken what does not belong to you, I will ensure you return it. With that, Li Chun turned to leave. To be honest, Li Chun felt a pang of disappointment. Neither Nian Lichuan nor the Zhang family had any connection to the massacre of the Li family. However, he would not allow someone as ungrateful as Nian Lichuan to escape unscathed. He would ensure that whatever was consumed would be repaid tenfold. Observing this exchange, a smirk appeared in Nian Lichuan's eyes. The youth was indeed impatient, daring to threaten him without self-reflection. Without the Li family, what was he worth? At that moment, Song Yuheng, the young master of the Song family, unexpectedly interjected, is there something you wish to discuss? Li Chun regarded him with a cold stare, having felt an instant aversion upon first laying eyes on him. Li Chun, Song Yuheng continued, I have heard from Ruo Bing that your family took good care of her in the past. How about this? You seem rather unfortunate. I will personally offer you 1 million as compensation. Henceforth, the grievances between the Nian and Li families will be settled. What do you think? Surely, you would not refuse my goodwill. As he spoke, Song Yuheng gestured for his secretary to hand over a check, swiftly inscribing a series of figures before presenting it to Li Chun. His demeanor was dignified, his presence commanding. Wow, to offer 1 million so readily. Truly, the young master of the Song family is impressive. Many could not help but exclaim, their voices deliberately raised for Song Yuheng to hear. A proud glimmer shone in his eyes. To him, Li Chun was merely a trifling figure. Were it not for Nian Ruobing, Li Chun would not even merit a second glance. With the young master of the Song family speaking, Li Chun would certainly not dare to refuse. Beside them, Nian Ruobing observed with mixed emotions. Once, Li Chun had been the esteemed young master of the Li family in her eyes, handsome and affluent. She had even entertained fantasies of marrying him and becoming the young mistress of the Li family. Yet, time had changed everything. The once magnificent Li Chun had now fallen to such a state. Stripped of his former glory, he was now an ordinary man, painfully average, especially in the presence of someone like Song Yuheng. A single word from Song Yuheng could cast Li Chun into despair. The disparity was staggering. Li Chun, accept it. If you find what my father gave you insufficient, surely Yuheng has bestowed upon you enough. Do not create further disturbances, Yin Ruobing advised. Song Yuheng, with a smile, shook the check in his hand, gazing at Li Chun expectantly. He anticipated that Li Chun would lower his head to receive it, convinced that Li Chun lacked the courage to refuse. However, in the next moment, a sharp sound echoed as Li Chun forcefully struck Song Yuheng, sending him sprawling. With disdain, he declared, am I obliged to show you any respect? What are you, but a triviality? The Song family of Jiang and may be impressive, but I hold them in no regard. If you wish to oppose me, feel free to do so. Chapter 43. Youthful impetuosity. The entire hall was suddenly enveloped in a profound silence. Every individual present stared, eyes wide with disbelief. They had not anticipated that Li Chun would strike out so abruptly, and against the scion of the Song family no less. Nian Ruobing was taken aback as well. In a moment of daze, she felt as though she were witnessing the once spirited young master of the Li family anew. However, She quickly shook her head. Li Chun was no longer the distinguished heir of the Li family, which had long since fallen from grace. He was in no position to contend with the illustrious Song family of Jiangnan. To be brazen without a trump card was nothing but folly. Yuqing, are you all right? Upon regaining her senses, Nian Ruobing hurried over to assist Song Yuqing. At that moment, Song Yuqing was clutching his stinging face, his eyes blazing with fury. How dare someone strike him, the legitimate son of the Song family? Why? It seems you are quite unwilling to accept this, Li Qin remarked coldly. Originally prepared to unleash his wrath, Song Yuqing found himself instinctively lowering his gaze upon meeting Li Qin's eyes, as if unable to bear the intensity of his stare. He opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. Useless, Li Chun scoffed disdainfully before striding towards the exit. Everyone watched in stunned silence, none daring to utter a word. After all, if Li Chun could strike Song Yuqing, who would be foolish enough to invite trouble upon themselves? Moreover, seeing how Li Chun had sent Song Yuqing flying several meters with a single blow made it evident that, despite the Li family's decline, Li Chun's personal prowess was formidable. It was wise of Song Yuqing to refrain from retaliating on the spot, a thought Nian Ruobing held. She assisted Song Yuqing to his feet, who wore a grim expression throughout. Yuqing, this Li Chun is utterly audacious. Leave this matter to your uncle. He will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Nian Lichuan interjected. He harbored little belief that a fallen scion could stir significant trouble. Li Chun exited the banquet hall, his expression impassive. To him, the Nian family and Song Yuqing were but insignificant insects, hardly worthy of his concern. What truly mattered to him was that the lead on his family's annihilation had once again gone cold. Mr. Li, wait a moment. At that moment, the manager who had previously escorted him approached briskly. Is there something you require? Li Chun inquired, perplexed. Master Li, my employer requests your presence, the manager replied. The proprietor of Jiangnan Jiadi? Li Chun paused momentarily. Could it be related to his altercation with Song Yuqing? The Song family of Jiangnan held a prestigious lineage, and it was rumored that the owner of Jiangnan Jiadi hailed from Jiangnan province as well. Perhaps there was some connection between the two parties. Very well, Li Chun nodded. He was curious to discover the nature of the matter. Soon, under the manager's guidance, he arrived at a secluded courtyard deep within the premises. The owner is waiting for you inside, the manager announced. As Li Chun entered, he was greeted by an exquisitely arranged courtyard, adorned with pavilions and ancient charm, accompanied by the delicate sounds of a guzheng. Turning a corner, he beheld a graceful woman clad in a blue qipao, gently caressing the strings of the guzheng. Surrounded by a dozen robust men clad in suits, each standing with arms crossed, rigid as javelins, a middle-aged gentleman sat serenely on a mat, cradling a teacup. Upon the arrival of Li Chun, he gradually raised his head, revealing a faint smile. You possess quite the audacity to confront Song Yuqing, the scion of the Song family, he remarked, his gaze tinged with amusement and scrutiny. Li Chun retorted coldly, What? Do you intend to defend him? Impudent. What audacity is this? One of the man's subordinates barked, casting a discontented look at Li Chun. With a swift movement, Li Chun stepped forward and struck the man, sending him crashing against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The man glared furiously at Li Chun, while the others clenched their fists, poised to retaliate. Stand down, the middle-aged man interjected. At his command, the subordinates reluctantly complied, retreating yet still eyeing Li Chun with lingering hostility. Speak, what brings you here? Li Chun pressed on. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, remarking, Your temper is even more tempestuous than your father's. You know my father? Li Chun inquired, intrigued. The man gestured for Li Chun to sit and enjoy some tea, but Li Chun remained unmoved. Unperturbed, he continued, I am Luo Dangshan. In the past, I had some acquaintance with your father. Out of respect for him, I could assist you in mitigating the troubles you have stirred today. The Song family of Jiangnan is not someone you can provoke. At this, the animosity in Li Chun's eyes diminished somewhat. Having witnessed the ingratitude of the Yin family, he found it somewhat commendable that the man offered assistance based on their past connection. Nevertheless, he shook his head, declining, No need, I appreciate your kindness. But I do not fear the minor Song family. With that, Li Chun turned and departed decisively. Since the man had indicated their past bond was merely superficial, there was no need for further delay. Observing Li Chun's resolute exit, Luo Dangshan wore a bemused expression. He had not anticipated such a response. One of his subordinates could not help but scoff. Boss, this Li Chun is utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Your goodwill is something many would covet. Yet he outright rejected it. Luo Dongshan drained his teacup and sighed. I had hoped to extend a hand for the sake of an old friendship, but alas, he is too young and brash. He has no comprehension of the terror that the Song family embodies, even at the height of the Li family's power. They were insignificant in the eyes of the Song family. Well, everyone has their own destiny. I only hope he does not regret his choices when faced with the Song family's retribution. After speaking, Luo Dongshan turned to his subordinate. Have the gifts for Qin Weidong been prepared? Boss, everything is ready, the subordinate replied respectfully. As far as I know. Qin Weidong was merely a mid-level figure in the Qinglong Hall, yet he has now assumed control of the entire organization, which is quite astonishing. Luo Dongshan nodded, stating that this was precisely why he felt compelled to personally deliver his congratulatory gift. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be an underlying reason. The rapid ascent of Qin Weidong, who has gained control over the entire Qinglong Hall, likely indicates the support of a formidable figure behind him. The person who has enabled this mere pawn to ascend to such a prominent position is certainly extraordinary. If I could forge a connection with him, perhaps I would no longer be confined to this limited corner of existence. Moreover, given that the old master's condition has been deteriorating increasingly, should I miss this opportunity, I fear I may never return to my family again. Chapter 44. You are hungry too. Li Qin had just emerged from Luo Dongshan's courtyard when a voice, tinged with surprise, rang out nearby. Li Qin, is that truly you? A stunningly beautiful woman, her features as exquisite as pearls and jade, gazed at him with evident delight. It was Qin Jia. The last time Li Qin encountered her was during a meal with Su Yaning. Qin Jia approached him briskly, a smile adorning her face. Li Qin. What a coincidence. Qin Jia scrutinized Li Qin from head to toe, her gaze imbued with curiosity. One must understand that a place like Jiangnan is not frequented by just anyone. Following the incident where Li Qin had struck Huofeng, Qin Jia had found him enigmatic, his status seemingly extraordinary. Their meeting today only reinforced her suspicions. I am here to meet someone, Li Qin replied, harboring no desire for extensive conversation with Qin Jia. She was the quintessential businesswoman, the type who rises early only if there is profit to be gained. Her enthusiasm towards him was merely a reflection of his presence in such a locale. To be honest, while he did not harbor any disdain for such individuals, neither did he find himself particularly fond of them. By the way, we Haven T exchanged contact information last time, Qin Jia continued. I am good friends with Su Yaning. And as you are her brother-in-law, we might as well consider ourselves friends. With a cheerful demeanor, she took out her phone, adept at forging connections. Given his regard for Su Yaning, Li Qin did not outright refuse her. After adding her as a friend, he turned to leave. At that moment, a distinguished woman approached. Qin Jia, do you know him? Hearing the voice, Qin Jia turned, smiling slightly. Why, Mrs. Liu, are you acquainted with him? Li Qin's increasing aloofness only piqued her curiosity further. Of course I do. He is the former heir of the Li family. However, Qin Jia, I advise you to keep your distance from him. Why is that? Qin Jia inquired, intrigued. You are unaware that just moments ago in the banquet hall, this Li Qin directly assaulted Song Yuheng. Song Yuheng, the eldest son of the Song family in Jiangnan? Qin Jia exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, given who Song Yuheng is, Li Qin's audacity to provoke him will surely lead to his downfall in no time. If you grow too close to him, you might find yourself embroiled in trouble. Upon hearing Mrs. Liu's words, Qin Jia couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This Li Qin was indeed audacious, and rather tempestuous. Having previously struck Huofeng was one thing, but now he dared to confront the eldest son of the Song family in Jiangnan. Thank you for the warning, Mrs. Liu. I appreciate it. Qin Jia expressed her gratitude and immediately pulled out her phone to send a voice message to Su Yaning. As friends, she felt it necessary to alert her. Yaning, I encountered your brother-in-law Li Qin today at Jiangnan. Did you know he has stirred up trouble? After sending the message, Su Yaning almost instantly replied, Oh, it's nothing. My brother-in-law can handle it. You didn't even ask what trouble he is in, yet you assert he can manage? He struck the legitimate heir of the Song family, Song Yuheng, Qin Jia sent back. Regardless of whom he confronts, my brother-in-law can manage it. Gazing at Su Yaning's message, Qin Jia felt a sense of exasperation, her mind echoing with the phrase, blind adoration. It seemed that Su Yaning was utterly entranced by her brother-in-law, a member of the illustrious Song family. Last time, this Li Qin had even concocted elixirs for Su Yaning, revealing the depths of her naivety. However, she had already offered her warning. What Su Yaning chose to do henceforth was no longer her concern. With that thought, Qin Jia composed herself, touched up her makeup with a mirror, and proceeded towards the hall. Today, a multitude of elite socialites were present, offering her significant opportunities to expand her business and cultivate connections. Li Chen stepped out of the Jiangnan residence, opting not to return to the villa but instead wandering aimlessly along the streets. As he revisited familiar locales, nostalgia washed over him, casting a shadow over his spirits. Before he realized it, he had arrived at a secluded area, a village within the city where the majority of migrant workers in Qingzhou resided. Across from the village, the sounds of excavators signaled the construction of new buildings. At that moment, Li Chen abruptly regained his senses. How had he ended up here? He recalled that his alma mater used to stand in this very spot, now demolished to make way for towering skyscrapers. Just then, his phone rang. It was Su Yanning calling. "Brother-in-law, where are you? I need to discuss something with you." Li Chen promptly informed her of his location. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the medicinal herbs acquired from the Medicine King Hall, along with the inner core from the dragon. With some idle time on his hands, he decided to assist Su Yanning by refining the elixirs, aiding her in her quest to attain foundational cultivation. Flames flickered to life in his palm as the various herbs in the dragon's inner core began to meld together. Minutes later, a resplendent golden elixir materialized before him. Adorned with 4 faint patterns, an immortal-grade pill, the quality was indeed attributed to the dragon's inner core. Satisfied, Li Chen stored the elixir safely and turned his gaze toward the street. A few high-performance motorcycles roared by, enveloped in a cloud of dust, before coming to a halt not far from him. The riders, clad in trendy attire and adorned with tattoos, appeared to be no older than 18 or 19, both male and female. Among them, several young women wore shorts that revealed their midriffs, and 2 daring V-shaped tops that left little to the imagination, prompting Li Chen to wonder about their restroom convenience. This, it seemed, was the epitome of nonconformity in this era. As Li Chen observed, one young man audaciously whistled in his direction. "Hey, old man, never seen a beauty before? Is your gaze so ravenous?" Laughter erupted among the surrounding crowd. In response, Li Chen scoffed. "Buddy, you call that beauty? I think you might be the one who's starving." His words, casual as they were, provoked discontent among the women. "Hey, old man, speaking like that might get you into trouble." Indeed, he appeared to be the quintessential lecherous man, likely spending his days engrossed in staring at live streams of beautiful women on his phone. That man even brazenly gestured an obscene gesture towards Li Chen. Just moments ago, he had been fixated on Jia Jia, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Yet now he feigned an air of superiority, as if he had encountered countless beauties before. It was utterly laughable. "I wager he is undoubtedly still a virgin. Should I lose, I shall live stream myself consuming excrement," declared another portly gentleman with fervor. In response to the mockery from these boisterous youths, Li Chen chose to remain unperturbed. He cast his gaze toward the street, where a sleek silver convertible was speeding towards him. A smile involuntarily graced his face. What a stunning automobile! The woman within was nothing short of ethereal. The group of spirited young men were equally captivated. In the next instant, the vehicle came to a halt right before Li Chen. Su Yanning elegantly tossed her hair and commanded, "Get in." Li Chen opened the door and promptly took his place in the passenger seat. Once he fastened his seatbelt, Su Yanning pressed the accelerator, and the sports car swiftly vanished down the road. At this moment, the group of young men stood in stunned silence. They had initially looked down upon Li Chen, yet in an instant, a goddess-like beauty had arrived in a car to whisk him away. "Goodness, this fellow is quite the enigma," one exclaimed. "I didn't perceive any special qualities in him. Could it be his prowess in bed?" The previously boastful portly man averted his gaze, suddenly feeling self-conscious. "How mistaken I was. Let us leave. This is no longer entertaining," one youth waved dismissively. Soon, they disappeared from view, leaving behind a few remnants of medicinal herbs where Li Chen had been concocting elixirs, resembling moldy potato chips. A disheveled, famished vagrant stumbled upon the discarded remnants. In his dire hunger, he disregarded everything else and stuffed them into his mouth. At that moment, as the herbs touched his tongue, his eyes widened in astonishment, and an expression of disbelief washed over him. A cacophony of crackling sounds emanated from his body. Not only was his stomach satiated, but he felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. Chapter 45. A major figure? Merely an ant in Li Chen's hand appeared a golden pill, which he extended towards Su Yanning. "Thank you, brother-in-law," she exclaimed, receiving it with the reverence one might bestow upon a precious treasure. her eyes shimmering with excitement. She was well aware that her brother-in-law always provided her with exceptional gifts. I initially intended for you to break through to the foundation establishment stage, but by a stroke of fortune, I accidentally refined a celestial-grade elixir, which is sufficient to elevate you to the core formation realm. However, I recommend that you consume it in 3 portions over the course of 3 months, allowing you to gradually acclimate to your newfound strength. A sudden breakthrough could leave you struggling to adjust to your enhanced power. All right, I will heed your advice, brother-in-law, Su Yanning replied with a sweet smile. By the way, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me? Li Chen inquired. It's about Su Qinghuan. He approached me again, stating that the influential figure behind his father wishes to meet you, she responded. Did you agree to this? Li Chen's brow furrowed in concern. Su Yanning shook her head. I know you prefer not to meet him, so I flatly refused. However, Su Qinghuan conveyed that no one can turn him down twice. Subsequently, several of our construction sites were subjected to sudden inspections and ordered to halt operations. Is this the doing of that influential figure? Li Chen asked. Su Yanning nodded. It must be, as it is unlikely that 5 sites would encounter issues simultaneously. This is pressure being exerted upon me. With so many employees relying on their livelihoods, a single day of halted work across 5 sites results in losses exceeding 1 million. As she spoke, her frustration manifested in her clenched teeth. Convey to Su Qinghuan that I require the time and place from the figure behind the Su family. Li Chen instructed. Brother-in-law, are you truly going to meet him? Li Chen scoffed. Since he is so eager to meet me, I shall oblige him. His gaze was as frigid as ice. Conceitedly wielding his so-called power, he believed he could compel compliance, unaware that, in Li Chen's eyes, all authority and status were but mere ants easily brushed aside with a single finger. Very well, I will contact Su Qinghuan immediately. Brother-in-law, may I accompany you? I am curious to see who is attempting to undermine us. Su Yanning felt a surge of eagerness, invigorated by the transformation Li Chen had bestowed upon her. Heroism often leads to transgressions, she mused. With power comes an inevitable sense of superiority. Yet, Li Chen declined her offer. I will handle this alone. You should focus on your training. With your current capabilities, you would be unfit even to serve me tea in the realm of cultivation. Su Yanning felt a twinge of wounded pride. After sending a message, Su Qinghuan swiftly returned the call. However, upon answering, it was the voice of Su Zhong'an, Su Qinghuan's father. May I speak with young Master Li? Su Zhong'an requested politely. Of course, Uncle Su. Su Yanning replied respectfully, handing the phone to Li Chen. Young Master Li, I sincerely apologize for the pressure exerted on Yanning's company. I was unaware of such actions, as the individual above insists on this course of action, and I am powerless to alter his decisions. Nevertheless, I believe that your ability to remain open-minded is commendable. The cost of rejecting that individual is beyond what you can bear, for his influence far exceeds your imagination. Upon hearing these words, Li Chen displayed a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. However, he chose not to elaborate further and merely shared his phone number with Su Zhong'an before ending the call. At 4 in the afternoon, Su Zhong'an called Li Chen again, informing him that he would be taken to meet the prominent figure at 7 o'clock that evening, with a dedicated vehicle dispatched for his arrival. When the luxury car arrived at Li Chen's villa, its license plate bore red characters on a white background, confirming Li Chen's expectations. The individuals who emerged from the vehicle were clearly officials. Several imposing men, clad in formal attire, stepped out, their expressions betraying a certain coldness. We come at the behest of the mayor. Please accompany us, the leading man stated icily. His triangular eyes exuded a fierce aura. Li Chen could distinctly sense the hostility emanating from the man, prompting him to frown. Yet, he refrained from speaking, deciding it prudent to first meet the mayor. As they entered the car, it drove through a highly secured compound. Upon seeing the license plate, the main gate opened automatically. The car came to a halt deep within the premises, and Li Chen followed the group to a small 2-story building. At that moment, the triangular-eyed man could no longer contain himself, saying, I am aware of your capabilities, but daring to defy the mayor twice is rather presumptuous. When you meet the mayor, it would be wise to adhere to the rules. Otherwise, while the mayor may have a good temperament, my own is quite the opposite. His words were laden with warning. However, Li Chen abruptly halted in his tracks upon hearing this. What is the matter? The man questioned, irritation evident in his gaze. Are you threatening me? Li Chen inquired. The man's expression momentarily faltered before anger took over. And what if I am? Before he could finish, A resounding crash echoed as the man's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the bluestone floor. His black suit stained with blood, his chest bones shattered, he lay there, gasping for breath. Captain Wei, the other men exclaimed in shock, instinctively reaching for their sidearms. However, as their eyes met Li Qin's emotionless gaze, their impulses were abruptly stifled. An instinctual awareness warned them that drawing their weapons would lead to a nightmarish fate. Su Zhongyan and his daughter, who had come out to greet the approaching vehicle, were greeted with this alarming scene, leaving them utterly stunned. Chapter 46. What are you before the master? Father, the situation seems rather dire, Su Qinghuan murmured, tugging at her father Su Zhongyan's sleeve. Initially, she had no right to be here. However, due to Li Qin's involvement, which had drawn the attention of a certain influential figure, Su Zhongyan seized the opportunity to introduce his daughter, hoping to pave a way for her future. Yet, unexpectedly, they were met with a shocking scene. The mayor's bodyguard had been sent flying with a single punch, and it appeared unlikely he would survive. Let us proceed to meet that esteemed figure, Li Chun remarked, oblivious to the chaos he had wrought, even managing to flash a smile at Su Qinghuan. In that moment, she regarded him with the fear one might have for a demon. Even his smile was somewhat terrifying. This brother-in-law of mine is quite formidable, she thought, secretly sticking out her tongue in awe. Given the circumstances, Su Zhongyan could only sigh and muster his courage to follow Li Qin deeper into the premises. The unfolding events had exceeded his expectations. In the study on the second floor, Li Qin finally came face to face with the mayor, who had long desired to enlist him as a mere pawn. The man was in his 50s, with graying hair, and was currently perusing a copy of the comprehensive mirror to aid in government. So you are Li Chun, we finally meet, the mayor said, lifting his gaze with a smile. He made no move to rise, casually placing the book on the table. At that moment, a subordinate approached and whispered something in the mayor's ear. What? Dead? The mayor's smile vanished, his expression darkening visibly, and a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Young man, do you understand the fire you are playing with? It is you who is playing with fire, Li Qin responded, his tone dripping with disdain. Using underhanded tactics to pressure me into becoming your pawn will prove to be your gravest error. A cold smile graced his face. How intriguing, the mayor sneered, his eyes narrowing in anger. Do you even know who you are defying? You truly overestimate yourself. Su Zhongyan was already in despair, while Su Qinghuan grew increasingly anxious, casting worried glances at her father. Although she recognized Li Qin's prowess, the mayor was, after all, the highest authority in Qingzhou. And what of it? Li Qin replied coldly. Very well, I shall show you what that means. The mayor bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. In an instant, a dozen men clad in black surged into the room. The leader shouted, How dare you act insolently before the mayor? Kneel before him at once. As he spoke, he pressed a cold handgun against Li Qin's temple. The man was clearly a seasoned fighter, exuding a calm demeanor, with pronounced temples indicating he was at the pinnacle of his strength. The combination of martial prowess and firearms would unleash maximum lethality. Seeking death, Li Qin said, raising his hand. With a swift motion, he snapped the assailant's wrist, causing the gun to clatter to the ground. Simultaneously, a palm descended upon the man's shoulder, pressing down with force. Suddenly, two bursts of crimson mist erupted from his knees as his leg bones penetrated the floor like iron rods. The excruciating pain compelled the man to emit a wretched scream. Yet, before the cry could fully escape his lips, crack, Li Qin's hand shattered his skull. The onlookers, paralyzed by terror, could scarcely react. Li Qin swiftly struck again, pounding down with relentless ferocity. One blow after another, a dozen souls were felled in an instant, their bodies collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The study had transformed into a veritable hellscape. Su Qinghuan and her father were utterly dumbfounded by the horrific scene. Such brutality, to annihilate the mayor's subordinates in his very presence, was terrifying beyond measure. Li Chun, with a cold gaze fixed upon the mayor, declared, Now, it is your turn. He stepped over the corpses, advancing toward the mayor. Stop! How dare you act so recklessly before the mayor? A thunderous shout pierced the air. An elder clad in a long robe strode in with commanding presence, exuding an extraordinary aura. Elder Dong, you have arrived, the mayor said, his demeanor swiftly regaining composure upon seeing the elder. Who are you? Li Qin inquired coldly. I am Dong Chuan, the elder replied, moving directly in front of the mayor, blocking Li Qin's path and confronting him head-on. The head of the Dong family, Dong Chuan, a martial arts master, Su Zhongyan exclaimed in astonishment. As a henchman of the mayor, Su Zhongin was well aware that a figure of this caliber, a master, was at the mayor's side, none other than Dong Chuan. In truth, Dong Chuan was not merely a subordinate, but rather a partner to the mayor. The mayor assisted the Dong family in securing benefits, while Dong Chuan handled unsavory matters for the mayor. A martial arts master, impervious to harm, capable of transcending the void. Such a person commanded respect not just in Qingzhou, but throughout the entirety of Jiangbei. Su Zhongin began to worry for Li Chun. He had not anticipated Dong Chuan's presence at the manor, perhaps a calculated move by the mayor to counter Li Chun, just in case. Li Chun was formidable, yet against a master, his chances of victory were negligible. Given the chaos he had unleashed today, should he falter, death would likely await him. The mayor sneered, "Li Chun, did you ever imagine that I would have a master at my side?" In response, Li Chun displayed a look of disdain, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on the obstructive Dong Chuan. Step aside, or perish. Chapter 47. A single sword cuts through thousands. Dong Chuan was immediately filled with rage. How could a dignified master be so insulted? Seeking death. As his words fell, he stomped his foot, and the ground instantly cracked open with a massive fissure. His body soared into the air, delivering a fierce strike towards Li Chen's head. The wind from his palms surged like a torrential storm, overwhelming in its ferocity. In his fury, the master unleashed his full power. It was over. Su Zhongin sighed, turning his head away in disbelief. A single strike from a master could obliterate a tank. How could mere flesh withstand such force? The mayor wore a cold smile, relishing the fate that awaited those who opposed him. However, just when everyone believed that Li Chun was destined to perish beneath that palm, Li Chun showed no sign of movement and simply uttered a single word towards the charging Dong Chuan. "Leave." Boom. In an instant, thunder roared and lightning crackled. A terrifying sound wave shattered Dong Chuan's palm strike. How could this be? Dong Chuan's expression changed drastically. He felt as if he were facing a vast ocean, with colossal waves crashing towards him, instinctively wanting to retreat. Crack! The sound of bones splintering echoed. The master-level warrior was sent flying, crashing through the walls and landing in the courtyard. Upon impact, his body convulsed twice before falling still. This. The mayor's pupils constricted in shock. Su Zhongin and his daughter stared wide-eyed. To think that a martial arts master could be sent flying by a mere sound was utterly absurd. The mayor trembled, unable to maintain his composure as a figure of authority. If even a martial arts master could not withstand Li Chin, then his power had surpassed all comprehension. Could he truly be the legendary cultivator? At the level of the mayor, he was privy to secrets unknown to ordinary people. Now do you still believe you have me at your mercy? Li Chin's voice was icy, causing the temperature in the entire study to plummet. Li Chin, we can actually work together. There is no need for mutual destruction, the mayor said, taking a deep breath and attempting to probe. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than, poof. Li Chun pointed, and a surge of energy pierced through the mayor's brow, blood gushing forth. His body swayed before collapsing limply to the ground. In an instant, the study fell into silence. Su Zhongin and his daughter both swallowed hard. Li Chin's actions were decisive, leaving no chance for the mayor to plead for mercy. Thud, thud, thud. The entire two-story building was surrounded by a multitude of guards clad in black, appearing to number in the thousands. All of them were armed and vigilant, their gazes fixed upon the small building. The earlier conflict had roused the entire mayor's residence. Bold thief, how dare you wreak havoc in the mayor's domain? Surrender now. A man stood before the guards, exuding an imposing presence. He was the commander of the mayor's residence, responsible for the safety of the entire establishment. Bang! In the next moment, as his words fell, a body shattered the window, plummeting from the second floor to land at the feet of the commander. It was the corpse of the city mayor, forcefully expelled by Li Chen's kick. The instant the mayor's lifeless form was revealed, the commander's expression transformed dramatically. He could scarcely fathom that within the mayor's residence, his adversary had dared to take the mayor's life. Such brazen audacity was a blatant disregard for the guards of the mayor's estate. Charge in and apprehend the murderer. The commander bellowed as 1,000 guards prepared to rush forward. Bang! At that moment, a figure leapt gracefully from the second floor, arms spread wide, descending like a bird to the ground. All were left in a state of shock. Had this individual truly flown down? Even the commander's demeanor grew solemn. Did you slay the mayor? He stepped forward, locking eyes with Li Chun. Indeed. Do you wish to accompany him in death? Li Chun replied in an indifferent tone. Seize him! The commander shouted, his aura intensifying. At the sound of his command, the throngs of guards surged toward Li Chun, oblivious to their impending doom. Li Chun raised his hand, a sword aura shimmering into existence, and with a swift motion of his sleeve, the blade of energy surged forth. What is this? The commander stared, wide-eyed, momentarily stunned. The next second, sheer terror enveloped him. As the sword aura spread, thousands of guards were severed in half as easily as wheat is cut. Even the commander himself was split into two. The courtyard was instantly transformed into a hellish scene, littered with dismembered limbs and flowing rivers of blood. The father and daughter of Su Zhonghan, having just emerged, were paralyzed with fear at the sight. If Li Qin's previous display of slaying a master had astounded them, this moment surpassed the most fantastical of tales. One sword could fell 1,000 men? Was he a deity? Li Qin paid no mind to the Su family, and after completing his grim task, he stepped out of the mayor's residence. He knew this incident would undoubtedly provoke a significant uproar, yet he remained indifferent. If he so wished, the entire earth could be reduced to ashes in an instant, let alone a mere mayor's estate. Dad, do you think Li Qin is human or a ghost? Su Qinghuan finally stammered after Li Qin had departed for some time. Whether human or ghost, I cannot say, but today's events are beyond the scope of our Su family to meddle in. Upon our return, we know nothing of this. Do you understand? Meanwhile, half an hour after Li Qin's departure, the mayor's estate was already surrounded. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Qingzhong, the leader of the special abilities team, entered the courtyard, surveying the gruesome scene, his scalp prickling. How brutal. Every one of the mayor's 1,000 guards had been cleaved in twain, their entrails strewn about. The perpetrator was likely Li Qin. I discovered that an hour ago. The mayor's men had brought him here, reported Zhao Guoguo, her expression complex. This Li Qin had first intruded upon the special abilities team and now had murdered the mayor. His actions were utterly reprehensible. The key abilities of the Qingzhou Special Powers Group are utterly incapable of dealing with him. One cannot help but wonder when Xiao Qinglong will return. Without his presence, there is no one capable of confronting Li Qin, and the entire Qizhou may well be thrown into chaos. Zhao Qingzhong expressed his concerns with a heavy heart. Just as Zhao Guoguo was about to nod in agreement, an aged figure strode into the room. Is the Qingzhou Special Powers Group rendered inactive in the absence of Xiao Qinglong? Leader Zhao, I find your lack of initiative quite disappointing. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhao Qingzhong and the others hurriedly adopted a demeanor of respect. We have the honor of meeting Su Gongfeng. This was Su Zijing, the esteemed offering sent by the higher authorities to the Qingzhou Special Powers Group, reputed to hail from the mystical sect. Since his arrival in Qingzhou 3 years ago, he had not taken action nor intervened in the group's affairs, leading Zhao Qingzhong to nearly forget his existence. It was unexpected for him to appear today. While Xiao Qinglong is undoubtedly a prodigy, with me here, there is no need to trouble others regarding the matters of the Qingzhou Special Powers Group. Su Zijing's gaze swept across the scene. This was caused by sword energy. That Li Qin must be a practitioner, very likely at the innate stage. Innate stage? Zhao Qingzhong and the others displayed expressions of shock, for that was a level superior to that of a master. However, considering Li Qin's past achievements, it was indeed plausible. What shall we do next? Zhao Qingzhong inquired. The assassination of the city mayor was a grave matter, and as the leader of the Special Powers Group, he bore significant responsibility. Those who reach the innate realm are extraordinary. They are no longer mere martial artists, making it difficult to apprehend him. However, before coming here, I had reviewed Li Qin's dossier, and I noted that he has a younger sister-in-law, Su Yaning, with whom he shares a close bond. Let us first detain Su Yaning, and we need not worry about locating Li Qin. Once he shows himself, I shall personally handle him. Coincidentally, I have recently broken through to the first layer of Qi refinement, making him an ideal target for me to test my skills. Chapter 48. The demon spirit as servant inside the villa. The lights glowed brightly. Li Qin sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed upon the minuscule remains of a dragon, which had been reduced to a fraction of its former size. The dragon's inner core had already been refined by Su Yaning into a medicinal pill. However, its formidable bones and flesh were undeniably treasures, suitable for crafting a magical artifact. What kind of artifact should he create? Swords and spears seemed too mundane, especially considering that Li Qin's physical form surpassed even the most resilient of magical artifacts. To be frank, magical artifacts held little significance for him. At that moment, Li Qin's eyes inadvertently drifted towards the television, where a messenger of a demon lord wielded a black scythe wreathed in flames, pursuing the protagonist with fervor. This sight ignited a spark of inspiration within Li Qin. If the demon lord possessed his own messengers, then surely, as an esteemed celestial emperor, he too deserved a formidable servant. With this thought, Li Chen swiftly devised a plan. He raised his hand, flames surging from his palm, and the dragon's remains soared into the blaze. The inferno consumed the dragon's bones and flesh. After several minutes, Li Chen suddenly formed a hand gesture, sending a beam of light into the bones. A thunderous boom resonated throughout the villa as the flames surged dramatically, raising the room's temperature to an unbearable level. The intense heat made the very air quiver. Yet, under Li Chen's meticulous control, nothing within the villa was harmed. The dragon's remains glowed a fiery red, beginning to twist and contort, emitting a series of creaking sounds. Li Chen inscribed a rune in the air, which, upon taking shape, was thrust into the flames. In that instant, the atmosphere within the room shifted entirely. The once lifeless dragon bones seemed to come alive. Li Chen raised his hand, and the entire skeletal structure transformed at his command. With a powerful thrust of his hand, the bones reshaped once more. He shouted, "Become." The flames erupted violently. The dragon's skeleton shattered and began to reassemble, gradually forming a humanoid figure. In the next moment, Li Chen drew forth a drop of his essence blood and directed it into the flames. As this drop entered, the bones rapidly coalesced. A cold, fierce visage emerged, crowned with dragon horns and covered in a dense array of dragon scales. Its claws gleamed like blades, radiating a chilling light. As the flames gradually receded, the instant they vanished completely, a dark spectral light shot upwards into the heavens. At that moment, ominous clouds gathered in the night sky, swirling to form a vortex, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. Witnessing this spectacle, a satisfied smile spread across Li Chen's face. The dragon's physique, combined with his essence blood and the ancient mystical arts of the spirit from the primordial texts, granted the newly manifested servant a form comparable to that of a true dragon, although devoid of magical power. The sheer physical strength was already on par with that of the divine transformation realm. "Behold your master," Li Chen declared, and the dragon-like entity knelt before him on one knee. Li Chen refined once more, creating a being that was entirely his puppet, endowed with only a modicum of consciousness. A spark of spirit bestowed by Li Chen himself. "You are forged from the essence of a dragon. Henceforth, I shall call you Xuanjiao," Li Chen declared. "Thank you for the name, master," Xuanjiao responded again. Li Chen scrutinized the appearance of Xuanjiao. Though formidable and imposing, it would undoubtedly be perceived as a monster if it were to venture outside in such a state. Contemplating this, he promptly sought out his own garments to dress Xuanjiao, concealing its head with a hat, rendering its original form nearly unrecognizable. Satisfied, he clapped his hands together and proclaimed, "Excellent. From now on, you shall serve as the emissary of this celestial emperor." Meanwhile, within an ancient Taoist temple in Jiangnan, an elderly Taoist, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. Casting his gaze toward the direction of Qingzhou, his face a mask of astonishment. Such a terrifying phenomenon, he thought. The ominous clouds rolled in, suggesting the emergence of demonic spirits. Just days before, Qingzhou had displayed strange signs, and now further anomalies arose. Could it truly be the advent of demonic spirits, heralding a great upheaval? A wave of compassion washed over the old Taoist's face. Not only in Jiangnan, but many ancient places in China saw powerful beings breaking through their confines, all casting their apprehensive gazes toward Qingzhou. With the rise of demonic spirits, chaos shall ensue, and calamity looms. Countless sects spent sleepless nights in dread. Yet the orchestrator of this turmoil, Li Chen, remained blissfully unaware that his casual creation of a puppet would spark such profound unrest. At that moment, he reveled in the satisfaction of his handiwork. "Xuanjiao, fetch me a cup of coffee," Li Chen commanded. "Yes, master," Xuanjiao replied in a monotone voice before proceeding toward the coffee machine. Were the cultivators of China to witness this scene, their eyes would surely pop from their sockets in disbelief. After all, this was a genuine demonic spirit, serving as a servant. "Mr. Li, Qin Weidong has come to see you," a resonant voice suddenly echoed from outside in the evening darkness. Li Chen accepted the coffee handed to him by Xuanjiao and replied nonchalantly, "Come in." Soon, Qin Weidong stood before Li Chen, exuding utmost respect. "What brings you to me at this late hour?" Li Chen inquired without lifting his gaze. Qin Weidong cast a curious glance at Xuanjiao, whose entire form was shrouded in clothing. However, upon catching sight of the pair of vertical pupils beneath the hat, Qin Weidong could not help but feel a jolt of fear. "What terrifying eyes! Is this one of your subordinates, sir?" Instantaneously, Qin Weidong's demeanor grew even more reverent. "I have come specifically to deliver an invitation to you, sir." In 6 days, I shall hold my succession ceremony, and I sincerely hope you can attend. With that, he respectfully presented a gilded invitation with both hands to Li Chen. This invitation was crafted exclusively for him by Chen Weidong, distinguishing it from those of other guests, which was why he had only come to deliver it today. Even in a rush, considerable time was expended in its creation. Very well, Li Chen accepted the invitation, admiring its exquisite design, and nodded. You have truly put thought into this. Upon hearing Li Chen's praise, Chen Weidong's face instantly brightened with delight. It is an immense honor for me that you, esteemed sir, have graced us with your presence. My achievements today are entirely attributed to your patronage. Oh, enough of this flattery. Li Chen interjected, waving his hand. Now what progress have we made regarding Huafeng? I report to you, sir, that I have thoroughly disrupted all of Huafeng's business ventures. It will not be long before he faces bankruptcy. However, this morning, Huafeng leveraged his connections to request attendance at my succession ceremony, likely hoping for leniency on my part. Since he wishes to attend, let us grant him that opportunity. Li Chen remarked with a smile. Huafeng remains blissfully unaware of the true architect behind his predicament, naively believing that by appeasing Chen Weidong's wrath, his company can evade disaster. How naive indeed. By the way, please assist me in gathering information on Yan Lichuan. The more detailed, the better. I do not regard Yan Lichuan as a significant concern, yet one must pay a price for consuming the resources of the Li family. All grievances must be settled in due course. Chapter 49. Su Zijing visits. Rest assured, I will investigate the matters concerning Yan Lichuan with utmost urgency, Chen Weidong assured. Excellent. Your diligence will not go unrewarded. The master realm is too feeble. Once you acclimate to the changes within your body, I shall assist you in ascending to a higher realm, Li Chen replied. He possessed a modicum of mastery over the art of manipulation. One cannot simply let the horse run without providing it with fodder. Moreover, the stronger Chen Weidong becomes, the more advantageous it is for him to carry out his tasks. It is imperative to offer the promised incentives and assurances. Upon hearing this, Chen Weidong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, sir. For him, breaking through to the master realm was an extraordinary surprise, and now that Li Chen spoke of elevating him to a higher level, it felt like a dream too fantastical to conceive. His loyalty to Li Chen deepened, and he silently vowed to dedicate himself entirely to his cause. By the way, Mr. Li, a new force has recently emerged in Qizhou, rapidly expanding its influence and causing some friction with my Qilong Hall. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that their leader, much like myself, has inexplicably grown formidable. Previously, he was merely a disciple of Zhang Feng. Confined to the realm of hidden strength, Chen Weidong reported cautiously. Li Chen, upon hearing this, immediately discerned whom he referred to. You must be speaking of Yang Xian. His elevation was also facilitated by me. Should any conflict arise with Yang Xian, simply inform him that you are under my patronage, and I am certain he will understand how to proceed. Chen Weidong nodded eagerly, aware that Yang Xian's prowess had surpassed that of the master realm. He had previously harbored doubts regarding Yang Xian's sudden rise, and now it was evident that it was orchestrated by Li Chen. Sir, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, Li Chen nodded. Meanwhile, at Su Yanning's villa, the night had deepened into silence. Su Yanning cradled the elixir gifted by Li Chen, meticulously slicing it into myriad portions under the glow of the lamp. Just as she prepared to consume one of the segments, the phone rang. It was Su Qinghuan calling. What is it? Su Yanning inquired, eager to begin her cultivation and reluctant to engage in lengthy conversation. If it were not for her special relationship with Su Qinghuan, she would not have answered. On the other end, Su Qinghuan hesitated momentarily. Is something the matter? Are you all right? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Something has occurred. Su Qinghuan deliberated before speaking. Yanning, do you know much about your brother-in-law? Yes, Su Yanning affirmed with a nod. What about him? He may not be entirely human. Su Qinghuan stated solemnly. The recent murder of the city mayor had left her profoundly shaken. Upon returning home, she pondered the situation and felt compelled to warn Su Yanning. With someone as perilous as Li Chen, who knows what he might do, even to Su Yanning? Unexpectedly, Su Yanning paused for a few seconds before laughing lightly. I am aware. You know? Aren't you afraid? Su Qinghuan swallowed hard, a sense of dread creeping in. What is there to fear? He is my brother-in-law. Why are you suddenly saying such things? How is my brother-in-law faring with the mayor? It was then that Su Yanning recalled that their construction site was still at a standstill, uncertain of how matters were being resolved. The mayor has been slain by your brother-in-law. Su Qinghuan trembled at the memory of that scene. Su Yanning found herself at a loss for words. The assassination of the mayor, a hidden puppet master, was indeed a matter of public relief. Yet, was the issue at the construction site truly resolved? After ending the call, Su Yanning ceased her worrying and popped a medicinal pill into her mouth. The priority now was to enhance her own strength. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door of the villa was forcefully flung open. An elderly man, accompanied by 2 young disciples, swaggered in. It was Su Zijing, the esteemed patron of the Qingzhou supernatural group, followed closely by his 2 disciples, both in their 30s, their eyes gleaming with arrogance. As the trio entered, a wave of sanguinary aura swept in with them. The villa was supposed to be guarded, as Su Yanning had employed several martial artists as bodyguards in anticipation of Feng Sanbao's return. However, it seemed that those guards were in dire straits. Who are you? Su Yanning regarded the unexpected intruders with a cold gaze, unfazed by the intrusion. Her brother-in-law was an immortal emperor. With a mere utterance of Li Chen's name, he would sense her call, leaving her with no cause for fear. Haha, you are rather composed for a woman, Su Zijing sneered. I am Su Zijing, the patron of the Qingzhou supernatural group. Your brother-in-law, Li Chen, has killed the mayor, and I am here to investigate. Upon hearing Su Zijing's words, Su Yanning's face flushed with indignation. If these were mere enemies, it would be one thing, but they were representatives of the authorities. Slaughtering those bodyguards was no different from the acts of bandits. Noticing the fury in Su Yanning's eyes, Su Zijing remained unfazed and was about to command his 2 disciples to seize her. Suddenly, an aura surged from Su Yanning's body as the medicinal pill began to take effect. What is happening? Su Zijing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It was then that he noticed the fragments of the medicinal pill scattered on the table, his breath quickening with excitement. It's a medicinal pill, possibly of the finest grade. No wonder that Li Chen, so young, possesses strength beyond a master. He has medicinal aid. As he spoke, greed glimmered in Su Zijing's eyes. A few moments later, he regained his composure and excitedly addressed his 2 disciples. This time, Master has struck it rich. Congratulations, Master. May you be blessed abundantly. The 2 disciples echoed in unison. The acquisition of such a premium medicinal pill would undoubtedly elevate their master's strength, and they would bask in the glory as well. Their status would ascend to unprecedented heights. What a delightful surprise this journey had turned out to be. Even the heavens seemed to favor him. Su Zijing, disregarding the capture of Su Yanning, lunged toward the medicinal pill. Suddenly, the fragments of the elixirs soared into the air, drifting towards the entrance. A figure materialized at the doorway, collecting all the elixir shards, casting a cold gaze upon Su Zijing. Old fool, these are not mere superior elixirs. They are celestial grade. You seem to be rather blind. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Zijing's eyes turned crimson. What? Celestial grade? Boy, return the elixirs to me at once, or I shall end your life. Su Zijing nearly shouted in fury. Chapter 50. Who can protect those Li Chen, seek to kill? Upon hearing of the elixir of celestial quality, Su Zijing's eyes widened with astonishment. This was indeed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Possessing such an elixir would instantly elevate his prowess by several realms. He was fortunate to have arrived just in time. Otherwise, that potion might have been consumed by those 2 despicable individuals. Hand the elixir over to my master, clamored the 2 disciples. They had only heard of celestial elixirs and legends. Should their master obtain one, they too would soar to great heights. This was, without a doubt, an immense opportunity. Li Chen chuckled coldly, twisting his wrist, causing the elixir to vanish into thin air. Witnessing this, the 3 of them grew frantic. Damn it! Where have you hidden my master's elixir? One disciple bellowed. Your master's elixir? You truly have no shame, Li Chen retorted with a sneer, raising his hand and striking toward the speaking disciple. Seeking death, the disciple, driven mad by the allure of the celestial elixir, remained unyielding, facing Li Chen's palm head-on. Instead, he unleashed his own force, charging towards Li Chen. But in the next instant, poof! Upon contact with Li Chen's palm, he was obliterated, instantly transformed into a cloud of crimson mist, vanishing from existence. Senior brother! His companion gasped in shock at the sight. Yet, there was no time for reaction. A fierce wind surged as Li Chen raised his hand to envelop him. A sensation of impending doom washed over him. Master, save me. In that fleeting moment, the man was gripped by sheer terror. Yet, no one came to his aid. At the moment Li Chen struck, Su Zijing, having regained his senses, fled like a startled rabbit. Bang! After dispatching the unfortunate man, Li Chen's gaze shifted towards the direction of Su Zijing's escape. Quick to react. But can you truly evade me? In his consciousness, the entirety of Qingzhou unfolded like a vast map, with a tiny red, akin to a flickering candle flame, darting swiftly across it. Li Chun returned the elixir to Su Yanning, saying, "Rest well." With that, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Su Zijing was in a frantic flight. He was genuinely terrified. With his level of cultivation, it wasn't difficult to crush a person with a single palm. But to reduce someone to mere blood mist was beyond his comprehension. His instincts, honed over many years, told him that he was no match for Li Chun. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to flee. He accelerated to his utmost, racing through the streets and alleys of Qingzhou like a tempest, heading towards a mountain on the outskirts. Minutes later, Su Zijing burst into a small courtyard nestled within the mountainside. Upon entering, several figures were stirred. "Who goes there?" An elder called out loudly. But upon seeing Su Zijing's face, astonishment washed over him. "Elder Su, what brings you here? What has happened to you?" Others cast curious glances, while Su Zijing's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. In his desperate attempt to attain maximum speed, he had nearly exhausted his cultivation, finally arriving here in haste. As a revered member of the Qizhou ability group, Su Zijing's primary duty was to restrain practitioners whose power surpassed the master realm. He was acutely aware that several Xianmin cultivators had been convening here for discussions in recent times, thus he sought refuge here upon encountering danger. "I encountered a formidable adversary who, with a single strike, reduced one of my disciples to a mist of blood. Unable to discern his true cultivation level, I refrained from engaging him directly and hastily fled to seek protection from my esteemed brothers," Su Zijing explained. Upon hearing his words, a contemplative expression crossed the faces of those present. All of them were Qi refinement stage practitioners, and Su Zijing, as their revered member, had often facilitated their needs. Gratitude lingered in the air, as they owed him favors. To obliterate a person into a mist of blood, could it be some malevolent sorcery? Inquired an elder. In these times, with incomplete transmissions of Taoist techniques, it is not uncommon for ancient secret arts to possess extraordinary power. Indeed, the myriad of martial arts in the world is vast, and it is only natural that many remain unknown to us. Someone nearby nodded in agreement. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed, "Whether it be malevolent sorcery or secret arts of the Xianmin, now that you are here, I shall protect you. No one shall lay a finger on you." A middle-aged man strode out from the inner chamber, clad in a flowing robe, exuding an imposing presence. As he emerged, respect was evident on the faces of the others. Su Zijing's expression brightened with joy. With Mr. Wu Yan's assurance, Su felt a sense of relief. Duan Wu Yan, a fifth-level Qi refinement master, was the strongest among them, and it was his presence that attracted so many cultivators for discourse. With his declaration, Su Zijing's heart settled. Just then, a cold scoff resonated from the entrance. "Do you think you can protect someone I, Li Chun, wish to kill?" Chapter 51. The dragon supporter who among you can protect those I, Li Chun, intend to kill? Li Chun's voice was strikingly indifferent as he stepped into the courtyard. The onlookers could not help but furrow their brows. Although Li Chun appeared youthful, he exuded an undeniable aura, remaining unperturbed even in the presence of numerous formidable figures. This alone was a testament to his extraordinary nature, explaining why Su Zijing, who had just entered the first level of Qi refinement, fled in fright. "There's no need for concern." An elder patted Su Zijing's shoulder, and upon hearing this, Su felt completely reassured. Despite the danger Li Chun posed, he doubted that Li Chun would dare to act against such a congregation of strong individuals. Duan Wui In regarded Li Chun with icy disdain. Although Li Chun's demeanor was impressive, to threaten him was a display of utter folly. "Try to lay a finger on someone I intend to protect, and see what happens." Duan Wui In sneered, the aura of a fifth-level Qi refinement expert radiating from him. Boom. In an instant, Li Chun leaped forward, appearing before Su Zijing, his hand gripping the latter's shoulder. "Dare you?" Duan Wui In exclaimed, his voice laced with shock and fury. Yet before he could finish, crack. Su Zijing's shoulder was crushed, and under Li Chun's overwhelming strength, he knelt before him. Pain, shock, confusion, rage. Everyone in the courtyard was momentarily stunned. Su Zijing let out a furious roar, his true energy surging as he attempted to resist. "Li Chun, you scoundrel, how dare you treat me this way?" Li Chun's expression remained cold and detached. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Su Zijing's left arm was obliterated, a severed limb falling to the ground. "Ah!" Su Zijing's scream was heart-wrenching. Bang! Li Chun followed up with a kick to Su Zijing's chest, sending him skidding across the ground for over 5 meters until he collided with Duan Wui In's feet, leaving behind 2 ghastly trails of blood. The cultivators present were utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Li Qin's decisive actions. Remarkably, Su Zijing, a first-level qi refinement expert, had proven so vulnerable. Duan Wuyin was incensed, his eyes ablaze with fury. You seek death. Su Zijing is under my protection, and you dare treat him this way. With that, he roared, raising his palm, true energy gathering to form a blade of energy aimed at Li Qin. Like an ant, Li Qin scoffed. Without any visible movement, the incoming energy blade detonated upon contact. Duan Wuyin, caught in the backlash, staggered backward, astonished and incredulous as he gazed at Li Qin. He was a fifth-level qi refinement expert, renowned throughout the realm of cultivation, yet Li Qin had effortlessly shattered his attack, a notion almost beyond belief. It was well known that the disparity between levels in qi refinement was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Even 100 Su Zijings combined would not stand a chance against Duan Wuyin, and this was the very foundation of his confidence. Yet now, that confidence has been shattered in an instant. Li Qin's prowess is undoubtedly on par with his own. As Duan Wuyin stood in shock, Li Qin's gaze swept across the others present, particularly landing on the elder who had previously reassured Su Zijing. Are you truly prepared to protect Su Zijing? Let us see who dares to shield him. Friend, do not be so audacious, the elder retorted, his expression darkening. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, Li Qin's palm descended with formidable force. No. The elder barely had time to resist before his body erupted, vanishing from existence. Hiss. The remaining onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. It was one thing for Li Qin to obliterate Su Zijing's disciple, but the elder, a formidable practitioner of the third layer of qi refinement, had also been annihilated in an instant. Li Qin's power was indeed terrifying. Boom. Li Qin's palm struck again, targeting another cultivator. A sword flew from behind the opponent, attempting to intercede, yet the blade shattered almost instantaneously. With a soft thud, the cultivator too was reduced to a mist of blood. A faint smile played upon Li Qin's lips as he continued his assault. As effortless as crushing ants beneath his heel. With each strike, another cultivator was erased. The remaining 4 practitioners were left trembling, thoroughly terrified. Before them, Li Qin resembled a harbinger of death. Even Duan Wuyin, the strongest among them, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In just a few minutes, Li Qin's overwhelming might instilled a sense of despair within him. In a panic, 2 individuals chose to flee in opposite directions. Li Qin regarded them with disdain. Attempting to escape before him was nothing short of a fantasy. With a wave of his hand, the 2 who had just leaped over the wall exploded in midair. Do you still believe you can protect him? Li Qin's gaze bore a playful malice as he regarded Duan Wuyin. Instinctively, Duan Wuyin took a step back, his eyes wide with terror. At this moment, he had come to a profound realization of Li Qin's fearsome nature. Forget about a 5th-layer qi refinement practitioner. Even a 7th-layer expert would be no match for Li Qin. His complexion drained of color, he struggled to maintain his composure. Friend, I concede that I was in the wrong. I offer my apologies. I shall no longer intervene in the matters between you and Su Zijing. Upon hearing this, Li Qin chuckled and shook his head. To surrender so easily is hardly a simple matter. With that, he began to advance towards Duan Wuyin, each step causing the latter's heart to tremble. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Duan Wuyin, revealing the shimmering illusion of a golden bell that formed rapidly around him, radiating brilliance as it encased him. This was a defensive artifact. At the same time, a rune ignited at his fingertips, attempting to signal for help from his sect. Crack! Before the rune could fully ignite, Li Qin's palm struck down, shattering the magnificent golden bell. Terrified, Duan Wuyin attempted to flee, but as he turned, he was instantly vaporized. Meanwhile, within a temple nestled amid towering mountains, an elder who had been in seclusion abruptly rose, his face etched with astonishment. The 2 elders in seclusion beside him were startled, opening their eyes and asking, Master, what is the matter? Something has happened to Wuyin. The communication talisman I left for him attempted to reach out to me, but the connection was abruptly severed. As he spoke, the elder strode outside, immediately locating Wuin's position. He was the most outstanding individual of this generation from Tianqin Valley, and any mishap was utterly unacceptable. In the courtyard, the remaining 2 cultivators stood frozen in place, their legs trembling. Suddenly, they fell to their knees before Li Qin, pleading for mercy. Li Qin looked down at the kneeling pair with an icy demeanor and remarked, You could have remained uninvolved, yet, emboldened by your status, you chose to aid Su Zijing without inquiring into his actions. Thus, You must bear the consequences of your choice. As the two cultivators attempted to justify themselves, in the next moment, Li Chen swiftly eradicated them. Lying nearby, Su Zijing witnessed the entire scene, succumbing to despair and closing his eyes. However, Li Chen did not immediately end his life. Instead, he placed his hand atop Su Zijing's head, intent on reading his memories. In an instant, a faint blue light was extracted. Fulongs, Li Chen murmured. Cultivators like Su Zijing, who voluntarily assumed official titles, were referred to as Fulongs. By harnessing the fortune of the dynasty, their cultivation speed could be significantly enhanced. Given Su Zijing's original aptitude, reaching the innate realm was already a considerable feat. But by serving as a venerator and sharing the dynasty's fortune, he managed to transcend his limitations and attain the Qi refinement stage. Nevertheless, the risks associated with being a Fulongs were immense. Entangled with the dynasty's fortune, they bore karmic consequences, facing near-certain death during tribulations. While Fulongs existed in the realm of cultivation, most cultivators approached the dynasty with caution. Even those who chose to become Fulongs did so warily, striving to evade disaster. However, on Earth, during this era of declining magic, no one had managed to cultivate to the level requiring tribulation for millennia. Thus, the heavenly tribulations were of little concern, and countless individuals flocked to the identity of Fulongs. Li Chen shook his head, raised his hand, and struck Su Zijing down before turning to depart. Chapter 52. A lesson at this moment. Within Su Yinling's villa, Zhao Qingzhong and several members of the abilities group wore furrowed brows as they regarded Su Yaning. When Su Zijing arrived at the villa, he had already informed the abilities group to join in the pursuit. However, upon their arrival, the figures of Su Zijing and his apprentice were nowhere to be found. Upon inquiring with Su Yaning, she claimed they had escaped. To be candid, Zhao Qingzhong found it hard to believe. He had witnessed Su Zijing's prowess firsthand. His palm transformed into sword energy, akin to that of a deity. Moreover, prior to this encounter, Su Zijing had confidently asserted that a mere Li Cheng posed no threat. How could they have possibly fled? If anyone were to escape, it would surely be Li Cheng. I advise you to leave swiftly. When my brother-in-law returns, you shall reap what you have sown. Su Yinling's voice was frigid. Su Yaning, do not be so arrogant. No matter how formidable your brother-in-law may be, opposing the abilities group and the authorities is tantamount to courting death. You will inevitably follow him to ruin, one of the men from the abilities group admonished angrily. Su Yaning shook her head, finding the situation somewhat amusing. These individuals were utterly oblivious to the true nature of her brother-in-law. Leader, I request that we apprehend Su Yaning first and bring her back to the abilities group. Such contempt for us should not be tolerated. The man spoke again, his gaze icy. In his estimation, since they could not contend with Li Cheng, surely they could handle a single Su Yaning. Moreover, with Su Zijing present, Li Qing would not last long. Zhao Qingjing nodded. Miss Su, it would be best if you accompanied us for the time being. Upon finishing, he exchanged a glance with the man, who then advanced towards Su Yaning, a mocking grin upon his face. Miss Su, isn't your brother-in-law quite powerful? Where is he now? I dare say he has found a corner to hide in. You should surrender quietly, relinquishing any fantasies. You members of the abilities group truly resemble flies. It seems the lesson you received was insufficient, emboldening you to come here and cause a ruckus. A voice pierced the air. The man approaching Su Yaning froze, turning to see Li Cheng standing at the entrance of the villa, his expression one of icy indifference. Li Cheng. The man's voice quivered slightly. How dare you return? Are you not afraid of Su Gongfeng? The Su Gongfeng you speak of has already passed on. I shall send you to reunite with him, Li Cheng declared, stepping forward and instantly appearing before the man, delivering a thunderous slap that shattered the man's skull. This scene caused the faces of the others to shift dramatically. Before Zhao Qingzhong could utter a word, he was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. Bang, 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 bang. Li Cheng continued his assault. Over 20 members of the abilities group crumpled to the ground, some with broken legs, others with shattered arms, none able to rise. Their anguished groans filling the air. These individuals were all officials responsible for maintaining order in Qingzhou. To speak candidly, over the years I have made considerable contributions, particularly in handling the Li family's case with impartiality. I am not akin to Su Zijing, which is why Li Chun refrained from taking drastic measures. However, repeated provocations cannot be overlooked. Today, I shall impart a minor lesson. Should there be a next time, I will not show mercy. Now leave at once. Upon the conclusion of Li Chen's words, Zhao Qingzhong, and the others clutched their wounds, supporting one another as they fled in disarray. Outside, members stationed to keep watch hurriedly approached upon seeing Zhao Chengjong and his companions emerge. Zhao Guoguo was also present to assist. Witnessing the scene, her expression shifted. "Captain, what has happened to you?" "We encountered that malevolent Li Qin," Zhao Qingjong replied. "Wasn't Su Gongfang supposed to deal with him?" Zhao Guoguo inquired. It appeared that Su Zijing had been outmatched by Li Chun, possibly even meeting with misfortune. The prowess of Li Chun had likely ascended to the legendary second level of qi refinement. Second level of qi refinement? What realm does that signify? Zhao Guoguo asked, her face beset with confusion. The second level of qi refinement is akin to a deity in popular lore. In contemporary weaponry, unless one were to deploy a nuclear bomb, no conventional weapon could hope to harm him. What? Only a nuclear bomb can kill him? Zhao Guoguo inhaled sharply. For someone from modern society, despite possessing commendable martial skills, she was all too aware of what a nuclear bomb entailed. To require such force to eliminate a being was indeed terrifying. Can Xiao Qinglong contend with him? Zhao Guoguo posed the most critical question. The entire Qizhou ability group had pinned their hopes on Xiao Qinglong. If even he could not subdue Li Qin, it would imply that Li Chun could act with impunity in Qingzhou, unopposed. Zhao Qingjong shook his head. I do not know. When Xiao Qinglong departed Qingzhou many years ago, he was already at the innate realm. It is quite possible he has since attained the level of qi refinement. I shall report this matter to the headquarters of the ability group, and they will respond accordingly. Li Chun is no longer someone we can provoke. Furthermore, henceforth, no one is permitted to act independently regarding any matters pertaining to Li Chun, Zhao Qingjong instructed. The group nodded in agreement. Brother-in-law, your display of might was truly impressive. After the members of the ability group had fled, Su Yanning remarked with admiration. In truth, with your current strength, you could have easily dispatched them without my intervention, Li Qin replied. Could I really? Su Yanning questioned, uncertainty clouding her features. Certainly. Your physique is such that even those at the qi refinement level cannot contend with you. Yet your combat experience is woefully inadequate, Li Qin stated, his expression reflecting exasperation. Individuals like you would struggle to survive 3 days in the world of cultivation, he added. Sensing Li Qin's disapproval, Su Yanning pouted. Am I really that inept? Enough. You should rest early, Li Chun said, preparing to turn away. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Beep, beep, beep. It was a call from Chun Weidong. Sir, I have uncovered some information pertaining to the Li family. Li Qin's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. Speak. Although the Li family was annihilated years ago, one of the housekeepers who served them is still alive. I have located his current residence. Chapter 53. The remarkable wealth of the affluent as the night deepened. Li Qin and Chun Weidong agreed to seek out the steward the following day. The steward, known as Chao Yuan, had been affectionately referred to as Uncle Chao by Li Chun. Chao Yuan dedicated his entire life to the Li family, working diligently and faithfully. On the day Li Qin encountered the gravestone at the Li family entrance, he overlooked the presence of many servants belonging to the household. At dawn the next day, Chun Weidong personally arrived to drive Li Chun. They were headed to an antiquated residential complex, whose architectural style suggested it must have been built at least a decade or two ago. Sir, he resides in 602. I will wait for you downstairs, Chun Weidong announced. Fully aware of his place and refraining from delving into matters concerning the Li family without Li Chun's explicit permission. Understood, Li Chun replied as he exited the vehicle and accepted the gifts that Chun Weidong had procured, bird's nest and protein powder, among others. Though the steward was technically a servant, Li Chun had always regarded him with the respect due to an elder. The nutritional supplements were merely a formality, should any hidden ailments be discovered. Li Chun could effortlessly assist in alleviating them. Knock, knock, knock. Li Chun rapped on the door. Who is it? A voice, tinged with age, inquired from within. The door opened, revealing an iron gate beyond it. Through the barred gate, the elderly man's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Li Chun. He rubbed his eyes and stammered. Is it, young master? 10 years prior, Chao Yuan had been in his 50s. Now, he appeared significantly more frail. Uncle Chao, it is I, Li Chun responded. Tears welled in Chao Yuan's eyes as he hurriedly opened the iron gate and ushered Li Chun inside. Young master, you are alive, he exclaimed. Chao Yuan guided Li Chun to a sofa, his voice trembling as he recounted. When you were struck by a car and went missing, the head of the family and madam searched tirelessly throughout Qingzhou. I never imagined you would return. Chao Yuan, shaking, rose to pour tea for Li Chun. Uncle Chao, There is no need to rush, Li Chen said, observing the diminished vitality in Chao Yuan's frame. It was noteworthy that 10 years ago, while he was already over 50, Chao Yuan had been quite vibrant. The passage of a decade had evidently taken a toll. Had Li Chen not sought him out now, it seemed likely that Chao Yuan would not have much longer to live. Please, sit down, Li Chen urged. Placing a hand upon Chao Yuan's shoulder, a silent surge of energy flowing into him. Oh, my old limbs feel invigorated all of a sudden. Truly, joy brings vitality. It is the fortune that the young master has bestowed upon me, Chao Yuan chuckled. Uncle Chao, regarding the events surrounding the destruction of the Li family. As Li Chen began to speak, the smile faded from Chao Yuan's face, replaced by sorrow. Li Chen remained patient, allowing him the time to gather his thoughts. Finally, Chao Yuan spoke. On the day the Li family was annihilated, I had taken leave to assist Ting Ting with her transfer paperwork. When I returned that evening, I found the entire Li residence engulfed in flames, and I witnessed a dozen figures clad in black fleeing after setting the fire. I was utterly terrified. Cowering in a corner, my heart seemingly on the verge of ceasing its rhythm, yet they remained oblivious to my presence. I vaguely overheard them mention reporting back to Master Chang. Reflecting on that harrowing scene brings tears to Chao Yuan's eyes. I was thoroughly frightened at the time. And for years, I have been plagued by nightmares of that fateful day. Master Ching. Li Chen repeatedly uttered this name, an ominous glint flickering in his eyes. Oh, young master, I have something for you. Chao Yuan rose and walked towards the inner room. Soon, he emerged cradling a box. What is this? Li Chen inquired. A look of confusion etched upon his face. Chao Yuan opened the box to reveal a bank card nestled within. Young master, the Li family is no more. This is a token of my appreciation, a sum I saved during my years with the Li family, amounting to over 500,000. Upon hearing this, Li Chen hastily declined, stating, how could I accept this? Besides, I do not lack for money. Young master, please, just accept it. Click. The sound of the door lock turning echoed through the room. A young girl, adorned in flamboyant attire and a cigarette dangling from her lips, strode in. Upon witnessing the scene in the living room, her eyes widened in shock. Dad, what are you doing? You have denied me that card repeatedly, yet you choose to give it to a stranger. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and snatched the bank card from his grasp, casting a wary glance at Li Chen. Who are you? What is your intent in deceiving my father for his money? Chao Yuan quickly interjected. This is Li Chen, the eldest son of the Li family. Everything you have worn and used over the years has been saved by your father during his time with the Li family. Oh, that Li family? Chao Ting scrutinized Li Chen from head to toe, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Without the Li family, what claim to greatness do you possess? Reduced to deceiving my father for money? How pathetic. You have misunderstood. Li Chen attempted to clarify. Humph. Chao Ting scoffed dismissively. The best outcome would be for me to take this card and spend it. With that, she waved the bank card in her hand. Chao Yuan's hands trembled with fury. Ungrateful child, you have squandered the savings I accumulated over the years. You cannot take this 500,000. Just as Chao Yuan reached out to reclaim it, Chao Ting shoved him aside, deftly slipping the bank card into her bag and turning to exit the room. As she stepped outside, she eagerly retrieved her phone. Hello, Xiaoqin, I have money now. I can buy that limited edition bag. Witnessing this, Chao Yuan could only shake his head in exasperation. Young master. Chao Yuan turned his gaze toward Li Chen. Li Chen smiled reassuringly. It is quite all right, Chao Bo. He then looked thoughtfully in the direction Chao Ting had departed. The drastic change in Chao Yuan's demeanor was likely tied to this rebellious daughter. Li Chen could have offered Chao Yuan a substantial sum. But with such a daughter leeching off him, no amount would suffice for her extravagances. Chao Bo, please take a seat and close your eyes, Li Chen instructed. Though puzzled, Chao Yuan complied. The moment his eyes closed, Li Chen placed his palm upon his head, carefully extracting a sphere of radiant light. The act of retrieving memories inflicts severe damage upon the soul. However, the account provided by Chao Yuan alone does not suffice to comprehend the circumstances of that time. Moreover, with Li Chen's capabilities, he is able to shield himself from harm. Soon, a vivid scene materializes before Li Chen's eyes, the Li family estate engulfed in flames. Alongside a dozen figures clad in black, the man at the forefront casts a curious glance in the direction of Chao Yuan's hiding place. Just then, the ringtone of his mobile phone pierces the air, drawing his attention away. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Li Chen perceives the strikingly different colored eyes of the man. A few minutes later, Li Chen retracts his hand, while Chao Yuan appears utterly oblivious to the events. Young master, when you asked me to close my eyes, I felt as though I had drifted into slumber, Chao Yuan remarks, perhaps fatigued. Li Qin smiles and inquires, by the way, Chao Yuan, do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you and Xiaoting to dinner. Chao Yuan hesitates. In his mind, he envisions Li Qin, the young master who has never lifted a finger in labor, struggling without the support of the Li family. It's settled then, Chao Yuan. Do remember to bring Xiaoting along, Li Qin assures him with a grin. While he is indifferent to the affairs of others, Chao Yuan holds a unique significance for Li Qin. In light of his daughter's behavior, Li Qin resolves to impart a lesson on her behalf. Meanwhile, downstairs in the residential complex, Xiaoting descends in her high heels, the sound echoing as she approaches. Upon exiting the corridor, her eyes widen in delight. Wow, a Rolls-Royce, she exclaims, rushing to the vehicle's door and preparing to capture a selfie with the luxurious car. At that moment, the window unexpectedly rolls down, revealing an expressionless face. Startled, Xiaoting stammers, "Oh, I didn't realize someone was inside. I was merely taking a photo, nothing more." Before she can finish her sentence, she is abruptly interrupted by Chan Weidong's cold command, "Get lost." All right, Xiaoting replies with a forced smile, nodding as she turns to leave. Once a distance away, she mutters indignantly, "Humph, so fierce. Being wealthy makes one so arrogant." Chapter 54. In the entirety of Qizhou, none can act arrogantly before my esteemed leader. Li Chun emerged from the corridor, and Chun Weidong promptly approached him. "Please reserve a restaurant for me tomorrow. I intend to treat Uncle Chao to dinner," Li Chun stated as he settled into the back seat of the car. Chun Weidong nodded, "Understood. I shall ensure it is arranged." With that, he started the vehicle and prepared to depart. Buzzing. At that moment, the sound of a vibrating phone broke the air. Chun Weidong retrieved his phone and pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end was tinged with a mix of panic and anger. After concluding the call, Chun Weidong's brows knitted together in concern. "What is it?" Li Qin inquired casually, having been preoccupied with his own thoughts and not fully grasping the contents of the call, which seemed to involve a report from one of Chun Weidong's subordinates. "Sir, my men have clashed with Yang Xian's subordinates again. Following your instructions, I had them mention your name, yet Yang Xian's men disregarded it entirely and even injured my people." Ever since Li Chun had given the directive, Chun Weidong had ordered his subordinates to invoke Li Qin's name when encountering Yang Xian's men. However, he did not anticipate that even Li Qin's name would bear no weight. Li Qin felt somewhat taken aback. It seemed Yang Xian had not yet become audacious enough to dismiss him entirely. Such insolence must have originated from his subordinates. In any case, it was of little consequence, so he remarked, "Let us go and see for ourselves." "All right." Chun Weidong immediately agreed. Yang Xian's strength surpassed his own, and facing Yang Xian had left him with a fair share of grievances. Now that the other party's men dared to defy Li Qin's orders, he was eager to witness the expression on Yang Xian's face upon encountering Li Qin. The car swiftly arrived at the territory of the Qinglong Hall. Upon arrival, they noted two groups of individuals locked in confrontation on the street, with several people sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. As Chun Weidong's Rolls-Royce pulled up, numerous gazes turned toward them. The Qinglong Hall members recognized the vehicle belonging to their leader and hurried to open the door. However, upon seeing a young man seated in the back, with their leader at the wheel, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. What manner of individual could command their leader to serve as a chauffeur? Li Chun and Chun Weidong alighted from the car and strode toward the opposing group. The men across from them displayed provocative glares, with the leader, a young man sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, wiping his hands with a towel, exuding an air of defiance as he regarded Chun Weidong. "I never expected even the leader of Qinglong Hall would be stirred. Are you here to support your little brother?" he taunted. "Let me make this clear. Do not presume that just because you are the leader of Qinglong Hall, I am intimidated. Before my boss Yang, no one in Qingzhou possesses the qualifications to act arrogantly. Snake Skin, I am aware that your boss Yang is formidable, but did your men not inform you that I, too, am aligned with Mr. Li Chun of Qinglong Hall? Haha, I care not whose ally you are. Our boss Yang has decreed that you shall receive no quarter. Chun Weidong, starting today, I demand that your Qinglong Hall vacate this street immediately, or else next time you provoke my boss Yang, I shall obliterate your entire Qinglong Hall. Is this your personal stance, or does it reflect Yang Xian's sentiments?" At that moment, Li Qin's voice cut through the tension with a chilling calm. He did not kill Yang Xian last time. Instead, he sought his assistance in investigating certain matters. However, he was taken aback by the latter's arrogance. as he surrounded himself with a group of lackeys who busily fought for territory, leaving him utterly disheartened. Who do you think you are? Paishi scoffed disdainfully at Li Qin, as if questioning the validity of his presence. How dare you be disrespectful to Mr. Li? Qin Weidong immediately admonished him loudly. Yet, Paishi merely chuckled. Mr. Li? Is that the name they just reported? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that a mere name will intimidate us? Take a good look at your own worth. My boss possesses enough power to instill fear across the entirety of Qizhou. With those words, the group of lackeys behind him erupted into laughter. He likely still believed that their boss, Yang, was the same as he once was. Completely unaware of the formidable strength Yang now commanded, the notion that simply uttering a name could compel him to relinquish control of the street was utterly ridiculous. At that moment, Paishi gestured for his subordinates to quiet down and swaggered up to Li Qin, a cold smirk adorning his face. You might have known our boss in the past. Out of respect for that, I will let you go today. Leave immediately, do you understand? As he spoke, he extended his finger to poke Li Qin's chest. However, in the next instant, Li Qin seized his wrist, snapping it with a sharp crack. Ah! Paishi let out a pain scream. He was then kicked by Li Qin, soaring through the air before crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. You dare strike our brother Shi, you are finished. His lackeys cursed angrily. This time, Qin Weidong took the initiative, charging forth and swiftly incapacitating them one by one. You are doomed. Paishi gritted his teeth, trembling as he reached for his phone. When our boss Yang arrives, you will regret this. Upon hearing those words, Qin Weidong's subordinates displayed signs of anxiety. Recently, Yang Xian's notoriety had grown immensely, causing even the Qinglong Hall to tread carefully. Yet, Li Qin remained unfazed, observing calmly as he remarked, Let Yang Xian come quickly. I have been wanting to meet him. Humph. You will soon have your moments of despair, Paishi retorted. As the call connected, Paishi feigned a pitiful demeanor. Boss, I've been attacked by the Qinglong Hall. They do not even regard you. I am on my way, came Yang Xian's furious voice from the other end. Paishi hung up, casting a venomous glare at Li Qin, while his subordinates seethed with rage. Their arrogance stemmed from Yang Xian's might, which even masters could not contend with. They had witnessed Yang Xian shatter a steel plate 3 centimeters thick with a single punch. Indeed, the few forces in Qingzhou that dared to oppose Yang Xian had been effortlessly obliterated. Boss, should we call for reinforcements? One of the lackeys inquired softly, approaching Qin Weidong. No need, Qin Weidong waved his hand dismissively, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It seems that Yang Xian has foolish subordinates. Having offended Mr. Li, I am curious to see how Yang Xian will handle this situation. Upon hearing Qin Weidong's words, his subordinate nodded, though his eyes still reflected a hint of concern. Minutes later, the thunderous roar of engines echoed through the air. A fleet of black sedans swiftly approached the street, forming a straight line that exuded an aura of ironclad authority. The vehicles halted at the street corner, and one by one, their doors swung open, revealing muscular men clad in black. As these formidable figures emerged, they swiftly arranged themselves in 2 lines. A man descended from a Maybach with purposeful strides, making his way toward the street, followed closely by the black-clad men. The spectacle was nothing short of grand. Chapter 55. It seems my name no longer holds weight. All eyes were drawn to the scene. The serpent, battered and bruised, struggled to rise, limping toward Yang Xian. A palpable tension enveloped the members of the Azure Dragon Hall. Yang Xian's reputation in Qingzhou had soared to unprecedented heights. Originally, he was merely the most esteemed disciple of Zhang Fengsong, known within the martial world. However, he had recently proclaimed the establishment of a gang in Qingzhou, swiftly sweeping through the major factions in mere days. Many gangs, guarded by formidable practitioners, found themselves powerless against him. Rumors circulated that he possessed the strength to cripple a master, while many were oblivious to the significance of a master. The prominent figures in the martial community were keenly aware, further elevating his stature. Li Qin observed Yang Xian's approach with a cold gaze. The spectacle was indeed grand. Previously, he had considered Yang Xian somewhat astute while serving under Zhang Fengsong and had granted him an opportunity for investigation. Yet, it appeared Yang Xian had dismissed his words as inconsequential. Who struck you? Yang Xian inquired, his eyes narrowing at the pitiful sight of the serpent. His body, enhanced by Li Qin, had reached the innate realm, rendering even masters insignificant. In recent days, he had exuded an air of invincibility in Qizhou. Anyone who dared oppose him faced dire consequences, which only inflated his ego further. Upon learning that one of his subordinates had been attacked, he rushed over in a fit of rage. What was the Azure Dragon Hall to him? What was Qin Weidong? They were all but feeble before him. It was him. It was him who attacked me. The serpent pointed directly at Li Chun. At this revelation, Yang Xian's gaze shifted, and he caught a glimpse of Li Chun's profile. He instinctively rubbed his eyes. Just then, Li Chun turned to face him, his expression indifferent. In that fleeting moment, Yang Xian found himself momentarily stunned, his legs trembling. "Boss." "It's him," the serpent exclaimed once more. However, before he could finish, Yang Xian struck him with a forceful slap, sending him flying. Immediately afterward, Yang Xian fell to his knees. "Mr. Li, please spare me. I had no idea it was you." The scene left Yang Xian's subordinates in utter shock. Even the members of the Azure Dragon Hall widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be? Yang Xian was actually terrified enough to kneel. The serpent, having been thrown aside, gaped in confusion, feeling as if the world had spun off its axis, a sense of dread settling upon him. "Yang Xian, I hear my name no longer commands respect in your presence?" Li Chen's voice was chillingly indifferent. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian broke into a cold sweat. "Mr. Li, it's a misunderstanding. My subordinate acted on his own accord." As he spoke, Yang Xian scrambled to his feet and approached the serpent. The serpent, terrified, opened his mouth to speak, but was met with a vigorous kick from Yang Xian, causing him to spit blood profusely. "You wretched fool. Have your eyes grown to your backside, daring to provoke Mr. Li." With a flurry of kicks, Yang Xian unleashed his fury, leaving the serpent sprawled motionless in a pool of blood. The eyes of Yang Xian's subordinates widened in sheer terror. After completing all this, Yang Xian once again knelt upon the ground. "Mr. Li, it is my lack of strictness and discipline that has led to this. I beseech you to spare my life." "Yang Xian, tell me, do you still remember the tasks I assigned to you during this period?" "I remember. Of course I remember." Yang Xian nodded fervently. "Then, what have you discovered?" Yang Xian faltered in his response. "You truly disappoint me." Li Chen sighed. "It seems you have forgotten my words. Serve me well, and I shall bestow upon you great fortune, but should you be negligent, I will ensure your utter demise." It appears the answer is already evident. Upon hearing this, Yang Xian's complexion turned pale. "I was wrong." He hastily struck his own face. Slap, slap. Each blow was delivered without a hint of restraint. "Mr. Li, please grant me another chance." But scarcely had he uttered these words when, with a bang, he exploded into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, those accompanying Yang Xian were terrified to the point of madness. The members of the Qinglong Hall trembled in fear. Li Chen's gaze shifted towards Chen Weidong. "From now on, you shall take over Yang Xian's territory, and remember this as a lesson." Chen Weidong nodded quickly, feeling both joy and trepidation. Serving a man like Li Chen could elevate one to paradise in a moment, or plunge one into hell in an instant. Meanwhile, at the Nian family villa in Qishou, Nian Lichuan spoke to his daughter, Nian Ruobing. "I have received word that someone has been investigating our company. If I am not mistaken, it must be Li Chun's doing. Clearly, he is not inclined to let this matter rest. Although he is but a stray dog now, he remains a potential threat." Nian Ruobing nodded. "Father, make whatever decision you see fit. Your daughter will always support you." Nian Lichuan replied. "The simplest way to resolve this trouble is to ensure he disappears permanently. In the past, Li Chun treated you with considerable care. I feared you might hesitate due to compassion, but it seems I have misjudged you. You are indeed my daughter." With that, Nian Lichuan took out his phone and dialed a number. "Scorpion, assist me in eliminating a person. Upon completion, I shall reward you with 10 million. The following day, Li Chen arrived at the restaurant reserved by Chen Weidong, who was accompanying him. Soon, Chao Yuan arrived with his daughter. "I never imagined that even as a stray dog, Li Chun could still afford such an establishment," Chao Ting remarked. The father and daughter quickly made their way to the reserved private room. "Chao Bo, you have arrived," Li Chun said as he helped Chao Yuan to his seat. Noting that he appeared significantly younger compared to the previous day, likely due to the effects of his power, it seemed that within a few days, he would recover to a state reminiscent of his 40s. As Chao Ting entered, she spotted Chen Weidong standing beside Li Chun, her eyes brightening instantly. "Isn't this the one who drove the Rolls-Royce yesterday?" In that moment, her gaze towards Li Chen shifted entirely. In a hurried tone, she exclaimed, "Oh, so you are quite wealthy. You should have mentioned it earlier to avoid my misunderstanding. By the way, considering my father's unwavering loyalty to the Li family, would you be so kind as to assist him with a few million? Our family is on the brink of destitution." "How ridiculous." Chao Yuan shot a glare at his daughter. "Just yesterday, you took 500,000. That 500,000 has already been spent. I bought a handbag." Chao Ting replied with a sense of entitlement. "You ungrateful child." Chow Yuan, incensed, immediately swallowed a calming pill. I will certainly not neglect Uncle Chow, but the funds I provide him shall not be touched by you. Otherwise, I shall break your legs, Li Chun stated coldly. To his surprise, Chao Ting merely scoffed. Huh? Who are you trying to intimidate? Go ahead, try breaking my legs. Upon hearing this, Chun Weidong's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Li Chun in inquiry. Once Li Chun nodded, he stepped forward and slapped Chao Ting across the face. How dare you speak to Mr. Li like that? Have you grown tired of living? Chao Ting was taken aback, covering her face. At that moment, Li Chun handed over a bank card. Uncle Chow, I shall ensure that 5,000 is deposited into this account each month. That should suffice for your needs. Additionally, I have arranged for a new residence for you, which you can move into today. But this is too much. Chow Yuan attempted to decline. Li Chun shook his head. Uncle Chow, trust me. This is a mere trifle for me. However, do not provide your daughter with any more funds. If I discover she has access to your money again, I will indeed break her legs. He cast a warning glance at Chao Ting, who was secretly dialing a number on her phone. Noticing Li Chun's gaze, she retorted fiercely. My boyfriend is from the Qinglong Hall. If you dare to strike me, you will regret it. He will come with his men to deal with you. What of driving a Rolls-Royce? Do you even comprehend the might of the Qinglong Hall? Chow Yuan's expression turned urgent. Ting, stop this foolishness. Put down the phone. However, Li Chun reassured him. It's all right, Uncle Chow. Let her make the call. Beside them, Chun Weidong's face darkened to the point of almost dripping with ire. Who was this imbecile who had chosen such a foolish girlfriend, bringing disgrace to himself before Mr. Li? He vowed to shatter that fool's head into pieces. Chapter 56. The assassin. The furious roar of Chao Ting's boyfriend echoed through the phone. Damn it. Let those two bastards who dared to strike you wait for me. I will dismember them. His words were steeped in anger and arrogance. Chao Ting cast a triumphant glance at Li Chun and his companion. Li Chun, however, paid her no mind and instructed the waiter to begin serving the dishes. Chow Bo, do try this dompa pork. It is rich yet not greasy. And this beggar's chicken. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Chow Yuan nodded repeatedly, savoring the morsels with his chopsticks. Meanwhile, Chao Ting glared at them with resentment, her eyes betraying her hunger as the table overflowed with delectable dishes. Having just been struck and not being invited to partake, she could only watch in envy. As the meal approached its conclusion, the sound of hurried footsteps ascended the stairs outside. Suddenly, the door to their private room was thrust open with force. Damn it. I want to see who dares to hit my girlfriend. I will dismember him today. Upon seeing the crew-cut young man enter, Chao Ting's face lit up with delight as she rushed forward. Third brother, it's them. You must stand up for me. She provocatively glanced at Li Chun, declaring, My boyfriend is here. Begging for mercy will do you no good now. But before her words could settle, a sharp slap landed on her cheek. Chun Weidong had struck. You dare to hit me again. Chao Ting was momentarily stunned, turning to her boyfriend for support, only to find him and his companions from the Qinglong gang with their heads bowed, resembling mice before a cat. What is happening? Confusion washed over her, her mind struggling to comprehend. Chun Weidong spoke coldly. Whose subordinate are you? Do you dare to cause a ruckus here? Are you seeking death? The crew-cut young man trembled in fear, stammering, my brother is Yun Fei. Tell Yun Fei to come to me tonight for punishment. The young man attempted to protest, but Chun Weidong glared fiercely. Get out of here now? Why yes. The young man hastily made to leave, only to be stopped by Chao Ting's grip on his sleeve. Third brother, you can't go. What is going on? That is our Qinglong Hall's leader. The young man shot her an exasperated glance before fleeing in panic. Chao Ting was left utterly bewildered. The leader of Qinglong Hall. Fear gripped her, and she began to tremble. She never expected that Li Chun would know the leader of Qinglong Hall. She had truly kicked a hornet's nest. At this moment, having nearly finished his meal, Li Chun set down his chopsticks and coldly regarded Chao Ting. I warn you, the house was purchased by me for Chao Bo. You cannot reside here. The money I provided to Chao Bo is not for your use. From today onward, you must fend for yourself, and I will have someone monitor you. If I discover that you dare to leech off Chao Bo again, I shall break your legs. With that, Li Chun stood and departed. As Chun Weidong passed by Chao Ting, he cast her a chilling glance filled with threat and ice, causing her to shudder and collapse in fear. As he stepped outside, Chun Weidong cautiously remarked, Mr. Li, rest assured, my earlier actions were merely to avoid disturbing your meal. That young man with the yellow hair, I shall certainly teach him a severe lesson. Li Chun nodded. He held no regard for such insignificant pests. By the way, due to my suppression of the Baozhuang Company, Wafeng is struggling immensely. Recently, he has been endeavoring to contact my subordinates, hoping to attend my succession ceremony, perhaps seeking to plead for mercy. The thought of Hua Feng's obsequious demeanor filled Li Chen's eyes with disdain. Since he wishes to attend, let him come. It shall serve to enlighten him about my true identity. Very well, Chen Weidong agreed. Just as Li Chen was about to enter the vehicle, he paused, his gaze drifting toward the distant rooftop. What is the matter? Noticing Li Chen's unusual demeanor, Chen Weidong could not help but inquire. There's a sniper rifle. The moment his words fell, a flash of fire erupted, and a sniper bullet, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, shot straight toward Li Chen's temple. Hearing Li Chen's warning, Chen Weidong's face turned pale, but before he could react, Li Chen effortlessly pinched the bullet between two fingers. With a casual grip, he crushed the bullet into metallic powder, which scattered on the ground. On the rooftop 100 meters away, the assassin Scorpion was rendered speechless upon witnessing this scene. How could this be possible? A bullet fired from a sniper rifle leaves no reaction time for an ordinary person, let alone being caught barehanded. What manner of being is this? In an instant, Scorpion felt his scalp prickle with fear. Without hesitation, he discarded the sniper rifle and turned to flee. Yet in the next moment, his expression froze once more. There stood Li Chen, mere meters away at the rooftop's exit, smiling at him. At this moment, Scorpion was enveloped in terror. Having been a killer for so many years, he had claimed countless lives, but never before had he encountered such a bizarre existence. In the next breath, a silver dagger appeared in his hand, and with a running leap, he charged at Li Chen. He knew today might spell his doom. But as a professional assassin, even faced with certain death, he had to fight back. However, before he could draw near Li Chen, the latter's palm suddenly opened wide. Scorpion felt as though ensnared by an invisible net. His body involuntarily lifted off the ground, soaring like a kite. In that moment, despair consumed Scorpion. Moments later, Li Chen released his grip, and Scorpion crashed onto the rooftop with a thud. Li Chen approached and began to sift through his memories. It turned out to be the handiwork of Nian Lichuan. With a chuckle, Li Chen withdrew his hand. Scorpion's face had contorted, and he let out a wretched scream. Li Chen would not treat him with the same caution he had shown toward Chao Bo. Li Chen lowered his gaze to the trembling Scorpion beneath his feet and spoke coldly. I shall grant you an opportunity. Inflict 3 grievous wounds upon Nian Lichuan, and you shall spare your life. With that, Li Chen turned and descended from the rooftop. Nian Lichuan, Nian Ruobing, it would be too merciful to let you perish easily. I shall allow you both to slowly comprehend the cost of betraying the Li family. Chapter 57. The arrival of true titans at the Nian family villa. Nian Lichuan stood by the window, gazing outside. Nian Ruobing approached, offering a cup of tea to her father. Father, have a cup of tea, she said. Nian Lichuan accepted the cup and spoke languidly. If my suspicions are correct, news of Li Chen's demise will soon reach us, and the Li family of Qizhou will become a mere memory. Nian Ruobing nodded, her delicate features betraying a hint of sentiment. This Li Chen still fails to grasp the gravity of his situation, threatening you and insisting you must pay a price, lest he meet his end. It is somewhat regrettable. He had looked after me well in the past. After his passing, I shall contribute towards a fine urn for him, a gesture of respect towards his family. Upon hearing her words, Nian Lichuan nodded in approval. My daughter possesses a kind heart. By the way, how are things progressing with Song Yuhang? At this, Nian Ruobing scoffed lightly. Song Yuhang is far from being as easily deceived as Li Chen. He is much more astute. However, I will find a way to win him over. Nian Lichuan remarked. The young master of the Song family is certainly not to be compared with that worthless Li Chen. Yet, he is already a ghost. There is no need to dwell on him. As their conversation unfolded, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Through the video phone, they beheld a figure in a cap, a scorpion. Nian Lichuan hurriedly opened the door, his tone icy. What brings you here? Wasn't he agreed that we would communicate after the task was complete? His expression was grave. By the way, how did the task fare? Is Li Chen dead? However, Scorpion did not respond. Instead, he lifted his head, revealing a pallid face contorted with pain. What is wrong? Nian Lichuan pressed further. But Scorpion abruptly raised his hand and fired 3 shots into Nian Lichuan's chest. Following the gunfire, Scorpion turned and departed, leaving only the piercing scream of Nian Ruobing resonating within the villa. Li Chen descended from the rooftop, seemingly unfazed by the earlier events, as he instructed Chen Weidong to take him back to the villa. Shortly after returning, a smile crept upon his lips. Scorpion certainly works swiftly. He is a clever one. In the following days, Li Chun continued his quest to uncover the locations of the secret realms on Earth. Soon, it was the eve of Chun Weidong's inauguration ceremony. He received a call from He Ying, her voice tinged with concern. "Mr. Li, I have heard that Huofeng has obtained an invitation to the ceremony. He has prepared numerous extravagant gifts, seemingly to curry favor with Chun Weidong. During this period, the Baozhuang Company has been under pressure from the Qinglong Hall, and many board members have grown discontented with Huofeng. If he manages to ingratiate himself with Chan Weidong, ousting him from the board will become increasingly challenging. Regrettably, I do not possess an invitation to the event. Otherwise, I could ascertain the specifics of the gathering and strategize against Huofeng effectively." He Ying sighed over the phone, her initial sense of victory now giving way to renewed apprehension. She was deceived by Huofeng, and now she is resolutely determined to see him perish. This woman is undoubtedly a formidable figure, and she spares no effort in her quest for revenge against Huofeng. It must be said that Huofeng's ability to deceive her speaks volumes about his cunning. "If you wish to go, I can take you tomorrow," Li Chun remarked. For him, escorting He Ying into the banquet hall is merely a trivial task. "Really?" He Ying's voice on the other end of the phone brimmed with astonishment. It is worth noting that since Chun Weidong took the helm of the Qinglong Hall, he has become the undisputed titan of Qingzhou. Furthermore, recent reports suggest that he has even absorbed the territory of another rising magnate, Yang Xian. Now, the other two major forces in Qingzhou are significantly overshadowed by Chun Weidong. His succession ceremony is an event that the high society of Qingzhou is clamoring to attend. She never anticipated that Li Chun, a scion of a once wealthy family, could somehow secure an invitation. "Of course it's true," Li Chun replied. "That is splendid news. I must find a way to thwart Huofeng's plans, at the very least. I should tarnish his reputation in front of Chun Weidong," He Ying declared through gritted teeth. Li Chun merely chuckled in indifference. No matter how hard Huofeng tries, it will be futile. Chun Weidong is a product of his own making. Allowing Huofeng to attend the ceremony is a strategy to instill a glimmer of hope in him, only to plunge him into utter despair. The succession ceremony is held in a grand estate, a magnificent Chinese-style edifice crafted at the expense of 500 million by the former leader of the Qinglong Hall, Guoqijiang. It is intricately designed and extravagantly luxurious. Since Chun Weidong assumed control of the Qinglong Hall, he has taken charge of everything within these walls. From the early morning, the entrance to the estate buzzed with activity, teeming with luxury vehicles. A significant portion of Qingzhou's elite flocked to the scene, along with numerous flamboyantly dressed celebrities, not so much for their own merit as for the benefit of their benefactors who needed them as mere adornments. After all, possessing an invitation allows one to bring a +1. He Ying arrived early in the morning, driving to the villa where Li Chun resided. "Mr. Li, shall we set off?" she inquired as Li Chun settled into the car. "How did you come by the Qinglong Hall's invitation?" she asked, peering through the rearview mirror at Li Chun's chiseled features, curiosity evident in her voice. Despite their collaboration, her understanding of Li Chun was minimal. However, his acquisition of the invitation indirectly attested to his capabilities. "Chun Weidong personally delivered it to me," Li Chun responded. He Ying was somewhat speechless, wondering how someone of Chun Weidong's stature could personally bestow an invitation upon a younger individual. In all of Qingzhou, it seemed unlikely that anyone else possessed such privilege. The car soon arrived at the estate's entrance. As He Ying and Li Chun exited, a group of imposing men clad in black suits approached their vehicle. He Ying felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing the scene. In the next moment, a robust man respectfully opened the car door, revealing Li Chun as he alighted from the vehicle. "Mr. Li, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." A middle-aged man, none other than Chun Weidong, remarked with deference. Beside him stood a woman of similar age to He Ying, elegantly attired in a qipao that accentuated her graceful figure. This woman, once the prized possession of Guoqijiang, was now under the auspices of Chun Weidong. "Yinji, you have yet to meet Mr. Li," Chun Weidong instructed the woman beside him. "I have indeed met Mr. Li," Yinji responded with a smile, her curious eyes surveying Li Chun. She was acutely aware that Chun Weidong's current stature was entirely attributed to this young man before her. Yet Li Chun's youth was utterly unexpected. At that moment, He Ying descended from the car, gazing around in confusion. It was only when an attendant discreetly referred to Chun Weidong as boss that realization dawned upon her, her expression shifting to one of alarm. This man was the leader of the Qinglong Hall, personally coming forth to greet Li Chun. Suddenly, everything made sense regarding the recent pressures and targeting of Huofeng by the Qinglong Hall. "Mr. Li, please, Do step into the car. Chen Weidong gestured toward the nearby Rolls-Royce. The expansive estate of Qinglong Hall necessitated that ordinary guests park outside and walk in. However, given Li Qin's distinguished status, Chen Weidong took it upon himself to drive them inside. Li Qin nodded and entered the vehicle, while He Ying, bewildered, was assigned to a car behind. She felt akin to a Cinderella entering a royal palace, somewhat at a loss for what to do. Though she held the position of vice president in a company, she had never imagined she would be granted access to a Qinglong Hall banquet, now enjoying privileges beyond those of even the wealthiest in Qingzhou. The car glided slowly along the red carpet, passing through the grand entrance. The atmosphere around them momentarily stilled. After all, it was Chen Weidong's personal vehicle, having come out to receive a guest of true significance. It dawned on everyone present that a genuine heavyweight had arrived. Chapter 58. Causing a disturbance at the Qinglong Hall banquet, Mr. Li has arrived. The car glided deep into the estate, finally halting before a quaint two-story building. As the vehicle came to a stop, Chen Weidong personally approached to open the door. Awaiting at the entrance stood several senior members of the Qinglong Hall, impeccably attired in black suits, forming two orderly lines. At the moment Mr. Li stepped out, they collectively bowed in unison, greeting him. "Good day, Mr. Li." He Ying, who followed closely behind, appeared somewhat dazed. "Mr. Li, these are the distinguished members of the Qinglong Hall. You are a valued guest, unlike any other. This courtyard has been specifically arranged for you," Chen Weidong stated with respect. Mr. Li nodded appreciatively and replied, "You may attend to your duties. There are many guests today." "Understood," Chen Weidong acknowledged, turning to depart. He Ying and Mr. Li entered the building and took a seat, her unease palpable. After all, she was merely an ordinary businesswoman, and the imposing presence of the Qinglong Hall's figures was quite overwhelming. "What esteemed guests has the Qinglong Hall invited this time?" Mr. Li inquired of Su Ziwen, the second-in-command responsible for their reception. "Sir, most of the elite from the Qizhou upper crust will be in attendance. Additionally, several notable guests, including the renowned Su Liujia, Yuan Haidong, and the owner of the Jiangnan mansion, Luo Dongshan. It appears there are many acquaintances here," Mr. Li remarked with a smile. Notably, both Yuan Haidong and Su Liujia had previously served as intermediaries, for which Mr. Li had collected a handsome commission of 1 million. "Shall we proceed to the front and take a look?" Mr. Li suggested to the visibly anxious He Ying. "Certainly," she exhaled in relief. "I will accompany you," Su Ziwen quickly offered. "No need. You tend to your responsibilities," Mr. Li waved him off. As the two made their way to the main hall, they found the grand banquet hall already bustling with a throng of guests. Some were leisurely exploring the charmingly antiquated estate, while most engaged in lively conversations, seizing the opportunity to expand their networks. Even He Ying could not help but cast curious glances around, marveling at the affluence of the Qinglong Hall. "Li, what a surprise to see you again," a voice tinged with surprise echoed from a short distance away. Qin Jia approached, wineglass in hand, her face adorned with a warm smile. Clad in a striking red gown and with a hint of makeup enhancing her features, her naturally curvaceous figure appeared even more alluring. "Indeed, quite the coincidence," Mr. Li nodded. "The invitation to the Qinglong Hall is not something just anyone can procure." "Mr. Li, you are truly extraordinary," Qin Jia jested, her gaze appraising Mr. Li with a hint of astonishment. As she noted, those who received invitations from the Qinglong Hall were indeed significant figures. Her own presence here was a result of various connections. The fact that Mr. Li was in attendance suggested that Su Yanning's brother-in-law wielded considerable influence. Contemplating this, her gaze upon Mr. Li became increasingly captivating, not from any personal interest, but rather as an instinctive reaction from a seasoned businesswoman, aware that her physical allure was her most potent asset. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd recently scorned by the higher-ups of the Qinglong Hall, Huofeng immediately recognized Li Chun and He Ying. What brought them to the Qinglong Hall's banquet? How did they obtain an invitation? Were they perhaps specifically sent to sabotage my endeavors? Huofeng's brow furrowed in displeasure. Already agitated, his mood soured further upon their appearance. Without hesitation, he strode toward them. "Li Qin, what a narrow path fate has led us upon. I never imagined encountering you here. And to see you with that wretched He Ying. It must be her scheme to bring you here, all to thwart my plans. You truly have gone to great lengths." Huofeng interposed himself before Li Chun and He Ying. Li Chun frowned. "Why the silence? Are you afraid?" He taunted. "For today, at the Qinglong Hall banquet, I shall refrain from causing you trouble. But once the festivities conclude, just wait. The debt you owe will be repaid 100-fold. Huofeng's teeth ground together. his gaze filled with malice. The surrounding crowd was drawn to the commotion, for even those of high society cannot resist the allure of gossip. Qin Jia observed the scene, contemplating that given Li Qin's temperament, if not for the banquet, Huo Feng would likely face retribution once again. Through their previous encounters, she had garnered insight into Li Qin's character. After all, he had the audacity to confront the scion of the Song family, Song Yuing. What was Huo Feng in comparison? As this thought crossed her mind, Li Qin took 2 steps forward and raised his hand. The gesture frightened Huo Feng, who stumbled back 3 steps, shouting, You dare to act out in the Qinglong Hall's banquet? This action startled even Qin Jia. The Qinglong Hall was no trifling matter. To engage in violence here could lead to dire consequences. The onlookers exchanged glances, some expressing astonishment. Who was this man? Huo Feng, in a panic, scanned the area and spotted a high-ranking member of the Qinglong Hall, his eyes lighting up with hope. He rushed over in haste. Qingyi, someone is causing a disturbance at the banquet and intends to resort to violence. He pointed towards Li Chun, his voice raised. His proclamation attracted even more attention. The individual referred to as Qingyi turned in the direction Huo Feng indicated. His expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly turned, delivering a resounding slap to Huo Feng. Smite your insolent eyes. How dare you show disrespect to Mr. Li? As a senior member of the Qinglong Hall, he had only half an hour prior welcomed Li Chun alongside Chen Weidong. Moreover, within the esteemed ranks of the Qinglong Hall, it was well known that apart from the leader Chen Weidong, there existed a revered figure, Mr. Li. Not only would Li Chun be permitted to engage in a scuffle at the banquet, but even if he were to demolish the grand hall itself, Chen Weidong would not dare voice a complaint. Why had this fool instigated trouble for Li Chun? Qin Ya's countenance darkened ominously. Chapter 59. Chen Weidong's benefactors surrounding onlookers, initially eager for entertainment, were rendered speechless by the unfolding scene. What transpired? To their astonishment, Master Qin delivered a slap to Huo Feng, exhibiting an unexpected deference towards the young man. Who was this youth? Huo Feng's expression shifted drastically as Master Qin's words left him in disbelief. Simultaneously, a vague realization dawned upon him. Li Chun was far more complex than he had presumed. Beside him, Qin Jia observed with wide eyes, her intrigue piqued. Clearly, Li Chun's status surpassed her expectations, which explained his audacious demeanor. Yet, he had also struck Song Yuhang. The scion of the Song family, could his background possibly eclipse that of Song Yuhang? The mere thought startled her. If that were true, it was unfathomable. All of Li Chun's actions suddenly made sense. Master Qin, after a few moments of stunned silence, Huo Feng attempted to regain his composure. But before he could utter a word, he was met with 2 swift slaps from Master Qin. The latter then turned to Li Chun with an ingratiating gaze. Mr. Li, how shall we proceed? Should I have him taken out and disposed of? At this, Huo Feng trembled in fear. A mere lesson would suffice. Li Chun smiled slightly. He had no desire for Huo Feng's demise just yet, as it would be too lenient. Very well, Master Qin responded eagerly, instructing his 2 subordinates who had rushed over. Take him away and handle it appropriately. One subordinate seized Huo Feng by the shoulder, dragging him outward. Master Qin, please spare me. Huo Feng pleaded, terror-stricken. He had heard of the ruthless methods employed by the Qinglong Hall. Its members were notorious. Yet soon, he was unceremoniously escorted away, and the atmosphere returned to normal. To many present, Huo Feng was merely a minor character. However, numerous gazes toward Li Chun had shifted, and whispers began circulating regarding his identity. In a distant corner, a singular gaze fixated on Li Chun. It belonged to Wu Peng, the young master of the Wu family, who had also been invited to the gathering. Previously, when Dongqing reported that Li Chun was alive and had returned to Qingzhou, Wu Peng harbored doubts. But now, he was unequivocally certain. This was indeed Li Chun, the very individual he had struck with his cement truck a decade ago. It appeared that Li Chun's association with the Qinglong Hall was quite significant. Dongqing spoke softly, her concern evident. She was among the few aware that Wu Peng was the perpetrator behind the incident involving Li Chun, and now, she was anxious, being Wu Peng's woman. In response, Wu Peng merely laughed. What is there to fear? The Li family has been annihilated. Even if he returns, what can he possibly change? The Qinglong Hall does hold some sway in Qingzhou, but Master Qin ranks merely in the lower tier. He is of little consequence. Chen Weidong does not grovel before him. Yet Dongqing remained apprehensive. Wu Xiao, what if, I'm merely suggesting, what if Li Chen has other affiliations? Upon hearing those words, Wu Peng swirled the red wine in his glass and let out a cold smile. regardless of any other affiliations he may possess. The Wu family is no longer the same as it once was. My grandfather has ascended to the realm of a master, and soon, our clan will rank among the foremost families in Qingzhou. Even if he is a distinguished guest of the Qinglong Hall, possessing some background, he remains merely an insignificant insect before the Wu family. At this juncture, a formidable aura emanated from Wu Ping, captivating Dong Qing with a hint of infatuation. Women, by nature, are drawn to the allure of conquest and the admiration of the powerful. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor designated for esteemed guests, Luo Dongshan was engaged in a phone call. Suddenly, the door swung open, and one of his subordinates entered. Luo Dongshan ended the call, raised his head, and inquired, "What is it?" "Boss, I just spotted that Li Chun who appeared at the Jiangnan mansion a few days ago." "He is here too?" Luo Dongshan expressed surprise. For him, receiving an invitation from Chun Weidong was entirely expected. However, Li Chun was different. The Li family had fallen, and their membership at Jiangnan mansion had expired. That Li Chen could obtain an invitation to this gathering was indeed unexpected. Not only that, but he had also gotten into a conflict in the banquet hall. Curiously, a senior member of Qinglong Hall seemed to hold him in high regard, suggesting an unusual connection between them. Upon hearing this, Luo Dongshan fell into deep contemplation, eventually remarking, "No wonder he dared to confront Song Yuheng of the Song family. It appears he has the Qinglong Hall as his backing. Yet, I wonder how he forged this connection. Ultimately, he remains too young. While Qinglong Hall is formidable, it is merely a local power in Qingzhou and doesn't hold much weight across Jiangnan. The Song family is a major clan in Jiangnan. Should Chun Weidong learn that he has assaulted Song Yuan, he would likely distance himself from Li Chen immediately." With that, Luo Dongshan shook his head. Considering the recent upheavals within his family, he found himself disinclined to dwell on Li Chen any further. Half an hour later, the succession ceremony commenced in earnest. Even those in the private box, including Luo Dongshan and others, emerged to the grand hall below. "Is that you, Mr. Luo?" chuckled Su Lugong, a cigar dangling from his lips, as he greeted Luo Dongshan. Meanwhile, Yuan Haidong glared at Su Lugong with palpable hostility. "Su, you audaciously passed off substandard firearms yesterday." Su Lugong smirked. "What is the matter? Are you going to bite me? Last time, with that immortal as the intermediary, I could get away with it. Now that he is absent, I can serve you subpar goods. What can you do about it? You bastard." Yuan Haidong erupted in fury, reaching for his gun. "Gentlemen, today marks the succession ceremony of our leader, Chun, at the Qinglong Hall. I kindly ask you both to refrain from disrupting the peace," interjected Su Ziwen, the second in command of Qinglong Hall. Presently, Chun Weidong had absorbed Yang Xian's influence and emerged from the three major factions, poised to become the foremost figure in Qingzhou. The two individuals refrained from causing any disturbances at that moment, each letting out a cold huff. However, Luo Dongshan merely observed with a detached gaze. Having long heard of the animosity between these two, witnessing it firsthand today confirmed the rumors. Yet, who was the celestial master they had mentioned? A person capable of mediating and ensuring both sides' compliance must possess an extraordinary background. When did Qingzhou gain such a remarkable figure? Just as they descended the staircase, music began to resonate. Chun Weidong strode confidently onto the stage, instantly silencing the entire banquet hall. At that moment, he felt a sense of glory unparalleled in his life. The audience comprised of illustrious figures from Qizhou, individuals he had previously bowed and scraped before. Now, they were all there to support him. This was a gift bestowed upon him by Mr. Li. Suppressing his emotions, he took a deep breath and addressed the crowd, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you all for attending my enthronement ceremony today. Many tales about me circulate within the Qingzhou underworld, and I sense curiosity regarding my worthiness to lead the Qinglong Hall. In truth, my rise to this day is owed to the support of a benefactor, who is also present here today." As his words fell, a buzz of speculation erupted, akin to a swarm of bees. Even Luo Dongshan perked up. Having long suspected that Chun Weidong had someone backing him, he was astonished that Chun would openly announce it at this juncture. Who could this benefactor be? The audience craned their necks, scanning the room to glimpse the figure capable of elevating Chun Weidong to such heights. Only He Ying, deep in thought, cast a contemplative glance at Li Chun. The events of the day had already led her to a profound realization. Chapter 60. Li Chun is the person behind Chun Weidong. Next, let us welcome Mr. Li. As Chun Weidong spoke, his gaze was directed towards Li Chun. Instantly, countless eyes followed his line of sight. However, The crowd was so vast that it was impossible to discern who was being referenced. The individuals surrounding Li Chun were also caught in a state of confusion. At that moment, Li Chun smiled slightly and stepped forward towards the stage. There was no need to conceal his identity. As Li Chun moved, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Those present at such an event were far from foolish. Since Qin Weidong had mentioned inviting Mr. Li and no one else had made a move, Li Qin's action spoke volumes. Could he truly be Mr. Li? Is he not too young? Boss, you must look. One of the subordinates exclaimed to Luo Dongshan, his voice tinged with disbelief. Upon seeing Li Chun ascend the stage, Luo Dongshan furrowed his brows in confusion. What is happening? How could this be possible? In a corner, Dongqing almost gasped in surprise. This Li Chun is the person behind Qin Weidong? Wu Ping's composure was also shaken. Previously, he had speculated that Li Qin's return might be associated with some newfound status, especially after Qing Longtang's Qing Yi had spoken up for him. Yet, he had only anticipated that Li Chun would emerge as a distinguished guest of Qing Longtang. Now, however, it had utterly surpassed his expectations. Qin Jia was equally bewildered. What is going on? Does Li Chun possess such significant influence? On the other side, Su Liuye and Yuan Haidong exchanged excited glances. So it is he. He is indeed the support behind Qin Weidong. No wonder Qin Weidong has risen so rapidly, even defeating Yang Xian. At this moment, Li Chun had reached the stage. Qin Weidong proclaimed loudly, I, Qin Weidong, owe my success today entirely to Mr. Li's support. Mr. Li's kindness to me is akin to a rebirth. With that, Qin Weidong unexpectedly knelt before Li Qin. This act sent shockwaves through the crowd. The formidable leader of Qing Longtang was kneeling before another. Those familiar with the ways of the world understood the profound significance of such a gesture. It confirmed that Li Chun was indeed the person behind Qin Weidong. Li Chun had not anticipated that Qin Weidong would kneel before him. Please rise. There is no need for such formalities, he said. Upon hearing those words, Qin Weidong felt an invisible force compelling him to stand. It is truly him. Luo Dongshan's brow tightened. Today's events were beyond his expectations. No wonder Li Chun dared to provoke Song Yuan. He is indeed the person behind Qin Weidong. Yet, how could someone so young command such authority? Li Qin must have a more powerful force backing him, Luo Dongshan murmured to himself. Meanwhile, in the corner, Wu Peng had already stood up, hastily leading Dongqing out. Today's events must be reported to his grandfather at once. Li Chun was no longer the ordinary young master of the Li family from a decade ago. His return could potentially bring catastrophic consequences to the Wu family. In the presence of Qin Jia, her eyes shimmered with intrigue. Su Yanning's brother-in-law is truly remarkable. Previously, I regarded him as a charlatan when he claimed to concoct elixirs for Su Yanning, yet it appears that a figure of such stature would hardly engage in trivial pursuits. No wonder Su Yanning seems to have rejuvenated by a decade recently. Perhaps I shall seek a pill from her in due course, for it may grant me the chance to reclaim my youth. As this thought crossed her mind, Qin Jia's gaze intensified with fervor. Following a grand and heartfelt introduction, the formal succession ceremony commenced. Numerous attendees presented their congratulatory gifts. Li Chun raised his hand, and a resplendent golden elixir materialized, which he offered to Qin Weidong. Your diligent efforts during this period deserve recognition. This is both a token of my congratulations and a reward to encourage your further progress. Thank you, Mr. Li. Qin Weidong replied, his hands trembling with excitement. Ever since being overpowered by Yang Xian, who was at the innate level, Qin Weidong had begun to doubt the allure of the master realm. Thus, he had been striving to impress Li Chun, and at long last, his perseverance bore fruit. Once the formalities concluded, the remaining time was dedicated to the elite of society, where influential figures mingled and expanded their networks. Esteemed individuals from various realms engaged in toasts and conversations. Su Liuye and Yuan Haidong hastened to Li Qin's side, eager to pay their respects. Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to see you again. Both exclaimed with flattering expressions. They were among the few, aside from Qin Weidong, who had witnessed Li Qin's prowess. Li Qin acknowledged them with a nod. Soon, several others approached, seeking to become acquainted with him. Turning to the somewhat dazed He Ying, Li Qin remarked, Isn't it time you introduced yourself? He Ying promptly extended her hand, her countenance radiant with joy. Li Qin had bestowed upon her a monumental opportunity. Any one of the dignitaries present could elevate her status in an instant. Under normal circumstances, she could scarcely gain entry to their circles, let alone exchange a word. Once she had established connections with such influential figures, dealing with someone like Huafeng would become a trivial matter. Consequently, a smile blossomed on He Ying's face. Upon learning that she was brought by Li Chun, the others naturally treated her with utmost respect, resulting in a moment filled with mutual smiles. Li Chun, may we have a moment alone? A voice broke through the chatter. Luo Dongshan stood a short distance away, gazing at Li Chun with a complex expression. Certainly, Li Chun nodded in agreement. Previously, at the Jiangnan residence, Luo had offered assistance out of respect for his father, albeit with an air of superiority, nonetheless. It was still a gesture of goodwill. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in a room on the second floor. Li Chun, I never anticipated you to be the one backing Chen Weidong. My earlier remarks now seem somewhat absurd, Luo Dongshan said with self-deprecating humor. Even at this moment, he struggled to reconcile Li Chun's transformation. Speak plainly, what brings you to me? Li Chun inquired directly. Li Chun, your ability to elevate Chen Weidong to his current position surely indicates that the forces behind you are immensely powerful. I wish to propose a transaction. One that involves not only you, but also the influential powers that support you. If you could facilitate a connection with these forces, I assure you that you shall not be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Li Chun shook his head resolutely, declaring, there is no need. I possess no such backing. With that, he turned and strode towards the exit. The other party had yet to relinquish their arrogance. Were it not for the past friendship shared with his father, Li Chun might have considered lending a hand. However, the moment a transaction is mentioned, it implies a relationship devoid of obligations, one of mutual benefit. As a dignified immortal emperor, why would he need to negotiate with anyone? Thus, he firmly declined. Luo Dongshan stood there, taken aback as he watched Li Chun depart. He had not anticipated that their encounter would end so abruptly. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached him, saying, Boss. Since Li Chun was able to support Chen Weidong and even dared to strike Song Yuhang, his backing must be extraordinary. The transaction you proposed may not pique his interest. I believe that had you approached him with a different demeanor, perhaps more sincerely, he would have certainly assisted you, considering his father's reputation. Upon hearing this, Luo Dongshan's expression darkened, and he coldly regarded his subordinate, stating, Am I to lower myself before him? He is merely a junior. And even his father had to bow before me in the past. The subordinate opened his mouth to respond, but, recalling his boss's temperament, chose silence. Letting out a quiet sigh within. Chapter 61. One move is sufficiently. Chin stepped out of the room and gazed down from the second floor. Among the crowd, He Ying was engaged in lively conversation with several influential figures. Due to his presence, Su Liuye and Yuan Haidong were also vying for He Ying's favor. A faint smile crept onto Li Chen's lips. It seemed that He Ying would undoubtedly reap plentiful rewards today, and subsequently, dealing with the insignificant Huafeng would be a trivial matter. It was certain that Huafeng would soon grasp the essence of despair at that moment. He would accompany him on his final journey. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on the Li family would inevitably pay a price. Besides Huafeng, there were also the Yin father and daughter. Yin Lichuan had sustained 3 gunshot wounds, which was merely the beginning. They were about to experience true despair. As Li Chun contemplated this, he prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a booming voice resonated from outside. Where is Li Chun? Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Countless gazes shifting towards the entrance. There, a young man with a buzz cut strode confidently forward. Behind him was an entourage of uniformed subordinates, completely surrounding the hall. Many members of the Qinglong Hall attempted to intervene, but found themselves incapacitated before they could even approach. This was the abilities group. Those with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment. The abilities group was akin to the modern-day Jinyue, and they had come specifically for Li Chun. Chen Weidong was also stirred, his expression darkening. The numerous subordinates of the Qinglong Hall had been felled, a clear humiliation for him. At this moment, he dared not express his anger, for the young man at the entrance exuded an overwhelming presence. Even though he had now attained a master-s physique, facing this individual, he felt an unsettling sense of impotence. Powerful, exceedingly powerful, even surpassing the innate. A smile graced Li Chen's face. The abilities group had finally arrived. Moreover, several familiar faces were present among them. Behind the young man stood Xiao Qiqi, Zhao Buobuo, and others. Almost all members of the Qizhou abilities group were gathered. I am Li Chun, and who might you be? Li Chun stood at the railing of the second floor, looking down upon Xiao Qinglong with an air of superiority. Xiao Qinglong frowned. Who was he to be gazed down upon by Li Chun? He immediately proclaimed, I am Xiao Qinglong from the capital's abilities general group. Li Chun, You have been rampant in Qizhou, even daring to slaughter members of the abilities group. Today, I come to hold you accountable. Xiao Qinglong's voice thundered like rolling thunder, resonating throughout the hall. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiqi proudly puffed out her chest. This was her elder brother, the pride of the Xiao family in this generation. Zhao Guoguo's eyes also gleamed with admiration. Although she and Xiao Qiqi were close friends, she had only heard of Xiao Qinglong's prowess before meeting him. Witnessing it firsthand revealed him to be an extraordinary man. Zhao Qingzhong and the other members of the Qingzhou abilities group clenched their fists. Previously suppressed by Li Chun, they had been holding their breath. Initially worried about whether Xiao Qinglong could match Li Qin, today, Xiao Qinglong had displayed his strength before them, solidifying their unwavering belief in his capabilities. In the realm of qi refinement, reaching the third level signifies a mastery far surpassing that of Su Zijing, who had been slain by Li Qin. Is he truly Xiao Qinglong? A whisper rippled through the crowd. Is Xiao Qinglong renowned? Came another voice, laced with uncertainty. Renowned is an understatement. He is, without a doubt, a prodigy among prodigies, even in a place as illustrious as the capital. And what of this special abilities group? Are you familiar with the Jinyue? They are the modern-day equivalents of the Jinyue. A murmur of discussion ensued. Meanwhile, Luo Dongshan, emerging from the chamber, bore an expression of profound astonishment. Li Chun had unexpectedly drawn the attention of Xiao Qinglong. Who is Xiao Qinglong? An aide inquired. Luo Dongshan replied. He is a true anomaly. Let me put it this way. If I were to be acquainted with someone like Xiao Qinglong, none within the Luo family would dare contest my claim to the position of clan leader. Yet, what could Li Chun have done to warrant such personal intervention from Xiao Qinglong? Before Xiao Qinglong, Li Chun remained unfazed, his demeanor calm as he coolly stated, I have shown mercy towards the special abilities group. As for your quest for retribution against me, you are unworthy. Upon hearing this, the coldness emanating from Xiao Qinglong intensified tenfold. How dare a mere Li Chun belittle him? You, young one, are blissfully unaware of your own insignificance. Today, I shall impart a lesson on true strength. With that proclamation, Xiao Qinglong advanced with a single stride. Boom. The ground fractured beneath him as he propelled himself toward Li Chun with the speed of a cannonball. A wave of shock coursed through the onlookers. The sheer force of one man's presence was staggering, truly terrifying. Indeed, Xiao Qinglong was as illustrious as his reputation suggested. Luo Dongshan could not help but exclaim in awe. In an instant, Xiao Qinglong was upon Li Chun, his fingers poised like talons, aimed directly at Li Chen's shoulder. Bang! Yet, Li Chen's expression remained unchanged as he raised his hand and delivered a single slap. In the next moment, Xiao Qinglong was sent hurtling backward with even greater speed. With a resounding crash, he landed on the ground, causing the entire banquet hall to tremble. The assembled guests were left in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they had felt Xiao Qinglong's might, believing he could shatter the heavens with a single blow. Who could have predicted that he would be defeated in mere moments? The expressions on the faces of the special abilities group froze, particularly that of Xiao Qiqi, who was nearly beside herself with disbelief at her once mighty brother's sudden downfall. Zhao Guoguo, Zhao Qingzhong, and others shared similar looks of incredulity. After all, this was Xiao Qinglong, not some commoner. Luo Dongshan was equally astonished, for none understood the weight of the name Xiao Qinglong better than he did. At that moment, Xiao Qinglong struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. His gaze filled with shock as he stared at the unmoving figure of Li Chun on the second floor. Li Chun spoke calmly. So, do you still intend to capture me? Chapter 62. Leaving no one from the Wu family behind upon hearing Li Chun's words, Xiao Qinglong's expression darkened considerably. As a prodigy of his caliber, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, the power Li Chun wielded was akin to an unfathomable abyss. He could not even muster the strength to resist, let alone confront him. Apparently, you remain unconvinced. With this declaration, Li Chun transformed into a fleeting shadow, descending from the second floor in an instant. He appeared before Xiao Qinglong, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly off the ground. No matter how fiercely Xiao Qinglong struggled, he was utterly powerless to resist. Release my brother, Xiao Qiqi cried out in desperation, grabbing a wine bottle from the ground and hurling it at Li Chun's head. Boom! A mere glance from Li Chun shattered the bottle, sending Xiao Qiqi flying backward, blood spewing from her mouth as she crashed violently against the wall. The other members of the ability group, though anxious, dared not act recklessly. Li Chun was too formidable. They feared that a moment's exertion could result in Xiao Qinglong's head being severed entirely. I ask you, are you convinced? Li Chen's gaze bore down on Xiao Qinglong. Were it not for the latter's affiliation with the ability group and their duty to protect China, he would undoubtedly have been reduced to a mere mist of blood. Xiao Qinglong's face flushed crimson, the humiliation reaching its zenith. I yield, he forced out, nodding with great difficulty. In such dire circumstances, what else could he say except to wish for his own survival? The presence before him was so terrifying that ending his life would be but a fleeting thought. Upon hearing his response, Li Chen abruptly released his grip, allowing Xiao Qinglong to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. In an instant, his clothing was drenched in cold sweat. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. You have witnessed my strength. Henceforth, it would be wise for your ability group to refrain from meddling in my affairs. Convey this message to the central command of the ability group. Do not provoke me, or you shall face certain demise. Li Chen declared coldly. I understand, Xiao Qinglong replied, his face a mask of distress as he struggled to his feet and helped Xiao Qiqi up. He then turned to the still-dazed Zhao Qingzhong and others, urging, let us depart. The weight of those words seemed to drain him of all his strength. Very well, Zhao Qingzhong nodded, a bitter taste in his mouth. Was there truly no one in this world capable of restraining Li Chen? After the members of the ability group departed, Li Chen exited the hall. When he had been invited to the stage by Chan Weidong, he had noticed someone hurriedly leaving, absent from the remainder of the banquet, which piqued his curiosity. Now that the event had concluded, it was the perfect opportunity to investigate. As Li Chen stepped out of the hall, the entire banquet room erupted in a frenzy. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? It's as if we were watching a movie. It dawned on them that, beyond the ordinary populace, there truly existed martial artists in this world. They had always been present, which was not particularly surprising. It was merely said that the ability group could suppress all martial artists, preventing them from wreaking havoc in society. Yet, this Li Chen was even more terrifying than the ability group itself. A cacophony of astonishment filled the air. Meanwhile, Qin Jia stood in a daze, gazing toward the entrance. It seemed that Li Chen had, just moments ago, taken flight. In that moment, she became utterly convinced that the elixir given to Su Yaning by Li Chen was undeniably effective. Most astonishing of all was Luo Dongshan, who had just witnessed the brutal defeat of Xiao Qinglong. This display of strength had far surpassed that of a master and even transcended the innate realm. He suddenly found himself filled with regret. Faced with such an entity, it was indeed foolish to maintain a facade of superiority. Meanwhile, at the banquet hall, as Li Chen engaged in combat with Xiao Qinglong, Wu Peng rushed back to the Wu family estate. Where is grandfather? I must see him. Wu Peng approached Wu Chuanbua, the head of the Wu family, his face etched with urgency. Your grandfather is receiving guests in the courtyard. Do not disturb him at this moment. You must understand the significance of guests who command such respect from him, Wu Chuanbua admonished, casting a disapproving glance at his son. His son was too impulsive and lacked the composure necessary to manage the family affairs. It concerns Li Chen, the young master of the Li family. Li Chen, wasn't he killed in that accident? Wu Chuanbua exclaimed in disbelief. He has returned alive, Wu Peng replied gravely. Oh, what of it? The Li family has been annihilated. He is merely a stray dog now. We could easily dispose of him again, Wu Chuanbua remarked dismissively. Moreover, he is a favored guest of Chun Weidong from the Qinglong Hall, who owes his rise to power to Li Chen's support. What? Wu Chuanbua's expression shifted dramatically as he fixed his gaze upon his son. You did not mishear? He is the one behind Qin Weidong? Indeed. Otherwise I would not have rushed back in such haste, Wu Peng affirmed with a nod. Come, I will take you to see grandfather. It appears that Li Chen has returned seeking vengeance. Fortunately, your grandfather has broken through to the master realm. Otherwise, the Wu family would truly be doomed. Half an hour later, Wu Chuanbua and his son emerged from the courtyard. It is fortunate that your grandfather has reached the master realm and has a friend of similar strength. We can rest easy now, Wu Chuanbua remarked. Just then, a cold voice echoed from a short distance away. Rest easy. Upon hearing the voice, both father and son turned to see Li Chen staring at them with a chilling gaze. Who are you? Wu Chuanbua demanded loudly. Wu Peng's face was already tinged with panic. Father, he is Li Chen. Upon hearing this, Wu Chuanbua's expression faltered for a moment before contorting into a sinister grin. Li Chen, you are quite bold to intrude upon my Wu family's estate. Guards, seize this brat immediately. As his words fell, a cacophony of footsteps erupted. And soon a dozen figures emerged from all directions, encircling Li Chen. Seeing his subordinates appear, Wu Chuanbua couldn't help but smirk. Li Chen, I did not expect you to trace our family's whereabouts so swiftly. Unfortunately, Your foolishness has led you to storm into my estate alone. Today, I shall rid the world of this scourge who narrowly escaped death 10 years ago." Hearing this, a smile crept across Li Chen's face. "It seems I have indeed found the true culprits. It was you who acted against us a decade ago. Even as death approaches, you still concern yourself with these matters." Wu Chuanbua's expression turned icy as he waved his hand and commanded loudly, "Kill him." Boom. The dozen or so subordinates immediately lunged toward Li Chun, each wielding a sharp dagger. Their movements betrayed their training. Li Chun waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The figures of those dozen men exploded on the spot, transforming into clouds of crimson mist. The father and son of the Wu family were left in shock, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, their faces etched with terror. "Is this a demon? Is there anyone left? I wouldn't hesitate to wipe out your entire Wu family." Leaving not a single trace behind, Li Chen declared, "Run." Wu Chuanbua immediately seized his son Wu Peng's wrist, fleeing toward the courtyard behind them. Li Chen, however, did not rush to strike. Instead, he leisurely followed behind the two. He had already sensed two somewhat formidable auras within the courtyard ahead, and naturally, he intended to deal with them as well. Chapter 63. The Vanishing of the Wu Family Grandfather. Save me. Wu Peng rushed into the courtyard, his voice filled with urgency. "What has transpired?" An elderly man clad in a white training robe emerged. Behind him, another elder in a long robe, with silver hair and an ethereal presence, observed the scene with keen interest. Both Wu Peng and Wu Chuanbua were utterly terrified. "Grandfather, someone has invaded the Wu family, and our bodyguards have been slain," Wu Peng stammered, pointing towards the outside. Upon hearing this, Wu Li did not exhibit any panic. Instead, he furrowed his brow and gazed towards the entrance. At that moment, Li Chen walked in with an unhurried demeanor. "Who are you to wreak havoc in my Wu family?" Wu Li's voice was commanding, imbued with an authority that demanded respect. As the head of the Wu family, his status was already formidable, and having attained the master realm, his confidence was further bolstered. "Father, this individual is somewhat extraordinary." "You may not be his match," Wu Chuanbua interjected, unable to contain his fear. Instinctively fleeing here, he now recalled Li Chen's supernatural prowess, leading him to doubt even his father, a master in his own right. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Li was incensed. "You cowardly wretch. Reduced to trembling before a mere youth. I am a master. How can you suggest I am not his opponent? Such absurdity." Li Chun disregarded Wu Li's challenge and instead addressed the elder in the long robe behind him. "This matter is between me and the Wu family. As an outsider, you would do well to depart now. I may yet spare you." To Li Chen's surprise, the robed elder merely chuckled lightly. "Young man, such bravado. I shall not leave. I am keen to witness what you will do should you choose not to spare me. Indeed, it is difficult to reason with the damned." Li Chen shook his head. "Boy, you dare to put on airs in my Wu family? I shall see what skills you possess." Wu Li sneered, stepping forward. With a sudden burst of energy, he launched himself like a cannonball towards Li Chun, a fierce punch aimed at his head. "Die!" Wu Li's roar echoed, filled with overwhelming confidence, a testament to his mastery of martial arts. However, before the sound of his shout could dissipate, a cry of agony pierced the air. Without any visible movement from Li Chen, Wu Li found himself propelled backwards like a marionette with severed strings, crashing into the ground with tremendous force. The tiles shattered beneath him. Blood poured from the corner of Wu Li's mouth, and it appeared he might not survive. Gasping, the robed elder drew in a sharp breath. Wu Li, a martial arts master, had been utterly vanquished in a single blow. Although there was a discrepancy in their strengths, Wu Li had still entered the master realm. Masters are like dragons, recognized as top-tier warriors in the martial world, yet he fell in an instant. What manner of youth is this, possessing such terrifying capabilities? As for Wu Chuanbua and his father, despair enveloped them completely. Li Chun turned to the robed elder. "You are next." Upon hearing those words, the elder trembled in fear. Stammering, I am not of the Wu family. I merely came as a guest. I have no involvement in their affairs." Li Chen chuckled at this, remarking, "You were not so reticent moments ago." With that, he dismissed further discourse and, with a swift motion, struck out his hand. From a distance of several dozen meters, the elder's body was obliterated, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. This spectacle caused the father and son of the Wu family to retreat in terror. "Who orchestrated the events of a decade ago?" "As far as I know, the Li family harbors no enmity with the Wu family," Li Chen inquired. Upon hearing this, Wu Chuanbua's face betrayed a flicker of struggle. Even in the face of imminent death, he wished to safeguard his secrets. If you choose not to speak, I have my own means of discovering the truth, Li Chen declared, preparing to act. At that moment, Wu Peng fell to his knees, exclaiming, I will speak. It was Qin Yunsheng, the head of the Qin family from Jiangnan, who instructed me. His intention was not to have you killed, but rather to severely injure you and deliver you to him. It was my first time executing such a task, and in my panic, I forgot to release the accelerator, resulting in the total destruction of the vehicle. Li Chen's heart stirred as he discerned the implications. Approaching Wu Peng, he placed his hand upon the man's head. An agonizing scream erupted from Wu Peng, a manifestation of soul-wrenching pain that nearly rendered him unconscious, yet Li Chen remained impassive. After sifting through his memories and confirming the truth of his words, he casually crushed Wu Peng's skull. Meanwhile, Wu Chuanhua, in the midst of Li Chen's memory exploration, had already made a dash for the exit, abandoning any thought of rescuing his son. In that instant, with a mere gesture from Li Chen, he too was reduced to a mist of blood. Qin Yunsheng. If my conjecture holds true, he must be deeply intertwined with the annihilation of my Li family. Initially, he sought to capture me, coercing my parents to surrender the reincarnation pearl. When that plan failed, he resorted to direct confrontation 2 years later, Li Chen murmured to himself. It became evident that locating Qin Yunsheng would inevitably unveil the perpetrator behind the massacre of the Li family. With this thought, Li Chen stepped forward, departing from the Wu family premises. Concurrently, an overwhelming force materialized, erasing the entire Wu family from existence. Had anyone appeared at that moment, they would have witnessed the entire lineage of the Wu family evaporate in an instant. Chapter 64. Today, there is not a single soul left alive in the Qin residence. Meanwhile, outside the emergency room of the hospital, Nian Ruobing paced anxiously, her face etched with worry. Her father had been shot 3 times and had been in the emergency room for 4 long hours. Her anxiety was reaching its peak. Although Nian Ruobing was calculating towards others, she harbored immense filial piety for her father. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Nian Ruobing turned swiftly, only to see Song Yuheng striding towards her. How is Uncle Nian? He inquired. Nian Ruobing shook her head, her eyes reddening as she threw herself into Song Yuheng's embrace. He gently stroked her back, reassuring her, Do not worry. I have contacted the best doctors in the country. Uncle Song will surely be fine. Moreover, the assassin Scorpion who shot him has already been captured. Really? Nian Ruobing looked up, a flicker of hatred gleaming in her eyes. Song Yuheng gave a command behind him, and soon, the bound Scorpion was brought forth. Nian Ruobing approached and slapped Scorpion's face twice, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, You scoundrel! My father paid you to kill Li Chen, and yet you shot him 3 times instead. How much did Li Chen pay you to commit such an act? Song Yuheng added, I too am quite curious. Normally, assassins of your ilk value their reputation highly. How could you be such a disgrace? At this, Scorpion spat blood onto the ground and replied, Li Chen did not pay me a single cent. I had no choice but to act as I did to save my own life. Didn't he pay you? How is that possible? Nian Ruobing's expression froze. Song Yuheng was equally perplexed. Scorpion continued, that Li Chen is no ordinary man. He is a devil. You sent me to kill him. Yet he blocked bullets with his bare hands, and even possesses supernatural abilities. I know that failing the mission means my demise at your hands, but let me tell you, dealing with someone like him will not end well for you either. As he spoke, Scorpion suddenly ceased moving, blood oozing from his mouth. He had bitten his own tongue in a desperate act of suicide. Witnessing this, both Song Yuheng and Nian Ruobing's expressions changed dramatically. At that moment, Nian Ruobing turned to Song Yuheng. Yuheng, what did he mean by that? He said Li Chen possesses supernatural skills. Hearing this, Song Yuheng merely smiled slightly and comforted her. I believe he knew he was doomed and said that out of spite to cause us trouble. What supernatural skills? It is more likely that Li Chen is simply a martial artist. Rest assured, the power of the Song family is more formidable than you can imagine. Not only can we handle someone like Li Chen, but even a master-level fighter poses no threat to us. Besides, my elder sister is married into the Qin family, a lineage of ancient martial arts in Jiangnan. Even a mere individual from there could easily crush Li Chen. He is hardly worth our concern. Upon hearing this, Nian Ruobing leaned into Song Yuheng's embrace once more. Yuheng, I trust you completely. Once my father overcomes this danger, shall we marry, then? Jiang and Qin family. As a venerable family of ancient martial arts, the Qin clan's reputation remains largely obscure to the common populace, most of whom are unaware of their existence. However, within the upper echelons of Jiangnan society, The Qin family is undeniably recognized as a top-tier lineage. Their residence is not situated in the bustling city center, but rather in a picturesque manor located in the serene outskirts. The entire estate exudes an air of antiquity and grandeur, sprawling across nearly 100 acres, reminiscent of an ancient royal palace. At this moment, within the manor, the head of the Qin family, Qin Yunsheng, is hosting several esteemed guests, reportedly arrived from the capital. The banquet boasts an extravagant array of dishes, totaling 81 delicacies, all exquisite mountain and ocean treasures. The entire Qin family has gathered to accompany their guests, including the recently wed Song Yuga, daughter of the Song family. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Qin residence, a figure approaches slowly. The guards, engaged in conversation, immediately display a fierce demeanor upon noticing the young man's presence. How dare this blind fool loiter before the gates of the Qin family? Get lost at once. Due to the Qin family's esteemed status, even the guards carry themselves with an air of arrogance, wielding their authority like a scepter. However, Li Chun remains unfazed, merely raising his hand, and in an instant, the guard's head explodes. Ah, a murder. The other guard, stricken with terror, turns to flee into the manor. Yet, as he takes but a single step, he too meets a gruesome fate. In quick succession, the gates of the Qin residence burst open with a thunderous roar, and Li Chun strides confidently inside. Who dares to intrude upon the Qin estate? Almost instantaneously, the manor is thrown into chaos, as figures clad in martial attire converge from all directions. Among them, many have reached the profound level of dark force, a mark of top-tier prowess in the martial world. It is notable that the Qin family boasts over 20 practitioners of this caliber. Who are you? How dare you trespass upon the Qin family? Seize him! The leader of the group bellows. In an instant, dozens of figures launch themselves at Li Chun. Yet, he does not halt his advance. Before they can even make contact, they are sent flying at an astonishing speed, collapsing to the ground as lifeless corpses. With a steady and unhurried pace, Li Chun enters the Qin estate. Regardless of how many emerge to confront him, they swiftly become mere bodies strewn across the ground, forming a small mountain in his wake. Li Chun proceeds as if strolling through a garden, advancing deeper into the manor. Simultaneously, as he materializes within the Qin residence, an oppressive force envelopes the entire estate, ensuring that not even a fly could escape. Today, not a single soul within the Qin family shall survive. Chapter 65, the Qi Refining Stage. Merely ants, Li Chun forcefully intruded, leaving a trail of blood and corpses in his wake. The entire Qin family was thrown into turmoil. Where did this individual emerge from? Exhibiting such ferocity, immediately resorting to murder without uttering a word? In the surveillance room of the Qin family, the butler wore an exceedingly grim expression. He fixated on the monitor, his eyes nearly bulging, yet he failed to discern how Li Chun executed his strikes. It appeared that from beginning to end, Li Chun had not even lifted a finger, and the Qin family's experts fell like leaves in autumn. It was utterly bizarre. Boom. In the footage, the Qin family's experts continued to appear in relentless succession. With a legacy spanning 6 centuries, the Qin family possessed an astonishing depth of resources, firmly establishing their dominance in the Jiangnan region. Nonetheless, it was without a hint of suspense. They could not even approach Li Chun before becoming lifeless corpses. The Qin family occupied an expanse of 100 acres, with a grand courtyard of 9 entrances. At this moment, even the most central figures within the inner sanctum of the Qin family were stirred. Qin Yunsheng, come forth and face your demise. Having remained silent until now, Li Chun paused his advance upon witnessing that nearly all of the Qin family's experts outside had been vanquished. Simultaneously, his voice resonated throughout the entire Qin residence. At this time, deep within the inner courtyard of the Qin family, the patriarch, Qin Yunsheng, was entertaining several young gentlemen. Below him stood Qin Tian, the eldest son, his daughter-in-law Song Yuga, and several esteemed members of the Qin lineage. Initially, upon hearing of an intruder in the Qin residence, he had dismissed it lightly. Any one of the Qin family's experts could easily dominate a territory, and to dare wreak havoc within the Qin estate was akin to searching for death in a latrine with a lantern. However, he had not anticipated that after more than 10 minutes, the intruder had yet to be subdued, and instead, a provocative voice echoed back. Beside him, a young noble from the capital could not contain himself. Patriarch Qin, I have long heard of your family's supremacy in Jiangnan, yet I did not expect anyone to dare storm your residence. Indeed, with the Qin family's multitude of experts, It is quite remarkable that the intruder has survived for over 10 minutes. It appears he is also a formidable individual. I am rather intrigued. The wine has been sufficiently enjoyed, and it is the perfect time to step out and witness this as entertainment. Several young nobles from the capital were filled with excitement. They had come to Jiangnan merely for leisure, and this event ignited their thrill. To be personally accompanied by the patriarch of the Qin family. Each of them had significant identities, and they were accompanied by numerous experts. Qin Yunxing's expression darkened considerably. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about the position of the Qin family, and now, an intruder had arrived to disrupt the peace. This was akin to a slap in the face, embarrassing him before the distinguished guests. Rising promptly, he declared, "Very well, let us proceed to witness this spectacle. I am equally curious about the audacity of the one who dares to cause chaos within my Qin family." With that, the group departed the Qin family hall in a grand procession. Upon exiting the inner courtyard, they beheld a young man standing there with an air of nonchalance. Behind him lay an unending sea of corpses. Surrounding him, many members of the Qin family eyed Li Chun with wariness but dared not advance further. "Who are you? Why have you come to my Qin family to commit murder?" Qin Yunxing scrutinized Li Chun, a sense of astonishment stirring within him. The Qin family, once brimming with formidable experts, has now met with a catastrophic demise. It seems they have truly encountered a formidable adversary. Even someone of his caliber could hardly achieve the swift slaughter of so many. A decade ago, you orchestrated an attempt on my life using the Qingzhou martial family, seeking to abduct me, and now you dare inquire about my identity? Li Chen fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Yunxing. Qin Yunxing's expression shifted abruptly. "You are Li Chen?" It had been so long since the incident involving the Li family that he had nearly forgotten it, yet he never anticipated that a survivor remained. Not only had Li Chen escaped death, but he now seemed to possess formidable strength and had come to confront them. "Indeed, it is I. I have come today to collect a debt. Blood must be repaid with blood." Li Chen's voice was imbued with a chilling coldness, harboring an inexhaustible killing intent that was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, a young nobleman beside him could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Qin Patriarch, why waste words with him? Simply capture him. If your forces are insufficient, allow my men to assist." Another nobleman chimed in, "Yes, Qin Patriarch, if you have reservations, I can take charge." Their words successfully drew Li Chen's attention. "Clearly, you are not of the Qin family, but alas, be it as it may. Today you shall all meet your end." "What? Did I hear correctly? He threatens us with death? Ha ha, how amusing." The two nobles burst into laughter. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Chen stomped the ground, causing two stones to soar into the air, instantly striking down the two who had spoken. The stones pierced their skulls, leaving their heads shattered like overripe melons, blood and matter splattering everywhere. The remaining noblemen instinctively recoiled, horrified by the scene before them. How dare he kill without hesitation, without even inquiring about their identities? "You dare to slay my young master. You seek death, an elder." Witnessing the death of the young master, howled in fury and charged at Li Chen, a fierce wind accompanying his powerful strike aimed at Li Chen's head, with the phantom of a ferocious tiger looming behind him. An innate warrior. Mere ants, Li Chen scoffed disdainfully. At the moment his opponent lunged, he abruptly flicked his sleeve. Bang! The elder's chest caved in, his body flung back several dozen meters, lifeless. Another man, who had also intended to avenge his young master, took a step forward, only to freeze in terror at the sight. This was an innate warrior, dispatched with a single blow. The once arrogant noblemen now stood dumbfounded, their faces ashen. Their subordinates were equally stricken with fear. "Qin Yunxing, were you involved in the massacre of the Li family 8 years ago?" Li Chen's gaze bore into Qin Yunxing as he advanced step by step. "You rogue, do you truly believe no one can contend with you?" At that moment, a resounding voice rang out. Soon after, 3 figures swiftly emerged from the depths of the Qin residence, rapidly approaching. Upon encountering the 3 individuals, Qin Yunxing's countenance displayed a respectful demeanor as he addressed them, saying, "I pay my respects to the 3 esteemed elders." The trio merely inclined their heads in acknowledgement before stepping forward in unison. An overwhelming aura surged towards Li Chen, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the shore. "We are all cultivators of the Qi refinement realm, young man. You lack the qualification to act recklessly in our presence." At these words, the countenances of several noble youths revealed their astonishment. Qi refinement cultivators, none had anticipated that the Qin family harbored 3 of such formidable beings. It is well known that practitioners of Qi refinement are a rarity even within the entirety of the capital. The possession of such strength elevates the Qin family beyond that of an ordinary ancient martial arts lineage, allowing them to be regarded as a true cultivation family. One noble youth murmured to himself, "The Qin family conceals its prowess quite adeptly, had it not been for this youth's appearance. The outside world would remain oblivious to the extent of their strength." Upon returning, it seems imperative for the family to reassess its stance towards the Qin family. The other noble youths also appeared contemplative. Though they may appear brash and thoughtless, such as merely afade, none among them are foolish. In contrast, the martial practitioners accompanying them gazed upon the Qi refinement cultivators with a glimmer of reverence in their eyes. For these warriors, each Qi refinement cultivator stands as a figure of almost divine stature. Yet, in an unexpected turn, Li Chun remained utterly unfazed in the face of the three Qi refinement practitioners. "Just a pack of old hounds," he scoffed, "daring to bark wildly in my presence." Chapter 66. Annihilation of the clan. The three elderly men wore expressions of intense fury. How dare this young man refer to them as old dogs? He was courting death. One of them stepped forward, causing the ground to erupt into a deep pit. In an instant, he appeared before Li Chun, his 5 fingers outstretched, aiming to grasp Li Chun's head. A formidable cultivator of the Qi refining stage. With such a strike, he could surely create 5 gaping wounds in his skull. Li Chun remained impassive, raising his hand to deliver a swift slap. Bang! The elder's head exploded upon impact, his decapitated body crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. A Qi refining expert had been obliterated with a single slap. The remaining 2 elders felt a chill run down their spines, their smiles frozen in disbelief. Before they could react, Li Chun materialized before them, hands outstretched, seizing their throats and lifting them effortlessly into the air. Spare us," one elder managed to utter with great difficulty. Crack! In the next moment, their throats were shattered, and Li Chun carelessly discarded their bodies to the ground. The 3 elders of the Qin family lay lifeless, leaving everyone in stunned silence. When the 3 clan elders had appeared, they believed Li Chun was doomed to die. Who could have anticipated that within the blink of an eye, they would be reduced to mere corpses? These were Qi refining experts, formidable even in the capital, yet they had proven so easily vanquished. The young aristocrats from the capital felt their hearts constrict, their limbs turning cold. Qin Yunsheng and the rest of the Qin family grew pale. Engulfed by a wave of terror, the 3 clan elders were the Qin family's greatest support, with them slain by Li Chun. Who could possibly stand against this demonic youth? Qin Yunsheng, 10 years ago, when you orchestrated the collision with the Wu family, did you ever envision this day? With that, Li Chun raised his hand, slowly reaching toward Qin Yunsheng's head. "Do not harm my husband." At that moment, a woman's voice rang out. A beautiful lady clad in a Qi Pao stood nearby, hands trembling as she aimed a pistol at Li Chun. Upon witnessing this scene, many from the Qin family shook their heads. Only the newlywed Song Yuga, who knew little of cultivators, would dare to confront a being capable of killing Qi refining experts with a mere firearm. "Who are you?" Li Chun inquired, gazing at the woman. "I am Song Yuga, the wife of Qin Tian. Step back immediately, or I will shoot," she declared loudly. "The Song family? So you are the sister of Song Yuheng," Li Chun remarked. "You know my brother?" Surprise flickered across Song Yuga's face. Without further ado, Li Chun waved his hand, and Song Yuga vanished into thin air. He then extended his hand once more towards Qin Yunsheng's head. At that moment, Qin Yunsheng stood frozen, utterly unable to evade or resist, having lost all capacity for action. A luminous orb of deep azure light was conjured into existence in Li Chun's hand. A decade ago, news of the reincarnation pearl swept across Jiangnan, rumored to harbor immense fortune. Possession of it could elevate one to the pinnacle of the aristocracy in Huaxia. This coveted pearl was held by the Li family of Qizhou. The revelation stirred a tempest of ambition. Upon learning of this, the Qin family promptly instructed the Wu family to ram their vehicle into Li Chun, aiming to capture him as leverage against the Li family. However, in a twist of fate, Li Chun vanished following the accident. Subsequently, the Qin family devised numerous schemes to undermine the Li family, including the abduction of their direct descendants and even an audacious invasion of their estate. Yet, all these efforts faltered, as the Qin family sensed an unseen force was clandestinely protecting the Li family. Ultimately, the Qin family resolved to deploy their full might to coerce the Li family into surrendering the reincarnation pearl. However, before they could act, news of the Li family's extermination reached them. After sifting through these memories, Li Chun furrowed his brow. The Qin family indeed contemplated annihilating the Li family, but had not yet set their plans into motion. The tragic fate of the Li family bore no connection to the Qin family. Furthermore, who was the clandestine force that shielded the Li family during the Qin family's machinations? Clearly, had it not been for this protective power, the Li family might have faced calamity long before Li Qin's disappearance, perhaps within 2 years. Moreover, the news of the reincarnation pearl seemed to have spread through Jiangnan overnight. Such information ought not to have become common knowledge unless someone orchestrated it deliberately, an act of subterfuge. In that moment, Li Chun felt his mind whirl. He nonchalantly severed Qin Yunshin's head, leaving a headless corpse on the ground. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Yunsheng was undoubtedly one of the perpetrators responsible for the Li family's plight. With the anniversary of his parents' passing approaching, he deemed it fitting to offer his head as a tribute to their spirits. As Li Chun prepared to depart with Qin Yunsheng's head in hand, a collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. The young aristocrats from the capital felt as though they were on the verge of collapse. However, this sense of relief was fleeting. The moment Li Chun stepped beyond the threshold of the Qin household, a tremendous force descended from the heavens. In an instant, the entire Qin estate crumbled, reduced to ruins, and under this force, all within the Qin family were reduced to ash. Simultaneously, in a hospital room, Nian Lichuan finally emerged from the brink of danger, being wheeled out of the ward. Gazing at her pallid father lying on the bed, Nian Ruobing clenched her fists tightly. Li Qin, you scoundrel. How dare you harm my father? I vow that you shall meet a wretched end. Rest assured, I will avenge uncle. At that moment, Song Yuheng entered the room. Ruobing, it is highly likely that Li Chun is aware of our intentions against him and has gone into hiding. I just dispatched people to scour all of Qinzhou. Yet no trace of him has been found. Upon hearing this, Nian Ruobing's expression flickered between anger and contemplation, but soon a cold smile emerged. Yuheng, he cannot escape. No matter where he hides, I know with certainty that he will appear in a specific location tomorrow. Oh, and where might that be? Song Yuheng inquired with curiosity. In the western suburb cemetery, as tomorrow marks the anniversary of the Li family's bereavement, Li Chun, being a dutiful son, will undoubtedly pay homage to his parents. Very well. I shall arrange for individuals to lie in wait in advance. After tomorrow, Li Chun shall be able to reunite with his family in the embrace of the earth. Song Yuheng remarked with a cold sneer. Chapter 67. Destruction and Chaos. Meanwhile, within the office of the Baozhuang Company, He Ying made a call, summoning Huofeng to meet her. Huofeng, with a bruised visage and limping gait, upon seeing He Ying seated in his designated chair as chairman, felt a flicker of resentment cross his eyes. Wretched woman, do you think that by aligning yourself with Li Chun of the Qinglong Hall, you can usurp my position? Dream on. I refuse to believe that Qinglong Hall possesses such overwhelming power. No one in Qingzhou can contend with him. Huofeng exclaimed loudly. He Ying merely smiled slightly, observing the deranged Huofeng with keen interest. Whether Qinglong Hall can wield such authority remains to be seen, but Li Chun certainly can. With that, she tossed a folder onto the desk. Take a look. What do you see here? As Huofeng opened it, his expression soured drastically after just a few glimpses, a hint of despair flickering in his eyes. How could you possibly acquire so many contracts from a single banquet? He Ying smiled faintly. This contains collaborative contracts from over a dozen industry magnates related to cosmetics in Qingzhou. At any moment, I could leverage these agreements to elevate Baozhuang Company to a position of dominance. However, these same individuals could also utter a single word to render Baozhuang Company irreparably doomed, transforming you into a wandering beggar. All of this is due to Li Chun. Huofeng, you are truly a fool, utterly oblivious to the extent of Li Chun's power. If you possessed even a modicum of conscience and had not burned bridges, Li Chun could easily place you atop the throne of Qingzhou's wealth. Rising abruptly, He Ying declared, Huofeng, you now face two choices. First, take your shares and depart from Baozhuang Company, allowing me to assume your position and lead the company to new heights. Or second, face an industry-wide boycott that would obliterate Baozhuang Company, leaving you to languish in destitution on the streets. With that, He Ying collected the contracts and exited the office. Huofeng, struck as if by lightning, remained slumped in his chair, utterly despondent. Impossible. Impossible. How could Li Chun possibly wield such power? By what right? On the other side, Li Chun received a call from He Ying. Huofeng has liquidated 60 million and sold all his shares in Baozhuang Company to me. I am giving these shares to you, Mr. Li, and I kindly ask you to take charge of Baozhuang Company as chairman. He Ying spoke with evident delight, But Li Chun furrowed his brow. Huafeng still had 60 million. He wanted Huafeng to plummet from grace entirely and sink into irretrievable despair. He Ying had acted somewhat presumptuously. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for Huafeng to be completely despondent. I shall leave the matters of Baozhuang Company in your capable hands, he concluded before abruptly ending the call. Simultaneously, his consciousness swept across, revealing that Huafeng was currently soaring thousands of meters above ground, seemingly headed toward Jiang'an. Huafeng had chosen to leave Qingzhou. A cold smile crept across Li Chen's face. Did he believe that by departing Qingzhou, he could escape? How naive. Upon returning to the villa, Li Chen was immediately greeted by the scent of cooking oil. In the kitchen, a figure was seen busily tying an apron and humming a tune. It was Su Yaning. What brings you to my home? Li Chen inquired. Upon noticing Li Chen's return, Su Yaning smiled slightly. I've recently learned a few new dishes and wanted you to sample my culinary skills, brother-in-law. Is that so? Yaning, with your beauty, your dishes must surely be delightful, Li Chen remarked, filled with anticipation. Before long, Su Yaning presented several plates of food. Li Chen gazed at the dark, unappetizing dishes on the table, picked up his chopsticks, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately chose to set them down. What is the matter? Su Yaning asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Well, you know, as your brother-in-law, I am an immortal emperor, and as such, I do not require sustenance, hence I never eat. Li Chen replied. Su Yaning raised an eyebrow. If you had never dined with me outside, I might have believed your tall tale. Is it merely the appearance of my food that dissuades you? Though it may not look appealing, it is not lacking in flavor. With that, she took a piece for herself. Oh, this is truly dreadful. Li Chen could no longer contain his laughter, bending over in mirth at Su Yaning's dejected expression. Yaning, there is no need to be disheartened. While your cooking may need improvement, your cultivation talent is equally wanting, Li Chen consoled. Su Yaning, initially awaiting comfort, rolled her eyes at his words. Brother-in-law, you have a knack for delivering blows. By the way, let me show you the results of my training. With that, she raised her palm and struck the air with force. With a resounding boom, a shockwave spread several meters. Su Yaning, beaming with pride, looked at Li Chen. What do you think? Li Chen nodded, equivalent to the 9th level of qi refining. Not too shabby. Su Yaning glanced at her phone and suddenly stood up, declaring, brother-in-law, I must take my leave for a bit. Also, I'll be returning home tomorrow and 1 TB in Qingzhou for the next few days. All right. Li Chen replied with a nod. Su Yaning's parents resided in Quzhou. The thought of the elderly couple stirred a sense of guilt within Li Chen. If it weren't for the Li family, Su Qingxue would not have been absent for such an extended period. Surely, her parents must miss their daughter dearly. In truth, Li Chen had long contemplated visiting, but he feared their memories would bring them sorrow, and thus he hesitated. Having spoken, Su Yaning hurriedly departed. It seemed her reasons for leaving extended beyond merely returning home. Yet, she did not elaborate, and Li Chen refrained from prying, respecting that everyone has their own matters to attend to. If Su Yaning required his assistance, she would surely ask. As for her safety, there was no cause for concern. With her current level of cultivation, she could traverse much of Huaxia without fear of danger. Furthermore, she bore the power left by Li Chen, ensuring he would be alerted to any trouble at the first instance. Although Li Chen did not partake in Su Yaning's meal, he realized he had not eaten all day. Despite being an immortal emperor and feeling no hunger, the pleasure of indulging in food was still an enjoyment. It seemed he ought to find a place to satisfy his appetite. However, Li Chen found those upscale restaurants rather unremarkable. He preferred the vibrant atmosphere of street food stalls. At that moment, he recalled a place, the university town in Qingzhou. He remembered the numerous eateries that held the memories of his college days. Upon arriving at the university town, as he strolled down the streets, a myriad of past recollections flooded his mind, particularly the tender moments shared with Su Qingxue, evoking a sense of melancholy within him. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted ahead. He witnessed a group of intimidating individuals vandalizing a shop. A slight man, seemingly the owner of a barbecue stall, charged forward in anger, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground. His beautiful wife hurriedly restrained him, urging him not to confront these aggressors. A crowd gathered, yet all remained mere spectators, too fearful to intervene. As Li Chen listened intently, he grasped the situation. These ruffians had been dining at the barbecue stall when they began to harass the attractive owner, leading to the proprietor's furious attempt to expel them. Rather than leaving, they retaliated by wreaking havoc on the establishment. Darling, please don't act impulsively. We cannot contend with such individuals. If something were to happen to you, what would become of me and the children? The wife's eyes glistened with tears. Hearing this, the shop owner clenched his fists, his body trembling with a mix of rage and helplessness. Yet what could he do? He was merely an ordinary citizen, utterly incapable of standing up to such thugs. Stop. Just then, a voice rang out, drawing the crowd's attention. They turned in confusion to see a young man in casual attire approaching with a stern expression. Chapter 68, College Brothers, is that Li Chun? The owner of the barbecue restaurant suddenly exclaimed, gazing at Li Chun in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Li Chun scrutinized the owner once more and finally recognized him, his former college roommate, Chen Hao. After a decade apart, Chen Hao appeared to have aged significantly. Resembling a man in his mid-30s, with the weight of life evident upon his face, it was no wonder Li Chun had not recognized him at first. To Li Chun's surprise, Chen Hao had opened a barbecue restaurant after graduation. However, this was not the time for reminiscences. On the other side, a burly man with a green dragon tattooed on his arm spoke up. So you're here to help, huh? I suggest you get lost. He brandished a beer bottle menacingly at Li Chun, clearly indicating his intent to strike if provoked. Undeterred, Li Chun walked directly toward him. Li Chun, don't act rashly. This time, it was Chun Hao urging him. You little brat, you think you can defy me? The burly man raised the bottle and swung it toward Li Chun's head. In response, Li Chun delivered a swift kick that landed squarely on the man's knee. With a sickening crack, the knee bent at an unnatural angle of 90 degrees. The man howled in pain, dropping the bottle and rolling on the ground, clutching his injured knee. It hurts. I'm dying. As the other men finally reacted, they grabbed whatever they could and charged at Li Chun. Damn it, get him. But as they closed in, a series of thuds resounded as they were sent flying, crashing to the ground and wailing in agony. You dare to hit me? A shaved-head man glared at Li Chun with gritted teeth. Li Chun casually picked up a beer bottle and approached him. With a swift motion, he shattered the bottle over the man's head. Before the man could utter a cry, Li Chun struck again, driving the sharp edge of the bottle straight through the man's palm. Ah! The man screamed, his body jolting upright in shock. The onlookers instinctively recoiled, startled by the sudden brutality of the seemingly refined young man. Meanwhile, Chun Hao swallowed hard, his wife's face paling in fear. At that moment, Li Chun walked up to Chun Hao and handed him a beer bottle. Haozi, go vent your frustrations. Chun Hao's expression showed concern. Earlier, witnessing the destruction these men had wrought on his establishment had ignited a fury within him, but now, in a moment of clarity, he felt a twinge of fear. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Noticing Chun Hao's hesitation, Li Chun did not press the matter further and set the bottle aside. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed 120. Hello, we have several injured individuals here. Please send assistance. After providing the address, he ended the call. It wasn't that Li Chun was particularly benevolent. It was simply that none of the assailants were in any condition to rise, and their presence was detrimental to his friend's business. Before long, the ambulance arrived to take the injured away. Li Chun and Chun Hao tidied up the scene before sitting down in the restaurant. It's been 10 years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? Chen Hao reflected with a hint of nostalgia. In the dormitory back in the day, Li Chun shared a close bond with Huafeng, while his relationships with the others were rather lukewarm. After graduating, their communication dwindled significantly. Upon their reunion, Li Chun felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Indeed, it has been a decade. Who would have thought that Haozi would open a barbecue restaurant? With a sigh, Chun Hao replied, Isn't this the result of life's pressures? Finding a decent job is challenging, so I decided to venture into entrepreneurship. As you can see, making money is far from easy. As they conversed, Chen Wei's wife brought over a plate of skewers and 2 bottles of beer. Chen Hao uncapped a bottle and said, It's been years since we last met. Li Chun, let us have a proper drink together. Sure, Li Chun nodded. By the way, allow me to introduce you to my wife, Zhao Nana. Hello, sister-in-law. Li Chun greeted. Zhao Nana offered him a gentle smile and then tugged at her husband's sleeve. What's the matter? Chun Hao stood up and accompanied his wife to the cash register. Those thugs are not to be trifled with. If we confront them, it may invite retaliation. Upon hearing this, a serious expression crossed Chun Hao's face. When they returned to the table, Chun Hao's brow was furrowed. Li Chun chuckled softly. Haozi, sit down. It's nothing to worry about. He then reassured Zhao Nana, sister-in-law, rest assured, with me around, their background is inconsequential. Encouraged by Li Chun's words, Chun Hao felt a bit more at ease. He knew that Li Chun came from a wealthy family and had broader connections than he did. Li Chun, I recall you and Huafeng started a company. I tried to find out more later, but I couldn't get any news. I did run into Huafeng on the street once and attempted to greet him, but his bodyguard wouldn't let me near. Chen Hao expressed his frustration at the memory. That fool, let us not speak of him, Li Chun said, not wishing to let this dampen his mood. By the way, Howsy, let us add each other on WeChat. If any issues arise in the future, just let me know. If those ruffians dare to cause trouble in your restaurant, inform me, and I assure you, they will regret it. Sure. The two promptly exchanged WeChat information. Li Chun took a bite of the lamb skewer and nodded. The flavor is delightful. As they clinked their glasses, the conversation flowed more freely with a few drinks. Zhao Nana brought out several more dishes and remarked, after all these years, it's the first time I've seen Howsy so joyful. Chun Hao stood up and kissed his wife, to which Zhao Nana playfully rolled her eyes at him. This scene stirred a twinge of envy in Li Chen. If only they were not troubled by anyone, their lives would be exceedingly blissful. Li Chen felt he had been too lenient earlier. Those thugs deserved to be dealt with more severely. However, he considered Chen Hao and the others were ordinary folks, and such brutal scenes might frighten them. He resolved to call Chun Weidong later to investigate what those rascals were up to. A mere beating would not suffice for his satisfaction. After graduation, I realized that your status was different from ours, which is why everyone hesitated to reach out to you. Chun Hao recounted the events of the past years. Li Chen gently patted Chen Hao on the shoulder, reassuring him, you are overthinking this. However, had I been in Qizhou these past 10 years, I would have certainly reached out to you. As their conversation unfolded, several vans abruptly halted across the street. A group of men, brandishing clubs, disembarked and strode menacingly towards the barbecue restaurant. Witnessing this scene, even with Li Chen's earlier assurance, a look of panic crossed the faces of Chun Hao and his wife. Do not worry, Li Chen said, giving Chun Hao another reassuring pat on the shoulder before rising and striding purposefully towards the door. Chapter 69, Boss Chun. You have such formidable brothers. Outside, numerous passers-by and shop owners observed from a distance. A group of over a dozen men, brandishing clubs, exuded an air of menace. Most of them bald and adorned with tattoos. Who dared to strike my brother? Step forward. One of the bald men bellowed, his face a mask of fury. It was I, Li Chun declared as he stepped forward. You dare to lay a hand on my brother? The bald man lunged, attempting to seize Li Chun by the collar. With a swift motion, Li Chun delivered a resounding slap that sent him sprawling to the ground, convulsing. The onlookers shuddered at the sight of the 1.8-meter-tall man being so easily dispatched. Yet, Li Chun showed no intention of halting his assault. With a flurry of strikes, he charged into the throng, and in mere moments, over 20 individuals lay incapacitated on the ground, some with broken limbs, their cries echoing in despair. You dare to strike me? We are under the protection of Lord Su Lu. He will not let this go unpunished. A yellow-haired thug threatened, pointing at Li Chun. Crack. In an instant, Li Chun seized the thug's finger and twisted it grotesquely. Ah! The anguished screams pierced the air. Is Lord Su Lu truly so formidable? It appears the security in Qingzhou is in dire need of reform, Li Chun remarked, pulling out his phone. The surrounding crowd gasped at his audacity to suggest such an overhaul of Qingzhou's order. Chen Hao began to worry. After all, Su Lu was the leader of one of the 3 major underworld gangs in Qingzhou. Could Li Chun, a mere rich heir, truly provoke him? The call connected. Come to the university town, Li Chun instructed tersely before hanging up and turning to Chun Hao, saying, let us continue our drinking. Do not worry. I shall handle matters here. Chun Hao remained skeptical. Approximately 20 minutes later, a black Hummer SUV appeared at the entrance of the barbecue restaurant. The door swung open, and Su Lu, dressed in a shirt, hurriedly emerged, approaching Li Chun with caution. Mr. Li, what has transpired? He inquired anxiously. Li Chun rose and gestured toward the incapacitated men sprawled on the ground. These are your subordinates. They intended to vandalize my brother's barbecue shop. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Su Lu's brow. He strode purposefully toward his men. At that moment, they recognized their leader. Sixth Master, you've arrived. The bald thug stammered, but before he could finish, Su Lu delivered a kick to his mouth, knocking out several teeth. Su Lu, still unsatisfied, picked up a nearby stool and smashed it down. How dare you, blind fools, to use my name to bully others, even daring to disrupt Mr. Li's friend's establishment. After a few blows, the bald thug lay utterly still. The other henchmen were paralyzed with fear, nearly wetting themselves. The onlookers, too, were taken aback, while Chun Hao and his wife felt a sense of relief wash over them. To my surprise, Li Chun was acquainted with Su Liuye, and judging by Su Liuye's demeanor towards Li Chun, it appeared that Li Chen's standing was even superior to that of Su Liuye. It seems that Li Chun possesses considerable influence, Zhao Nana whispered to Chen Hao. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Chen spoke, instructing his subordinate not to discipline in my presence, but to do so later. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Su Liuye smiled obsequiously, assuring Mr. Li, I guarantee you a satisfactory resolution. Li Chen nodded and added, furthermore, inform Chen Weidong and Yuan Haidong tomorrow to properly manage their subordinates. Should I witness any further misdeeds from your 3 subordinates, beware of your heads. Su Liuye wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing that he had successfully navigated this ordeal. All right, take your people and remember to have them compensate for the damages to the shop. Yes, Su Liuye repeatedly nodded. Once Su Liuye's entourage departed, Chen Hao and his wife felt as though they were in a dream. The surrounding merchants began to chatter excitedly, astonished that the usually low-key Chen Hao had such formidable allies. Those ruffians who had caused chaos in Chen Hao's shop had indeed encountered an immovable force, much to everyone's relief. Li Chen, thank you, Chen Hao sincerely expressed. Li Chen smiled. We are brothers, no need for formality. By the way, we must keep in touch. He patted Chen Hao on the shoulder. With matters settled and dinner consumed, the sky had completely darkened, signaling that it was time to take their leave. After Li Chen departed, the nearby merchants felt emboldened to approach Chen Hao's shop. Chen Hao, who would have thought you had such a brother? You have been quite low-key. Indeed, we will rely on you for protection from now on. With you around, which troublemaker would dare to create a disturbance? Even the owner of the barbecue shop across the street, who had previously held animosity towards Chen Hao, approached with a conciliatory smile. Boss Chen, I may have overstepped previously. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and forgive me. As he spoke, he placed 2 packs of cigarettes on the table. I know you enjoy smoking. These are specially for you. Brother, we are all in the same business on this street. I won't hold a grudge. As for the cigarettes, please take them back. I cannot accept them. Boss Chen, if you refuse, it would mean you do not forgive me. All right. Chen Hao chuckled, then I shall accept them. The following morning, Li Chen prepared offerings early and arrived at the western suburbs cemetery. Today marked the anniversary of his parents' passing, and reflecting on the past weighed heavily on his heart. However, as he approached the gravestone, Li Chen's expression darkened. To his dismay, he discovered that there were individuals lying in wait at his parents' graves. These people were truly despicable. He placed the severed head of Qin Yunsheng, contained within a plastic bag, before the gravestone and coldly commanded, "Come out." Moments later, Song Yuheng emerged, accompanied by 8 imposing figures, all with piercing gazes. A casual glance revealed to Li Chen that they were all practitioners of dark energy martial arts. Ha ha ha. Li Chen, I bet you didn't expect to find me waiting here for you. Today, you can reunite with your parents in the afterlife. Chapter 70. The demise of Song Yuheng. Li Chen gazed upon Song Yuheng and his 8 subordinates. Today marked the anniversary of my parents' passing. Thus, what better tribute than to present a few more severed heads to honor their spirits in the afterlife? What did you say? Song Yuheng chuckled upon hearing these words. Li Chen, did I hear that correctly? You cannot possibly believe that your strength can rival that of my 8 subordinates. Each of them is a practitioner of the dark force. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Song Yuheng commanded, "First, break his limbs. I wish to enjoy torturing him." As the words fell, the 8 figures lunged towards Li Chen with tremendous force, the air vibrating with their swift approach. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, in the blink of an eye, these formidable warriors were sent hurtling backward at an even greater speed, crashing to the ground and lying lifelessly as 8 corpses. A look of sheer terror washed over Song Yuheng, his expression akin to one who has encountered a ghost. The dark force practitioners had been instantaneously vanquished by Li Chen. Now, it is your turn. Li Chen's gaze fell coldly upon Song Yuheng. Instinctively, Song Yuheng took several steps back, his face a mask of horror. Wait, I am the eldest son of the Song family. You cannot kill me. What is the Song family to me? Li Chen scoffed. My sister, Song Yuga, is wed to the legitimate heir of the Qin family, Qin Tian. The Qin family is a clan of ancient martial arts. You should comprehend the weight of such lineage. If you spare me, we can settle our grievances once and for all. The Qin family? I have already obliterated them, Li Chen retorted. Oh, and your sister was also slain by my hand. What? Impossible. Song Yuheng shook his head vehemently. Li Chen, do not spout nonsense. How could you possibly destroy the Qin family? Then take a look at this, Li Chen declared, raising his hand to draw a black plastic bag towards him, which he then tossed at Song Yuheng's feet. With a puzzled expression, Song Yuheng opened the bag. The moment he did, a bloodied head tumbled out, causing him to collapse in shock. As he recognized the visage of the head, his pupils dilated in disbelief. It was the head of Qin Yunsheng, the patriarch of the Qin family. Had Li Qin truly annihilated the Qin family? This is unfathomable. In that instant, he felt as though the sky itself had fallen. There is no such thing as impossible. The esteemed background you take pride in is, in my eyes, utterly insignificant. Song Yuhang, let me share a secret. I am not merely a warrior. I am a cultivator. Are you aware of what a cultivator is? It is a being of a higher echelon than a warrior, and I am the strongest among them. Do you realize that I could extinguish all of Huaxia? Indeed, the entire earth, with but a thought? Thus, the Qin family, which you consider your support, is but a slightly larger ant in my eyes. As Li Qin's words echoed, he extended his hand and, with a mere gesture, obliterated Song Yuhang's body below the neck, leaving only the head in his grasp. Simultaneously, he employed the same method to detach the heads of the 8 deceased warriors, alongside the severed head of Qin Yusheng. A total of 10 heads were arranged neatly before the grave. Having completed these actions, Li Qin bowed 3 times before his parents' grave. Rest assured, dear Mom and Dad, Uncle Air, Uncle San, and all members of the Li family, it won't be long before the heads of all the perpetrators are laid at your resting place. With that, Li Qin turned and exited the cemetery. At noon, Nian Ruobing paced anxiously outside the hospital room. She had heard that Song Yuheng had gone to the cemetery to confront Li Chun. Before leaving, Song Yuheng had told her that he would call her once Li Chun was dead. However, the entire morning had passed, and there was still no word from him. Unable to contain her worry, she took out her phone and dialed Song Yuheng's number, only to be met with the disheartening message that the call could not be answered. After several attempts, she encountered the same result. What could possibly be happening? Could it be that Li Qin had not even shown up on the anniversary of his parents' death? Yet even if Li Qin was absent, Song Yuheng should still be able to answer his phone. After a moment of hesitation, she instructed the nurse to keep an eye on her father and then headed directly to the hospital parking lot, driving swiftly towards the western suburban cemetery. Half an hour later, a silver sports car came to a halt at the cemetery entrance. Nian Ruobing made her way towards the section where Li Chun's parents were buried. Following the massacre of the Li family, Su Qingxue had arranged their burial, and Nian Ruobing had initially feigned sorrow by visiting their graves, so she was well aware of their location. Before long, she arrived at the cluster of tombstones. Yet there was not a soul in sight. Undeterred, she dialed Song Yuheng's number again, only to hear the ringing sound echoing from ahead. The phone was here, but the person was not. A wave of foreboding washed over Nian Ruobing as she quickened her pace. Soon, she found herself standing before the grave. However, the moment she beheld the scene before the tombstone, she instinctively covered her mouth in horror. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Her complexion turned ashen, and her eyes brimmed with terror. 10 severed heads lay neatly arranged before the tombstone, bloodied and gruesome, one of which unmistakably belonged to Song Yuheng. His eyes still wide open, Nian Ruobing gazed in utter disbelief, her eyes locking with Song Yuheng's as if he were staring back at her. What had transpired? Song Yuheng was dead, along with those he had brought. They had come to deal with Li Chun. Could it be that Li Chun had killed them? A tempest of emotion surged within Nian Ruobing, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. The information that had led to Song Yuheng's attempt on Li Chen's life had come from her, and given the long-standing enmity between the Nian and Li families, she wondered whether Li Chen would next turn his wrath upon her and her father. A profound fear enveloped her. No, I must inform the Song family. They are perhaps our only hope now. With this thought in mind, Nian Ruobing scrambled to her feet and hurried into her car. Yet, her trembling legs rendered her incapable of driving. Shaking uncontrollably, she fumbled for her phone and dialed her father, Nian Lichuan. He had emerged from danger and was able to check his phone that morning. Dad, something terrible has happened. Chapter 71. Old classmates within the confines of the hospital room. Nian Lichuan listened intently to his daughter's report. Startled, he sprang to his feet, only to feel a sharp pang of pain shoot through his wound, causing him to gasp. Yet, at that moment, he was entirely oblivious to his own discomfort. What did you say? Song Yuheng is dead, killed by Li Chun? That Li Chun is exceedingly audacious. We must leave Qingzhou at once. You return immediately. I can't drive. My legs are trembling. Nian Ruobing's voice quivered with distress. If you cannot drive, abandon the car and take a taxi. And do not inform the Song family just yet. Song Yuheng died defending us. If they learn of this, both our lives will be forfeit. Understood, Nian Ruobing replied promptly. Meanwhile, In Jiangnan, before the entrance of an opulent estate, a Rolls-Royce glided out. Just as it exited, a figure rushed forth, obstructing its path. Any resident of Qizhou present would recognize this individual as Huafeng, who had ventured to Jiangnan. "Are you seeking death?" the driver shouted as he rolled down the window. Disregarding the driver's outburst, Huafeng approached the rear window and knocked on the glass. "Liu, President Liu." "It's me, Huafeng." The back window gradually slid down, revealing an unattractive yet menacing visage of a woman. This was none other than Liu Yingying, a notorious figure within the Jiangnan underworld and the formidable leader of the Qingyan society, one of the 5 major factions. Despite her gender, her ruthless tactics rivaled those of any man, and whispers circulated that she maintained numerous male paramours, employing perverse methods. Huafeng sought her out because 3 years prior, during a chance encounter, Liu Yingying had taken a liking to him. However, at that time, Huafeng was at the pinnacle of his career and would never consider becoming a kept man. Although Liu Yingying was tyrannical, she was not one to force her will upon others, and the matter had been left unresolved. Now, having been ousted from his company, Huafeng could no longer swallow his pride and decided to seek her assistance. "Is it really you?" Liu Yingying gazed upon Huafeng's face, which matched her preferred type, a smile gracing her lips. "What brings you to me?" "President Liu, I wish to follow you. I beg you to take me in." "Come inside. We shall discuss it." Liu Yingying opened the car door, and Huafeng entered with trepidation. "President Liu, I was expelled from Qizhou, and I have come to seek your help for revenge. If you assist me, I will do anything you ask." Huafeng recounted the events involving Li Chun. "Anything at all." Liu Yingying leaned in close, whispering into Huafeng's ear. Huafeng felt a shiver run down his spine, but ultimately steeled himself, nodding in agreement. "Very well. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I was drawn to you. Rest assured, Li Chun may reign supreme in Qingzhou, but in the vast expanse of Jiangnan, he is but a mere insect." Huafeng's eyes gleamed with hope, though concern lingered. "But Li Chun even commands respect from Chen Weidong." "Chen Weidong? I have never even heard that name," Liu Yingying scoffed. Liu Yingying waved her hand to interrupt, assuring him, "Do not worry. Spend a few days with me, and I shall help you vent your frustrations." "All right, President Liu," he replied. After departing from his parents' grave, Li Chun felt a profound sense of desolation. He wandered aimlessly through the streets of Qizhou, feeling like an orphan abandoned by the world. With his parents gone and Qin Shui absent from his side, the pain within him was left unexpressed. At that moment, a voice filled with surprise broke through the gloom. "Li Chun, is that truly you?" Upon hearing the voice, Li Chun halted his steps. Turning around, he beheld a striking figure. It was Lin Xian, his high school classmate. Lin Xian had once been regarded as the belle of the class, a cherished figure in many hearts. However, few were aware that Lin Xian had once pursued Li Chun and even penned him a love letter. At the time, Li Chun had been somewhat immature and oblivious, leading to the matter fading into obscurity. As they entered university, their social circles diverged and contact dwindled. He never anticipated encountering her in this place. "What a coincidence," Li Chun remarked. Lin Xian appraised him from head to toe and playfully pinched his shoulder with her fair hand. "You still look as handsome as ever after all these years. I once visited your university, but upon hearing you were with the campus beauty, I hesitated to see you, feeling I could not measure up to Su Qinxue. Later, I heard about the troubles your family faced." As she spoke, Lin Xian noticed the sorrow in Li Chun's eyes and quickly stopped herself. "I apologize. I did not mean to bring up painful memories." "That's all right," Li Chun replied with a faint smile. "By the way, Li Chun, a few of our high school classmates are gathering for dinner today. It has been many years since you last saw them, hasn't it? They would surely be delighted to see you." "High school classmates?" Li Chun pondered for a moment before nodding. Just moments ago, he had felt utterly disconnected from the world. Now, the mention of his high school days stirred a flicker of vitality within him. It would indeed be nice to see them. "By the way, Li Chun, do you have a car? If not, you can ride with me," Lin Xian inquired. "I don't have a car," Li Chun replied with a smile. "No car?" Lin Xian was taken aback. In this day and age, nearly everyone owned a vehicle. Li Chun had been a wealthy heir, known for changing his sports car every few days during university. The realization that he now lacked even a single car painted a picture of a fallen scion in Lin Xian's mind. Her gaze softened with a touch of sympathy as she reflected on the former sunlit figure of her idol, now reduced to a shadow of his former self. She could almost sense the weight of his hardships without needing to see them. Lin Xian sighed inwardly. Throughout their journey, Lin Xian spoke cautiously with Li Chun. Soon, the car stopped in front of a restaurant. and they ascended to a private room on the second floor. "Look who I've brought," Lin Xian exclaimed as she opened the door. Inside the room sat three individuals, two men and one woman. The woman, Huang Xian, had been the class monitor in high school, possessing a gentle demeanor. Two men, one named Wu Baoxin and the other Luo Nan, were not particularly remarkable students compared to Li Chun during their academic years. Upon hearing a voice, they turned in unison, surprised to see Li Chun. "Li Chun, it has been quite some time," remarked Luo Nan, who had always been perceived as rather earnest and unassuming during their school days. He was the first to rise, extending his hand toward Li Chun. His attire, a tailored suit adorned with luxury brands, indicated a successful transition into society, with a watch worth upwards of $500,000. Wu Baoxin and Huang Xian also greeted him warmly. Once they were seated, the feast commenced, and as they dined, the initial unfamiliarity began to dissipate. Luo Nan, now a prosperous owner of a construction company with an annual income exceeding 10 million, remarked to Huang Xian, "In the real world, success is often measured by one's financial achievements. Lao Luo, should I find myself in need of employment, I hope you will take me into your company." Wu Baoxin raised his glass in a toast. Upon hearing this, Luo Nan couldn't help but display a hint of pride, gesturing grandly. "If any of you find yourselves without work, you are all welcome at my company. Given our history as classmates, I can surely secure you a junior leadership position." At this juncture, Luo Nan turned his gaze toward Li Chen, adding, "Li Chen, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. We are old classmates." After all, they were all somewhat aware of the upheaval surrounding the Li family, and observing Li Chun's reticence and apparent self-doubt stirred a sense of empathy in Luo Nan. The others also directed their attention toward Li Chun, contemplating the prospect of Luo Nan providing him with employment as a favorable outcome. "No, thank you," Li Chun replied, shaking his head, aware that they had misunderstood his situation. "I am not in need of financial assistance." His response elicited a heavy silence among the group, revealing that Li Chun still struggled to relinquish his pride. Chapter 72. Are you sure? Come, let us continue our meal. Wu Baoxin stood up to lighten the atmosphere. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Xian's phone rang. She stepped outside to take a call. Upon her return, her countenance appeared somewhat troubled. She turned to Luo Nan and said, "Luo Nan, could you step outside for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." "All right." Luo Nan followed Lin Xian out. A few minutes later, they returned together, both bearing somber expressions, with Luo Nan displaying a hint of remorse. "What happened?" Wu Baoxin could not suppress his curiosity. Huang Xian's gaze also shifted towards the two. Luo Nan looked at Lin Xian with a questioning glance, as the matter concerned her, and he would defer to her wishes before divulging anything to the group. Lin Xian nodded slightly, prompting Luo Nan to speak. "It's about a spoiled rich kid named Jin Zijia. He has taken a liking to Lin Xian and has been persistently pursuing her, but she does not reciprocate his feelings. He has been harassing her, leveraging his status to threaten her. Just now, Lin Xian asked if I had any connections that could persuade Jin Zijia to leave her alone. But I am merely a small business owner and cannot engage with someone of his caliber." At this point, Luo Nan let out a sigh. Upon hearing this, the room fell into a hushed silence. Given that Luo Nan was the most successful among them, if he was unable to help, the others had little hope. "Old classmates, it seems our gathering must conclude here. One of Jin Zijia's lackeys spotted me entering this establishment and mentioned that he would soon be arriving. So it would be best for everyone to disperse for today. I sincerely apologize for affecting the mood." Lin Xian stated. "Lin Xian, what are you saying? We are friends. It pains us that we cannot assist you." Huang Xian and Wu Baoxin chimed in. "But I have a job in Qingzhou, where I have worked for 10 years. Am I to abandon everything I've strived for?" Lin Xian sighed, reflecting on a decade of hard work. At that moment, the door to the room was rudely thrust open. "Leaving? Where do you think you're going?" "Lin Xian, are you really considering moving to another city? That truly breaks my heart." A portly young man swaggered in, clad in a flamboyant shirt, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Though not unattractive, his face bore the unmistakable mark of someone untrustworthy. Seeing him, Lin Xian's expression shifted slightly. "Do not be afraid, I want tea bite. Since this is a reunion of old classmates, why not introduce me to everyone?" With that, Jin Zijia seated himself uninvited and pulled out a cigarette, preparing to light it. "Since Lin Xian does not favor you, you should cease your relentless pursuit." At that moment, Li Chen stood up. Instantly, Jin Zijia's action of lighting his cigarette halted, the atmosphere in the room becoming palpably tense. Who are you? I dare you to repeat what you just said. Jin Zijia glared at Li Chun, his eyes icy and laden with menace. My name is Li Chun, and I implore you to refrain from bothering Lin Xian any further. Upon the utterance of those words, the atmosphere within the private room grew even more frigid. Lin Xian, feeling a surge of urgency, implored, Li Chun, do not concern yourself with my affairs. You must leave at once. Her eyes brimmed with distress. Her trepidation towards Jin Zijia stemmed from her awareness of his volatile nature. Confronting him in front of others would yield no favorable outcome. At that moment, Jin Zijia abruptly discarded his unlit cigarette. Rising to his feet with a fierce glare directed at Li Qin, do you wish to perish? He spat, seizing a bottle from the table. However, before he could strike, an overwhelming force struck his abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The onlookers were rendered speechless, utterly taken aback by Li Qin's sudden and brutal response. Li Chun regarded Jin Zijia with an icy stare. Now, tell me, can we cease this pursuit of Lin Xian? Aye, you bastard, Jin Zijia retorted, spewing more blood, evidently still defiant. Li Qin's lips curled into a cold smile as he raised a bottle and brought it crashing down upon Jin Zijia's head. The impact left Jin Zijia bloodied, his head drooping lifelessly. He can't be dead, can he? Luo Nan's voice trembled slightly. Yet, just as those words left his lips, Jin Zijia's head wobbled back up, his face a gruesome mask of blood. With venomous eyes fixed on Li Qin, he hissed, You, no matter who you are, this is far from over. For daring to strike me, Jin Zijia, I shall not let this go. As he spoke, he struggled to retrieve his phone from his pocket. Li Qin made no move to stop him, instead watching with indifference as he slowly spoke. Are you certain you wish to proceed? At this, a shiver ran through Jin Zijia, yet he quickly recovered, sneering, You have assaulted me. This matter will not conclude here. The expressions of Lin Xian and the others turned pale. After all, Jin Zijia was backed by the Jin family. However, Li Qin merely chuckled. Very well. Do as you wish, but remember, this is your choice. Do not lament your decision later. With that, he resumed his seat. Meanwhile, Jin Zijia's call connected. Bring more people to me. Yes, at the Fuxiang restaurant, the more, the better. Today, I will ensure that bastard meets his end. The crowd's faces paled once more. Yet, despite their fear, none expressed a desire to leave, opting instead to stand with Li Qin. Luo Nen pulled out his phone to leverage his connections, but upon revealing that he had crossed paths with the Jin family's heir, each contact hastily terminated the call with various excuses. Just as Luo Nan was dialing for the 19th time, a cacophony of hurried footsteps signaled the arrival of Jin Zijia's associates. The once sullen Jin Zijia, who had appeared as lifeless as a discarded dog, suddenly regained his vigor, standing upright with a sinister grin. You are finished, boy. My people have arrived. Before he could finish his sentence, a swift kick to his abdomen sent him crashing into the wall once more. This time, she collapsed onto the ground, clutching her abdomen, unable to utter a sound due to the excruciating pain. A group of individuals burst through the door, coincidentally witnessing the scene of Jin Zijia being assaulted. The first two to enter were quick to react. One rushed to assist Jin Zijia, while the other clenched his fists, advancing towards Li Chun with the intent to strike. Stop! At that moment, a cold and indifferent voice resonated. From behind the crowd, a formidable middle-aged man strode in with urgency. Uncle Hu, Jin Zijia, having regained a semblance of composure, called out to the middle-aged man, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. However, the man paid her no heed. Instead, he approached Li Chun directly and respectfully stated, Mr. Li, I did not expect to find you here. Chapter 73. The Drifter is a master. What transpired? The onlookers were utterly bewildered. The middle-aged man, known as Uncle Hu, unexpectedly greeted Li Qin with such politeness, even displaying a hint of reverence. Jin Zijia was equally astonished. Uncle Hu was a key aide to his father, holding a position of significant esteem within the Jin family, to the extent that even he, the young master of the Jin clan, had to show Uncle Hu respect. Moreover, Uncle Hu had always been fond of him, having watched him grow up. Initially, he assumed that upon witnessing his injury, Uncle Hu would surely take vengeance on Li Qin, yet he was taken aback by this demeanor. What was going on? Not only were they confused, but even Uncle Hu's companions were equally perplexed. They had come to avenge their young master. What was Manager Hu doing? Who are you? Li Chun inquired, furrowing his brow at the middle-aged man before him. He did not recognize him. I am the manager of the Jin group. Of course, Mr. Li does not know me. However, I had the privilege of meeting you at Boss Chun Weidong's banquet, the man replied. Upon hearing this, Li Chun understood immediately. Chun Weidong had introduced himself with great formality, and everyone present must have known his identity, which explained the man's courteous approach. Uncle Hu, regardless of who he is, you must avenge me. Jin Zijia interjected once more. In response, Uncle Hu stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Silence. If you do not wish for the entire Jin family to accompany you to your demise, cease your words. Jin Zijia was stunned by the blow, and even more so by the implication of Uncle Hu's words. The notion of the entire Jin family perishing was terrifying indeed. He involuntarily shuddered. Uncle Hu's actions, while seemingly punitive, were in fact a warning. This young man was someone whom even the Jin family could not afford to offend. Though Jin Zijia was a debauchee, he was not foolish. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and lowered his head. Uncle Hu, I understand my mistake. Uncle Hu turned to Li Qin. Mr. Li, my young master is lacking in discernment. I bring him to you to apologize. Allow me to treat you to this meal, whatever demands you may have. The Jin family will gladly fulfill. Hearing this, Li Qin smiled. Was it so simple to sweep the matter under the rug with mere words? He glanced at Jin Zijia. Do you recall what you said when I asked if you wished to continue? At this, Jin Zijia trembled visibly. Uncle Hu quickly interjected, Mr. Li, it is my young master's fault. I apologize on his behalf. Before he could finish, Li Qin interrupted him. I want one of his hands. As the words fell, the air grew tense. Jin Zijia looked up in terror. No. He shook his head vigorously, pleading with Uncle Hu. Bring me a knife. Uncle Hu commanded, and a subordinate handed him a blade. Uncle Hu, you cannot. Jin Zijia's protest was cut short as his hand was severed. Ah! Jin Zijia fainted from the excruciating pain. Mr. Li, are you now satisfied? Uncle Hu inquired. Get lost. Li Chun waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Hu signaled to his subordinates, and they hurriedly departed with the gold. Even long after their departure, the private room remained enveloped in silence. Huang Xian, Wu Baoxin, Luo Nan, and Lin Xian all gazed at Li Chun with expressions of sheer astonishment. The recent events had profoundly impacted them. The Jin family's formidable influence, in the presence of Li Qin, resembled a mouse confronting a cat. With merely a word from Li Qin, the Jin family members had personally severed Jin Zijia's hand. Li Qin, thank you. Lin Xian was the first to regain her composure and express her gratitude. She understood that the matter concerning Jin Zijia had been resolved. Yet her eyes brimmed with curiosity about Li Qin's true identity. Wasn't it said that his family had fallen into disarray? Beside her, Luo Nan's gaze grew more profound. Having established a modicum of status in Qingzhou, he fully comprehended the implications of the scene they had just witnessed. It struck him as somewhat ludicrous that he had considered offering Li Qin a job. There's no need for formality, Li Qin replied with a smile. Let's not linger. Let us continue to enjoy our drinks. By the way, let us exchange WeChat contacts. Upon hearing Li Qin's words, they all promptly retrieved their phones. Through this brief interaction, Li Qin discovered that these high school classmates possessed commendable character. Initially assuming that he had fallen from grace, they had sought to offer him employment. And despite their evident fear when Jin Zijia made that phone call, not one had chosen to leave prematurely. Such loyalty is indeed a rare gem in contemporary society. Thanks to Li Qin's initiative in exchanging WeChat contacts, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. The gathering continued for another hour before concluding, during which no one inquired about Li Qin's background. They were simply relieved that he had not truly fallen from grace. As Li Qin exited the restaurant, he felt a lightness in his heart. At that moment, he received a call from Su Yaning. Brother-in-law, there has been an incident at the Li family estate construction site. Someone is causing trouble. I'm in Chuzhou and cannot return. Please go check it out. Understood. I will head there immediately. Just as he hung up, a call from Chun Weidong came through. Mr. Li, I apologize for disturbing you, but I am unable to manage the situation at the Li estate any longer. I am already aware, Li Qin replied. In addition to Su Yaning's personnel, Chun Weidong's subordinates had been covertly guarding the construction site. The fact that both Su Yaning and Chun Weidong had reached out signified that the intruders bore ill intent. Before the Li estate, two factions were locked in confrontation. On one side stood Chun Weidong's Qinglong Hall and the construction site's security personnel. Opposing them were a dozen or so individuals, among them Zhou Jiahong, the wealthy heir whom Li Qin had previously dealt with. Beside Zhou Jiahong stood a disheveled man, a martial artist nearing the qi refinement stage. Li Qin immediately discerned the man's cultivation level. The aura surrounding him felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the residue from the elixirs he had given to Su Yaning. It was the remnants of the elixir. He had ingested the remnants. A sudden realization dawned upon Li Chun. After refining the elixirs, he had left some residue on the ground. As an immortal emperor, he had not bent down to retrieve it, not anticipating that it would lead to the rise of this man. Moreover, Li Chun discovered that this vagrant was, in fact, a congenital Dao body. It was no wonder that, relying solely on some remnants of medicine, he possessed such formidable strength. In comparison, his sister-in-law truly seemed to be a mere wastrel. At this moment, Zhou Jiaheng gazed arrogantly at Chen Weidong. You, the illustrious leader of the Qinglong Hall, do not appear to be all that impressive. Previously, it was you and that scoundrel Li Qin who severed my father's hand. Today, I shall first lay waste to Li Qin's estate and subsequently eradicate your Qinglong Hall. From this day forth, the Zhou family shall dictate the affairs of Qingzhou. As he spoke, Zhou Jiaheng cast a triumphant glance at the disheveled man beside him. The man's aura was robust, exuding a predatory essence akin to that of a wolf or tiger. It was he who had just inflicted injury upon Qin Weidong. This individual was named Zheng Wei. He had originally been a homeless man whom Zhou Jiaheng encountered at the construction site. At that time, Zhou had offered Zheng Wei some food, and the latter insisted on following him. Zhou had initially been quite disdainful, but he never anticipated that this vagrant was, in fact, a master. Chapter 74. Alas, you should not covet my family's interest. Qin Weidong had never anticipated that the individuals he once regarded as insignificant, akin to stray dogs on the roadside, would now exhibit such arrogance before him. The crux of the matter lay in the presence of the disheveled man beside Zhou Jiaheng, whose prowess was undeniably formidable. Despite having entered the innate realm with Li Qin's assistance, Qin Weidong found himself perpetually subdued by this adversary. Not only did the opponent possess a superior level of cultivation, but his combat awareness and innate talent also surpassed Qin's. How could this be? When did such a master emerge in Qingzhou? Yet, despite the astonishment swirling within him, Qin Weidong remained composed, casting a cold gaze upon Zhou Jiaheng as he spoke. Zhou Jiaheng, you are perhaps too premature in your triumph. I acknowledge the capability of your subordinate, but opposing Mr. Li is tantamount to courting death. Should Mr. Li arrive and witness your actions, your fate would be sealed. Hearing this, Zhou Jiaheng could not suppress his laughter. Mr. Li? What is he to me? Once I have reduced this estate to ruins, I shall capture that Li Chun, shatter his limbs, and hang him before my family's door to apologize to my father. From this day forth, the entirety of Qingzhou shall bend to my will. Zhou Jiaheng brimmed with arrogance. Directing his attention to Zheng Wei, my good brother, the Zhou family shall never treat you poorly. Fear not, young Master Zhou. As long as you provide me with sustenance, I shall grant you dominion over the world. Command me to eliminate anyone, and I shall comply. Excellent. Zhou Jiaheng rejoiced at these words. Zheng Wei was indeed a treasure, possessing immense strength, yet completely obedient to him. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us commence the demolition of this estate. With a commanding shout, Zhou Jiaheng summoned 3 excavators that rumbled forth. You dare. A chilling voice pierced the air as Li Chun materialized, his expression stern and resolute. Li Chun. A palpable hatred flickered in Zhou Jiaheng's eyes upon seeing him. I had intended to seek you out tomorrow, yet here you are today, most fortuitous. We shall settle both new and old scores. As he spoke, he instructed Zheng Wei. Zheng Wei, subdue him, but do not kill him. First, break his limbs. I intend to make him suffer. Understood. Zheng Wei stepped forward, his gaze filled with a thirst for blood as he regarded Li Chun. When young Master Zhou offered me a meal, I vowed to repay him with all my might. Therefore, young man, do not resist, for before me, you lack the qualifications to do so. Upon hearing these words, Li Chun could not help but shake his head and let out a sigh. Zheng Wei, it must be said, possessed exceptional talent. In a place like Earth, to possess an innate Dao body was remarkable. Even in the realm of cultivation, he would soon rise to prominence as a paragon. Moreover, his fortune was equally impressive. He had fortuitously stumbled upon the remnants of a medicinal pill. Talent and fortune. These are the 2 most crucial attributes of a formidable warrior, and he possessed both. Regrettably, he is blind to his own potential, having chosen to follow Zhou Jiaheng and even contemplating the dismantling of the Li family's residence. With such mediocre talent, he is destined to become a mere ephemeral presence. Do you not realize that your worth in Zhou Jiaheng's eyes derives from your innate abilities, which in turn are a result of the pile of alchemical remnants scattered upon the ground? Li Chun spoke. Zheng Wei abruptly lifted his head, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment, The matter of the alchemical remnants was something he had never disclosed to anyone, and he was taken aback that Li Qin had discerned it so effortlessly. How do you know about the remnants? He inquired. Because those remnants are the unintentional result of my actions, Li Qin replied. Impossible, Zheng Wei exclaimed loudly. In the next instant, with a forceful stomp, he propelled himself toward Li Qin. You dare to spout such nonsense in my presence? I shall see what right you have to claim that treasure was cast aside by you. His speed was astonishing, conjuring a tempest as he enveloped Li Qin's form in a heartbeat. An overwhelming aura surged forth. Chen Weidong felt a jolt of apprehension. Just moments ago, when he had clashed with Zheng Wei, the latter had not exuded such a terrifying presence. Could it be that in such a brief interval, he had made significant progress? It was evident that Zheng Wei was on the verge of entering the qi refinement stage. Li Qin could not help but marvel at the formidable strength of the innate Tao body. Once one officially embarks upon cultivation, their speed could instill despair in ordinary practitioners. However, on the path of cultivation, talent does not guarantee everything. In the realm of immortality, Li Qin had vanquished numerous innate Tao bodies, and even the innate holy body had fallen before him on several occasions. In an instant, Zheng Wei's hand was less than half a meter from Li Qin's body. At that critical moment, Li Qin raised his hand, effortlessly disrupting Zheng Wei's assault and seizing him by the throat. Zheng Wei's body was suspended in midair, his energy surging yet unable to break free from Li Qin's grip, which felt as immovable as a boulder. How is this possible? Zheng Wei's expression morphed into one of horror, tinged with a hint of fear. It was only at this moment that he began to believe Li Qin's words. The remnants truly were the result of this individual's casual actions, and his current level was entirely attributed to the negligence of the man before him. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiahong's previously triumphant grin had solidified into a mask of disbelief. He had thought that with Zheng Wei at his side, he could dominate Qingzhou, dismissing Li Qin entirely. Yet, he could not have anticipated that someone as formidable as Zheng Wei would be so easily subdued by Li Qin. In the next moment, he turned to flee without hesitation. However, Chen Weidong had been acutely aware of his intentions. He lunged forward, swiftly knocking Zhou Jiahong to the ground and seizing him by the neck as one would a chick. At that moment, as Li Qin loosened his grip, Zheng Wei collapsed onto the ground, his face a portrait of fear as he gazed at Li Qin, devoid of his earlier arrogance. Do you now believe? Li Qin asked. Zheng Wei bowed his head. With a sigh, Li Qin continued, You possess an innate Tao body. Had I merely offered you a few pointers, you could have soared to greatness, even to the point of trampling the entire earth beneath your feet. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of hope ignited in Zheng Wei's eyes. He directly knelt before Li Qin, pleading, I implore you, sir, take me as your disciple. Yet, Li Qin's expression remained largely unchanged as he shook his head. Alas, you should not aid the wicked, nor should you entertain thoughts of raising my Li family estate. Upon my return, I vowed that anyone who seeks to destroy my family shall undoubtedly meet their demise. As Li Qin's words resonated, Zheng Wei suddenly looked up, fear evident in his eyes. No. In the next instant, his entire body erupted, transforming into a mist of blood. This spectacle sent shivers down the spines of those around, leaving them weak-kneed with terror. Particularly, Zhou Jiahong's eyes widened in horror, as if he had encountered a specter. However, Chen Weidong, having previously witnessed Li Qin's prowess, was not as astonished. He brought Zhou Jiahong before Li Qin, inquiring, Sir, how shall we proceed with him? Eliminate him. Li Qin replied casually. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiahong's head buzzed, as though his very brain were about to explode. No. Just as the word escaped his lips, Chen Weidong had already struck down, shattering his skull. Mr. Li, if we do not eradicate the root, new shoots will sprout with the spring breeze. Zhou Jinhong, Zhou Jiahong's father, still lives. Chen Weidong cautiously reminded. Leave it to you. Understood. Chen Weidong immediately cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Chapter 75. The wind rises as soon as Li Qin departed, Su Yaning called. Brother-in-law, how is everything at the construction site? Li Qin chuckled. With your brother-in-law on the case, is there anything that cannot be resolved? Hearing this, Su Yaning laughed. That is indeed the case. By the way, I spoke with my parents about you during my recent visit to Chuzhou. They were delighted and expressed their hope that you could visit when you have the time. Really? A smile brightened Li Qin's face upon hearing this. He had feared that the disappearance of Su Qingxue would have caused the elderly couple to harbor ill feelings towards him. Tell uncle and aunt that I will visit them in a few days. After hanging up the phone, Li Qin stepped out and made his way back to his villa. However, as soon as he appeared, a frown creased his brow, and a hint of murderous intent emanated from him. The air around him grew cold. Someone had laid an ambush at his home. "Come out," he commanded. As his voice echoed, 3 figures materialized at the entrance of the courtyard. They employed an ancient technique of concealment, blending seamlessly with the environment, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Leading the trio was a middle-aged man dressed in a sleek black suit, his shoes polished to a shine, resembling a successful businessman. Yet, Li Chun could discern at a glance that this man was a practitioner at the first level of qi refinement. The other 2 were both innate realm experts. In the realm of martial arts, such strength would undoubtedly classify them as superiors, even mythical figures. Indeed, practitioners naturally transcended the powers of the martial world, remaining largely unknown to the masses. The middle-aged man regarded Li Chun with a cold, appraising gaze, seemingly surprised. "We've been waiting here, and there is no one inside. How did you manage to emerge? You dared to ambush me without even understanding this?" Li Chun sneered. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man laughed heartily. "It matters not that you remain silent. I can surmise the truth. There must be a secret passage in the villa, nothing too remarkable. Li Chun, to remain so composed upon our meeting, I must admit I underestimated you. However, today marks your end. 10 years ago, you eluded death by mere luck. And yet you dare return to Qingzhou, seeking your own demise. Not even the divine can save you now." At the mention of a decade prior, Li Chun's eyes narrowed. A surge of killing intent emerging. Undoubtedly, these 3 individuals were likely connected to the tragedy that befell the Li family. Sensing the aura emanating from Li Chun, the middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly. "No wonder you managed to kill Zhang Fengsong. It is unexpected that a mere ordinary person has embarked on the path of cultivation in the past 10 years. Yet, even so, it is futile. You will never comprehend the tremendous power that opposes the Li family. Even if you dedicate your life to it, you will not waver their might in the slightest. After today, the bloodline of the Li family will cease to exist. Indeed, you are connected to them." A glimmer of anticipation ignited within Li Chun. After extinguishing Qin Yunsheng, the trail had gone cold, yet now, the enemy had come to him. "Allow me to introduce my companions," he stated. "This is Tan Lang, and this is Xu Hu. Both peak innate realm experts. In my organization, individuals of such formidable strength are merely classified as Earth-level assassins, not the pinnacle of power. However, even a single Earth-level assassin possesses the capability to cast you into the abyss. Li Chun, this illustrates the disparity. Your misguided belief in your strength to avenge your family is nothing more than a futile struggle against a towering tree, both laughable and tragic." Upon finishing his statement, the middle-aged man commanded the 2, Greedy Wolf, Blood Tiger, escort him on his journey. "Yes," the duo nodded. Wolf's hand appeared a silver crescent blade, while Blood Tiger revealed 3 steel claws glinting with a chilling light. Greedy Wolf licked his lips. "Kid, to die at the hands of us brothers is your honor. Enough of your nonsense." Li Chun shot a glance at them. The 2 trembled, and with a thunderous sound, they vanished from their location. This sudden turn of events froze the smile on the middle-aged man's face. This. At that moment, an icy chill surged from his feet straight to the crown of his head. As a cultivator at the Qi refinement stage and one of the leaders of the assassination organization, he had taken countless lives and encountered numerous strong individuals. Yet he had never witnessed such an eerie scene. With just a glance, 2 innate-level assassins had been obliterated. He stared fixedly at Li Chun, his heart engulfed by an overwhelming fear. What in the world is this boy's realm? Even a 9th-level Qi refiner or the legendary Foundation establishment cultivator could hardly achieve such feats. How does my proud 1st-level Qi refinement strength compare to him? But that of an ant. This Li Chun was just an ordinary person a decade ago. How could he have transformed into such a terrifying being in just 10 years? A tempest of thoughts surged within the middle-aged man's mind, causing him to instinctively retreat. Yet at that moment, Li Chun suddenly vanished from sight, reappearing directly in front of him, his hand gripping the man's throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. As he attempted to resist, a thunderous crash ensued, and he was slammed into the earth. The ground fractured beneath him, and an unknown number of bones shattered within his body, blood gushing from his mouth. Li Chun seized his throat once more, lifting him from the ground. At this moment, the middle-aged man was utterly weakened. As if he were on the brink of gasping his last breath, Li Chun placed his left hand upon the man's head, a spectral blue radiance being torn from him in an instant. The excruciating pain emanating from the depths of his soul made the middle-aged man scream, but the next moment, Li Chun tightened his grip on his throat, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. With meticulous focus, Li Chun delved into the middle-aged man's memories. The man's name was Mo Ing, a leader of the Chongqing Society, an assassin. The reason he sought Li Chun was due to the incident involving Zhang Fengsong's murder. Zhang Fengsong was the ninth-ranked assassin in the organization, and aside from him, there were 8 others who were the culprits behind the annihilation of the Li family 8 years prior. Their actions were motivated by someone who had offered a substantial treasure to the assassin organization in exchange for the reincarnation pearl. The shadow was merely a figurehead, possessing limited knowledge. All information regarding the past has been acquired through his superior, the enigmatic Mr. San, who oversees the Chongqing Society throughout the Jiangnan region. At that moment, the screen of the shadow's phone suddenly illuminated, signaling an incoming call. Li Chun effortlessly extinguished the shadow's life and simultaneously answered the call. "Have you completed the task?" inquired the voice on the other end. "The remnant of the Li family is to be presented before us by tomorrow," with his head in tow. Li Chen's gaze turned frigid as he coldly replied, "I fear you may be disappointed. I am still quite alive." The voice on the line paused in disbelief. Li Chen continued, "You must be Mr. San. Am I correct? Rest assured, I will locate you and personally ensure your demise." With that, he terminated the call. Meanwhile, within a villa in Jiangnan, Mr. San listened to the dial tone, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He soon broke into a cold chuckle. "Arrogant fool. Even the shadow does not know my whereabouts. Yet you believe you can find me? Truly a dreamer. And to think that by killing the shadow, you could contend with me. Such hubris." However, as the words left his lips, the air in the courtyard began to stir ominously. Instinctively, his subordinates outside turned their gazes toward the sky. A sudden wind had arisen, as if the entire perimeter of the courtyard was ensnared by an invisible force. Chapter 76. The truth from 8 years ago. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the courtyard, stirring a sense of unease among the numerous powerful figures of the Chongqing Society. Suddenly, a figure appeared as if conjured from thin air, standing imposingly atop the rooftop. It was Li Chun. At this moment, Li Chun surveyed the entire estate from above. Taking in the scene below, there were a total of 23 individuals, with 15 at the innate level and the remainder at the Qi refinement stage. Among them, one had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, presumably the 3rd master with whom he had just spoken. This location served as a stronghold for the Chongqing Society, a veritable gathering of formidable talents. The occupants of this courtyard alone could easily overwhelm any faction in Jiangnan. Yet, this 3rd master was not among the highest echelons of the Chongqing Society, but merely a member of its upper ranks. "Since you orchestrated the massacre of the Li family 8 years ago, I shall cleanse the Chongqing Society today," Li Chun declared resolutely. "Who are you?" The strongmen of the Chongqing Society below began to ascend the walls, their energies honing in on Li Chen's form. The 3rd master, sensing the anomaly, emerged from his chamber. Upon recognizing Li Chun on the rooftop, his expression morphed into one of disbelief. He had seen Li Chen's photograph and had just spoken with him over the phone in Qizhou. How could he possibly be here now? It was utterly bizarre. Could it be that the person on the call was not the same as the one before him? "Li Chun, no matter what tricks you are playing, daring to appear here means you forfeit your life," the 3rd master coldly asserted. "To threaten me at the brink of death? How amusing," Li Chun scoffed disdainfully. "Boy, daring to intrude upon my Chongqing Society's stronghold, let me witness your strength," the 3rd master challenged. Beside him, a figure clad in a long robe stepped forward, moving like a swift swallow as he lunged toward Li Chun. His speed was remarkable, leaving a blurred trail in the air, having already attained the 1st level of Qi refinement. Mid-flight, a sharp short blade appeared in his hand, its icy glint crafted from mysterious iron. The onlookers from the Chongqing Society observed the scene with indifference, fully aware of the assailant's prowess as one of their elite assassins. In the blink of an eye, the man was upon Li Chun, thrusting the blade directly at his brow. "Get lost." Li Chun hardly glanced at him, casually swatting him away. Bang! The assassin flew backward as though severed from his strings, crashing to the ground with his skull utterly shattered, a life extinguished in an instant. The onlookers were rendered speechless. The attacker was a 1st-level Qi refinement practitioner, already among the top assassins in the Chongqing Society, yet he had been effortlessly dispatched. "Take him down together," someone shouted in fury. In the next moment, 21 figures surged forward, conjuring a fierce wind as they charged at Li Chun. Yet, Li Chun remained unmoved. As they closed within 3 meters of him, they suddenly encountered an invisible force, a barrier as impenetrable as a wall, halting their advance entirely. Not only that, in the next moment, Li Chun flicked his sleeves, unleashing a force akin to the impact of 1,000 tons, sending all 21 individuals hurtling through the air like dumplings. Crashing to the ground, their bodies convulsed upon the earth, blood gushing forth, clearly beyond salvation. Among them, one suffered the most brutal fate, colliding with a large tree in the courtyard, the immense force cleaving him in two. Mr. San involuntarily stepped back, engulfed by a shroud of fear. He gazed at Li Chun atop the roof, his body trembling. Such a multitude of subordinates, many of whom were adept at chi refinement, could not even approach Li Chun, being effortlessly flung away by a mere flick of his sleeve. Is he a demon? Could it be that the car accident a decade ago did not claim his life, and he has returned from the depths of hell? Li Chun's gaze fell upon Mr. San. You have not forgotten our conversation on the phone, have you? His voice was calm, yet it struck Mr. San's ears like thunder. The phone call. How could one made in Qingzhou manifest so instantly in Jiangnan? Go ask the king of hell. With a single step, Li Chun descended from the roof, landing directly before Mr. San. Mr. San's expression shifted, his fingers splayed, his chi surging, striking towards Li Chun's chest. Yet before he could reach Li Chun, an invisible force intercepted him, and with a resounding boom, his entire arm exploded. At that moment, Li Chun raised his palm. With a thunderous crash, Mr. San felt as though a mountain bore down upon him. His knees shattered and crashing to the ground as he knelt before Li Chun. Li Chun proceeded to utilize the soul-searching technique to delve into his memories. 10 years prior, he had been summoned by higher-ups who informed him of an immense treasure offered in exchange for the reincarnation pearl held by the Li family, a task entrusted to him for execution. Consequently, Mr. San disseminated the mission, leading to the 8 major cultivator families of Jiangnan joining forces to annihilate the Li family. For reasons unknown, the information leaked, and the matter of the reincarnation pearl spread throughout Jiangnan, with others seemingly taking action early, as if other forces were stirring the waters. Li Chun murmured to himself. From Qin Yunshan's memories, it was revealed that there were individuals secretly protecting the Li family at that time. The specifics remain elusive, but it is certain that the annihilation of the Li family was orchestrated by those 8 forces: Yu, Huang, Zheng, Jin, Lu, Dong, Wang, and Situ. A fierce murderous intent ignited in Li Chun's eyes. These 8 families, for the sake of a bounty, dared to obliterate my entire Li lineage. Thus, I, Li Chun, shall take your 9 clans as collateral for the graves of your ancestors. Upon finishing his words, Li Chun's form vanished. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, President Yu Baimei was convening a meeting. Seated below were the heavyweight members of the martial arts community, all intently observing the images displayed on the large screen, which depicted nothing but ruins. Each face was etched with grave concern. Yu Baimei's gaze swept across the assembly, and he spoke. The Qin family, as a martial arts lineage, possesses the deepest roots among the many martial families in Jiangnan, yet they have still been extinguished. What thoughts do you all have? A voice arose from the crowd. To annihilate the Qin family signifies formidable strength. At the very least, a practitioner of the Qi refinement realm must have intervened. Moreover, the complete extermination of the Qin family implies that multiple individuals were involved. The capabilities of the assailants are far from trivial. It is likely that even our Jiangnan Martial Arts Association cannot afford to provoke them. Upon hearing the man's words, others nodded in agreement. The Jiangnan Martial Arts Association counts the Qin family among its members, and logically, with the Qin family obliterated, the association ought to identify the perpetrator and seek vengeance. Yet, upon witnessing the grim fate of the Qin family, many began to reconsider their stance, as it was not their own kin who perished. Yu Baimei seemed to have anticipated this outcome and chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to the 2 others beside him. As for the 2 family heads, while others may stand idly by, we 3 cannot remain detached. Why is that? The head of the Zheng family, Zhang Tianqiao, gazed up with an expression of confusion. As far as I am aware, Qin Yunshan once acted against the Li family of Qingzhou. At this revelation, Zhang Tianqiao and the nearby Wang Ao's eyes widened simultaneously, their minds conjuring memories of that fateful night of the massacre. Particularly vivid was the overwhelming power that erupted from the Li family at the critical moment, a recollection that now instilled a sense of dread within them. This family is quite extraordinary. Did not all the members of the Li family perish? Zheng Tianqiao inquired. Wang Ao nodded in agreement. President Yu, are you perhaps being overly cautious? Yu Baimei shook his head. The Li family has not been completely extinguished. One of their missing heirs, Li Qin, remains. According to my knowledge, Li Qin was intentionally struck by Qin Yunshin's minions. Should Li Qin be alive and return seeking retribution, he would undoubtedly be the first to track down Qin Yunshin. Chapter 77. Annihilation of the Nine Clans. The words of Yu Baimei cast a somber pall over both individuals. Reflecting upon the annihilation of the Li clan, they recalled how those members, mere mortals lacking even the prowess of martial artists, unleashed terrifying power in their final moments. The recollection remains astonishing to this day. At the time, some had insisted that no one from the Li clan should be left alive, for the potential calamity was too great. Yet now, Yu Baimei insinuated that the young master of the Li clan might have returned. That is implausible, Wang Ao asserted. The young master, Li Chun, was struck by a cement truck and sent flying. He was but a common man then. How could he possibly survive? Moreover, if he were alive, why have there been no tidings of him all these years? Even after the demise of the Li clan, he never made an appearance, not even during the memorials. Zheng Tianxiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it seems highly unlikely. Yu Baimei let out a cold laugh. I understand your skepticism and even share it. However, it is the unforeseen that we must fear most. Should it prove true, what then? As heads of noble families, you ought to grasp the wisdom of prosperity breeds complacency, while adversity fosters vigilance. Upon hearing this, both men fell into a reflective silence. After a long pause, Wang Ao finally spoke. Then we must devise a means to locate him and eliminate him. 10 years have passed. Even if the Li clan possessed unique traits, how much could a mere mortal grow in such time? Besides, we are not the only ones targeting the Li clan. There are the other 5 families and the Chongqing society to contend with. Zheng Tianxiao nodded. Your reasoning is sound. Regardless of their numbers, they shall not survive the night. At that moment, a sudden voice interrupted. The gathered individuals turned to see a figure materialize in the room. Who are you? This is the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Who permitted your entry? A martial arts patriarch bellowed in outrage. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was struck with such force that he was sent flying. Lifeless upon impact, the onlookers gasped in shock. Every individual present was a prominent figure within Jiangnan, possessing formidable martial prowess. Yet one mere strike had proven fatal. You were Li Qin? Yu Baimei fixed his gaze intently upon the newcomer. The resemblance to the slain members of the Li clan was undeniable, and the earlier suspicions solidified his identity. Li Chun, disinterested in idle chatter, declared, everyone except those from the Yu, Wang, and Zheng families may leave. Upon hearing this, many present hesitated. The display of power by Li Chun had been formidable, yet Yu Baimei held the esteemed position of president of the Martial Arts Association, a figure of great authority. Departing now would mean foregoing an invaluable opportunity to curry favor with him. The Qin clan had been exterminated and held little value. But Yu Baimei was of paramount significance in the martial world of Jiangnan. Since you choose not to depart, you need not leave at all, Li Qin replied coldly. Raising his hand, a blade of energy materialized, swiftly expanding outward in all directions, the sound of its fury echoing. The crowd was taken aback. Such a technique was beyond the capabilities of ordinary martial artists. Time was insufficient for them to react. Wherever the sword energy passed, bodies transformed into a crimson mist. Dozens of masters from martial arts families had vanished, leaving only Zheng Tianxiao, Wang Ao, and Yu Baimei, their faces etched with terror. Was this a demon? Li Qin extended his hand, drawing Wang Ao towards him. Without hesitation, he began to search Wang Ao's soul, vivid scenes unfolding before his eyes. 8 years prior, in the Li family estate, a group had stormed in, unleashing a massacre. Do not harm her, I beg you. In the vision, his father knelt, desperately pleading for mercy for his 8-year-old cousin. Yet, the assailant merely laughed and kicked his father away, then mercilessly snapped his sister's neck. That assailant was Wang Ao. Beast. The murderous intent in Li Qin's eyes blazed fiercely. You have slain my little sister. I shall eradicate your entire clan. With that, Li Qin's finger pressed against Wang Ao's forehead, and the latter, previously dazed by pain, instantly regained clarity. In the next moment, a drop of blood was extracted. Bloodline's secret technique, annihilation of the 9 clans. With a fierce shout, a dark light surged into the blood. The blood ignited in a fiery crimson blaze, and hundreds of threads, akin to a spider's web, shot forth into the void. Bloodline curse, eradication of the 9 clans. Anyone connected to this person shall be reduced to ashes. Li Chun gently flicked a thread, and in an instant, The location connected by that thread materialized before the assembly. Inside a shopping mall, a stunning young woman was berating a server. "Wretched girl, I am the eldest daughter of the Wang family. Even if I kill you, no one would dare utter a word against it." With that, she raised her hand to strike the server's face. The sound of slaps echoed as tears streamed down the server's face. "Must we, the impoverished, endure your tyranny? Is there no justice in this world? Can such villains act with impunity without retribution?" As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the Wang family's eldest daughter raised her hand again. "Are you defying me?" Just as she prepared to strike once more, she noticed the peculiar gazes fixated upon her, as if she were a ghost. What was happening? She looked down and saw flames materializing beneath her feet. The flames rapidly engulfed her body, limbs, and head. "Ah!" A scream erupted as the eldest daughter of the Wang family was reduced to ashes. Chaos ensued among the onlookers. "A ghost! Someone has died!" Countless screams filled the shopping mall. Even the server knelt in shock, staring blankly at the scene. Could it be that heaven had finally intervened? Wang Ao, forcibly awakened, beheld this scene with a twisted expression. This was his beloved daughter. In the next moment, Li Chun flicked another thread. This time, it revealed a gathering place where his wife was enjoying bird's nest soup, laughing and chatting with several affluent women. In but a fleeting moment, the entire being was engulfed in flames, accompanied by piercing screams. The third, fourth, fifth, 118th. Li Chun abruptly tugged at a strand of silk. And within the grand estate of the Wang family, countless lives were instantaneously reduced to ashes. The scene unfolded in layers, a dizzying spectacle. Those who perished were either blood relatives of the Wang clan or entangled by fate, unable to escape their doom. Witnessing this horrifying tableau, Wang Ao was left utterly paralyzed, helplessly observing as Li Chun cursed his wife, children, brothers, relatives, and even his aged father, one by one. In that moment, he found himself bereft of fear, consumed instead by an abyss of regret. Why had he forsaken his rightful place as the master of martial arts to undertake the Long Shingui mission to annihilate the Li family? Now, the reckoning had arrived, and this individual before him was nothing short of a demon. The very devil he had summoned had come to his doorstep. More terrified than he was, Yu Baimei and Zheng Tianxiao. The horrors that unfolded before Wang Ao's eyes were mirrored in their own. They understood that their turn to meet death was imminent, and their families were equally doomed. Thud, thud. The two had already knelt in supplication. "Please, we were wrong. I am willing to atone. I beg you, do not involve my family." Li Chun watched as the last person connected by the thread was cursed to death. He grasped Wang Ao by the throat and twisted his head off with brutal force, discarding it upon the ground, much like Wang Ao had treated his own 8-year-old sister. Upon hearing the pleas of Zheng Tianxiao and Yu Baimei, a cruel smile curled upon Li Chun's lips. When you annihilated the Li family, they too had pleaded desperately. How did you respond? Chapter 78. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Upon hearing Li Chun's words, despair enveloped the two. They understood that the young man before them would undoubtedly not spare their family. At that moment, Li Chun raised his hand, and Yu Baimei's body, as if manipulated by invisible strings, soared into the air. Then, with a sickening sound, a shard of bone erupted from his skin. Following this, it was violently expelled. The bone forcibly detached from his body. Agonizing pain surged through Yu Baimei, who let out a wretched scream. Li Chun remained expressionless as the second, third, and fourth bones emerged. His toes, leg bones, ribs, every bone in his body continued to be expelled. Ultimately, a blood-soaked skeletal frame was assembled in midair. Yu Baimei, left as nothing but flesh and blood, collapsed to the ground with a thud, having been transformed into a mere vessel of blood, devoid of life. Soon, it would be your turn. There is no need to rush. Li Chun turned his gaze towards Zheng Tianxiao, a faint smile gracing his lips. A smile reminiscent of a demon. An overwhelming sense of terror enveloped Zheng Tianxiao as he watched Yu Baimei succumb to torment. Li Chun invoked the bloodline curse, guiding Yu Baimei's family to their fate. By the end of it, Zheng Tianxiao was utterly paralyzed by fear. When Li Chun's gaze fell upon him, he involuntarily shuddered. In the next moment, Li Chun raised his hand, and a shadow was extracted from Zheng Tianxiao's body. It was his soul. Instantly, an inferno of flames engulfed his soul. Zheng Tianxiao's spirit twisted in agony, suffering to the utmost, yet unable to utter a sound. How does it feel to endure the soul refinement technique? Li Chun observed Zheng Tianxiao's soul, writhing in torment, yet his expression remained devoid of any emotion. The hatred for the annihilation of his family was beyond words. The shattering of bones and flesh was insufficient to quench his fury. Once the trio had been thoroughly erased from existence, Li Qin departed from the Jiang and Martial Arts Association. With a casual wave, the entire association was reduced to ruins. Next, there were 5 families remaining. The Huang family of Jiangnan. The patriarch, Huang Duanjiang, was leisurely fishing by the lakeside. 3 years prior, he had declared his disinterest in the affairs of the martial world, choosing instead to live a life of tranquility. Approaching him was his son, Huang Ying, striding forward. "Father, why won't you allow me to attend the Martial Arts Association meeting? You and President Yu Baimei are close friends, and the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association wields substantial influence. If we do not keep pace with them, we will gradually be marginalized, which would severely hinder the development of our Huang family." Huang Ying, at the age of 40, was brimming with ambition and confusion. In response, Huang Duanjiang shook his head, saying, "Power is an endless pursuit. The foundation we have built is sufficient to sustain several generations of prosperity for our descendants. Why cling so desperately to this?" 8 years ago, when a member of the Li family knelt before me, pleading desperately, I struck him down with a single blow. In the years that followed, I have often felt a sense of unease. I annihilated the Li family, and in the future, our Huang family may encounter an existence stronger than us and face annihilation ourselves. Therefore, from now on, our Huang family must act with discretion, avoiding involvement in martial affairs. Huang Ying, upon hearing this, was evidently dissatisfied. As he was about to speak, a chilling voice suddenly resonated. "You exterminated the entire Li family, and now you claim to feel uneasy. Aren't those merely crocodile tears?" Huang Duanjiang hastily rose to his feet, only to see a young figure standing not far from him and his son. With an expression of indifference, the stranger's gaze was as cold as that of a corpse. "Who are you?" Huang Duanjiang inquired gravely. The figure had approached within 30 meters of him without his awareness, undeniably a master of stealth. Beside him, Huang Ying had already stepped forward, his aura surging as he locked onto Li Qin's body, akin to a tiger poised to pounce upon its prey. Li Qin, however, appeared unfazed by Huang Ying's predatory stare and coldly declared, 8 years ago, a member of the Li family has returned today to collect a debt. "You are Li Qin," Huang Duanjiang exclaimed instinctively. "Remnant of the Li family, you shall perish." Huang Ying could no longer restrain himself and charged forward, his feet pounding the ground as he unleashed a tempest towards Li Qin, his hand morphing into a claw aimed directly at him. Boom! With a swift flick of his sleeve, Li Qin sent Huang Ying crashing to the ground, his chest exploding in a gruesome display, blood and entrails spewing forth clearly. He was beyond saving. Huang Duanjiang, unable to intervene in time, was engulfed by rage upon witnessing his son's dire fate. He treasured this only son, and now he had been slain. "Li Qin, you dare to kill my son. I will have your life." With that, he stepped forward, ready to strike. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, Li Qin had already appeared before him, gripping his throat and forcefully pushing him backward. With a thunderous crash, Huang Duanjiang collided with a massive tree, its trunk splintering upon impact, leaving his spine shattered and blood gushing forth. What he termed unease was merely fear. "You, Huang, shall not be the only one to die today. Your entire clan shall perish, not a soul shall survive." Crack! As the final word left his mouth, Huang Duanjiang's head was severed from his body. Just then, his mobile phone rang, displaying the caller ID as Jin Jiga. "Old Huang, I heard that Yu Baimei is convening the martial families of Jiangnan today. Are you attending? I've been unable to return due to some persistent adversaries. However, I've heard it pertains to the events from 8 years ago. Yu Baimei mentioned that the Li family's wretch might not be dead and has returned for vengeance. I advise you to attend. The Li family possesses a unique constitution, so caution is warranted." The matter back then involved all 8 families, and now it falls upon us to address it. "Hello, are you there?" On the other end, the caller sensed something amiss. He could no longer hear, for he had already met his demise. Li Qin stated coldly, "Who are you?" Jin Jiga's voice carried a hint of astonishment. "I am the remnant of the Li family you speak of. Indeed, it is you. However, how foolish of you to answer my call and reveal your identity. You shall never locate me again." Jin Jiga laughed. "How about I annihilate your entire family?" Li Qin's voice resonated with an eerie chill. "You dare?" Jin Jiga retorted, his fury palpable. "Disaster does not befall one's family. You." Li Qin abruptly ended the call. The audacity of such a person claiming that misfortune spares loved ones was laughable indeed. Without hesitation, Li Qin unleashed the bloodline curse, eradicating every member of the Huang family. In an instant, he stepped forward and vanished without a trace. Quickly, we must leave. Do not linger for the jewelry. Our lives are at stake. Father warned of formidable enemies approaching and could not return, urging us to flee from Jiangnan. At that moment, chaos engulfed the Jin family. Shadows rushed towards their vehicles, hastily departing. However, just as the main gate swung open, a solitary figure stood motionless in the center of the road, exuding an air of indifference, like the harbinger of death itself. Chapter 79. Slaughter. Upon encountering Li Chun, the oncoming members of the Jin family felt their pupils constrict in alarm. Drive straight through him, commanded the eldest son of the Jin family from the lead vehicle. The car's engine roared to life, akin to a ferocious beast, charging forward with unrelenting force. Simultaneously, several figures leaped from the vehicles behind, sprinting towards Li Chun with reckless abandon. Bang! As the car drew near, Li Chun waved his sleeve, and the vehicle was instantly lifted into the air. Moments later, it exploded in a fiery eruption. The eldest son of the Jin family, now engulfed in flames, tumbled from the wreckage, shrieking in agony. Li Chun then raised his palm and pressed down forcefully. Boom! The oncoming Jin family experts seemed to be crushed under an immense weight, collapsing to their knees one after another, their bodies splitting apart and falling lifeless to the ground. The screech of brakes echoed as dozens of Jin family vehicles came to a halt. The occupants within turned pale with fear. Li Chun stomped his foot, and a terrifying force radiated outward. Bang, bang, bang. The members of the Jin family inside the cars were violently propelled out. A sweeping blade of energy severed heads from their bodies, all collected into Li Chun's sleeve with a mere flick of his hand. With another powerful stomp, the entire Jin family estate collapsed in a thunderous crash, reduced to mere ruins. Only then did Li Chun depart. Meanwhile, in a modest building located in the southern outskirts, the Jin family head, Jin Jigo, wore an expression so dark it seemed it could drip water. Li Chun's words ignited a raging fire of anxiety within him. Damn it, he dares to threaten my family. Li Chun, I shall not let you go unpunished. As he spoke, a thunderous rumble shook the entire building, and several formidable figures burst through the door, exuding an aura of power. Upon seeing them, Jin Jigo grasped a large blade in his hand. Bai Xiaolu, your family truly is relentless. The middle-aged man, named Bai Xiaolu, smirked coldly. Jin Jigo, you dare to come to the southern outskirts, seize my Bai family's treasures, and injure my kin, thinking we are easy prey? You should comprehend the disparity in our strengths. Your family has suffered significant losses these past few days. I advise you to retreat swiftly and avoid courting your own demise, Jin Jigo retorted. Bai Xiaolu's expression darkened ominously. Today, I shall avenge my kin. He raised his hand, launching a flying dagger that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Jin Jigo's face. Clang! In an instant, Jin Jigo deflected the dagger with his blade, sending it spiraling away. To his astonishment, the dagger veered sharply and returned for another strike. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaolu unleashed a flurry of flying daggers. The deadly flying daggers of the Bai family are quite intriguing, mused Jin Jigo as he twirled his long knife, creating an impenetrable defense. Though the daggers were agile, they could not breach his guard. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked a table across the room, hurling it toward Bai Xiaolu. As Bai Xiaolu dodged the incoming debris, Jin Jigo shattered a window and leaped outside. However, Bai Xiaolu did not hastily pursue. Instead, a cold smile crept across his face. Thinking you can escape? Not a chance. As Jin Jigo hastily escaped from the small building, he was immediately met with the ominous whistling of projectiles slicing through the air. Crossbow bolts were being unleashed towards him. This formidable weapon posed a greater threat at close range than bullets. Did they truly believe they could harm a practitioner of the innate realm with such means? Jin Jigo bellowed, and with a flourish of his blade, he deflected every incoming arrow. I do not expect much, but merely to delay you will suffice. In the midst of his thoughts, Bai Xiaolu reappeared, launching a flurry of flying knives toward Jin Jigo. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. 50 meters away, Li Chun revealed himself. Observing the conflict before him, he quickly pinpointed Jin Jigo's location, having long memorized his aura. Step aside. Li Chun's voice boomed like thunder, shocking many from the Bai family and stirring their blood. Bai Xiaolu and Jin Jigo, who were locked in combat, paused momentarily. Who are you? This is a matter between the Bai family and Jin Jigo. It would be wise for you to refrain from interfering. Despite his uncertainty regarding the stranger's allegiance, Bai Xiaolu issued a bold threat. However, Li Chun paid him no heed, fixing his gaze on Jin Jigo. Jin, I have come for you. Who are you? Jin Jiga glared intently at Li Chen. We just spoke on the phone. Have you already forgotten? Li Chen smiled faintly. Jin Jiga's pupils dilated in disbelief, exclaiming, impossible. From Jiangnan to Bainan, thousands of miles apart. How could you possibly arrive so swiftly? Li Chen offered no reply, merely flicking his wrist as dozens of round objects tumbled from his sleeve, landing at Jin Jiga's feet. The sight sent a jolt of horror through the Bai family, instinctively causing them to step back. For what lay on the ground were severed heads, gruesome and bloodied. Jin Jiga's complexion paled further upon recognizing one of the faces, his beloved youngest son among the gruesome display. Regrettably, your eldest son was burned to a crisp, missing a head. Li Chen remarked with a hint of sorrow. Seeing the heads of his family rendered Jin Jiga numb, as if he had encountered a specter. Jin Jiga? All those connected by blood to the Jin family, I have sent them to hell. I have saved you for last, so you may witness the cost of my family's destruction. Li Chen declared, advancing toward Jin Jiga with deliberate steps, parting the Bai family as he passed. He was like a demon incarnate. Bai Xiaolu trembled in fear. Finally regaining his senses, Jin Jiga stared in terror at the approaching Li Chen, and with a sudden thud, he fell to his knees. I beg you, spare me. You have already slain my entire family. Is that not enough? If you let me go, I will serve you as a dog, a slave, whatever you desire. Li Chen's expression faltered at those words. I have killed your family, and you wish to be my dog? Yes. Just spare me. That is all I ask. As he beheld the desperate pleas of Jin Jiga, Li Chen could not help but laugh. What manner of person are you? To think you deserve to live in this world? As he spoke, he reached out and firmly grasped the man's head, then with a sharp twist, he wrenched it off entirely. Deservedly so. Li Chen snorted coldly. Ah, is that a ginseng of nearly medicinal quality? Li Chen raised his hand, and a ginseng plant flew from the fabric of Jin Jiga's clothing, landing in his grasp. Its quality was barely acceptable, yet it could serve as a material for alchemy. Contemplating this, Li Chen casually stowed the ginseng away. This gentleman. Upon witnessing the ginseng being taken by Li Chen, Bai Xiaolu instinctively spoke up. What is it? Li Chen turned to face Bai Xiaolu. In that fleeting moment, Bai Xiaolu felt a chill wash over him, hastily waving his hands. No, it's nothing. If it's nothing, then all is well. With a single step, Li Chen's entire form became ethereal, vanishing from sight. The members of the Bai family could not help but rub their eyes in disbelief. He just disappeared like that. Is he a celestial being? Uncle. Did he really just take the ginseng like that? A nearby youth could no longer contain himself. Hearing this, Bai Xiaolu shot him a glare. What? If you have the ability, why not go and reclaim it? The young man immediately recoiled, too intimidated to utter another word. Chapter 80. You cannot return. Li Chen reappeared in Jiangnan, only to be taken aback by the unexpected gathering of the heads of the Lu, Dong, and Situ families. This spared me the trouble of visiting each one individually. Within the villa of the Dong family, the three figures convened. Brother Dong, you summoned us in haste. What is the matter? Lu Xiong, the head of the Lu family, inquired with a furrowed brow. Dong Guaning's expression turned grave as he spoke. A junior from my family recently visited the Jin family to see their young master, only to discover that the entire Jin household had been exterminated. As his words fell, both Lu Xiong and Situ Yong's expressions shifted dramatically. The Jin family was a prominent martial arts lineage. How could they have been annihilated? First, the Qin family, and now the Jin family. What on earth was transpiring? Dong Guanyin continued. When the Qin family was destroyed, Yu Baimei called me, expressing suspicion that it was related to the events of 8 years ago. Now, with the Jin family involved, it seems all individuals connected to that incident are in jeopardy. Could it be that someone from the Li family has returned to exact vengeance for what transpired back then? Are you referring to the missing Li Chen? Situ Yong shook his head in disbelief. In such a short span, how could he possibly possess the strength to obliterate a martial arts family? At that moment, Lu Xiong interjected, Brother Situ, let us not forget the power that erupted from the Li family during our confrontation. If that kind of force were fully unleashed, it is indeed plausible. A heavy silence enveloped the room as the three recalled the harrowing scenes of the past, their expressions turning somber. When they had once confronted the Li family, its members had nearly summoned extraordinary strength at the brink of death. Ordinary individuals had seemingly transformed into formidable martial masters in an instant. Though ultimately vanquished, that explosive potential revealed the exceptional nature of their lineage. Dong Guanyin had even harbored fears that if any members of the Li family survived and pursued martial cultivation, it would spell disaster for the prominent families. If that is indeed the case, then are we not in peril as well? Situ Yong suggested, let us contact Yu Baimei and Huang Duanjin to discuss this matter. Dong Guanying retrieved his phone, yet moments later, his expression darkened. All lines are unreachable. Could it be that something has happened to them? Lu Xiong's complexion turned pale as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Impossible. I spoke with Yu Baimei not long ago. However, the situation is peculiar. I believe the safest course of action is to seek assistance from the Changxing Society. We undertook a mission for them back in the day, and their prowess is formidable. Even if the Li family possesses strength, they cannot surpass that of the Changxing Society. Very well, I will make the contact, Situ Yong declared, pulling out his phone. Do not bother. The individuals you wish to reach are already dead. At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air. Situ Yong, phone in hand, froze in place. The other two turned sharply toward the entrance, where a young man regarded them with a dispassionate gaze. You are the remnant of the Li family? Dong Guanying blurted out, astonishment evident on his face. Unexpectedly, as if summoned by his name, Li Chun arrived swiftly. A cold smile graced his lips as he declared, the blood debt from 8 years ago is due. Without hesitation, Dong Guanying unleashed a punch aimed at Li Chun. The other two men acted almost simultaneously, for they were ruthless figures in the martial world, eager to seize the initiative regardless of Li Chun's true strength. The air crackled with the intense energy of 3 innate realm experts, causing antiques and vases within the room to shatter, while calligraphy and paintings were torn asunder. The formidable force converged upon Li Chun from all directions. Yet, he merely stood there, his expression impassive, as the glass of the window behind him exploded into fragments. The overwhelming energy was nearly upon him when, suddenly, Li Chun stepped forward. With a thunderous impact, the three felt an invisible wave of force impede them. In the next instant, Li Chun delivered a punch that obliterated Dong Guanying's head. He then seized Lu Xiong and Situ Yong by their necks, twisting their heads off with a decisive crack and discarding them to the ground. So, you are the one with the, Li Chun remarked coldly, gazing at the lifeless Situ Yong, who dares to wreak havoc in the Dong residence. The commotion had drawn the attention of the Dong family's powerful members, and shadows began to converge upon the villa. Li Chun turned to the entrance and surveyed the scene, noting the presence of dozens of formidable figures. Upon their arrival, the Dong clan's warriors were met with the sight of Li Chun standing at the door amidst 3 corpses, their faces drained of color. Before they could react, Li Chun raised his hand, unleashing a wave of force that swept through them like a tidal surge, reducing the Dong warriors to mere blood mist. Meanwhile, in a tea house in Jiangnan, the eldest son of the Dong family, Dong Yuan, reclined casually on a sofa across from the renowned female tycoon, Lu Yingying. Behind her, a man named Huafeng gently massaged her back, having come to Jiangnan as Lu Yingying's paramour. Satisfied with Huafeng's service, Lu Yingying patted his hand to signal him to cease and turned her attention to Dong Yuan. Dong Xiao, a small token of my appreciation, she said, sliding a bank card across the table towards him. I hope you will look after matters in Jiangnan. Although Lu Yingying was a formidable figure in the underworld, it was well known that those in the martial realm surpassed the ordinary practitioners, and the ancient martial artists outclassed them all. As the scion of one of Jiangnan's 8 prominent ancient martial families, even Lu Yingying had to tread carefully around him. Ha ha, Dong Yuan chuckled. Lu Laoda, you are indeed intriguing. I quite admire your Guolan club in the south of the city. At this, a flicker of barely noticeable resentment crossed Lu Yingying's eyes. Dong Yuan was truly insatiable. However, she masked her feelings, responding, since Dong Xiao appreciates it, I shall gift the Guolan club to you. Excellent, excellent, Dong Yuan replied, finally taking the bank card and preparing to leave. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with that unattractive woman, just as he took a step forward. Beside him, Huafeng let out a terrified scream. Ah! Lu Yingying turned around, casting a reproachful glance at Huafeng. How can you be so disrespectful in front of young Master Dong? Huafeng stammered, pointing at Dong Yuan. It's on fire. Lu Yingying turned back, her pupils involuntarily widening. Before her eyes, Dong Yuan's entire body had transformed into a figure engulfed in flames. His limbs and torso had almost instantaneously been reduced to ashes. This. Both Lu Yingying and Huafeng were rendered speechless with shock. A similar scene unfolded not only within the confines of the club, but also across Jiangnan and various other regions of Huaxia. The 8 ancient martial families of Jiangnan, once resplendent, had vanished from existence on the same day. The obliteration of 9 clans, historically, Emperors decreed the destruction of 9 clans, yet some individuals managed to escape. However, under the bloodline curse of Li Qin, none associated with the incident survived. Simultaneously, before the ruins of the Jiang and Martial Arts Association, a figure gazed on with a hint of astonishment. Mr. San is dead, and Yu Baimei along with others from the Jiang and Martial Arts Association have also perished. It seems there truly is a connection to that Li family. No, I must return immediately to report to the Grand Master. With that, the man prepared to depart. Yet, just as he turned, he noticed a cold, indifferent figure standing not far from him. I fear you will not be able to leave, Li Qin stated icily. Chapter 81. The killing intent towards the Eternal Life Society. Suddenly, Li Qin appeared, causing the man's body to tense to the utmost. He was acutely aware that even Master San had perished, and although he could not ascertain whether this individual was responsible, the likelihood was overwhelmingly high. Who are you? Do you not know that I am a member of the Eternal Life Society? The man inquired. Li Qin chuckled. Why do you feel the need to test me? Given my presence here, you should comprehend my identity and realize that the mere mention of the Eternal Life Society does not intimidate me. Upon hearing this, the man involuntarily drew a sharp breath. In a moment of crisis, he sought to seize a chance for survival and without hesitation raised his hand, hurling 2 black spheres towards Li Qin's position. Bang! As the spheres descended, they detonated, engulfing the area in a dense cloud of smoke. The instant the smoke billowed, the man's figure vanished from sight. The Eternal Life Society, being an assassination organization, excelled in the art of evasion. However, just as a smile began to form on the man's face, his expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Not far in front of him, Li Qin regarded him with a knowing smile. You still require external means to execute your evasion techniques, and you dare attempt to escape right under my nose. Upon hearing this, despair enveloped the man entirely. He took a step back, clenching his fists tightly. Yet, Li Qin did not rush to attack. Instead, he cast his gaze behind the man. As the man puzzled over this unexpected behavior, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire emerged. Upon seeing the old man, the man's face brightened, and he hurriedly bowed. Master, what brings you here? It turned out that this individual was none other than the Grand Master, a figure of even greater standing than Master San within the Eternal Life Society. Considering that even Master San had fallen at his hands, the old man could not afford to be dismissive. The Grand Master fixed his gaze upon Li Qin. Indeed, the bloodline of the Li family is extraordinary. When Yu Baimei reported to me, I lamented the missed opportunity to capture a live specimen for thorough study. Little did I expect that after 8 years, you would come willingly to my doorstep. Exchanging the life of one Master San for the secrets of your Li bloodline is quite a bargain. At this juncture, the Grand Master looked at Li Qin with insatiable greed, akin to a connoisseur beholding a rare treasure. While the common folk might not grasp the significance of bloodlines, he understood that a truly powerful bloodline was tantamount to a supreme elixir for cultivators, particularly in Li Qin's case. Having attained such formidable strength in merely a few years attested to the potency of his lineage. I had initially intended to annihilate the Eternal Life Society shortly, but seeing your eagerness, I shall expedite your departure, Li Qin proclaimed. Just you? The Grand Master retorted. I am aware of your capabilities, but do you comprehend the level of my power? With that, the Grand Master stepped forward, his formidable aura radiating outward. 7th layer of Qi refinement. The man beside him gasped in astonishment. Could this truly be the Grand Master's authentic strength? He was indeed a formidable practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. It is vital to recognize that within the realm of Qi refinement, the disparities between each layer are akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Originally, everyone believed that Master De was only slightly stronger than Master San, possessing merely the strength of the 5th level of Qi refinement. To their astonishment, Master De was actually at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a being at the pinnacle within the entirety of Huaxia. It is no wonder that he was favored by the president. Young man, it would be prudent for you to surrender quietly, lest you suffer bodily harm. Master De remarked with a cold smile. Li Qin scoffed dismissively. The 7th level of Qi refinement is but an ant. With a gesture, a surge of searing power materialized, hurtling directly towards Master De. In that moment, Master De felt as if a sun were descending upon him, utterly insurmountable. His eyes widened in terror, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. Yet, in the next instant, he completely disintegrated into vapor. A nearby member of the Chongqing Society observed in horror as the 7th level Master De evaporated before his eyes, his expression frozen in disbelief. Is this a demon? He wondered. The next moment, he collapsed to his knees, fervently begging for mercy. Please, spare my life. Li Chun, indifferent to his plight, waved his hand dismissively, and the man vanished from existence. Moments later, Li Chun made his way to the headquarters of the Chongqing Society. Meanwhile, within an ancient mansion, the headquarters of the Chongqing Society was situated. The president, Zhao Xiao, resided there. The estate was steeped in antiquity, adorned with pavilions, flowing water, and a vast artificial lake sprawling over 100 acres. Zhao Xiao sat by the water's edge, fishing, while a row of subordinates clad in black suits stood behind him, each exuding an aura of strength akin to dragons and tigers, all of whom were masters of qi refinement. It is noteworthy that such masters, revered in the martial world, found themselves relegated to mere sentinels here. Beside Zhao Xiao stood a middle-aged man with a handsome countenance. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, he was the second master of the Chongqing Society. The first, second, and third masters were all trusted aides to the president. The second master gazed at Zhao Xiao with reverence and said, "President, we must not underestimate the Li family. Their bloodline is extraordinary. And now even my third brother has fallen at his hands. It seems that the young man from the Li family has become a formidable force." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiao did not turn around, but instead lifted his fishing rod, baiting it anew before casting it into the lake, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Do not worry. I have already dispatched someone to handle the situation." The second master continued, "With my third brother dead, I fear even the most skilled heavenly assassins would be of little use." Zhao Xiao replied with a calm smile, "He is not an ordinary assassin. He is Master Da, your sworn brother." The second master was taken aback. Then a look of admiration crossed his face. So, the president had already devised a strategy. "I have been overly concerned." Zhao Xiao chuckled with pride. "Ha ha ha! You three brothers. Your sworn brother possesses the highest cultivation. You have the sharpest intellect. You are both my right and left arms. With Master Da taking action, it is likely that within a day, Li Chun will be captured. However, your elder brother may hesitate to kill him outright. For I have also heard of the Li family's bloodline, and I am quite eager to taste the blood of their kin." Mr. Eyre nodded, for he too harbored similar thoughts. His earlier initiative to mention the task was a subtle attempt to volunteer for the duty, only to find himself usurped by his brother-in-arms. His cultivation was inherently inferior to that of his brother, and now, with the latter having acquired a miraculous elixir, the disparity had widened significantly. At that moment, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted, reminiscent of a structure collapsing. Zhao Xiao furrowed his brow in concern. What on earth is happening? A subordinate rushed forward to report, "Chairman, intruders have breached the estate, seemingly seeking vengeance." Zhao Xiao, his expression stern, commanded, "Do these ruffians think they can run rampant within the Longxing Society? Dispatch a heavenly tier assassin at once to eliminate them." Understood. The subordinate immediately bowed and departed. Chapter 82. The destruction of the Chongqing Society. At the entrance of the Chongqing Society's headquarters, the moment Li Qin materialized, an unseen force enveloped the entire estate. Several celestial-level warriors from the Chongqing Society swiftly emerged, and upon sighting Li Qin, without uttering a word, they raised their hands, unleashing a blade of light directed at him. The remaining members of the society observed the scene with cold indifference. These celestial assassins, all formidable warriors of the Qi refinement realm, possessed extraordinary power. As Li Qin advanced step by step into the depths of the estate, he faced the sudden assault of the celestial killers without even the slightest intention to raise a hand. However, when the sword light drew within 3 meters of his form, it was instantaneously halted. Simultaneously, a tremendous counterforce caused the celestial assassin to explode into a mist of blood midair. This spectacle left the other assassins of the Chongqing Society utterly dumbfounded, their eyes betraying profound terror. Before they could react, as Li Qin's foot descended, they too erupted in succession. By the artificial lake, a subordinate approached Zhao Xiao. "President, a celestial assassin has already been dispatched, along with several terrestrial-level assassins." Zhao Xiao nodded, remarking, "Although our Chongqing Society has endeavored to remain low-key, such a vast estate inevitably draws attention. In the past, there have been those who, emboldened by their meager cultivation, sought to wreak havoc here. Yet, without exception, they all met their demise. If they were to realize this is the headquarters of the Chongqing Society, even with 8 lives, they would not dare to approach." Just as Mr. Eyre beside him was about to offer some flattering words, a loud crash reverberated through the air. A figure rushed in a state of panic. "President, it's bad. The enemy has breached our defenses. Not even the celestial assassins can contend with him. Zhao Xiao sprang to his feet, his expression grave. Sound the alarm immediately. Gather our strongest fighters to confront him and ensure he is eliminated. Boom, boom, boom. More figures charged towards Li Qin's position. Unfazed, Li Qin continued his advance, each step shattering dozens into a mist of crimson. The subordinate who had just departed now returned. Breathless, President, it's dire. He has penetrated our defenses. Over a dozen celestial assassins and countless terrestrial assassins were powerless against him. None of our men stand a chance. What? Even Zhao Zhao's countenance shifted at this revelation. At that moment, another thunderous sound erupted. A great door ahead was obliterated as though struck by cannon fire, sending iron shards flying. Then, a figure emerged with unhurried grace. Are you Zhao Xiao, the president of the Chongqing Society? Did you ever consider the consequences of your mission to annihilate the Li family? Li Qin inquired. Zhao Zhao's gaze was fixed on Li Qin, his heart racing with astonishment. The individual before him was none other than Li Qin, the once missing heir of the Li family, who had astonishingly grown to such a formidable extent over a mere decade. What kind of power do you possess? How could over a dozen of my celestial assassins fail to impede you? Zhao Xiao stared intently at Li Qin. What power I possess is knowledge you are unworthy of, Li Qin retorted, raising his hand as a beam of light surged into Zhao Xiao's body. Ah! The next moment, Zhao Xiao let out a piercing scream. With a thud, the individual collapsed to the ground, their body convulsing violently, enveloped in excruciating agony. What have you done to me? Spare me. The silence from Li Qin was profound as he surveyed the approaching elite members of the Chongqing Society, waving his hand to reduce them all to a mist of blood. Beside him, Mr. Heir was already paralyzed with terror, turning to flee. Yet, having barely escaped a few paces, he felt an invisible force restraining him, pulling him back against his will. In an instant, he was yanked before Li Qin, who effortlessly snapped his neck with a crisp crack. Li Qin then slowly approached Zhao Xiao. How does it feel? Who was it that commissioned your Chongqing Society to target my family? Zhao Xiao writhed in unbearable pain, his expression contorted. I don't know. The one who issued the task wore a mask. I couldn't discern his face. He simply provided a vast sum of treasures, and his power far exceeded mine. Li Qin furrowed his brow. Just then, a furious roar echoed. Who dares to wreak havoc in the Chongqing Society? Moments later, 5 figures soared from the depths of the society, 4 men and 1 woman. Some bore aged visages, while others were strikingly handsome, yet their true ages exceeded a century. Masters, save me! Zhao Xiao cried out upon seeing them. The 5 gazed at the writhing Zhao Xiao and the surrounding carnage, their brows knitting in concern. Zhao Xiao, a formidable practitioner at the 8th level of Qi, had been reduced to this pitiful state. In that instant, the 5 regarded Li Qin with newfound trepidation. Among them, the Soul Woman stepped forward, fixing her gaze on Li Qin. Do you know why the Chongqing Society is named as such? Before Li Qin could respond, she continued. It is because we 5 obtained a celestial technique to extend our lifespans in an ancient relic, thus founding the Chongqing Society. We later entrusted the leadership to Zhao Xiao while we chose to live in seclusion. This is the first time our society has been attacked since its inception. Young man, I offer you a chance. Kneel before us and pledge your servitude, and we may consider making you the leader of the Chongqing Society. Or else you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. We are all practitioners at the 10th level of Qi. You should comprehend the implications of that. An elder in white robes interjected. Kid, my sister has extended you an opportunity. Why do you not kneel immediately? Bow to you? You think you deserve such reverence? Li Qin scoffed dismissively. Enraged, the elder's aura surged as he prepared to strike. However, as he raised his hand, a thunderous explosion resounded, and his head burst apart. The headless corpse toppled forward, blood gushing from the neck. The remaining 3 men and 1 woman gasped in shock. The woman stared intently at Li Qin. What realm do you occupy? What realm do I occupy? Is that something you are entitled to inquire? Li Qin flicked his sleeve, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that tore the woman's body asunder, splitting her in 2. The remaining trio stood frozen, their bodies trembling in fear, their faces etched with horror as they gazed upon Li Qin. He approached them step by step. Suddenly, the most handsome among them collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, Senior, I was wrong. It was all their doing, and I had no part in it. I am willing to be your servant. You are unworthy, Li Qin retorted. And with a swift motion, he crushed the man's skull with a single strike. Witnessing this, another man chose to flee. moving with astonishing speed and covering several dozen yards in an instant. With a resounding boom, Li Chun unleashed a punch, causing the man's body to abruptly halt in midair before disintegrating. The last remaining elders stood paralyzed, neither daring to escape nor retaliate, nor even to kneel and beg for mercy, as if rendered utterly senseless by terror. With a resounding thud, Li Qin sent him flying with a single slap, his body hurtling through the air like a discarded sack, crashing to the ground in a lifeless heap. At this moment, President Zhao Xiao lay sprawled on the ground like a beaten dog, lacking even the strength to emit a cry of distress. Only then did Li Chun extend his hand to probe into his memories. As Zhao Xiao had described, the employer wore a mask and possessed formidable strength. Zhao Xiao assessed that this individual's power undoubtedly reached the 10th level of qi refinement, if not higher. With such prowess, he could easily annihilate the Li family on his own. Why then did he resort to the Longxing Society? Li Chun furrowed his brow, momentarily perplexed. In the next instant, he crushed Xiao Zhao's skull beneath his foot and turned to leave the Longxing Society. He chose not to completely obliterate the organization, believing that the one who issued the task would undoubtedly return to investigate, at which point he would not escape his perception. Chapter 83, Turmoil. Rest early. As Li Chun unleashed a reign of terror across the Jiangnan region, the Song family gathered in their hall, the atmosphere laden with gravity. Just moments ago, the father-daughter duo of Nian Lichuan had informed them via telephone that Song Yuhang, the eldest son of the Song family, had been slain at the hands of Li Qin. They had already fled Qingzhou and warned the Song family not to seek them out. An elder suddenly slammed his palm onto the Wang Wali table, the sound reverberating throughout the hall. The death of Yuhang was particularly brutal. He had been decapitated. This Li Chun, I vow to tear him limb from limb. The elder was none other than Song Lian, the patriarch of the Song family. He had just learned of the murder of his daughter, Song Yuga, who had married into the Qin family, and had yet to recover from his grief when he was struck by the devastating news of his son's demise. At that moment, Song Lian was engulfed in sorrow and seething with boundless rage, though the perpetrator of his daughter's murder was formidable. As the Qin family's power was beyond the Song family's reach, a mere Li Chun had dared to kill a direct descendant of the Song family, an affront to their dignity. Beside him, a woman with red-rimmed eyes wept, imploring, Song Lian, your son is gone. You must avenge him. The expressions of the many members of the Song family were equally somber, yet not all were steeped in grief. After all, the death of Song Yuhang left the position of heir vacant. However, such thoughts remained unspoken among them. At that moment, a young man stepped forward, his voice resounding. Yuhang's head still lies in Qingzhou. I request to go there personally to retrieve his remains for burial, and then I shall avenge him. He was Song Yiyang, the son of the second master of the Song family, distinguished in capability. With Yuhang's death, he was the most likely candidate to inherit the family legacy. Very well, Yuyang. I shall send Linbo with you, Song Lian replied, casting his gaze toward an elder standing beside him. This elder, who had remained by Song Lian's side, appeared somewhat stooped, his hands hanging loosely at his sides. Yet, even Song Lian treated him with utmost respect, for he was a true master, a formidable warrior of the Grandmaster realm. Linbo, noticing Song Lian's gaze, spoke in a voice tinged with hoarseness. Rest assured, Patriarch. I shall bring back the young master's remains, along with the head of that Li Chun. Meanwhile, aboard an aircraft, Nian Lichuan and his daughter gazed out at the sea of clouds. We have already sent word to the Song family before boarding the plane. With their influence, Li Chun is as good as dead, which serves as retribution for the 3 shots I endured, Nian Lichuan remarked. Beside him, Nian Ruobing wore a look of regret. We have forsaken our foundations in Qingzhou. Though much has been converted to wealth, it feels quite disorienting to be elsewhere. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Nian Lichuan sighed. It was unavoidable. Had we not departed, the Song family would not have spared us. Who could have foreseen that Li Chun would dare to slay the eldest scion of the Song family? Subsequently, after the plane lands, I shall reach out to my local friends. With sufficient resources, it is not beyond possibility to carve out a new realm. Moreover, we must remain vigilant regarding the matters in Qingzhou. As long as Li Chun lives, my father cannot find peace. Meanwhile, at the Xiao residence in Qingzhou, Xiao Qinglong reclined on the sofa. Ever since witnessing Li Chun's formidable prowess, he has appeared listless these past few days. As a prodigious talent hailing from Qingzhou, he has always been brimming with confidence. Yet this defeat has dealt him a significant blow. At that moment, his phone rang abruptly. It was a call from the headquarters in the capital. Team leader, do you have any instructions? Xiao Qinglong immediately perked up. A bizarre incident has occurred in the Jiangnan region, resulting in numerous inexplicable deaths, alongside several ancient martial arts families being annihilated, creating a substantial impact. The organization orders you to cease your holiday immediately and proceed to Jiangnan to assist the local team in addressing this matter. Not only you, but this situation has also attracted the attention of a prominent figure who intends to intervene personally. If you can leave a favorable impression on this distinguished individual, it would be an immense advantage for you. Understood, Xiao Qinglong promptly replied. After hanging up, he was filled with astonishment. To be referred to as a prominent figure by the team leader certainly indicated extraordinary stature. Little did he expect that amidst the emergence of Li Chun and Qingzhou, another crisis would unfold in Jiangnan. It seems the tides of fate are indeed shifting. Brother, are you going on a mission again? Inquired Xiao Qiqi. Her eyes filled with reluctance. Xiao Qinglong affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Indeed, this matter is even more severe than the situation with Li Chun and Qingzhou. However, there is no need to worry. With a distinguished figure personally involved, I will merely be assisting. What? Even someone like you can only play a supporting role? Xiao Qiqi's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Chun, however, remained oblivious to the magnitude of the stir he had caused in Jiangnan, nor did he concern himself with it. At that moment, he had returned to his home in Qingzhou and casually retrieved the ginseng he had acquired in Bainan. While this ginseng is not particularly noteworthy in the realm of cultivation, having yet to attain the status of a spiritual herb, it is exceedingly precious on earth. Yet, it seems to hold little immediate utility. After all, the elixirs crafted for Su Yanning are being consumed daily, rendering further production unnecessary for quite some time. As for Li Chun himself, there is no need to refine any treasures of heaven and earth. His cultivation has already reached its zenith. The ginseng exudes a rich fragrance, and when stewed with an old hen, it promises to be delectable. With this thought in mind, Li Chun promptly ventured out to purchase a hen and set about simmering it in a pot. He added some medicinal herbs gifted by Chun Weidong. Just as the first wisps of steam began to rise, the house was filled with an enticing aroma, making Li Chun's appetite surge with anticipation. Should Bai Xiaolu and the others from the Bai family witness the 500-year-old ginseng, which countless experts had sought to seize, being used by Li Chun to stew chicken, they would likely be enraged to the point of spitting blood. At that moment, a red sports car pulled up directly in front of Li Chun's villa. A strikingly graceful woman emerged from the vehicle and walked purposefully toward the villa. Li Chun furrowed his brow. He did not recognize this woman and wondered what business she had at his residence. As I pondered, the doorbell rang. Li Chun opened the door and scrutinized the visitor. Who are you? Qin Yufei, captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from within, brightened momentarily. However, recalling the urgency of the matter, she quickly stated, I am a friend of Su Yanning. She is in trouble. She has offended a developer over a piece of land, and they have sent someone to teach her a lesson. She is currently en route from Chuzhou to Qizhou, and her assailants are lying in wait along the way. I just tried to call her, but her phone is off. She mentioned that her brother-in-law is quite formidable. You must go rescue her quickly, or it will be too late. The developer is ruthless, and the individuals they have sent are vicious criminals. Is someone planning to harm Su Yanning? Upon hearing this, Li Chun instinctively sensed the power surrounding Su Yanning and discovered it had not been triggered. Simultaneously, his consciousness extended outward, revealing that Su Yanning had indeed been intercepted just before entering the city. There were 5 individuals, yet their strength did not even qualify them as martial artists. They were merely a band of thugs. Observing this scene, Li Chun couldn't help but smile. Su Yanning's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Even if she stood still, those petty ruffians would be incapable of breaching her defenses. You call this danger? Su Yanning can handle herself. There is nothing to worry about. You should return home and rest, he declared before abruptly shutting the door with a resounding bang. The hen was nearly ready, and he had no time to waste on idle chatter with this woman. Qin Yufei stood there, stunned, nearly colliding with the security door that had just closed in front of her. Chapter 84. Who can take her away? Qin Yufei was utterly bewildered. As a close confidant of Su Yanning, they shared everything with one another. Upon learning that someone intended to harm Su Yanning, she became frantic. Instantly, she recalled the brother-in-law Su Yanning often spoke of with great admiration, describing him as exceedingly capable. Thus, she hurriedly made her way to the address mentioned by Su Yanning. However, to her astonishment, Li Chun showed no compassion and flatly refused her entry. In a moment of anger, she clenched her fists and pounded on the door. Li Chun, come out, you coward. Su Yaning trusts you completely, yet upon hearing she is in danger, you shrink away like a turtle. Li Chun frowned and reopened the security door. Suppressing his impatience as he explained, Yaning is not in danger. I have checked. It's merely a few small-time thugs. She can handle them. Upon hearing this, Chen Yufei was nearly infuriated to laughter. Merely a few thugs? Su Yaning is a delicate girl who couldn't harm a chicken. Do you realize how perilous this situation is for her? Are you even human? Before she could finish, the door slammed shut once more. Li Chun was at a loss for how to explain himself. Once Su Yaning dealt with the thugs and had a moment to take his call, he would clarify everything. Meanwhile, Chen Yufei, standing at the door, furiously stomped her foot, concluding that she could no longer rely on Li Chun and would have to seek help from official channels. With that, she hurriedly departed. At that moment, on a narrow path in Qingzhou, Su Yaning found herself confronted by 5 thugs, their faces twisted into lewd grins, which instinctively made her take a step back. Although she was a formidable practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, capable of defeating a grandmaster with a single blow, this was her first encounter with such a situation, causing her body to tremble with fear. Hey, pretty girl, why not come play with us? One thug leered as he advanced toward her. In the next instant, Su Yaning turned and fled without hesitation. Her speed, bolstered by her cultivation level, allowed her to vanish from their sight almost instantly. The thugs remained frozen in place, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Did I just see that right? Was that a person running away, not a rabbit? Meanwhile, inside the villa, Li Chun had set a chicken on the table and was eager to check on Su Yaning's situation. To his utter disbelief, he discovered that a powerful practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement had been frightened into retreat by 5 small-time thugs. Li Chun was left speechless, calling out, Xuanjiao. As his voice echoed, a figure cloaked in black emerged. It was the demonic spirit Xuanjiao that Li Chun had forged. The entity was enveloped in a dark robe and wore a silver mask, exuding an eerie aura that, nonetheless, possessed a certain coolness. What is your command, master? Xuanjiao inquired respectfully. Bring Su Yaning back to me, Li Chun instructed. Understood. With that, Xuanjiao departed from the villa, taking flight into the air. On the other side, as Su Yaning continued her escape, she realized she had lost her sense of direction. Just then, a resounding crash echoed around her. A figure descended from the heavens like a meteor, landing directly before her. Startled, Su Yaning leapt up, ready to turn and flee once more. I am Swankyo. My master has instructed me to escort you back, the figure spoke, causing Su Yaning to halt in her tracks. She scrutinized Swankyo from head to toe. Are you one of my brother-in-law's people? Swankyo's voice was devoid of emotion. Yes, come with me. With that, he grasped Su Yaning's wrist and prepared to take flight. Wait. My car is still on the road. Can you take me back to retrieve it? Certainly, Swankyo replied coldly. Minutes later, they arrived at the location of the sports car, where 5 thugs squatted, sighing in despair. They had failed their task and were uncertain how to report back to their boss. Suddenly, they spotted Swankyo and Su Yaning approaching. Boss, look, the girl has returned, and she has brought someone along. Did she think a helper could protect her? The 5 quickly rose and surrounded Swankyo and Su Yaning. Swankyo, deal with them, Su Yaning commanded. Having witnessed Swankyo's aerial prowess, she was confident in his strength. Bang! As her words fell, Swankyo vanished, and moments later, the 5 bodies exploded in the air, scattering into a gruesome display of carnage. Su Yaning's mouth fell agape. This is too brutal. 20 minutes later, having just returned to the city to charge her phone, Su Yaning received a call from Chen Yufei. Yaning, where are you? I've already called the police. I'm fine. A few minutes later, Chen Yufei met Su Yaning and began to inspect her for injuries. Are you all right? I'm fine. There were indeed 5 thugs trying to confront me, but they were dealt with by Swankyo. Swankyo? Chen Yufei glanced at Swankyo, whose silver mask obscured his features. How impressive. 1 person against 5? This is quite the heroic rescue. Far superior to your brother-in-law. Do you know that your brother-in-law is nothing but a coward? How dare you speak ill of my master? At that moment, Swankyo stepped forward, his voice icy. A chilling aura enveloped the space, causing Chen Yufei to feel an immediate drop in temperature, as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, her face paling in fear. Swankyo, she is my friend. Su Yaning quickly interjected. Swankyo then reigned in his menacing presence, his cold, slitted gaze fixed upon Chen Yufei. Chen Yufei felt a shiver run down her spine as she stammered. He is your brother-in-law's subordinate? Su Yaning nodded. No wonder he said you were safe. It appears your brother-in-law had sent someone to protect you long before. I misjudged him. But his subordinate is rather fierce, isn't he? Chen Yufei muttered, her curiosity about Li Qinshin growing. Meanwhile, at the western suburb cemetery, Song Yuyang arrived before the Li family tomb with several subordinates. Upon seeing the severed heads laid out before them, even Song Yuyang felt a chill creep into his heart. Beside them, Lin Bo furrowed his brow and remarked, apart from the eldest young master, there are 9 severed heads. I recall that these were all experts of the hidden strength who accompanied the young master. The fact that they have been slain suggests that there may be a master-level expert by Li Chen's side. Upon hearing this, Song Yuyang immediately responded, and what of the masters? If I remember correctly, you have reached the pinnacle of the master realm. 2 ordinary master-level experts combined would not stand a chance against you. Lin Bo, upon hearing Song Yuyang's words, displayed a hint of pride on his face, saying, indeed, since I have declared my intention to bring back Li Chen's head, I shall certainly fulfill that promise. First, let us secure the young master's head and have it transported back to Jiangnan. And then we shall go and take Li Chen's life. Very well, Song Yuyang promptly instructed his subordinates to collect the heads. However, at that moment, a cold voice interjected. Those are offerings from my parents. Let us see who dares to take them. Chapter 85. The last opportunity to speak. The sudden voice startled the group, prompting them to swiftly turn around. They beheld Li Chun standing a short distance away. Lin Bo was the first to recognize him and spoke. You are Li Chun? Li Chun nodded, a smile gracing his lips. You are quite astute. Lin Bo continued. Where is the master expert by your side? Bring him forth. He perked his ears, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Li Chun shook his head. There is no master expert with me. It is just myself. Humph. You likely intend to draw attention to yourself, allowing your companion to launch a surprise attack on me, Lin Bo retorted. He then addressed Song Yuyang beside him. You should subdue this Li Chun. I will deal with his accomplices. Song Yuyang nodded and gestured to 4 subordinates beside him. The 4 immediately began to close in on Li Chun. However, as they approached, Li Chun flicked his sleeve, and the 4 were simultaneously sent flying, crashing to the ground lifelessly. Song Yuyang's brow furrowed in disbelief. He had not anticipated Li Chen's strength to be so formidable. Even Lin Bo's expression turned serious. They had misjudged the situation. Li Chun was indeed the master expert. What shall we do, Lin Bo? Song Yuyang's voice trembled slightly. Lin Bo replied, Young Master Yuyang, have you forgotten my earlier words? I am at the pinnacle of the master level. With that, he stepped forward, his garments billowing. Such a young man reaching the master realm was indeed a martial prodigy. Had this been a few years prior, he might have wished to nurture such talent. Alas, you should not have offended the Song family. Before coming to Qingzhou, I assured the clan leader that I would return with your head. Li Chen coldly remarked, you do ramble a lot. However, it is fitting for one about to meet their end to speak a little more, lest they lose the chance entirely. Seeking death, Lin Bo bellowed in fury, his foot striking the ground as he charged at Li Chun. Song Yuyang clenched his fists, intently observing the scene. He was aware of Lin Bo's prowess. Having been momentarily cowed by Li Chen, he now believed Lin Bo would certainly be able to annihilate this oblivious fool. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips. However, as Lin Bo closed within 3 meters of Li Chen, he suddenly felt as though an invisible wave of energy blocked his advance, rendering him unable to move forward. Astonishment spread across Lin Bo's face. How is this possible? Bang! The next moment, Li Chen struck with his palm, obliterating Lin Bo's head. The headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Song Yuyang's eyes widened in shock, his mind blank. Li Chun had actually killed the master at his peak with a single strike. He was utterly terrified. You are Song Yuhang's brother, come to avenge your elder brother? Li Chen's cold gaze fell upon Song Yuyang as he stepped closer. Thud! Without hesitation, Song Yuyang knelt, hastily shaking his head. I am not here for revenge, please. Do not kill me. So he is merely a coward. Li Chun scoffed disdainfully, effortlessly severing his head and placing it before the tombstone. Once again, he severed the heads of the 4 subordinates, bringing the total to 5 before the tombstone, now totaling 15. Regrettably, Lin Bo's head had been crushed, yet it should not go to waste. Contemplating this, Li Chun positioned the headless corpse before the gravestone, forcing it to kneel. The remaining bodies, along with Lin Bo's, were arranged in a row. With everything in order, Li Chun turned to leave. Inside the villa, Su Yaning gazed at the remaining chicken soup on the table, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Her brother-in-law had gone too far, devouring all the chicken without leaving her a morsel. The aroma was undeniably enticing. After a moment's hesitation, She picked up a spoon, scooping a bit of soup into her mouth. In an instant, her eyes lit up. It was exquisite. Beside her, Chen Yufei looked on, somewhat speechless. You are the esteemed president, yet you are eating the leftovers of others, and only the soup at that. It's truly delightful. Why not give it a try? Su Yaning suggested to Chen Yufei. However, Chen Yufei shook her head, a look of disdain on her face. I would rather starve than consume someone else's remnants. Just a taste, Su Yaning insisted, thrusting the spoon towards Chen Yufei's lips. Moments later, Chen Yufei's eyes brightened. It does smell wonderful. Yaning, save some for me. You've already had more than I have. As Li Chen entered the villa, he was greeted by this scene. The leftover chicken soup he had prepared was completely devoured by the two women, nearly to the point of licking the bowl clean. Clearing his throat deliberately, the two women finally noticed his presence. Chen Yufei, recalling her earlier actions, felt a flush of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Yaning, puffing up in indignation, remarked, "Brother-in-law, you make such delicious food and don't leave any for us. By the way, that Wang fellow actually sent thugs to deal with me on the road. And you must seek revenge for me. He certainly won't let this go easily after failing this time." Li Chen settled onto the sofa, responding, "With your level of skill, you could easily handle him, even if he were to strike." Hearing her brother-in-law's words, Su Yaning felt a blush creep to her cheeks as she reflected on her performance that day. Nonetheless, she persisted, "Brother-in-law, please help me. I'm still unfamiliar with my own strength and was planning to find a training camp to hone my combat skills, so I can stand on my own." Seeing that Li Chun was unresponsive, Su Yaning resorted to her ultimate tactic. She rubbed her eyes, looking pitiful. If my sister were here, she would never allow me to suffer like this. Indeed, upon hearing this, a softness flickered in Li Chen's gaze. He recognized the debt he owed to Su Qingxue. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to meet this boss Wang." "Really? I knew you were the best, brother-in-law." The following morning, Su Yaning arrived early at Li Chen's villa, driving an SUV with Chen Yufei seated in the passenger seat. Initially, Su Yaning had not intended to bring her along, but Chen Yufei persistently insisted on joining her for a glimpse. Unable to withstand her relentless pleas, Su Yaning eventually acquiesced. "Let us be off." Li Chen settled into the car, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of an establishment. This particular venue was owned by Wang Wenyan, and through my inquiries, I had learned he was present here. Without hesitation, Li Chen exited the vehicle and approached the club. A beautiful woman clad in a qipao stepped forward, her demeanor exuding grace. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired with a smile. "I seek Wang Wenyan. Kindly inform him to come down," Li Chen responded. A flicker of surprise crossed her face as she assessed Li Chen. Then she nodded and replied, "Of course, please wait a moment." Minutes later, a portly man with a round face descended the stairs. "Who is looking for me?" he asked. "It is I. Surely you have not forgotten our encounter from last night," Li Chen stated. Upon noticing Su Yanning behind Li Chen, Wang Wenyan's expression darkened, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. "It appears you have come seeking trouble. Yet you should have inquired about who I, Wang the Fat, truly am." With that, he called out, and a group of thugs emerged, each wearing a menacing grin. Among them were no formidable fighters. At best, 2 or 3 had undergone some training, yet none had even mastered the basics of internal strength. "Close the door," Wang Wenyan commanded. With a resounding crash, the glass door of the club was shut, while some even drew down the roller blinds. Once the doors were securely closed, Wang Wenyan, a mocking smile etched on his face, declared, "You shall not leave here without leaving a part of yourselves behind. I believe it is you who should consider leaving a piece behind," Li Chen retorted, stepping forward to seize Wang Wenyan's wrist. With a sharp twist, Wang Wenyan's arm snapped audibly, a cry of agony escaping his lips. "Ah, my hand, you bastard, I will end you." As the thugs regained their senses, they brandished their weapons and charged at Li Chen. With a swift motion of his sleeve, a wave of force surged forth, sending all 20 of them flying against the walls, blood gushing from their wounds. The receptionist, paralyzed by fear, could only watch in horror. Even Chen Yufei's complexion turned ashen. Wang Wenyan, trembling with terror, stammered, Who exactly are you?" Chapter 86. You can only defeat 30 of me. Li Chen remained silent, exerting more force with his hands. With a sharp crack, he twisted Wang Wenyan's arm into a grotesque shape. Wang Wenyan lay on the ground like a dead dog, howling in agony. His eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Li Chen. Li Chen coldly regarded Wang Wenyan and inquired, "So, Do you still wish to keep my parts? Wang Weinian, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, and no, I dare not. With another swift kick, Li Chen sent Wang Weinian flying over 10 meters, rendering him unconscious. He then turned to Su Yaning and Chen Yufei, who appeared somewhat pale, and stated, "Let us depart." While Su Yaning managed to maintain her composure, Chen Yufei was utterly stunned. It was no wonder Li Chen's subordinates were so fierce. The seemingly refined Li Chen was, in fact, equally brutal. Before long, they exited the establishment. By the way, what is the situation with the training camp you enrolled in? Li Chen recalled Su Yaning's earlier remarks. Had he personally guided her, even with her lack of aptitude, she would have swiftly acquired formidable strength. However, Li Chen had never possessed such patience. Throughout his journey in the realm of cultivation, reaching the status of a celestial emperor, he had never taken on a disciple, only occasionally offering guidance to others when the mood struck him. Allowing Su Yaning to undergo training was indeed a prudent decision. That training camp was called the Eagle Training Camp, boasting a month-long closed training program. "Take me to have a look," Li Chen said. After all, having already assisted Su Yaning in dealing with Wang Fati, he might as well examine the camp's capabilities. If the training camp failed to meet expectations, it would be better for Chen Weidong to assist Su Yaning, given his substantial combat experience. "All right," Su Yaning replied with enthusiasm. Soon, their vehicle arrived in front of a grand building. The group descended to the first floor, which housed the training grounds of the camp. As they exited the elevator, a burly man approached them. "This is Instructor Yu. He is one of the trainers at the camp. I have reviewed his credentials," Su Yaning whispered to Li Chen. Instructor Yu wore a stern expression and coldly stated, "Haven't you already enrolled? The training camp commences in 3 days. What are you doing here now?" His tone was frosty, filled with reproach. "I brought my brother-in-law to take a look." Su Yaning, the formidable president, found her aura diminished before him. Instructor Yu snorted disdainfully. "Your brother-in-law is not a member here. What right does he have to observe? Will he even comprehend what he sees? Leave at once. Come back to register in 3 days." He began to usher them away. This Instructor Yu was notorious in the training camp for his uncompromising demeanor and peculiar temperament. At that moment, a man and a woman emerged from within. Upon seeing the scene, the woman hastily interjected, "Instructor Yu, although Su Yaning is a trainee, she is also our client, and we allow visits here. Previously, when others came to observe, you did not object. Why make things difficult for them now?" To everyone's surprise, Instructor Yu merely scoffed. "If you wish to learn from me, you must abide by my rules. Here, I hold the authority. Today, I am in a foul mood, so I shall not permit them to enter. Moreover, allowing any dubious individuals imposes a risk. What if they clandestinely record our instructional content and disseminate it?" At this moment, Li Chen stepped forward, his gaze fixed upon Instructor Yu, and remarked with a smirk, "You may lack proficiency in your own skills, yet your temper is quite formidable. One might mistakenly believe you are a master." Upon hearing this, both the male and female instructors silently lamented their misfortune. Instructor Yu had a notoriously volatile temper, and the man brought by Su Yaning dared to provoke him. Indeed, Instructor Yu's face contorted with fury. "What did you say, brat? You claim my skills are subpar? Do you seek death? A mere boy, daring to critique me. Do you believe I wouldn't crush you with a single blow?" With that, he lunged forward, his hand reaching to seize Li Chen's throat. However, before he could even touch Li Chen, his wrist was caught and twisted with a sharp crack. Subsequently, Li Chen delivered a powerful kick, propelling Instructor Yu into the air, resulting in a resounding crash against the wall. He then slid down, collapsing onto the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Li Chen stood there, his tone devoid of warmth. "Is that all? I wonder who granted you the audacity to be so arrogant." The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The male and female instructors were left in stunned disbelief. Though Instructor Yu was known for his temper, he was also the strongest among the instructors. Yet he was so easily defeated. Those who rushed out upon hearing the commotion gaped at the scene. "Is this a challenge?" One individual whispered to the female instructor beside him. "No, he is a relative of a student, and a minor conflict arose with Instructor Yu," she succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, he exhaled in relief. If even Instructor Yu could be so easily subdued, then truly, no one would stand a chance against an actual challenger. 10 minutes later, within the training hall, Li Chen examined the training equipment, followed closely by a throng of instructors. After his inspection, he turned to Su Yaning and said, "Since you have enrolled, dedicate yourself to your training here. And regarding Instructor Yu, should he dare to trouble you, do not hesitate to inform me." Despite possessing the cultivation of qi refining, Su Yaning displayed a distinct lack of awareness befitting a skilled practitioner, which concerned Li Chen greatly. A nearby woman chuckled softly. Instructor, you may not be able to rise from his bed for a month. How could he possibly trouble Su Yaning? Furthermore, while he may be quick-tempered, he is not foolish. It is evident that Li Chen is someone he cannot provoke. All right, let us depart. After the tour, Li Chen made his way outside. The instructors collectively exhaled in relief. The formidable figure was finally leaving. Though Li Chen had maintained an air of nonchalance throughout, his ability to dispatch Instructor Yu with a single strike had instilled an overwhelming sense of pressure upon them. Upon exiting the training facility, Chen Yufei could not contain her curiosity and asked, Li Chen, how would you assess the instructor's abilities here? They are rather mediocre, Li Chen replied. According to the standards of martial artists, there are indeed a few individuals who have attained the Mingjing level, which is quite commendable. It is precisely for this reason that Li Chen decided to allow Su Yaning to continue retraining here. Third rate? They seem rather lacking in strength, Chen Yufei remarked. Li Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, their prowess is limited. They could only manage to contend with 30 of you at best. Chen Yufei? Chapter 87. Do you have any objections? Upon exiting the training hall, Li Chen parted ways with Su Yaning and Chen Yufei. He sensed the location of the father-daughter duo, Nian Lichuan, and a sardonic smile crept across his face. The Nian family had fled quite far, even to the northern bank of the river. However, no matter where they sought refuge, the entirety of the earth posed no distance to Li Chen. The 3 shots fired previously were merely interest. Having encroached upon my family's estate, both father and daughter would ultimately meet their demise. I shall allow you to endure a few days as the wretched and bereaved before sending you underground to atone to my father. Li Chen was preparing to depart from Chuzhou to investigate the surrounding realms when suddenly, a black SUV screeched to a halt directly in front of him. 4 formidable men emerged from the vehicle, their gazes sharp and imbued with a hint of menace. All were martial artists, having reached the level of dark energy. They stood before Li Chen, coldly asserting, Our young master wishes to see you. Come with us. There was no room for negotiation in their tone. It was a blatant command. Who is your young master? Li Chen inquired, furrowing his brow. You will find out once we arrive. I advise you not to be obstinate. The leader threatened impatiently. But before he could finish his sentence, a sharp crack resounded as he was sent flying, collapsing lifelessly upon impact with the ground. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? The remaining 3 instinctively stepped back, their faces etched with terror as they gazed at Li Chen. Tell me, who sent you? Li Chen demanded ominously, his intent clear. He would not hesitate to eliminate the remaining 3 should they fail to comply. It was young Master Luo Bin from the Luo family. He awaits you at the Guanyin Club, one of the men stammered, his voice trembling. Li Chen refrained from attacking the remaining trio, and instead took a single step forward, vanishing from sight. The 3 stood in stunned silence, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Am I imagining things? He just disappeared. I saw it too. In an instant, they glanced at the spot where Li Chen had stood, and then at their deceased companion. A wave of relief washed over them, realizing they had narrowly escaped death. The Luo family has offended such a figure. They are surely doomed, one remarked. The others nodded in agreement. We should not return to the Luo family. We must flee to preserve our lives. Meanwhile, in the exclusive VIP room of the Guanyin Club, young Master Luo Bin reclined on a sofa, a cigar perched between his lips. Surrounding him were bodyguards clad in black, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Opposite him stood Luo Dongshan, his expression shifting between gloom and contemplation, lost in thought. Uncle, why not manage the Jiangnan estate well and enjoy the life of a modest wealthy man? Why return to contend with my father for the position of family head? Now look where it has led you. Your very life is at stake. As my blood relative, it pains me to consider your demise. Yet the struggle for power in prominent families has always been brutal and merciless. Indeed, that Li Chen will soon be apprehended. You claim he is your ally. I am curious to see who possesses such audacity to meddle in the succession dispute of the Luo family. Regardless of what Luo Bin asserts, Luo Dongshan remains silent, awaiting Li Chun's arrival. Were it not for the imminent threat to his life, he would not dare to use Li Chun's name to bolster his own standing. Unfortunately, this nephew of his is exceedingly ruthless. All his subordinates have been slain, and now his very life is at stake. In this dire moment, he can only falsely proclaim Li Chen as his support. At the banquet hosted by Chen Weidong, he witnessed Li Chun's formidable prowess firsthand. Even Xiao Qinglong was no match for him. At that moment, The door to the private room swung open. Luo Bin looked up in confusion and saw a young man striding in with confidence. Luo Bin was taken aback. Who is this person? Surely he has entered the wrong room. The individual he sent out had only been gone for a mere 10 minutes. It was inconceivable that he would return so swiftly. He signaled to one of his subordinates. The subordinate stepped forward, blocking Li Chen's path, and barked, "Who is this reckless fool, barging in like a headless fly? Get out." As he spoke, he reached out to seize Li Chen's shoulder, intending to throw him out. With the strength of an adept martial artist, such a grip could easily shatter an ordinary person's bones. Yet, as a member of the esteemed Luo family, he was indifferent to such consequences. What if he killed a mere commoner? However, just as his hand made contact with Li Chen's shoulder, an immense force rebounded, sending him hurtling backwards, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. Instantly, the eyes of the bodyguards in the room were fixed warily upon Li Chen. Even Luo Bin, who was leisurely puffing on a cigar, displayed a hint of surprise. "Li Chen, you have arrived." Luo Dongshan, upon seeing Li Chen, did not exhibit much joy. Instead, he nervously spoke. Li Chen ignored Luo Dongshan and turned his attention to Luo Bin, asking, "You summoned me. What is the matter?" "So you are Li Chen, the one behind Luo Dongshan. You possess remarkable courage to involve yourself in the struggle for leadership within the Luo family. Do you not understand the meaning of danger? The struggle for leadership?" Li Chen glanced at Luo Dongshan. "Did you tell him I am your supporter?" Under Li Chen's penetrating gaze, Luo Dongshan involuntarily trembled. "In a moment of life and death, I had no choice but to say so. Li Chen, I had no other option. For the sake of my friendship with your father, I beg you to save me this once." Upon hearing this, Li Chen replied coldly, "Let this be a lesson. Do not let it happen again. Now let us go." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bin could no longer contain his displeasure and rose with a cold expression. "Li Chen, do you think I do not exist? Do you presume to take someone away from here without my consent?" Li Chen cast a disdainful glance at him. "So, you have objections?" Chapter 88. Step forward and face your fate. At this moment, Luo Bin was utterly infuriated. As the distinguished heir of the Luo family, it was the first time he had been so blatantly disdained, especially the way Li Chen regarded him, as if he were just a mere stray animal. "You little brat. Do not presume that a modicum of strength allows you to act with impunity. My Luo family is not to be trifled with." Luo Bin seethed through clenched teeth. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when slap, Li Chen delivered a resounding strike, sending Luo Bin's head askew, and his body hurtled sideways, crashing into the corner with a pained cry. "How dare you lay a hand on the young master? Seize him." In the private room, a dozen masters of the hidden realm simultaneously lunged at Li Chen. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, they all lay sprawled on the ground. Li Chen turned to the still-dazed Luo Dongshan and said, "Let us go." Hastily, Luo Dongshan followed in Li Chen's wake. Once outside, he cast a fearful glance at Li Chen, saying, "Li Chen, I truly did not intend for this to happen today. I was simply left with no options." Before he could finish, Li Chen interjected, "No need for further words. You share a connection with my father, so I shall overlook today's events. However, should this occur again, I assure you, your life will be the first to be claimed." Luo Dongshan wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued, "Li Chen, the position of the Luo family patriarch is essentially falling into my elder brother's hands. Could you assist me?" Upon hearing this, Li Chen outright declined. "I will not assist you. The affairs of the Luo family are of no concern to me, and I have no time to meddle." It seemed as though Luo Dongshan had anticipated this response, and he quickly added, "There is something you must know. If you become aware of it, you will surely help me deal with my elder brother." "Oh, what is it?" Li Chen inquired, fixing his gaze upon Luo Dongshan. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Dongshan confessed, "I initially did not wish to share this with you, for revealing it would undoubtedly seal my elder brother's fate. Yet, since he seeks my life, I can afford to be cautious no longer. 15 years ago, when I had just constructed the Jiangnan residence in Qingzhou, your father took a liking to the locale and rented a courtyard for an extended period. At that time, my elder brother, Luo Donghai, happened to arrive. Upon hearing that your father was my friend, he publicly humiliated him, forcing your father to kneel for 3 hours." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression darkened. He recalled a time, many years ago, when his father returned home in a decidedly unusual state. "If you dare deceive me, do you know the consequences?" Li Chen glared coldly at Luo Dongshan. "I speak nothing but the truth," Luo Dongshan replied. "Is that so?" Li Chen reached out and a surge of light was torn from Luo Dongshan's mind. In an instant, Luo Dongshan was overwhelmed by excruciating pain and collapsed to the ground, writhing. Li Chun delved into his memories. In the courtyard of the Jiangnan residence, a middle-aged man stood imperiously, striking Li Changfeng across the face and compelling him to kneel. Throughout the ordeal, none dared intervene. Li Changfeng clenched his fists, his expression one of rage and torment. Yet when his family was threatened, his face bore the marks of struggle, humiliation, and fury. Ultimately, he knelt down. In the scene, the man wore a cold smile, his tone laced with a chilling disdain. A merely family from Qingzhou, like a dog, dares to provoke me? With a mere flick of my finger, I could send every member of your family to the depths of hell. Huh, weren't you boasting about your toughness? Yet here you are, kneeling. At the end of the day, you are nothing but a waste. After uttering these words, he kicked Li Changfeng with force. Kneel for 3 hours, lose a minute, and someone from your family will perish. At this moment, Li Chun had clenched his fists, a murderous intent surging fiercely in his eyes. He raised his hand to silence Luo Dongshan's cries. Luo Dongshan looked up at Li Chun in confusion. What did you just do to me? Li Chun did not respond, only coldly stated, Luo Donghai, you dare to insult my father. I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Upon hearing this, Luo Dongshan realized that Li Chun was indeed serious about killing him, but he quickly replied, Li Chun, do not act impulsively. I know you possess great power, but the Luo family is not as simple as you think. Let us deliberate further and collaborate. This way, you can avenge your father, and I can secure the position of the Luo family head. However, before he could finish, Li Chun stepped away, returning to the private room. Luo Bin, who had just been helped up by his subordinates after Li Chun had twisted his neck, saw the harbinger of doom return. What do you want? Luo Bin stammered. But as soon as the words left his lips, with a thunderous crash, Li Chun pressed his head down, smashing it into the adjacent tea table. His skull shattered along with the table. The remaining bodyguards had no time to react before they were swiftly cleaved in two. After completing this grim task, Li Chun vanished from the room. Meanwhile, Luo Dongshan hurried back, and as he opened the private room door, he was confronted by a scene reminiscent of a Hell's Cape. While Li Chun had already disappeared, I must quickly return to Jiangnan. This Li Chun is far too impulsive. He didn't even let me finish speaking. The reason my elder brother can dominate the competition for the family head is that he has allied himself with a significant figure in Jiangnan, at the grand residence of the Luo family. As a prominent conglomerate in Jiangnan, the Luo family had risen since the Republican era, accumulating substantial wealth and influence. Moreover, the grand residence, built long ago, was situated in the bustling city center of Jiangnan. In such a prime location, its value was astronomical. At that moment, a young man appeared seemingly out of nowhere before the estate. He looked up at the plaque inscribed with the words "A Family of Scholars and Rituals." A cold smile gracing his lips. Clad in athletic attire, Li Chun emanated a chilling aura that exuded an air of coolness. Just then, the estate's doors swung open, and several beautiful women emerged, chattering excitedly. They were performers invited by the Luo family to entertain a distinguished guest who adored traditional opera. Upon seeing Li Chun standing at the entrance, his unique demeanor caught the attention of these women, who were accustomed to the presence of influential figures. A bold woman approached directly, inquiring with a flirtatious tone, "Hey handsome, what are you daydreaming about? Interested in getting to know each other? Let's exchange WeChat." Her heavily made-up visage was accentuated by captivating eyes. However, at that moment, Li Chun was engulfed by a tide of murderous intent, rendering him devoid of any amiable expression. "Get lost," Li Chun replied icily, a hint of frostiness glimmering in his gaze. The woman was taken aback, her complexion flushing crimson as she muttered under her breath, "What a piece of work. Standing at the entrance of the Luo family, you probably couldn't even step through the threshold." No sooner had she spoken than Li Chun suddenly took 2 strides forward and delivered a powerful kick to the stone lion at the entrance. The lion, towering over a person, was sent soaring through the air, crashing down upon the plaque with a resounding thud. With a sharp crack, the plaque shattered into fragments, and the entrance itself was left with a gaping hole. Luo Donghai, come out and face your doom. Chapter 89. Leave you with a whole corpse before the Luo family gate. The stone lion crashed down with a resounding boom, startling the women from the nearby opera troupe. Had he lost his mind? He had the audacity to smash the plaque of the Luo family. Those 4 characters, poetry and propriety passed down, were inscribed by a certain illustrious figure. The Luo family would undoubtedly be infuriated. Did you not hear him calling for Luo Donghai to come out and face death? This was clearly a vendetta. The woman who had mocked Li Chun earlier stood frozen, astonished. Just moments ago, she had derided Li Chun for being unable to enter the Luo family gates, yet now he was evidently intent on demolishing them. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Luo family was stirred, akin to birds startled awake at dawn, as figures rushed toward the entrance. Li Chun stood at the threshold, motionless, awaiting the emergence of the Luo family members. At this moment, a tide of murderous intent surged within him. Unless he unleashed a massacre today, how could he quell the fury raging in his heart? Who are you to dare rampage at the Luo family? A member of the Luo clan, alerted by the commotion, rushed out to block Li Chun's path. Bang! Without uttering a word, Li Chun swung his fist, shattering his opponent's chest in an instant. The onlookers gasped in shock, unable to fathom Li Chun's ferocity. Seize him! The leader immediately commanded, and a host of Luo family warriors lunged at Li Chun. However, in the blink of an eye, they all lay lifeless on the ground, transformed into corpses. The surrounding crowd, including passers-by, were petrified. In broad daylight, someone had brazenly committed murder. The women from the opera troupe trembled, having never witnessed such a scene. Luo Donghai, come out and face death. Li Chun's voice reverberated through the air once more. A steady stream of Luo family members surged from the estate, only to ultimately become lifeless bodies beneath Li Chun's feet. Like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, none could withstand his advance. Li Chun began to stride inward. The Luo family estate was vast, encompassing 9 courtyards both inside and out. Meanwhile, deep within the inner courtyard, Luo Donghai was in the company of a distinguished figure, a gray-robed elder, leisurely sipping tea. Opposite the elder, Luo Donghai wore a broad smile. Mr. Guo, I am able to suppress my second brother thanks to your assistance. Mr. Guo smiled faintly. Even without my presence, Luo Dongshan would not prevail against you. As they conversed, Li Chun's furious roar echoed from outside. Luo Donghai, come out and face death. Mr. Guo chuckled. It seems a foe of Luo's has come calling. In response, Luo Donghai merely smiled slightly. The Luo family is large and prosperous. It is inevitable that we make enemies. They are but minor figures, and my subordinates will handle them. With that, he instructed those outside, regardless of who it is, dispose of them quickly. Do not disturb Mr. Guo St. The steward hurriedly departed. Mr. Guo, let us continue our tea, Luo Donghai reassured, a smile returning to his face. A few moments later, the butler hurriedly entered. Master, the opponent is formidable and likely a grandmaster. Our men are no match for him. Luo Donghai's expression immediately darkened, feeling a sting to his pride. At that moment, Mr. Guo spoke up. Do you require my assistance in dealing with him? Mr. Guo wore a gentle smile, savoring his tea. Although the Luo family was not a clan of ancient martial arts, it did possess some martial practitioners, and the ability of the intruder to breach their defenses piqued his interest, albeit slightly. However, in Jiangnan, few could pose a threat to him. It seemed Mr. Guo was being entertained by this spectacle, yet such insignificant characters were hardly worthy of his intervention. Please wait a moment, Mr. Guo. I shall return shortly. With that, Luo Donghai stood and strode out. As he exited the hall, his countenance darkened. Gather all the experts of the Luo family. I wish to see who has the audacity to stir unrest within my domain. The steward promptly complied. As a century-old family, the Luo clan naturally had formidable guardians, though they seldom intervened. Soon, a dozen figures appeared beside Luo Donghai, each having reached the level of dark strength, including a grandmaster. Lu, I shall depend on you shortly. It is an opportune moment to demonstrate the prowess of the Luo family before Mr. Guo. I promise generous rewards afterward. Luo Donghai addressed the middle-aged man, who was the only grandmaster among them and the true trump card of the Luo family. Luo Donghai had invested heavily to secure his loyalty, and he had not yet revealed his skills in over a decade. Lu smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Rest assured, I have trained for this moment. Having received so much from the Luo family, I will certainly resolve your troubles. With my presence, no one shall wreak havoc in the Luo family. Excellent. With Master Lu's assurance, I am at ease. Luo Donghai laughed heartily. They soon made their way outside. At this moment, Li Chun had already arrived before the inner courtyard, leaving countless corpses in his wake. Halt! A furious roar echoed just then. Luo Donghai, accompanied by his entourage, approached. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies trailing Li Chun, fury surged within Luo Donghai's eyes. What audacity you possess to come to the Luo family and commit murder. His face darkened ominously upon catching sight of Luo Donghai. The murderous intent in Li Qin's eyes intensified. Luo Donghai, do you remember 15 years ago when you forced Li Changfeng to his knees in Jiangnan? Today, I have come to settle the score for my father. You are the son of Li Changfeng. I heard your family was exterminated. How is it that you still draw breath? It appears you have gained some strength. Yet, a wastrel remains a wastrel. 15 years ago, I made Li Changfeng kneel. And today, you shall meet the same fate. Do you truly believe you are worthy of avenging your father? Who will break his legs for me? I will pay 10 million. Luo Donghai commanded. I shall do it. No sooner had he spoken than a figure rushed forth, directly lunging at Li Chun. It was a dark strength expert. Get lost. Li Chun delivered a powerful punch that shattered his heart. His body fell like a tattered sack, lifeless beyond resurrection. The other dark energy practitioners, who had initially been eager to engage, all changed their expressions dramatically. Luo Donghai furrowed his brow, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward Lu Gongfang, who offered a reassuring glance before stepping forward. To be able to kill a dark energy martial artist with a single blow undoubtedly indicated mastery of the highest order. His youth was indeed unexpected. Regrettably, he remains too young. Even within the realm of mastery, there are distinctions. And I am already on the verge of the pinnacle of this realm. Lu Gongfang, hands clasped behind his back, wore a proud expression. Young man, if you immediately forsake your martial arts, I may spare your life. Your mere words may keep your corpse intact, Li Chun retorted coldly. Foolhardy. Lu Gongfang seethed with rage. In the next moment, he lunged forward like a tiger descending a mountain, his garments billowing dramatically. The wind howled, and his presence was formidable. I have transitioned from external to internal cultivation. I am a master of body refinement, my flesh impervious. Are you frightened now? Lu Gongfang roared, advancing step by step toward Li Qin. With each footfall, the ground trembled. Such a powerful aura. Lu Gongfang had evidently grown stronger. Truly, as a master of external cultivation, this force felt akin to a mountain in motion. The accompanying dark energy practitioners gasped in astonishment. This young man had thoroughly enraged Lu Gongfang. His demise appeared inevitable. A smile crept onto Luo Donghai's face. The earlier death of the dark energy practitioner had momentarily unsettled him, but witnessing Lu Gongfang's might restored his confidence. Are you prepared to meet your end? Lu Gongfang was now directly before Li Chun, resembling an indignant deity. However, before he could finish his sentence, Li Qin's fist struck his chest. Crack! Lu Gongfang's chest caved in, his organs shattered, and crimson blood stained his robe. Death. Chapter 90. Dreaming Lu Gongfang has perished. Witnessing this scene, an unsettling chill crept over everyone present. The once formidable Lu Gongfang, nearing the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, had been felled by a single blow. The crowd felt the terrifying power emanating from Li Chun. Luo Donghai's complexion turned ashen. He had once deemed such a person as insignificant as an ant, and a twinge of regret washed over him for having humiliated Li Changfeng years ago. At that time, he believed that a mere family from Qingzhou posed no threat, akin to casually tossing a stone at a stray dog on the roadside. Who could have anticipated that over a decade later, Li Changfeng would have birthed such an extraordinary son? Luo Donghai, the humiliation from 15 years ago shall be repaid with your life today. Li Qin's gaze fell upon Luo Donghai, his murderous intent blazing fiercely. Luo Donghai had forced his father to kneel for 3 hours. Thus, Li Qin was determined to make him experience the agony akin to being torn apart, to taste the bitter pain of obliteration. With deliberate steps, he approached Luo Donghai, each footfall resonating like a hammer upon Luo Donghai's heart. Luo Donghai's pallor deepened. It appeared that the head of the Luo family still required assistance. Just then, a voice emerged. Clad in a long robe, Mr. Guo approached with a serene smile. Mr. Guo, you have arrived. Upon seeing Mr. Guo, a flicker of relief appeared on Luo Donghai's face. Moments ago, despair had engulfed him. He had not even had the time to summon Mr. Guo for aid. Thankfully, Mr. Guo had appeared just in time. You intend to protect him? Li Qin's gaze shifted to Mr. Guo, the Qi refinement stage. Possessing strength that surpassed Lu Gongfeng by 2 significant realms, it was no wonder he dared to stand forth in the face of Lu Gongfeng's demise. Mr. Guo maintained his smile, unfazed. I do not seek to protect him, but rather to assist the head of the Luo family in taking your life. The head of the Luo family has yet to witness my true power, and you shall serve as the perfect demonstration. Remember, the one who will take your life is named Guo Weijie. As the final words left his lips, Guo Weijie soared into the air, hovering several meters above the ground. Simultaneously, he spread his palms, causing the surrounding air to stir violently, conjuring a tempest from thin air. He can fly. What divine technique is this? Shock washed over everyone. Even the hidden strength warriors were taken aback. They understood that reaching the innate level allowed one to leap several meters in height. But to hover in midair was a feat beyond the innate, achievable only by legendary practitioners. Mr. Guo was indeed a practitioner, a being akin to a deity. No wonder he commanded such respect from the master. He was of a caliber so extraordinary. One hidden strength warrior pondered. Despite their resentment towards the Luo family's reverence for Mr. Guo, believing that Guo Weijie was not significantly stronger than Lu Gongfeng, they now comprehended the depth of Guo Weijie's prowess. Luo Donghai was equally astonished. He knew Mr. Guo was formidable, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. Simultaneously, a sense of regret surged within him. Had I known this earlier, I would have refrained from posturing. Had I directly summoned Mr. Guo, would not Li Chun have long since lost his life? The Luo family would not have suffered such significant losses of formidable warriors. Observing the gazes of those around him, Guo Weijie could not help but reveal a smirk of satisfaction. The true master conceals his prowess, yet these individuals still regard themselves as mere ordinary martial artists. His eyes then fell upon Li Chun's face, yearning to witness shock and terror reflected there. To his astonishment, Li Chun remained utterly unperturbed, merely coldly retorting, "Come over and meet your demise." Such arrogance from a mere child. I shall grant you your wish, Guo Weijie thought, as a flicker of anger surged within him when he failed to achieve the desired effect. With a swift step into the air, he propelled himself toward Li Chun like a hawk swooping upon its prey. His fingers spread wide, conjuring fierce winds that seemed intent on tearing everything apart. Yet, Li Chun maintained his composure, raising his hand to seize Guo Weijie's wrist. Guo Weijie felt an immediate tightening, followed by a resounding crack as his wrist was brutally broken. In the next instant, Li Chun pressed down on his shoulder, and with a thunderous impact, he slammed Guo Weijie to the ground. The force of his arm hitting the floor shattered the marble beneath, embedding it deeply into the ground. A scream escaped Guo Weijie's lips, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. Luo Donghai's eyelids twitched violently, revealing his terror. He never imagined that such a formidable Guo Weijie would still fall short against Li Chun. With a face contorted in pain, Guo Weijie's eyes were wide with horror. "Weren't you quite boisterous just now? Unable to withstand this?" Li Chun's voice was icy as he spoke. Then, with a sickening crack, Guo Weijie's arm was violently torn from his body, blood splattering forth. Before he could even utter a scream, with a swift motion, the other arm was similarly severed. Following this, Li Chun delivered a powerful punch that obliterated Guo Weijie's skull. Guo Weijie was dead. A profound silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the sound of trembling teeth. The onlookers regarded Li Chun as if he were a demon. The dozen or so martial artists from the Luo family trembled, their legs quaking. Luo Donghai, overwhelmed with dread, had lost all semblance of the dignified family head. If even a powerhouse like Guo Weijie had been slain, who could possibly stand against the man before them? "Luo Donghai, what means do you now possess?" Li Chun's voice reverberated like thunder. Luo Donghai clenched his fists, and in the next moment, he collapsed to his knees. "To the victor go the spoils. Your power is undeniable. I accept my fate, merely hoping for a swift end." "Swift?" Li Chun's laughter rang out, echoing 3 times. "Did you ever consider the feelings of my father when you forced him to kneel? Now you wish for mercy? Dream on." With that, Li Chun strode purposefully towards Luo Donghai. The few hidden martial artists, realizing the gravity of the situation, dared not protect their master any longer and turned to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, Li Chun unleashed a wave of sword energy that severed their heads cleanly. Witnessing this, Luo Donghai's eyes widened once more. Is this truly the extent of Li Chun's power? Without granting him much time for contemplation, Li Chun delivered a swift kick to his knee. With a resounding crack, the knee shattered. Below it, the entire lower leg was violently ejected. Muscles, bones, skin, and blood vessels lay severed, exposed, and drenched in a torrent of blood. Luo Donghai emitted a harrowing scream, his body collapsing to the ground like a mortally wounded wild dog. Chapter 91. The destruction of the Jiangnan families led by Li Chun. The anguished screams of Luo Donghai echoed relentlessly. The remaining members of the Luo family cowered within their inner sanctum, trembling in fear, too terrified to venture outside. "Li Chun, may you suffer a fate worse than death. For the way you have treated me today, there will surely come a day when you will be subjected to the same," Luo Donghai spat venomously. Yet, before he could finish his curse, Li Qin delivered a brutal kick to his mouth, shattering his teeth. Simultaneously, he crushed Luo Donghai's other leg beneath his foot. Years ago, my father bore you no ill will. It was merely by chance that he crossed paths with you in Jiangnan. He displayed not a hint of malice. Yet you chose to humiliate him unjustly, simply due to your connection with Luo Dongshan. Today, this is your retribution. With that, Li Chun placed his foot upon Luo Donghai's back, seized his wrists, and simultaneously wrenched both of his arms from their sockets. The wails of agony rose again, piercing the air. Li Qin then raised his hand, a surge of light coursing into Luo Donghai's body. Observing the now mutilated form of Luo Donghai, he spoke icily. I will not allow you to die so easily. Even without your limbs, you shall endure for another fortnight. During this time, your suffering shall know no respite. This shall be your punishment. Upon concluding his statement, Li Qin unceremoniously kicked the now helpless Luo Donghai aside and turned to exit the Luo residence. Outside the grand gates of the Luo family, a crowd had already gathered. Not long ago, someone had forcefully battered the door. And this was a spectacle too tantalizing to miss. Even the troupe of actresses had not departed. What do you suppose was the outcome of that young man charging into the Luo residence? One whispered. The woman who had previously attempted to engage Li Qin scoffed. What outcome could there possibly be? What power does the Luo family wield? That boy is surely being beaten to a pulp. I could hear the cries from within. Indeed, others murmured in agreement. The might of the Luo family was well known, even to those outside their sphere. Such a pity. That young man was rather handsome. What does that matter? Handsome but blind to reality, the scornful woman retorted, her beauty having afforded her undue privileges until now, making her humiliation all the more bitter. At that moment, someone nudged her. Look, look. Instinctively, she raised her gaze and beheld Li Chun striding confidently out from the residence, his attire pristine. It took a moment for the onlookers to grasp the reality. Li Chun had emerged from the chaos unscathed. When had the Luo family become so lenient? The cries they had heard, were they not his, but rather those of the Luo family? As the crowd stood in bewilderment, a sleek Maybach swiftly pulled up to the entrance. A figure leaped from the vehicle, racing towards the Luo residence. It was Luo Dongshan, who had taken a private jet to return at the fastest speed possible. Upon seeing the damaged entrance, he immediately realized Li Chun had indeed come, and anxiety gripped his heart as he wondered whether he was too late. He dashed into the Luo residence. Yet even before reaching the inner courtyard, a wave of dread surged within him. Along the path, over 100 lives had been extinguished, and the majority of the Luo family's warriors lay slain. The entire estate was enveloped in an eerie silence. Suddenly, a feeble and anguished cry pierced the stillness. Luo Dongshan hastily followed the sound and beheld a bloodied and mangled figure huddled in the corner. Blood and mud mingled, obscuring any semblance of identity. As he approached, the contours of the person's face became discernible, and in that moment, a tempest of shock roiled within him. It was his elder brother. How could he have come to such a fate? Was this the doing of Li Qin? Hadn't he, his brother, summoned the formidable Mr. Guo for protection? What had transpired in his absence? Noticing a figure peering cautiously from the entrance, he called out, "Come here." A young man, trembling, stepped forward. "Why, young master?" He stood before Luo Dongshan, fear etched across his face. "What happened here before I returned? Where's Li Chun?" Li Chun. I know not who that is. But a youth stormed into the family, slaughtering many, including Mr. Guo and Elder Lu. Everyone has taken refuge inside. I mustered the courage to sneak out and assess the situation. At that moment, Luo Dongshan comprehended the gravity of the calamity that had befallen them. He had not anticipated that even Mr. Guo would fall short against Li Chun. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan abilities group, all members convened. Among them was Xiao Qinglong, who had journeyed from Qingzhou. They gathered to discuss the recent obliteration of several martial clans in Jiangnan. Presiding over the meeting was He Qinggong, the leader of the Jiangnan abilities group. The annihilation of the 8 ancient martial families had sent shockwaves, with reports of spontaneous human combustion captivating even the capital's attention. He Qinggong surveyed the faces before him. I believe that such a colossal disturbance cannot be the work of a single individual but rather the machinations of an organization. Since the establishment of the abilities group, many practitioners have chosen to remain low-key, yet there are always those who dare to challenge our authority. Therefore, regardless of the identity of the assailants, they must be apprehended and brought to justice. As he spoke, he distributed a stack of documents containing photographs of the devastated martial families alongside surveillance footage from the vicinity. The attendees scrutinized the images, their expressions grim. Suddenly, Xiao Qinglong's gaze fell upon one particular photograph, and his pupils constricted in shock. The image did not depict a face, merely a silhouette. Yet it was one he recognized all too well. In an instant, a haughty visage flashed through his mind. Li Chun. It was indeed him. Chapter 92. Do not cross Li Chun. The moment Xiao Qinglong recognized Li Chun, his eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the individual responsible for the annihilation of the 8 ancient martial families of Jiangnan was none other than Li Chun himself. It was one matter for this Li Chun to stir up chaos in Qingzhou, but to arrive in Jiangnan and obliterate an entire lineage was something he never anticipated. Xiao Qinglong couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, reflecting on his previous audacity in attempting to capture Li Chun, an act of sheer folly. In retrospect, the mere fact that he had survived in Qingzhou was solely due to Li Chun's mercy, extended because of his affiliation with the Special Abilities Group. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A subordinate rushed in, whispering urgently into He Qinggong's ear. He Qinggong abruptly stood, exclaiming, "A prominent figure from the capital has arrived to investigate. Everyone, join me in welcoming him." The gathered crowd exchanged astonished glances, having heard rumors of an eminent visitor from the capital, yet the identity remained shrouded in mystery. Curiosity sparked among them. Soon, they exited the conference room and assembled at the entrance of the Special Abilities Group. A sleek black armored car came to a smooth halt. The members of the Jiangnan Special Abilities Group stood in orderly fashion behind He Qinggong, who wore an expression of utmost respect. As the car came to a stop, the driver briskly approached the rear door and opened it. A distinctly chiseled face emerged, belonging to a man in his 50s, dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit. Holding a civil service cane that exuded authority, he descended from the vehicle with an air of dignity. "Greetings, everyone. I am Meng Jiaowei, and it is a pleasure to meet you all." Upon uttering the name Meng Jiaowei, the collective countenance of those present shifted dramatically. He was the vice president of the Huaxia Special Abilities General Group, one of 6 vice presidents, and possessed a cultivation level that had reached the 8th layer of qi refinement, a figure of considerable significance. Such individuals were rarely encountered, even by Xiao Qinglong during his tenure in the capital's Special Abilities General Group. Vice President Meng. He Qinggong immediately bowed in respect. "Greetings, Vice President." The crowd echoed in unison, their faces etched with reverence. Meng Jiaowei smiled warmly, projecting an approachable demeanor. Yet, while he could afford to be amiable, others dared not overstep. "I am already aware of the situation in Jiangnan. The General Director places great importance on this matter and has dispatched me to ascertain the truth expeditiously." Without even entering the conference room, Meng Jiaowei stated. The atmosphere grew tense, as it was evident that this vice president was not one to be trifled with. Upon entering the conference room, Meng Jiaowei received the materials and promptly examined them, isolating the photograph depicting Li Chun's silhouette. "I have reviewed these documents previously. The sole lead we have is this shadow. If we can identify him, we may unravel the web and apprehend the perpetrator." Before he could finish, He Qinggong suddenly rose. "Vice President, we have just received a report. Someone has brazenly stormed the Luo family estate in broad daylight to commit murder. However, when the police arrived, the Luo family claimed that no such incident occurred, presenting surveillance footage they had retrieved from the vicinity." He Qinggong activated the video on his phone, revealing a figure that kicked a stone lion, shattering the Luo family's plaque into fragments. It was merely a silhouette. Meng Jiaowei immediately compared it with a photograph and slammed his hand on the table. Indeed, this figure bears an uncanny resemblance. It is the same individual. To his surprise, such significant progress had been made so soon after his arrival. "Team leader I commend you for this achievement." "Thank you, Deputy Chief," He Qinggong replied, somewhat exhilarated. The next step was to apprehend this individual, through whom they could uncover the forces behind him. Meng Jiaowei began to issue tasks. At that moment, Xiao Qinglong abruptly stood up. "Xiao Qinglong, do you have something to say?" Meng Jiaowei inquired, surprised by his action. He had a vague impression of Xiao Qinglong. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Qinglong spoke. "Team leader Meng, I actually know this individual from the footage. However what?" Meng Jiaowei's expression darkened. Knowing yet remaining silent was tantamount to concealing vital information. "This person is extraordinary. His name is Li Chun. I have crossed paths with him in Qizhou, and I am no match for him. It would be wise for us not to provoke him lightly." The moment the words "not to provoke" left his lips, Meng Jiaowei slammed his palm on the table. "Xiao Qinglong, do you understand the gravity of your words? The reason I summoned you from your leave to Jiangnan was due to your capabilities, yet here you are, showing such timidity. I am truly disappointed. Deputy Chief, allow me to handle this. Captain Xiao is still young and inexperienced. It is natural for him to hesitate. I have already reached the second level of qi refining and can assure you I will bring back Li Chun. He Qinggong interjected hastily. This was a rare opportunity to showcase his abilities and earn favor with the deputy chief, paving the way for a bright future. As for Xiao Qinglong, he was merely young. How could he retreat at such a critical moment? Hearing this, Meng Xiaohui shot a cold glare at Xiao Qinglong. You will face consequences upon your return to the capital. He Qinggong, I entrust this matter to your Jiang and Special Abilities team. Capture this individual, and everyone involved will be duly recognized for their contributions. I shall remain here, awaiting your good news, allowing certain timid individuals to witness the true prowess of the Special Abilities team. We will ensure the mission's success, He Qinggong affirmed, promptly selecting several subordinates before striding out of the conference room. Xiao Qinglong, however, let out a sigh. He recalled Li Qin's previous warning in Qingzhou. Further provocation could lead to dire consequences. What are you sighing about? You are bringing shame to the capital's Special Abilities team, Meng Xiaohui exclaimed in anger. Deputy Chief, that Li Chun is truly not someone to be trifled with. Before he could finish his sentence, a cigarette ashtray flew across the table, striking him on the forehead, causing blood to stream down. Silence. If you utter another word, I will immediately strip you of your captaincy and send you back to Qingzhou as a regular team member. Chapter 93. Consequences to bear. Having just departed from the Luo family, Li Chun intended to confront the Song family and settle their grievances. Suddenly, he sensed an intent gaze upon him. At a distance of 2,000 meters atop a building, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Clad in flowing white garments, he remained motionless at the edge of the rooftop, unfazed by the howling wind. With sharp features and penetrating eyes, he scrutinized Li Qin's position intently. Is this the young scion of the Li family? Remarkably, he has survived. 10 years ago, following a tragic accident, I had ventured to the scene in search of him, only to find no trace. Astonishingly, while the entire Li family was annihilated, he remains alive. Alas, the events surrounding the Li family were far too consequential. Even if he lives, I cannot reveal myself, lest I plunge into an irretrievable abyss. With a deep sigh, the middle-aged man contemplated his predicament. Suddenly, he noticed Li Qin lifting his gaze. The man's brow furrowed in surprise. Has he discerned my presence? Such acute perception is indeed unexpected. Yet, given the distance between us, I have no desire for an encounter. He shall not see me. A slight smile graced his lips. And in the next instant, he leaped into the air, swiftly vanishing from the rooftop. Moments later, he found himself in a secluded alley. However, just then, his form abruptly stiffened. Before him, not far away, stood a figure coldly regarding him. It was none other than Li Chun. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's complexion shifted dramatically. His speed should have been untraceable, even to a typical qi refining practitioner, let alone with Li Chun being 2,000 meters away. Yet now, Li Chun had not only caught up to him, but had done so without him noticing. It seems that in these 10 years, you have undergone a remarkable transformation. However, I prefer not to meet you at this moment. With that, the middle-aged man took a step forward, his speed reaching its zenith as he attempted to distance himself rapidly. You shall not escape. Li Qin's voice was icy. In the next instant, the middle-aged man felt the air around him solidify. His body seemed ensnared in a quagmire, immobilized completely. This sudden turn of events left his face pale with dread. Before he could react, an overwhelming force manifested, pressing him flat against the ground. Li Qin approached him at a measured pace, crouching down to gaze at the man's face, which was pressed firmly into the earth. Speak. Why have you been secretly observing me? Furthermore, it seems you are familiar with me. The middle-aged man, still reeling from shock, did not respond to Li Qin's query. Li Chun continued, if you do not cooperate willingly, I shall crush your body piece by piece. As his words fell, the gravity around them surged tenfold. Crack! The sound of the man's bones echoed in the silence. In an instant, terror gripped him. If the pressure were to increase further, he would surely meet his demise. Let us speak civilly, he stammered. I am Qing Xuanzi, an elder of the Qingshu sect. I have long recognized your lineage, a decade ago. I discerned that the bloodline of your Li family was extraordinary. I had intended to invite a member of the Li family into the Qingshu sect. However, when your family was beset by the Longsheng Society, I covertly assisted on several occasions. Yet despite the prowess of the Qingshu sect, We were ultimately unable to contend with the Longxing Society. In the end, I could not save your family. At this juncture, a hint of sorrow flickered in the other party's eyes. In the next moment, the pressure emanating from him dissipated entirely. Li Chen was certain that the individual before him was not lying. Furthermore, according to what Qin Yunxing had mentioned, there was a force aiding the Li family during the confrontation. It seems highly likely that it was indeed King Suzy. Thus, it appears you are a benefactor to the Li family, yet why did you gaze upon me with such scrutiny earlier? Li Chen inquired. I came here at the behest of an old friend to attend his birthday celebration, and upon seeing you emerge from the Luo family residence, I felt an inexplicable familiarity, only to discover that it was truly you. In light of this, I must admit I misjudged you. You have also rendered kindness to the Li family. Please allow me to pay my respects. Li Chen bowed deeply to King Suzy. King Suzy hastily waved his hand. I dare not accept such honor. It has been a decade since our last meeting, and I am astonished by the sheer terror of your prowess. My own cultivation at the third level of qi refinement seems but a plaything in your presence. Given this, you may indeed seek vengeance for the Li family. The Longxing Society has already been vanquished, Li Chen replied. Beyond the Longxing Society, do you possess any other leads? King Suzy shook his head. I am afraid I am unaware of any. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your earlier assistance to the Li family. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out. Take this talisman with you. Should you crush it, I will be able to sense it. As he spoke, Li Chen handed a talisman to King Suzy. King Suzy gazed at the talisman with a sense of nostalgia. A decade prior, he had wished to take Li Chen as his disciple. Little did he know that in just 10 short years, an ephemeral blink for a cultivator, the other's strength had surpassed his comprehension entirely. Seeing Li Chen prepare to depart, King Suzy urgently inquired, Li Chen, what is your current level of power? Power? Li Chen paused, pondering that the concept of an immortal emperor might be difficult for him to grasp. Thus, he replied, my realm is not easily conveyed. However, you need only remember this. I am unrivaled beneath heaven. Unrivaled beneath heaven? King Suzy was momentarily rendered speechless. What level of strength must one possess to boldly proclaim such a statement? Just as Li Chen exited the alley, 2 SUVs came to a halt before him, and several figures swiftly disembarked. Each of these individuals exuded formidable energy, encircling Li Chen the moment they alighted. They were none other than He Qigong and members of the Jiang Ability Group. As soon as Li Chen had appeared in the alley, they had used nearby surveillance cameras to pinpoint his visage. This exemplifies the remarkable capabilities of modern technology. The Jiangnan Ability Group evidently surpassed the Qingzhou Ability Group by a significant margin. Even a single member had attained the master level, with several team leaders reaching the innate realm. At the forefront, He Qigong had achieved the second level of qi refinement. After these individuals surrounded Li Chen, He Qigong stepped forward with determination, casting a cold gaze upon Li Chen. We are from the Jiangnan Abilities Group. Please accompany us without resistance. Should you dare to oppose, you shall bear the consequences. Chapter 94. The Flying Sword of 100 Paces. A trivial skill. He Qigong regarded Li Chen with a cold smile, his gaze sharp as a blade. The youth before him was nothing more than a stepping stone for his ascension. By defeating Li Chen, he would undoubtedly earn the favor of Meng Jiaowei. As for Xiao Qinglong's words, He Qigong found them laughable. How formidable could such a young individual truly be? He even harbored suspicions of collusion between Xiao Qinglong and Li Chen. Li Chen, furrowing his brow, had previously warned both Xiao Qinglong and Zhao Qingzhou, among others of the supernatural group. He had shown them repeated leniency, yet it seemed they paid no heed to his words. I shall grant you 3 seconds to depart at once, or bear the consequences. Li Chen's gaze swept over the faces of all 15 individuals present, each a formidable opponent. This was the utmost tolerance he could extend, given their affiliation with the supernatural group. Upon hearing his command, He Qigong and the other 14 members of the supernatural group wore expressions of displeasure. They had never encountered such arrogance before. Daring to command them to leave was tantamount to courting death. Young man, it seems you are unwilling to comply? He Qigong stepped forward, his voice booming. Li Chen's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly replied, the 3 seconds have elapsed. Arrogance. Seize him. He Qigong bellowed. As his words echoed, the dozen or so individuals behind him surged toward Li Chen. He Qigong's own energy surged, prepared for battle. The 14 figures, each at the master realm, unleashed their combined might, shattering the air around Li Chen. The gust of wind sliced through the space, as though intent on tearing everything apart. Yet, Li Chen appeared utterly unfazed. He raised his hand and waved it dismissively. In an instant, the 14 figures were sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground, lifeless. Considering your identity as members of the supernatural group, I shall grant you a complete corpse, Li Chen declared. With a single step, he appeared before He Qinggong, his hand gripping the latter's throat. He Qinggong's energy surged violently, his hands clawing like an eagle's talons at Li Chen's arm, attempting to break it. However, the horrifying backlash shattered his fingers, leaving his hands a bloody mess. In the next moment, he found himself lifted off the ground by Li Chen. I had given you a chance, yet you chose to squander it. With a sharp crack, Li Chen crushed He Qinggong's throat. Having dealt with the members of the supernatural group, Li Chen displayed little emotion. He had extended his benevolence to its limits. Meanwhile, in the office of the supernatural group, Meng Jiahui drummed his fingers on the desk, patiently awaiting news. At that moment, a subordinate approached to report. Deputy Commander, our GPS indicates that Leader He and his team are currently located in an alley on South Street, likely cornered Li Chen there. They have not moved for some time. Could it be that the enemy is too formidable, resulting in a stalemate? After a moment's contemplation, Meng Jiahui commanded, send a few individuals to provide support. His subordinates promptly took their leave. A few minutes later, the telephone on the desk rang. Meng Jiahui answered it directly, and a trembling voice came through. Deputy Chief. It's bad. Team leader He has been killed, and all members of the special abilities team he led have perished, with not a single survivor. What? Startled, Meng Jiahui rose abruptly, his face a mask of shock and fury. Below, Xiao Qinglong heard this news and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had anticipated such an outcome. This time, Li Chen had indeed shown no mercy. Deputy Chief, you must now believe my words. Li Chen is not to be trifled with. His prowess is nothing short of supernatural. Silence. Meng Jiahui interrupted angrily. Even in death, team leader He and his men are heroes. You are merely a coward. Li Chen, is it? To dare slay members of the special abilities team is to court death. I shall take matters into my own hands and see if he truly possesses 3 heads and 6 arms. Deputy Chief, you mustn't. Xiao Qinglong could not help but interject again. Enough. Meng Jiahui shot a cold glance at Xiao Qinglong and was about to step forward when a chilling voice suddenly echoed through the room. You need not go. I have already arrived. At the doorway stood a young man, gazing at Meng Jiahui with an indifferent expression. You are Li Chen? Meng Jiahui immediately recognized him. His shock swiftly replaced by an overwhelming killing intent. You have slain my subordinate and dare to appear in the office of the special abilities team. You truly regard us with disdain. Since you have come, it saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Meng Jiahui stepped forward, his clothing billowing dramatically. He raised the civil staff in his hand, infusing it with energy, and it suddenly transformed into a sharp sword. Attack! He bellowed. In the next moment, the sword flew forth, its blade surging with energy as it hurtled towards Li Chen. The sword's aura tore through the air, creating a deafening howl. A fierce wind swept through the entire room, leaving Xiao Qinglong gaping in astonishment. Meng Jiahui could not contain his laughter. 100 paces flying sword, boy. Have you ever witnessed such a spectacle? At this, Li Chen smiled. A trivial skill. As his words fell, an invisible force emanated from Li Chen. Meng Jiahui scoffed derisively. Boy, even at death's door, you remain defiant. Yet soon, the smile on his face froze, disbelief etched upon his features. The flying sword, enveloped in energy, appeared to be halted by an invisible barrier just before reaching Li Chen, suspended in midair and unable to advance. Simultaneously, Li Chen flicked his finger at the sword's tip. With a resounding blast, the flying sword exploded, vanishing from sight. A snap of the fingers, like thunder. Chapter 95. The Song Family Banquet. Within the meeting room of the Abilities Group, the fierce wind generated by the sword energy howled, sharp as a blade, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Meng Jiahui, who had previously worn a smug expression, now bore a look of sheer horror. Beside him, Xiao Qinglong stared in bewilderment at the scene unfolding before him. Meng Jiahui's 100-step flying sword had been so dazzling, yet he never anticipated that such a formidable attack could be effortlessly neutralized by a mere finger from Li Chen. Just how terrifying was Li Chen's strength? The mere presence of Li Chen instilled a sense of helplessness and despair within the proud Xiao Qinglong. Meanwhile, Meng Jiahui felt a chilling dread creeping up his spine. He realized he had indeed struck a hard wall this time. Li Chen's cultivation level was simply beyond his reach. Regret washed over him for ignoring Xiao Qinglong's counsel. Truly, A person of such stature, who had ascended to the position of vice commander, quickly made a decisive choice in his heart. He exclaimed loudly, "Mr. Li, please, quell your anger and allow me to speak. There has been a misunderstanding. The ancient martial families that were annihilated were hardly virtuous. I was merely following orders to investigate and had no intention of offending you. We can certainly resolve this peacefully." Seeing that Li Qin remained silent, Meng Qiaohui felt a glimmer of hope and continued, "Our abilities group is an official organization, and we oversee all practitioners in the realm. If you were to kill me, it would mean making an enemy of the authorities. Although you possess great strength, I am certain you would not wish to offend such a colossal entity. Does this imply I should spare you?" Li Qin replied nonchalantly, "Spare is perhaps an overstatement. It is merely a means of ensuring my own retreat." Meng Qiaohui had regained his composure by now, even adopting an official tone. Suddenly, Li Qin vanished from sight, appearing before him in an instant. His hand gripping Meng Qiaohui's neck as easily as one would grasp a chick. Meng Qiaohui's complexion shifted dramatically. "You, crack." Li Qin had already broken his neck. "You had a way with words. It seems you needn't speak any longer," Li Qin remarked casually as he discarded the lifeless body onto the ground, turning his gaze to the now quaking Xiao Qinglong. Xiao Qinglong felt his legs weaken. With Meng Qiaohui dispatched, he knew his own life was of little consequence. He hastily implored, "I am wronged. After your last warning, I took it to heart, but they refused to heed my words." In that moment, his instinct for survival surged. Though he possessed his own pride, in the face of death, such matters were trivial. However, after his words fell, an agonizing silence ensued, with no response from Li Qin. As despair deepened in Xiao Qinglong's heart, he realized Li Qin had long since vanished. With a sigh of relief, he collapsed into a chair, utterly spent, his back drenched in sweat. Yet, he had managed to salvage his life. Meanwhile, Li Qin had left the abilities group and stood before the grand entrance of the Song family estate. The enmity between them had been firmly established. It was time to settle the score. Upon arrival, he observed a scene bustling with luxury cars and a throng of people, the atmosphere intensely vibrant. The unexpected hosting of a banquet amidst the sorrow of losing a son left Li Qin momentarily taken aback. An incessant stream of vehicles continued to arrive, with the number of guests nearing 1,000 even before the event had officially commenced. What prompted the Song family to hold such a gathering during an ordinary time? A woman, entwined with her husband's arm, inquired with curiosity. It was said that the head of the Song family, Song Lian, orchestrated this event to curry favor with significant figures and to demonstrate his respect for them. Wasn't Song Lian already one of the most prominent figures in Jiangnan? Were there individuals of even greater stature? The woman appeared astonished. "You are merely observing the surface. True significance does not solely lie in wealth, but rather in martial prowess. This time, the Song family has invited 3 ancient martial artists. It is rumored that the young heir of the Song family perished in Qingzhou, prompting the invitation for assistance from these formidable warriors." As the two conversed, they made their way inside. Meanwhile, Li Qin, eavesdropping on their dialogue, began to grasp the unfolding situation. It seemed that the death of Lin Bo compelled the Song family to seek external aid. Earlier, he had used his spiritual sense to scan the premises and indeed detected 3 powerful auras emanating from the depths of the residence, likely belonging to those who had attained the innate realm. Intrigued, Li Qin was about to proceed when a figure ahead captured his attention. The individual also noticed Li Qin, displaying a hint of surprise. It was none other than Cheng Lin, Su Qingshue's close friend. Beside her stood a balding older man clad in a suit, adorned with a luxury watch, engaging in jovial conversation with others. "I see a familiar face," Cheng Lin whispered, leaning on the shoulder of the older gentleman before making her way towards Li Qin. "Li Qin, what a coincidence. Are you also attending the Song family's banquet?" Dressed in a low-cut gown that revealed ample porcelain skin, Cheng Lin appeared to have put considerable effort into her appearance, radiating a certain charm. Li Qin inquired, "Cheng Lin, is that older gentleman your boyfriend?" Previously, when Shou Jiahong had attempted to woo Cheng Lin, she had rebuffed him. But now it seemed she had chosen a man at least 20 years her senior. Upon hearing his question, Cheng Lin's smile faltered slightly, and she nodded, "Yes. A woman like me certainly needs a pillar of support. Wang Fushue is wealthy and influential. He can provide me with stability. Otherwise, in this murky circle, I never know when I might be devoured, leaving nothing but bones behind." Sensing Cheng Lin's underlying sorrow, Li Qin sighed, "You need not compromise yourself. If you are unwilling, no one can force you. As Qingshue's confidant, I assure you, in Jiangnan, in Huaxia, and even across the globe. No one can lay a finger on you. At that moment, Wang Fushui approached, casting a cold glare at Li Qin. You, young man, have quite the audacity. Cheng Lin is my girlfriend, and you dare to incite her to leave me? Do you have a death wish? His expression was grim, and his gaze icy. Fushui, please don't misunderstand, Cheng Lin quickly interjected. Yet, Wang Fushui continued to gaze at Li Qin with an unwavering intensity. Li Qin spoke. I merely offered Cheng Lin a piece of advice as a friend. The choice, however, rests solely with her. Furthermore, do not regard me with such a gaze, lest you find yourself regretting it. Many around were drawn to the unfolding scene. What was happening? Unexpectedly, there was drama at the entrance. It seemed that Mr. Wang had found himself a young companion, one whom she knew, and had even urged the girl to leave him. Goodness, this young man had quite the audacity. Mr. Wang was known for his volatile temper. Would he not end up with broken limbs? Indeed, Wang Fushui was already incensed. You dare to threaten me. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash echoed. Wang Fushui was sent flying like a lifeless pig, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 96 Farewell to Huafeng. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings for a fleeting moment. Numerous astonished gazes converged upon the scene. Simultaneously, two figures surged towards Li Qin. They were bodyguards of Wang Fushui. The duo fixed their cold stares upon Li Qin, utterly unprepared for the spectacle of their employer being sent sprawling upon their first encounter. How dare you strike me? Eliminate this wretch. Wang Fushui bellowed vehemently. As his words echoed, the two bodyguards lunged towards Li Qin from either side, attempting to seize his shoulders. Yet, in the next heartbeat, they were sent flying by Li Qin's swift counter, crashing to the ground like lifeless dogs. Wang Fushui's countenance instantly morphed into one of panic. Li Qin approached Wang Fushui, crouching down to meet his gaze. Do you still wish to end my life? Wang Fushui hastily shook his head, the flesh upon his face quivering incessantly. Li Qin scoffed dismissively, rising to his feet and striding directly toward the gates of the Song residence. A person of Wang Fushui's ilk hardly warranted Li Qin's attention. His only reason for engaging in dialogue was the fact that Cheng Lin was a close friend of Su Qingxue. However, now that Cheng Lin had resolved to be with him, Li Qin deemed it inappropriate to eliminate Wang Fushui outright. As Li Qin distanced himself, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Who is this young man? His strikes are remarkably fierce. Wang Fushui's bodyguards, reportedly hired for a salary of 1 million, had been dispatched with merely a couple of slaps. At that moment, Cheng Lin had assisted Wang Fushui to his feet, and his visage bore an expression of utter humiliation. In front of such a multitude, he had suffered a disgrace of monumental proportions. Who on earth is this fellow? Wang Fushui seethed. His name is Li Qin, hailing from Qingzhou. Fushui, I advise you not to provoke him. Even Qin Weidong, the leader of the Qinglong Hall in Qingzhou, obeys his command, Cheng Lin cautioned. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Wang Fushui's features. He had heard of the Qinglong Hall's reputation in Jiangnan. No wonder this young man had the audacity to strike him. But could he simply swallow this humiliation? Let us enter and see, Wang Fushui replied, his voice low and subdued. Inside the grand hall of the Song family estate, Li Qin had already stepped into the venue where the banquet was being held. The atmosphere was rife with animated chatter, populated by the elite of Jiangnan. Li Qin's gaze casually traversed the hall's lavish decorations. Even with 3 martial artists summoned to contend with him, it seemed excessive to invite such a multitude. It was likely intended to showcase the family's esteem for these 3 warriors, yet perhaps it served a deeper purpose, to leverage their presence to amplify the family's influence. Indeed, these prominent families exhibited a mindset distinct from that of ordinary folk. Even in the face of tragedy, they remained steadfast in their pursuit of familial gain. Just as Li Qin entered the hall, a figure clad in a suit felt the warmth of his smile evaporate, replaced by a chill. It was Li Qin. He had arrived in Jiangnan. This was Huafeng, who had fled to Jiangnan to serve as a kept man for Lu Yingying after finding it impossible to thrive in Qingzhou. Although Huafeng had departed from the Baozhuang company, the wealth at his disposal ensured his comfort for the remainder of his life. Yet, he endured the humiliation of servitude. Driven by a singular desire for vengeance against Li Qin, several times he had urged Lu Yingying to take action against Li Qin in Qizhou. Yet Lu Yingying always replied that there was no rush. To his surprise, he encountered Li Qin right here. Li Qin, you truly have walked into your own trap. He chuckled softly. He was aware of Li Qin's standing in Qingzhou, bolstered by the Qinglong Hall, yet even the mightiest dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Moreover, Lu Yingying was no mere local figure. The Qingyun society behind her held a status far superior to that of the Qinglong Hall and possessed even greater influence. On this account alone, whether in Jiangnan or Qingzhou, should Lu Yingying choose to act against Li Chun, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Li Chun, you refuse the path to heaven and instead venture into hell. This is my territory, and today you shall learn the repercussions of offending me, Huofeng. With this thought, Huofeng made his way directly towards Lu Yingying, who was surrounded by a throng of admirers. As the president of the Qingyun society, despite her lack of conventional beauty, she was never short of flattery wherever she went. Upon noticing Huofeng's approach, Lu Yingying wrapped her arms around his neck, and Huofeng, embraced by her, felt a peculiar sense of vulnerability. Although Lu Yingying was a woman, her physique was quite robust. Observing this scene, the onlookers exhibited expressions of mild astonishment. They were well aware of Huofeng's identity and felt a tinge of sympathy, having heard rumors that Lu Yingying had an affinity for the unconventional. Lu Yingying planted a kiss on Huofeng's cheek and took a puff from her cigar, clearly satisfied with the treatment she had been receiving from him lately. Huofeng, allow me to introduce you. This is young Master Zhang, young Master Lei, and Manager Tian. She introduced them in turn, and each greeted Huofeng with polite nods. At that moment, Huofeng could not help but interject. Yingying, there is something I need to discuss with you. That Li Chun has also arrived, the one who bears a grudge against me. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Yingying lowered her arms from Huofeng's neck and followed the direction of his finger. She soon spotted Li Chun, casually sipping from a glass of red wine, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Before Lu Yingying could speak, a young man named Zhang Xian chimed in. Manager Lu, how dare he offend someone of your stature? Allow me to teach him a lesson. Today is the Song family's banquet. Let us not make a scene. We can deal with him after the event concludes. Lu Yingying replied. Rest assured, Manager Lu, I know my limits, Zhang Xian replied confidently as he strode towards Li Chen's location. In such a setting, he would not dare to cause chaos. Yet humiliating someone from Qingzhou would be a trivial matter. The other party could only submit, and it would earn him some favor in Lu Yingying's eyes. What could be better? Li Chun had long been aware of Huofeng's presence, and upon seeing Zhang Xian approach, he instantly recognized the ill intentions behind it. A mere insect dares to trouble me, Li Chun scoffed. Zhang Xian was the son of the notorious underworld figure Zhang Zhenjun, a formidable character in his own right. Wang Fushui had been observing Li Chun since his entrance, and he quickly detected the brewing tension in the air. Do not presume that the Qinglong society is merely a force of Qingzhou, even if placed in Jiangnan. It may not surpass the prowess of Zhang San. It seems that Li Chun is soon to face dire consequences at the hands of others. Wang Fushui could not suppress a sense of schadenfreude. At that moment, Zhang Xian had approached Li Chun, his demeanor exuding arrogance. I have heard that you harbor a grudge against Huofeng. Are you aware that he is my brother? He sneered. Now you know. Therefore, you shall immediately go and kneel before my brother to apologize. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous crash resounded as Zhang Xian was sent flying, toppling several tables and collapsing to the ground, emitting cries of agony. Ah, how dare you strike me? I will make you pay, he bellowed. At this juncture, Li Chun strode forward, seizing an unfinished glass of red wine, and thrust it into Zhang Xian's mouth with a swift motion. Ah! Zhang Xian's cries transformed into muffled whimpers. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Li Chun raised his foot and kicked the base of the wine glass. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered, its jagged base piercing through Zhang Xian's skull. Instantly, his body convulsed violently as blood and foam erupted from his mouth. A collective gasp filled the air, accompanied by the shrieks of women. The onlookers were left in shock, awestruck by Li Chun's brutal display. Wang Fushui's jowls trembled in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Li Chun would unleash such ferocity, especially at the banquet hosted by the Song family. Chapter 97. Will you spare him for the new year? What transpired? What is going on? Zhang Xian, the son of Zhang Zhan, has been brutally assaulted, and judging by his condition, he may not survive. The entire scene is in disarray, with a cacophony of discussions erupting around. Huofeng trembles, astonished. Is this truly the same Li Chun he knows? He instinctively casts a pleading glance towards Lu Yingying, who, embodying the composure of a seasoned leader, reassures him, do not worry, I am here. With her words, Huofeng begins to regain his composure. Suddenly, two figures dash to Zhang Xian's side to assess his injuries, his bodyguards. Zhang Xian lies there, eyes rolling back. and it seems that even a trip to the hospital may not save him. You dare to lay a hand on our young master? Do you have any idea of his status? You are doomed. The two bodyguards rush up to Li Chun, glaring at him, fearful he may attempt to flee. One of them quickly pulls out his phone to call Zhang Zhun. With their young master in peril, they are certain to face Zhang Zhun's wrath, and thus, their hatred for Li Chun deepens. However, as the call connects, a sudden crash echoes through the air. The two bodyguards are sent flying, lifeless upon impact with the ground. The phone, now fallen, continues to relay an agitated voice. Why are you not speaking? What has happened? Ignoring the voice, Li Chun strides purposefully towards Huafeng. Upon seeing Li Chun approach, Huafeng instinctively hides behind Lu Yingying. While she remains composed, her expression steady. In that moment, all eyes in the hall shift to follow Li Chun's movements. What does he intend to do? Is he seeking to confront Lu Yingying? She is the formidable leader of the Qingyun society, known for her ruthless tactics. What do you want? A few figures step forward to block Li Chun's path. They are members of the Qingyun society and will not allow him to trouble Lu Yingying. With a series of thuds, the obstructing figures collapse to the ground. Li Chun continues his advance until he stands before Lu Yingying, looking at Huafeng, who is cowering behind her, and coldly declares, Huafeng, we meet again. To this, Huafeng retorts defiantly, Li Chun, I did not expect to see you here. But this is Jiang'an, not Qizhou. I am under Lu's protection, so think carefully. At this moment, Lu Yingying steps forward, her gaze piercing as she addresses Li Chun. You may have killed Zhang Xian, but to strike one of my people, Huafeng, is a grave mistake. If you lay a finger on him, I will end you. Yet, before her words fully settle in the air, Li Chun acts. He raises his hand and delivers a resounding slap across Lu Yingying's unpleasant visage. The sound is sharp and clear. Her face bears the mark of the blow, and her hefty form is sent flying over 3 meters, crashing through 7 or 8 tables, causing the entire hall to tremble as if in the throes of an earthquake. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt their hearts race uncontrollably. Such ferocious power. Lu Yingying, the leader of the Qingyun society, had been struck down so easily. Huafeng trembled in fear, his body shaking as he faced Li Chun without Lu Yingying shielding him. Kneel, Li Chun commanded. Huafeng hesitated, but Li Chun stepped forward, placing his hand firmly on Huafeng's shoulder and pressing down violently. Crack! Huafeng's legs shattered beneath him, forcing him to kneel before Li Chun. A wretched scream escaped his lips, but before he could utter another sound, Li Chun delivered a kick to his mouth, sending his teeth flying and leaving his visage a bloody mess, reduced to muffled whimpers. Huafeng, did you think that leaving Qingzhou for Jiangnan would grant you peace? Did you believe that aligning yourself with the leader of the Qingyun society would ensure your safety? From the moment you betrayed me, Li Chun, your fate was sealed. No one can save you now. With that, Li Chun delivered a powerful kick to Huafeng's abdomen, causing blood to erupt from his mouth as he was sent flying over 10 meters away. I will kill you. At that moment, Lu Yingying, struggling to rise from the ground, covered her mangled face and hissed venomously. In the next instant, Li Chun casually launched a chopstick from the table, which pierced Lu Yingying's head with a sickening thud. Her corpulent body crumpled to the ground like a sack of sand. Huafeng, witnessing this horrific scene, felt an involuntary warmth spread in his trousers. As Li Chun approached, he desperately clawed backward, leaving a trail of moisture on the floor. Li Chun, please, I beg you, do not kill me. Huafeng was utterly terrified. It was only when Li Chun ended Lu Yingying's life that he truly grasped the depth of his fear. Once he kill you, what would I keep you alive for? To celebrate the new year? Li Chun scoffed coldly, stepping closer to Huafeng, his eyes filled with disdain. How foolish he had been to once consider Huafeng a good brother. He raised his hand. For the sake of our past acquaintance, I shall grant you a complete corpse. Just as his hand was about to descend, a furious voice erupted, Stop! Several figures clad in black surged forward, their expressions grim and a menacing aura radiating from their beings. This is the Song family's banquet. Do you dare to commit murder here, boy? Do you not know how to write the word death? The leading man's voice was chilling, exuding an overwhelming presence. These were the Song family's elite, drawn by the commotion, and upon witnessing Li Chun's audacity to kill, their anger ignited. Huafeng, who had felt despair moments ago, now saw a glimmer of hope. The Song family's experts had arrived. He might yet escape death. After all, he had heard Lu Yingying speak of the Song family's supreme position over all factions in the martial world. Is the Song family truly so formidable? I have killed, what of it? Li Chun replied with a light chuckle. He had yet to finish his sentence. For his intentions extended beyond merely taking lives at the banquet of the Song family. He sought to eliminate the very head of the Song clan. A member of the Song family, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, snorted coldly. With a decisive step, he advanced towards Li Chen, his hand poised like a claw, aiming for Li Chen's shoulder. As a master of the hidden strength, his grip could puncture iron as if it were mere paper. The others merely observed with indifference, their gazes fixed on the unfolding drama. Although Li Chen had slain Lu Yingying, these martial artists were leagues apart from the mere rogue elements he had faced before. With a thunderous boom, the assailant was sent hurtling backward at an astonishing velocity, blood spraying through the air. By the time he hit the ground, he had drawn his last breath. The faces of the remaining Song warriors paled, their eyes wide with terror. One after another, Li Chen unleashed his fury, dispatching the remaining 7 martial artists of the Song family with a single blow each, reducing them to lifeless corpses. Once this grim task was completed, Li Chen turned his gaze towards Huafeng. Now you can rest assured that your demise is imminent. Huafeng's eyes were filled with desolation. Over the span of a decade, Li Chen had transformed into an entity of unfathomable terror. Yet, before Huafeng could contemplate his fate further, Li Chen approached and crushed his skull beneath his foot. Chapter 98. A bloodbath inside the hall. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped the crowd. The fact that even the members of the Song family had been slaughtered was utterly lawless. Wang Fushui felt an icy chill coursing through him. Haunted by the memory of his previous intentions to confront Li Chen, was he not like an old man consuming arsenic, utterly reckless? Li Chen was nothing short of a harbinger of death. His survival was indeed a remarkable twist of fate. Beside him, Cheng Lin's complexion had turned ashen, her heart shaken. After years apart, the current Li Chen was unrecognizable, a relentless killer whose overwhelming presence shattered her perceptions. My son. At that moment, a harrowing scream pierced the air as a portly middle-aged man rushed to the side of Zhang Xian's lifeless body. Zhang Xian had already succumbed to death. A base of a wine glass lodged in his mouth. It was you. You killed my son. The middle-aged man, his eyes bloodshot with rage, glared fiercely at Li Chen. He was Zhang Xian's father, Zhang Sanjin. Upon receiving a frantic call from his bodyguard, he had rushed over, fearing the worst, only to find his son's corpse awaiting him. Bring me that wretch alive, Zhang Sanjin bellowed, rising to his feet. Behind him, a dozen bodyguards charged at Li Chen. Bang, bang, bang. With a mere flick of his hand, Li Chen sent them all sprawling, lifeless. He approached Zhang Sanjin, stating coldly, "Your son chose to provoke me. He met his deserved fate. Since you share such a profound bond, I shall facilitate your reunion." With that, he raised his hand and, with a swift motion, snapped Zhang Sanjin's throat. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed again, this time belonging to a group clad in matching attire, led by several elderly men. They were members of the Qingyun society. Among the crowd, someone recognized them. They were all subordinates of Lu Yingying. The moment Lu Yingying had witnessed Li Chen's ferocity, she had discreetly summoned the Qingyun society for assistance, but they had arrived too late, only to find Lu Yingying's lifeless body. The faces of the Qingyun society members were grim. If you wish to live, leave at once, Li Chen declared coldly as he regarded them. Upon hearing his words, several elders exchanged glances, then stepped forward in unison. Having slain our leader, how can we not seek vengeance? Very well, then you shall all meet your end. Li Chen retorted with a disdainful snort, and with a forceful stomp, he commanded, "Thunder!" Countless knives and forks from the table soared into the air, following which they shot forth like bullets toward the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. Over 20 members of the Qingyun society were pierced through the throat, meeting their demise on the spot. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, witnessing a scene that could only be imagined in films now unfolding before their very eyes. Just how formidable was Li Chen? What audacity! Do you take the Song family lightly? The crowd turned to see an elderly man striding forward, seething with rage. Clad in a tailored suit and flanked by a throng of followers, he was none other than Song Lian, the head of the Song family. The moment Song Lian appeared, the commotion within the grand hall fell into a profound silence. Li Chen's actions had finally drawn the attention of the head of the Song family. "I have the honor of meeting the head of the Song family. Greetings, Mr. Song," the crowd began to murmur. Some, who had business dealings with the Song family, addressed him as Mr. Song. Others from prominent families referred to him as the head of the Song family. Furthermore, some distant relatives of the Song clan offered their respectful salutations. The Song family was not a force to be equated with the likes of the Qingyun society or Zhang Sanjin. Upon witnessing Song Lian's arrival, Wang Fushui remarked again. Cheng Lin hastily inquired, "Does this mean Li Chun is in danger?" Wang Fushui shook his head. "I am uncertain. This realm is beyond my reach. However, it is undeniable that the Song family possesses formidable martial artists akin to Li Chun." Hearing this, Cheng Lin's anxiety escalated. With an air of authority cultivated over many years, Song Lian regarded Li Chun coldly, exuding a dignified presence devoid of fury. "Young man, who are you to cause a disturbance at my family's banquet? Do you not understand the meaning of peril?" "Li Chun, from Qingzhou," Li Chun replied nonchalantly. While the surrounding guests remained oblivious to the significance, the members of the Song family, including Song Lian, visibly paled upon hearing that name. Li Chun, the one who had slain the young master, and even Lin Bo. Instantly, a buzz of whispers erupted among the Song clan. Many were perplexed as to how a mere name could evoke such a reaction from the Song family. Song Lian's murderous intent surged forth. "So it is you, young man. How dare you appear at my family's banquet? I had intended to hunt you down in Qingzhou, but it seems I can exact vengeance for my son right here." Upon hearing this, the crowd's understanding dawned. This was the enemy of the Song family, explaining his audacity to cause a ruckus. Yet, knowing that the Song family had summoned 3 ancient martial artists, one could only wonder at his confidence. "For the sake of avenging your son, you may find yourself lacking the capability," Li Chun retorted coldly. "You may have slain Lin Bo, indeed showcasing remarkable strength. But do you not comprehend the purpose of today's gathering?" With his head held high, Song Lian exhibited a hint of arrogance. "To deal with you, the Song family has specially invited 3 genuine masters. One is Qiu Jianliang from the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, known as Iron Fist, capable of demolishing a tank with a single blow. The second is Wen Jinping, a formidable expert from the Wen family, known as Bloodhand. Lastly, there is Zhang Jinyu, a master from Binan, who once served as the chief instructor of the Jiangnan Royal Guard. All 3 are innate realm experts." With a resolute tone, Song Lian fixed his gaze upon Li Chun. "Do you still believe I cannot eliminate you?" At that moment, Wen Jinping, known as Bloodhand, stepped forward and declared, "Head of the Song family, why waste words on him? Allow me to take his head directly, to appease the spirit of your esteemed son." With that, he abruptly spread his fingers, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy from his palms. Chapter 99. Have you allowed them to leave? "Mr. Wen, it falls upon you to take action," Song Lian remarked. Wen Jinping immediately stepped forward. "Boy, if I do not personally snap your neck today, I shall not be worthy of the title-bloodied hand I possess. You dare to wreak havoc in Jiangnan, believing yourself strong? I shall teach you the meaning of fear." A cruel and bloodthirsty smile adorned Wen Jinping's face. "Is that so?" However, as soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly lost sight of Li Chun. A tremendous sense of crisis surged within him. Wen Jinping's expression changed dramatically. Crack! In the next moment, his neck was seized, and his head was violently twisted off, blood splattering forth. The headless corpse fell to the ground, still bearing an expression of shock upon its face. The members of the Song family instinctively took a step back. The power displayed was utterly terrifying. A fearsome display indeed. All present were struck by the gruesome spectacle, with the more timid women gasping in horror. Wang Fushui's flesh trembled in fright. The brutality was overwhelming. The visual impact of a head being severed stimulated the nerves. Even Song Lian's face showed signs of fear. The 3 innate martial artists had been his greatest trump cards against Li Chun, yet one had been decapitated in the blink of an eye. The remaining 2 warriors, Qiu Jianliang and Zhang Jinyu, were equally shaken. Li Chun fixed his gaze on Song Lian and coldly stated, "Song Lian, do you have anything further to say?" Song Lian sighed. "I did not anticipate this. It seems fate has decreed the demise of the Song family." He turned his gaze to Qiu Jianliang and Zhang Jinyu. "You 2 were originally invited by me, yet I underestimated the strength of this thief. Please, leave. My family's affairs shall not implicate you." Qiu Jianliang and Zhang Jinyu clasped their fists in gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding, Song family. We shall take our leave." With that, they turned to depart. "Wait. Did I permit you to leave?" At that moment, Li Chun's voice turned icy. Upon hearing this, the 2 men stiffened. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Jianyu's eyes flashed with anger. "Naturally, I intend to kill you both," Li Chun replied with a cold smirk. "Kill us? Do you understand our backgrounds? I am backed by the king of Jiangnan, and Qiu Jianyang is a member of the Martial Arts Association. Do you truly wish to kill us?" "Of course." As the words fell, they felt a sudden chill encircle their necks. Bang! Bang! 2 heads soared into the air, tumbling to the ground with a resounding thud, instantly becoming two headless corpses. Yet Li Chun remained unmoved, leaving the onlookers baffled as to how he had executed the act. Li Chun turned his gaze back to Song Lian, his voice devoid of warmth. "Song Lian, do you have anything further to say?" Song Lian closed his eyes, aware that he could not escape death today. "Li Chun, victory and defeat are the way of the world. I have no words left. However, you have killed Qiu Jianliang and Zhang Jinyu, and their patrons will not let this go unpunished. One day, someone shall seek vengeance for me. Our next encounter will not differ significantly. I shall await you below. However, you may find yourself waiting indefinitely." Li Chun raised his hand, drawing Song Lian before him, and with a sharp crack, he crushed his throat. The head of the Song family, Song Lian, was dead. Though the onlookers had previously witnessed Li Chin's terrifying prowess, the sight of Song Lian's tragic demise still sent a shiver through their hearts. The remaining members of the Song family were engulfed in sorrow, each one clenching their fists and bowing their heads. As scions of a prominent family, they were well versed in concealing their emotions. "It appears that resentment festers within you now. You are likely contemplating how to bide your time and seek vengeance against me." Li Chin's voice resonated through the air. Some present remained oblivious to his meaning until he suddenly raised his palm and forcefully pressed it downward. Boom! In an instant, over 20 members of the Song family vanished beneath his hand, as if they had evaporated into thin air. The spectators, still reeling from the earlier shock, were once again struck with overwhelming astonishment. If their previous fear of Li Chun had been rooted in his brutality, this display was akin to that of a deity. Having completed his grim task, Li Chun departed from the Song family estate. It was only after his departure that the hall erupted into chaos. Song Lian was dead, and dozens of the Song family had been erased with a single strike. Was this truly human? Such power resembled that of a supernatural being. Countless witnesses felt as if they were ensnared in a dream, akin to encountering phantoms in broad daylight. Once they regained their senses, they rushed out of the hall in a frenzy. Wang Fushui trembled, his legs quaking in fear. "Li Chun, what have you endured over the past decade that has transformed you into such a terrifying entity?" Chang Lin murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Li Chun had already arrived at the residence of the king of Jiangnan. His intent was not spurred by a mere word from Zhang Jinyu. Rather, the king of Jiangnan, as the ostensible ruler of the entire Jiangnan region, possessed knowledge that eluded ordinary citizens. Perhaps he could unveil some clues. The king's residence was heavily fortified, with guards stationed every few steps. However, to Li Chun, these defenses were inconsequential. In a blink, he appeared in the study of the king of Jiangnan. At that moment, the king was seated, engrossed in his reading. Sensing a presence, he spoke without lifting his gaze. "You always appear so mysteriously." But when silence met his words, he glanced up in confusion. Upon recognizing Li Chun's visage, his expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Who are you?" Li Chun did not respond directly. Instead, he countered, "Who is this mysterious figure you speak of?" Just then, a sound of rushing air filled the room, and several figures burst through the windows, entering the study with urgency. These were the elite of the king's residence, responding to the alarm. Seeing Li Chun, the king discreetly pressed the alarm button hidden beneath his desk. Upon witnessing the arrival of the formidable experts from the Wangfu, the king of Jiangnan finally regained his composure, casting a cold gaze upon Li Chun. "You possess quite the audacity to trespass into my royal abode. Seize him." With his command uttered, a dozen skilled warriors from the Wangfu surged toward Li Chun. Yet, before they could make contact with his form, each one was propelled backward with astonishing speed, crashing to the ground within the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, only Li Chun and the king of Jiangnan remained in the study. "You have yet to respond to my earlier inquiry. Who is the individual you mentioned?" Li Chun inquired with a smile directed at the king. At that moment, the king of Jiangnan was thoroughly flustered, having not anticipated that the experts of the Wangfu would be so easily dispatched. Chapter 100. Just like that, the entire residence of the prince of Jiangnan erupted into chaos. As figures rushed towards the study, clad in uniforms and armed with rifles, they were the elite guards of the Jiangnan royal estate. Zhang Jinyu once served as an instructor for these guards. They swiftly surrounded the study, yet no one dared to make a move, for the prince remained inside. "Bold thief, dare to wreak havoc in the Jiangnan royal estate. Come forth and meet your demise." A thunderous voice boomed, belonging to a robust man with a physique reminiscent of a fierce beast, nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an aura of innate strength. He was the commander of the elite guards, his prowess having reached the innate realm. Following closely behind were 2 others, though not as imposing. Yet their presence was equally formidable, the second and third commanders of the guards. The three men focused intently on Li Chun within the study. Upon the arrival of the three commanders, the prince felt a slight relief and spoke, "Young man, my commanders possess fierce tempers. Step out now, and I assure you a chance at survival." Li Chun, however, did not respond to the offer but instead replied, "You have yet to answer my question." In the courtyard, the three commanders furrowed their brows. "This thief has taken the prince hostage. What should we do?" The second commander inquired. "Fear not, with my speed. I can subdue him before he acts," the third commander declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. The second commander quickly cautioned, "Do not be reckless." "What if?" "There is no what if," the third commander interrupted, and before his words could settle, he lunged forward with the agility of a leopard, charging into the study. Within mere seconds, he breached the threshold. Seeing this, the first and second commanders exhaled in relief. They had feared that Li Chun might harm the prince. But with the third commander already inside, Li Chun had yet to react. With the third commander's speed, he would surely subdue Li Chun before any harm could befall the prince. A smile crept across the third commander's face. In that instant of entering the study, he felt victory was assured. With fingers poised like claws, he reached for Li Chun's throat. "Fall!" he bellowed, a terrifying gale enveloping Li Chun. Yet, in the next moment, Li Chun retaliated with a powerful slap. The third commander screamed as he was sent hurtling back, crashing into the courtyard. This both the first and second commander's pupils constricted, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Could he be a practitioner of the Qi refinement realm? "Do you wish to continue?" Li Chun inquired, casting a glance at the remaining two commanders. "I am eager to witness your strength." The first commander, relying on his formidable physique, attempted to engage Li Chun. However, before he could even reach the study, Li Chun conjured a gust of force that sent him flying. His massive body crashed to the ground, causing the entire courtyard to tremble. The elite guards involuntarily took a step back, while the second commander felt a chill run down his spine. The strength of this individual is truly remarkable. With a mere gust of wind, he sent the Grand Commander flying. The king of Jiangnan was once again filled with panic, as the flicker of hope he had just ignited was utterly extinguished. "Now, can you answer my question? The friend I mentioned earlier is a practitioner, a cherished companion despite our age difference. He often appears beside me without my noticing, which is why I mistook you for him," the king of Jiangnan stated. "Why have you sought me out? We seem to have no grievances with one another." The king of Jiangnan was engulfed in confusion. This young man possessed an enigmatic aura, and he could not discern his intentions. Li Chun had merely asked out of curiosity, for he held little interest in the king of Jiangnan's companion. He gazed intently at the king of Jiangnan and inquired, "I ask you, regarding the annihilation of the Li family in Qingshou 8 years ago. Many ancient martial families from Jiangnan participated in that event. Do you possess any clues about it?" Li Chun did not harbor high hopes, merely testing the waters. However, to his surprise, he noticed a distinct change in the expression of the king of Jiangnan upon his inquiry. "This matter was mentioned by my friend. He knows some details," the king of Jiangnan replied. Li Chun's eyes sparkled with interest. "Who is your friend?" "He is the very companion I just mentioned," the king of Jiangnan responded. Just then, Li Chun's gaze shifted outside. On the roof across from him stood a young man clad in martial attire. The youth stared in astonishment at the chaotic scene within the royal courtyard, seemingly unaware of the unfolding events. However, upon noticing the imperial guards glaring menacingly at Li Chun, he grasped the situation and fixed his gaze upon Li Chun, declaring, "The king of Jiangnan is my friend. Should you dare to harm him in the slightest, I shall take your life." Li Chun chuckled, "The king of Jiangnan is right here. If you possess the capability, come and rescue him." The second commander hastily interjected, "Young Master Yi, this man is formidable. You must not underestimate him." "Rest assured," Yi Liangshan replied with a confident smile. He leaped from the roof, soaring directly towards the study. As he approached the study, his form astonishingly transformed into 8 distinct figures, simultaneously attacking Li Chun from all directions. An illusion, how intriguing. Li Chun mused with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand, and the 8 phantoms shattered into nothingness. With a resounding crash, Yi Liangshan felt the world spin around him, crashing directly onto the floor, his cheek pressed firmly against the ground.